We're watching early today. I'm Vanita Nair.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great Thursday. We'll see you right back here tomorrow to start off your Friday.
Breaking overnight, a major shift in the January 6th Capitol riot investigation. The congressional panel investigating says President Trump was involved in, quote, criminal conspiracy to overturn the election. We are live in Washington.
To Ukraine, where over 1 million people have evacuated. The United Nations saying at least 225 citizens have perished, and Russia intensifies assaults on key cities.
Cracking down on Russian billionaires who have supported President Vladimir Putin throughout his political career. Now the oligarchs are facing back-breaking financial pressure at every turn.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis calls out students for wearing masks, saying it's ridiculous as he seems to scold them.
Plus, a JetBlue pilot is pulled off a plane allegedly blowing 4 times the legal limit for alcohol. A busy Thursday ahead. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks for starting your morning with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Breaking overnight, the Capitol riot investigation shifts into high gear. For the first time, the January 6th committee is arguing that former President Donald Trump and his allies were involved in a criminal conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. So, Bree, this is a major change for this investigation.
That's right, Vanita. Well, this is the first time that the committee has suggested there is evidence to conclude that Mr. Trump may have committed crimes to stay in office. The sprawling new court documents largely focus on Trump-aligned lawyer John Eastman, who wrote memos arguing that then Vice President Pence could overturn the election. Eastman has claimed attorney-client privilege. This brief argues for court review of Eastman's documents, saying the committee has reason to believe the material could show Mr. Trump engaged in a crime, specifically obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the United States, and common law fraud. Trump and Eastman have not been charged with a crime, but as former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuade said last night on MSNBC, it lays out a potential case.
I think it's a very significant filing because it's the first time the committee has said out loud what the crimes may have been and pulled together the evidence of what that crime may have looked like. I think that any prosecutor who looked at that evidence in the way I did and the way that the former prosecutors who are leading this investigation for the January 6th committee are doing, it really jumps out as fairly obvious potential crimes.
An attorney for Eastman said, in part, Dr. Eastman has a responsibility to protect client confidences. The Select Committee has responded to Dr. Eastman's effort to discharge this responsibility by accusing him of criminal activity. We look forward to responding in due course. The January 6th committee is investigating last year's Capitol riot and the events that led to it. They've interviewed more than 550 witnesses and gathered hundreds of pages of evidence. A spokesperson for Mr. Trump has not responded to requests for comments in this latest development. Back to you guys.
Bree, thank you.
Oil prices are surging as the Russian invasion of Ukraine enters its second week. American WTI crude is currently $115 per barrel, and European Brent stands at $118 per barrel. Both numbers are the highest in years and more than what they were both closed at when trading ended. NBC News has learned that the United States has delivered hundreds of Stinger missiles to Ukraine, weapons that are capable of taking out Russian planes. And in an effort to avoid escalating tensions, the U.S. has delayed the planned tests of an intercontinental ballistic missile. A promise from the European Union to provide Ukraine with fighter jets has collapsed. Many European countries have delivered weapons and ammunition, but none have agreed to sending jets. Ukraine and Russia have agreed to give peace talks a second try, but in the capital of Kyiv, they are not optimistic about a ceasefire. The mayor telling residents to stock up and be prepared to defend the city. This as Russia has ramped up its attacks, often hitting residential buildings. A new report from the United Nations estimates that over 1 million refugees have left Ukraine since this invasion began. NBC's Cal Perry joins us with the latest from Lviv, Ukraine.
A heavy bombardment overnight in the capital of Kyiv. It certainly seemed like an increase of firepower being used by the Russians, consistent with the fighting we've been seeing in the eastern part of the country. Certainly in Kharkiv, a continuation of the fighting. South of that, along the Black Sea, towns now starting to fall to Russian troops. All of this while that 40-mile-long column continues to make its way slowly towards the capital. Now here in the west part of the country, we're continuing to see a deterioration of a humanitarian crisis unfolding before our eyes. The UN updating their numbers. At least 1 million people have fled the country so far. That number does not even include the IDPs, the internally displaced persons who are starting to fill up cities like the one that I'm in here in Lviv, a city really bursting at the seams because so many people are stuck without anywhere to go. They can't go back east. The fighting is too heavy. And to the west, to Poland, there is now a 20-mile backup of vehicles, some folks leaving their belongings behind in their cars, trying to walk all the way to the border.
Thanks to Cal Perry for that.
New sanctions are going after Russia's super rich. The Justice Department has launched a new task force targeting Russia's oligarchs. NBC's Keir Simmons is following the latest.
Yachts, mansions, private planes. Russia's super rich are in the crosshairs, according to President Biden.
We're coming for you, ill-begotten gains.
The Justice Department announcing Task Force Kleptocapture to enforce new sanctions against Russian billionaires, though not announcing any targets by name. Just last week, President Putin gathering 13 oligarchs at the Kremlin. The message: don't stop supporting me. But the loyalty of the rich is being tested like never before. When Putin became president, he was determined to control Russia's billionaires. Now, amid his war in Ukraine, some are making unprecedented public statements. Oleg Deripaska, worth $4 billion and once called Putin's favorite industrialist, declared last week, peace is very important. Mikhail Friedman, owner of one of Russia's biggest banks, told his London investors the war was a tragedy. But none criticized Putin directly. Another high-profile Russian businessman, Roman Abramovich, worth an estimated $13 billion, announcing he's selling Chelsea Football Club and is advocating for peace talks with Ukraine. Meanwhile, President Putin himself now sanctioned, his mansion and wealth exposed in a recent opposition video. He's been called the richest man in Europe. His yacht said to have been moved from Germany last month. And now, 3 Western officials tell us they are seeing oligarchs try to move their assets to escape sanctions.
Very interesting stuff. Keir, thank you.
A JetBlue pilot may face federal charges after being removed from a flight. A TSA officer in Buffalo noticed the pilot may have been drunk. According to a spokesperson from the Niagara Frontier Transportation Authority, the pilot was given a breathalyzer before the plane departed, registering a .17. In a statement, JetBlue said it has a zero-tolerance alcohol policy and is conducting its own internal investigation into the incident.
An important recall for you this morning. Google-owned Fitbit is recalling 1.7 million of its smartwatches due to a burn hazard. The commonly used device acts as an activity tracker worn on the wrist. The company has received at least 115 reports in the U.S. of the watch battery overheating, with 78 reports of burn injuries, 2 reports of third-degree burns, and 4 reports of second-degree burns.
Now to your weather, and record heat clashing with a shot of Arctic cold. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now with who's going to get what. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Roller coaster ride in the middle of the country. Some areas that are going to be 75 degrees today have a chance of snow as we go throughout the upcoming weekend. So today, the cold air is on its way back through the northeast. We're feeling it. Wind chill 7 in Maine right now. But look at northern Minnesota. We're at negative 22 in International Falls. It is 81 degrees warmer. Feels like temperature in Kentucky than it is northern Minnesota. And that warmth today, record highs possible in areas like Pueblo, Amarillo. We're going to be close to record highs in Shreveport towards Memphis. Highs in the upper 70s today. I mean, it feels like the beginning of summer throughout many areas of the southern plains and the southeast. It continues even into tomorrow as temperatures are in the 80s from Amarillo through areas of central Kansas. Kansas City once again will be around 71. And that warmth will eventually try to slide to the east. It's going to take a while, though. D.C., look at you on Sunday. 75 degrees. In Raleigh, we could hit 80s by the time we get to Sunday and Monday. So, yeah, be prepared. Grab those shorts and, put away those long sleeves, at least temporarily. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, the temperature contrast is in full swing throughout northern New England versus the mid-Atlantic today. Richmond today in the mid-60s. Northern New England won't even get out of the teens. And look how nice and beautiful it is from the southeast all the way through southern Texas. Weekend forecast coming up, and we had a snowstorm for some people. I'll tell you who.
Need to know that. Thank you, Bill.
America is gearing up to commemorate the 57th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, which occurred on the Edmund Pettus Bridge on March 7, 1965. That's when over 500 civil rights activists were violently confronted by local authorities as they marched from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, to press for voter registration rights for African Americans in the South. Starting today, the Bridge Crossing Jubilee organization will kick off 4 days of events, including workshops, a parade, a street festival, and a march from Selma to Montgomery to fight for the passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
Still to come, Lester Holt's exclusive interview with the Defense Secretary on the military involvement.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the wake of the invasion of Ukraine, a growing list of sports governing bodies are sidelining Russian athletes from international competition. Following the IOC's appeal to ban Russian competitors, sports like basketball, hockey, skiing, and track announcing Russian players and clubs will not be allowed to compete. And the Paralympics will not host Russian athletes. The International Paralympic Committee barred Russian and Belarusian athletes from the games, which begin tomorrow. EA Sports says it's begun to remove Russian national and club teams from its FIFA and NHL video games. In a statement, EA Sports says it stands in solidarity with the Ukrainian people.
Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich announced he is selling the English Premier League team Chelsea FC amid the Russian invasion. Forbes values the club at $3.2 billion. Abramovich added he is setting up a foundation for the victims of the war where the proceeds of the sale will go. Spotify is shuttering its office in Moscow, and the company announced it's removed Russian state-run media content from RT and Sputnik from its platform. Netflix is indefinitely halting production on all projects and acquisitions from Russia. Variety reports this includes 4 Russian originals that were in the works for the streaming service. And H&M is suspending all sales in Russia. In a statement, the clothing retailer said it stands with all of the people who are suffering.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is urging Vladimir Putin to pursue diplomacy to end the war in Ukraine. In an exclusive interview with Lester Holt, Secretary Austin also praised the Ukrainian people for their resistance. But a no-fly zone over Ukraine is out of the question. Here's more of the interview.
We've been watching this convoy that's got the world's attention. It was reported it was stalled. Should we read too much into that? Is it still a potent fighting machine? There's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. You know, one of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose is that he can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that.
I think that the world has been stunned. Some part of the world has been inspired by what we've seen by Ukrainian troops and civilians who have answered the call. But is it necessary to do a reality check on what they're facing, the size of the Russian force?
We are all inspired by what we see from the Ukraine, not just the Ukrainian forces, but Ukrainian people. It's hard to predict which way things are going to go. I'm sure that the Russians would have never predicted that they would be in a place that they are in at this point. Our focus is to make sure that we do everything possible to provide as much support to the Ukrainians so that they can defend themselves.
What do you make of these reports of Russian troops simply walking away, surrendering? Can you confirm them? Are you aware of them?
We don't have aircraft in the air over Ukraine. We also don't have any boots on the ground, so it's very difficult to confirm things. But what I will tell you is that a professional military always takes seriously the issue of recovering its fallen. This is a very important thing, not only for morale, but it's just the way that business is conducted.
And we've seen pictures and video of Russian soldiers, the bodies of Russian soldiers that apparently have been left. Is that, as a general, as a soldier, did that shock you?
I think that's beyond disappointing. If that is the case, it's disgusting from my standpoint. You know, I think leaders owe it to their troops to take care of them, and if something happens to them, to recover their remains.
Ukrainians and others have called for this idea of a no-fly zone to be patrolled by the U.S. to keep the Russian airplanes out of the sky. Is that a non-starter for you?
President Biden's been clear, Lester, that you know, U.S. troops won't fight Russia in Ukraine. And if you establish a no-fly zone, certainly in order to enforce that no-fly zone, you'll have to engage Russian aircraft. And again, that would put us at war with Russia.
We heard Vladimir Putin's words about nuclear weapons. Have you seen any actions to back up those words? Anything that suggests a new posture toward the West?
Any rhetoric about the employment of nuclear weapons is dangerous. And I think we should avoid that if at all possible. I think it creates a climate or it creates the conditions for gross miscalculations, and we certainly don't want to see that happen. I am very comfortable with our posture, and I am confident that we can defend not only ourselves, but our allies and our partners.
Mr. Secretary, you and I are both children of the Cold War. Does it feel back to the future for you now to see this conflict?
We certainly didn't envision being here in 2022 in Europe. And we don't have to be here. We didn't have to be here. This is a choice by one man. But again, I think it speaks to the relevance of the NATO alliance. I got to tell you, it's impressive to see the way that countries have come together for a common cause here.
And our thanks to Lester Holt for sharing that interview.
Yeah, some really candid responses. Still to come, Pamela Anderson fires back at Hulu, while the actress will tell her own story on Netflix.
Plus, keeping up with the Kardashian divorce drama, it seems Kanye West is having a hard time letting go.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time.
Oh, you know that voice, and that face has been in countless films taking on iconic roles. And now legendary actor James Earl Jones will get a special honor on Broadway. Manhattan's Court Theater will be renamed after him. Jones made his stage debut at that theater in 1958. The formal dedication ceremony is set for this summer.
Actress Pamela Anderson is firing back at Hulu's Pam and Tommy with a show of her own. The Baywatch star claims the producers never reached out to her for her side of the story when they wrote it. Anderson is now planning to tell her life story in a documentary on Netflix. She revealed the upcoming project on Instagram, saying she is not a victim, she's a survivor. No air date has been set.
I was unsure about watching that, starting to watch it, but I am amused. Raunchy, yes. Amusing, definitely.
Well, now you have two to watch,
yeah, exactly.
back to back.
Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, has released a new music video, and it's seemingly taking shots at comedian Pete Davidson, who's currently dating Kanye's ex, Kim Kardashian.
The cameras watch the kids, I stopped taking the credit. Not custodial dad, I bought the house next door. What you think the point of really being rich for? When you give them everything, they only want more.
So there's the video for this song called Easy. He shared it on Instagram. It features that claymation man that resembles Davidson, who gets tied up and later dragged and buried, and Kanye then plants roses on his head. The video was released on the same day a judge declared Kim Kardashian legally single. The judge also finalized dropping West from the reality star's name. The move comes just a year after she filed for divorce from the Grammy-winning rapper.
Such a wallflower, that Kanye. We never know what he's thinking.
Well, it's certainly on Instagram. You get a glimpse of it.
Coming up, the dramatic about-face for a Texas congressman who admitted to an affair with the widow of an American who joined ISIS.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. Time for your weekend forecast look ahead, and we're going to be tracking that storm that's now in the west, moving Friday through kind of the Intermountain West Four Corner region. By the time we get to Saturday, though, that's when we're going to see a snowstorm breaking out through much of Wyoming, portions of South Dakota, North Dakota. At the same time, a huge contrast with record highs in the southeast, likely all the way into areas of the Carolinas down to Florida. And then by the time we get to Sunday, still a lingering storm with more snow possible in areas of Colorado. So Denver got forecast goes 75 degrees today to shoveling snow by the end of the weekend. That's March for you in the Rockies. It's always a roller coaster ride, and this year is no exception.
All right, Bill, thank you. We're back in a flash with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis scolding students for wearing masks. You'll hear from him coming up next on Early Today.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, an accused member of the far-right militia, the Oath Keepers, has pleaded guilty to seditious conspiracy. Joshua James of Arab, Alabama, admitted discussing plans to stop the electoral vote count for president on January 6th. Prosecutors say James led a line of rioters in a military-style formation into the Capitol that day. The 34-year-old was charged back in January along with 10 other people in the most high-profile indictments handed up so far in connection with the riot. Seeking a reduced sentence, James also pleaded guilty to obstructing an official proceeding.
It is no secret that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is opposed to mask wearing, and on Wednesday he voices frustration about the issue. During a visit to the University of South Florida, as he was taking to the podium, the governor scolded a group of students standing behind him who were wearing face masks.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
The governor's office said in part after 2 years of mixed messages from health authorities and the media, the governor wants to make sure everyone is aware of the facts and data now so they can feel free and comfortable without a mask.
A Texas Republican is dropping out of his runoff race after admitting to an affair with a former ISIS war bride. Two-term U.S. Congressman Van Taylor withdrew his re-election bid just hours after coming out on top of a crowded field. In an email to supporters, Congressman Taylor said he made a horrible mistake, apologizing to his wife and children. Conservative outlet National File first revealed details about his affair with a widow to an American who joined ISIS in 2013.
A rogue rocket is hurtling at nearly 6,000 miles per hour towards the dark side of the moon. Astrophysicists have confirmed that about 3 tons of rocket debris will smash into the moon on Friday, carving out a 33 to 66-foot crater. While the space junk's origin have not been confirmed, some scientists believe the rocket parts are from a 2014 launch by China, a claim which Chinese officials have denied. So Ozzy Osbourne's got to follow up to his Dark Side of the Moon song right there for that one.
Well, this Stanford student body is mourning the tragic loss of one of its star athletes. The university announcing the death of 22-year-old Katie Meyer, the captain and goalkeeper of the women's soccer team. Meyer helped Stanford win the NCAA championship in 2019. In a letter obtained by NBC News, the school says Meyer died in a campus residence, but did not give any details about the cause of her death.
The New York Liberty were hit with statute-sized fine for violations of WNBA rules. The team was fined $500,000, the largest in WNBA history, for taking chartered flights to away games and other violations that broke the terms of the league collective bargaining agreement. It was reduced from $1 million after an appeal. This is Early Today. Breaking overnight, could former President Trump face charges in the wake of the Capitol riot? The January 6th investigation shifts into high gear, laying out a potential criminal conspiracy case for the first time.
Russia's violent siege on Ukraine enters week 2 with an amplified assault on key cities. This as a second round of peace talks begin in Belarus.
Russia's war in Ukraine is forcing global oil prices to surge, causing more pain at the pump here in America.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis calls out students for wearing masks, saying it's ridiculous, as he seems to scold them.
A collision course with the moon. Space junk is traveling at close to 6,000 miles per hour and is set to smash into our moon on Friday. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning and thanks for being with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
I'm Francis Rivera. Breaking overnight, a seismic shift in the Capitol riot investigation. For the first time, the January 6th committee is arguing that former President Donald Trump and his allies were involved in a criminal conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. Bree, good morning. This is a major change for this investigation.
Good morning, Francis. That's absolutely right. This is the first time that the committee has suggested there may be evidence to conclude that Mr. Trump committed crimes to stay in office. The sprawling new court document largely focuses on Trump-aligned lawyer John Eastman, who wrote memos arguing that then Vice President Mike Pence could overturn the election. Eastman has claimed attorney-client privilege. This brief argues for a court review of Eastman's documents, saying the committee has reason to believe the material could show Mr. Trump engaged in a crime, specifically obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the United States, and common law fraud. Trump and Eastman have not been charged with the crime, but as former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuade said last night on MSNBC, it lays out a potential case.
I think it's a very significant filing because it's the first time the committee has said out loud what the crimes may have been and pulled together the evidence of what that crime may have looked like. I think that any prosecutor who looked at that evidence in the way I did and the way that the former prosecutors who are leading this investigation for the January 6th committee are doing, it really jumps out as fairly obvious potential crimes.
An attorney for Eastman said, in part, Dr. Eastman has a responsibility to protect client confidences. The Select Committee has responded to Dr. Eastman's efforts to discharge the responsibility by accusing him of criminal activity. We look forward to responding in due course. The January 6th Committee is investigating last year's Capitol riot and the events that led to it. They've interviewed more than 550 witnesses and gathered hundreds of pages of evidence. A spokesperson for Mr. Trump has not responded to a request for comments in this latest development. Back to you.
With all the major headlines being made out there, the former president still included in them. Bree, thank you.
An accused member of the far-right militia, the Oath Keepers, has pleaded guilty to seditious conspiracy. Joshua James of Arab, Alabama, admitted discussing plans to stop the electoral vote count for president on January 6th. Prosecutors say James led a line of rioters in a military-style single-filed formation into the Capitol building that day. The 34-year-old was charged back in January, along with 10 other people, in the most high-profile indictments handed up so far in connection with the riot. Seeking a reduced sentence, James also pleaded guilty to obstructing an official proceeding.
Now to the latest in the effort to protect Ukraine from the Russian invasion. NBC News has learned that the United States has delivered hundreds of Stinger missiles to Ukraine, weapons that are even capable of taking out Russian planes. And in an effort to avoid escalating tensions, the U.S. has delayed the planned test of an intercontinental ballistic missile.
Oil prices are surging as the conflict enters its second week. American WTI crude is currently at $115 per barrel, and European Brent stands at $118 per barrel. Both numbers are the highest in years and more than when they both closed at the day of end trading.
On the ground in Ukraine, Russia's offensive is growing more intense and destructive. There are more reports of residential buildings being hit, putting civilians in grave danger. A new report from the United Nations estimates that over 1 million refugees have left Ukraine since this invasion began. NBC's Tom Yamas has more on the rush to escape.
That long journey out of Ukraine becoming torturous. Refugees standing, waiting, telling us the Russians have left them shell-shocked.
My whole city is just dust.
Katerina Belash told our Cal Perry how she fled Kharkiv. That bombs killed her loved ones, so she boarded a train that turned into a trip through hell.
It was like giving your soul to God every second, because our train stopped in the middle of Kyiv, and they were shooting, and we heard bombs flying all over and planes, and I thought, this particular moment I can die.
Refugees are still sweeping from the east, where the fighting is intensifying, to the west, where there is a battle to get out. Refugee camps are popping up across the border in Poland, Moldova, and Romania, many leaving everything behind.
My husband, my home, my dog, my cats, my life.
The UN estimates up to 4 million Ukrainians will leave. Help is arriving. This Baptist seminary in Lviv in western Ukraine is now housing dozens of families. Most of their donations have come from the U.S.
I slept, but it doesn't, you hear some knocking, some knocks, some boom, some car engine is working, and you wake up because you don't know what's going on.
Tanya Totska is grateful to be in a shelter with her partner and their children, but she says Ukraine needs so much more.
What do you want from America? What do you want from President Joe Biden?
Now we want you to close our sky, not let him bomb, because today they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses. They didn't launch rockets. They dropped bombs, destroyed many houses.
Just heart-wrenching. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that report.
After Monday's failed attempt, a second round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine are expected to take place in Belarus today. Back in Russia, citizens facing chaos as Western sanctions intended to cripple the country's economy are already wreaking havoc. NBC's Raf Sanchez is on the ground in Moscow with more. So, Raf, what's it like there?
Benita, we are seeing economic life for ordinary people in this country turned upside down by these sanctions. As the value of the ruble, the Russian currency, collapses, prices are just skyrocketing, and that's on everything from car parts to toys to just groceries in the supermarket. We're hearing from a lot of young, educated Russians that they're looking to get out of the country, but that is not an easy thing to do right now. If you go to one of Moscow's international airports, you look at the departures board, you are seeing just a sea of cancellations because North American and European airspace are both closed to Russian aircraft right now. We are expecting a second round of these peace talks to go ahead in Belarus today. I'll tell you, the Ukrainians are not optimistic that this will lead to a breakthrough, given that Russian forces are besieging multiple cities as negotiators sit down at the table. But President Zelensky has said he has no other choice but to at least try to enter into talks with the Russian side. Here in Russia, a crackdown on the independent media is continuing. Russian media outlets are banned from referring to what's going on in Ukraine as a war, as an invasion. A very popular independent radio station here in Russia that splits its time between music and news. One of its anchors went on air yesterday and said, "We're going to stop reporting the news because we don't want to feed you lies that are being forced on us by the Kremlin." Another very popular radio station, Echo Moscow, was taken off the air by the Kremlin. They have now announced that they are going to shut down completely. So that is a major blow to a small and dwindling ecosystem of independent Russian media outlets. Benita?
The public response really has been interesting. Raf, thank you so much.
The White House has announced a new plan to tackle COVID-19 as the U.S. shifts into a new phase of the pandemic. The plan focuses on 4 major areas. Plus, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis scolds students over wearing masks at a school function. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
Transitioning from pandemic to endemic, the White House COVID task force, briefing in person for the first time in more than a year, said Americans must learn to live with the virus, laying out a new plan to move forward.
We are clearly going in the right direction.
Unveiling a 96-page document with 4 main goals, the White House will still focus on vaccines. It's also investing in genomic sequencing as it braces for new variants. And in an effort to prevent economic and school shutdowns, starting next week, Americans can order additional free at-home testing kits. And if someone tests positive at a pharmacy or clinic, antiviral medications could be available on the spot. The initiative called Test to Treat.
So we can effectively stay ahead of this virus and protect more people.
The new message, it's safe to begin returning to normal routines.
It's time for America to get back to work and fill our great downtowns again with people.
The president seems to be signaling we're entering a new normal. Is that right to interpret it that way?
I think we're in a new good place. The level of transmission is way down. It gives us time to pause and reflect and really construct a good roadmap for where we're heading.
But that road may be bumpy with the country still divided. Florida's governor with high school students.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
A nation exhausted, navigating an evolving pandemic. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Now to your weather, and record heat clashing with a shot of Arctic cold. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. He's watching it all. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey guys, never a dull moment, right? I mean, all this cold Canadian air is still sitting there, and it's making a run over the border. Many areas are brutally cold, almost dangerously cold for the beginning of March. We're at -22 in International Falls. Fargo's at -15, and some of that cold air is heading down into the northeast today too. So be prepared; it won't be as warm as yesterday. But there's other areas of the country that are still holding on to near record warmth, from Colorado to New Mexico, all the way down through the Gulf Coast areas. Temperatures in the 70s. Widespread 81 today in Savannah. And as we head towards tomorrow, that warmth returns back towards Kansas City. Yesterday was near 80. 71 tomorrow. Dodge City, Kansas should be in the 80s. Amarillo could have 2 days in a row in the 80s in early March. And how about this weekend? Atlanta, 77, 80, 77. D.C. should be 75 degrees on Sunday. Talk about spring fever. It's going to take hold in the mid-Atlantic over the next couple days. That's a look at the national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, at least the sun will be out. There is some early morning rain making its way through New England, but the sun will return to be a blustery day with highs only in the 20s and 30s. Compare that to the south, where highs are widespread, 70s to 80s. A weekend forecast is coming up, and we're going to talk about snow for some people. No one wants to shovel in March, but it happens.
All right, Bill, thank you. Apple is expected to unveil a new low-cost iPhone and iPad in the coming days. The event, Peak Performance, will be streamed March 8th on Apple's website and on YouTube. It will be the company's first product launch of the year since they unveiled their new MacBook Pro laptops in 2021. The announcement comes just one day after Apple said they would halt all product sales in Russia due to the invasion of Ukraine.
We're back in 60 seconds with details of an alarming increase in deadly road rage.
Plus, Russia's war on Ukraine is pushing up the price of oil even higher this morning. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love that.
Leading the news, road rage shootings are on the rise. New video shows the moments before a father of two was shot by another driver in Illinois. And in California, another father killed on the road in front of his family. NBC's Isa Gutierrez has the details and a warning. The video may be tough to watch.
He did not deserve to die.
Video of a traffic dispute turned deadly in a Chicago suburb. The video appears to show a man approaching a car and moments later getting shot through the window. Police say it was a teenager at the wheel, now charged with murder.
He took somebody away from us, just obviously a senseless act. Hopefully justice will be served.
The alleged victim, 46-year-old Scott Madison, a father of two daughters who lived in Streamwood, Illinois. In a statement, police said he died at a nearby hospital after first responders tried to save his life at the scene on Sunday. His ex-girlfriend telling us he was a beloved member of the community.
Well, everybody that knows him knows him, his character, and knows that he was a hardworking man and would do anything and has done anything for anybody.
18-year-old Jonathan Mejia, also from the area, now facing first-degree murder and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon charges. We reached out to Mejia's attorney. He told us his client has no comment at this time. A GoFundMe created by Madison's co-workers has raised thousands of dollars for his family. And in California, another road rage shooting killing a man while his family was in the car. The family of Marco Lara, 24, telling NBC LA he was delivering food with his wife and two small children when a car in front of them started brake checking his SUV. Lara tried to confront the other driver on the side of the freeway.
He thought he could resolve what was going on with the other car.
The family saying the driver then shot him moments later and left the scene. Lara's family saying his 4-year-old daughter witnessed it all.
Last night when she started crying, all I could do was hug her and tell her that he's taking care of her from heaven.
These incidents as the country sees a spike in auto fatalities overall and more aggressiveness on the road, according to a government data report released by AAA this week, even as there were fewer drivers on the road. As of Monday, police said the gunman in Lara's case is still at large, according to NBC LA.
So stupid. So... I mean, it happens every day. You never expect for someone's life to be taken over road rage.
And our thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that report.
Coming up, the market is on the rebound after 2 days in the red.
And Keir Simmons has the latest on U.S. sanctions hitting Russian oligarchs.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Wall Street rebounding from 2 days in the red. The Dow jumped nearly 600 points yesterday after Fed Chief Jerome Powell said he is still committed to rate hikes to tame inflation, despite the crisis in Ukraine. Futures are muted ahead of today's open.
New sanctions are going after Russia's super rich. The Justice Department has launched a new task force targeting Russia's oligarchs. NBC's Keir Simmons is following the latest.
Yachts, mansions, private planes. Russia's super rich are in the crosshairs, according to President Biden.
We're coming for you, ill-begotten gains.
The Justice Department announcing task force kleptocapture to enforce new sanctions against Russian billionaires, though not announcing any targets by name. Just last week, President Putin gathering 13 oligarchs at the Kremlin. The message: don't stop supporting me. But the loyalty of the rich is being tested like never before. When Putin became president, he was determined to control Russia's billionaires. Now, amid his war in Ukraine, some are making unprecedented public statements. Oleg Deripaska, worth $4 billion and once called Putin's favorite industrialist, declared last week, peace is very important. Mikhail Friedman, owner of one of Russia's biggest banks, told his London investors the war was a tragedy. But none criticized Putin directly. Another high-profile Russian businessman, Roman Abramovich, worth an estimated $13 billion, announcing he's selling Chelsea Football Club and is advocating for peace talks with Ukraine. Meanwhile, President Putin himself now sanctioned. His mansion and wealth exposed in a recent opposition video. He's been called the richest man in Europe. His yacht said to have been moved from Germany last month. And now, 3 Western officials tell us they are seeing oligarchs try to move their assets to escape sanctions.
Keir, thank you.
All right, well, I don't know about you, but we are ready for the weekend. And Bill will have an early look at the forecast coming up next.
And we'll go live to the Poland border as the number of Ukrainian refugees skyrockets past the 1 million mark.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Judges are wheeling and dealing this morning, deciding which mozzarella maestro will share the competition and be crowned the big cheese. The World Championship Cheese Contest is underway right now in Madison, Wisconsin. So will a pecorino prevail, or will it be a triple cream brie party? We'll find out this afternoon when gold, silver, and bronze winners are announced.
I don't want to make a cheesy joke, but I'm tempted as we check in back with Bill for a preview of your weekend weather. Hey, Bill.
Well, let's talk about this snow. I teased it and I said some people were going to have to do some shoveling. So that's slowly breaking out as we go through Saturday in the Rockies, moving up Saturday into areas of Wyoming and South Dakota, and then some light snow Sunday in the northern Great Lakes. But then we get another storm actually coming in throughout Salt Lake City back towards Denver. So how much snow are we talking about? If you're in the purple colors, that's the higher elevations of the Rockies. You're going to have some heavy snow. Moderate snow in the blue spreads all the way up into areas of the northern plains. So yeah, that's a lot of snow for this weekend.
Wow. All right, Bill, thank you. We're back with Jay Gray in Poland.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with more on the refugees fleeing Ukraine amidst the crisis there. So far, 1 million refugees have fled the country with the fighting. Let's check in now with Jay Gray, who is at the border in Poland. Jay, good morning.
Hey, good morning, ladies. And look, we are at the Medyka border crossing. We continue to see families moving into Poland, rushing to safety. But something's changed dramatically here, and I want you to take a look. You've got a line of vehicles, cars, vans, and trucks filled with supplies. They are moving into Ukraine, delivering humanitarian aid. The images say more than words ever could. Tiny faces pressed against a train window, toddlers and teenagers stepping from rail cars into the arms of strangers. Part of what the Polish army calls a special mission. 2,000 children, many orphans, rushed from the escalating violence in Ukraine to Poland overnight. Russian forces seemingly tightening their grip. The scars from a full week of war now evident in Lviv, Kharkiv, and the capital city of Kiev.
We are waiting that this is some nightmare where we are going to wake up. This is impossible. Bombing of Kiev, invading from Belarus, from Russia.
But it is all too real. Still, the relentless attacks can't break the resolve of those fighting to protect their homeland. Civilians joining soldiers on the front lines, others making Molotov cocktails to stop advancing Russian troops.
We want to be angry when we die, not scared.
Bravery that's evident in warriors on the battlefield and children in a train station so far from home. Yeah, and at this point, as the violence escalates, so does the flow of people into the border countries here. More than 1 million have rushed to safety. Back to you, Francis. Finita.
Wow, Jay, thank you very much. And with those numbers growing by the day and the fighting intensifying, Officials on both sides of the conflict have agreed to meet for a second round of talks to try and reach a ceasefire. This is, we're seeing those heartbreaking images day after day, and so many of those stories of the families separated and they're at the border trying to just find some sense, but with the uncertainty there, it's still so difficult.
I mean, there aren't high hopes for this second round of peace talks, but at least they're happening. We're pushing towards de-escalation. We're getting people to the table, and of course, we've heard from Zelensky. He keeps saying no matter what happens, he's at least willing to talk.
On that side is important. We'll see what happens on the other side when it comes to Russia and Putin.
All right. Well, thank you for watching Early Today. I'm Vanita Nair.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great Thursday. We'll see you right back here tomorrow to start off your Friday.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with breaking news out of Ukraine and a possible setback. The key city of Kherson appears to be in the hands of Russian forces as both sides meet today for a second round of talks. It's a strategic provincial capital in Ukraine's south. Overnight, the city's mayor said Russian troops have taken over the city's administration, and people there have reported seeing Russian troops inside the city. However, the Ukrainian government has not confirmed the capture. This comes as Russia intensifies its attack on several of Ukraine's biggest cities. Some people who chose to stay now waiting to face their enemy.
I hear the shots and explosions around me and bombing, and that happens like a lot. We want to be angry when we die, not scared.
And this morning, this stark number from the UN, at least 1 million refugees have now fled Ukraine trying to escape the war, many forced to leave loved ones behind.
What was it like leaving?
It was like pretty much giving your soul to God. We all are just super, mentally we are broken, and to be honest, I do have PTSD. I do. Very bad kind of. Every time I hear sound or anything, I start shaking.
Despite the carnage and possible setbacks, a new and defiant message from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and Ukraine officials say they are not only defending their country, but also launching counterattacks against Russian forces. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley kicks off our coverage this morning from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv.
Yeah, Joe and Savannah, it's a big day. 1 week into that Russian invasion of Ukraine, and, they've only made modest advances. So far, they've only really taken one city of any consequence, and that's just today. We just heard that Kherson, the city in the south that's sitting on the Dnieper River, a strategic city and an important location for the Russian strategy here in Ukraine, has fallen to the Russians. Now, there's been some back and forth about whether or not it's actually fallen, but it seems as though, for all practical purposes, there are tanks in the street. The Russians have taken over some of the important administrative buildings. We've seen video. It seems that, like I said, for all practical purpose, this city is now in Russian hands. Now, importantly, it looks as though the Russians have managed to turn on the canal that runs from mainland Ukraine down into the Crimea Peninsula that had been taken. Remember, the last time the Russians invaded back in 2014, the Ukrainians cut off that canal, and that created a lot of protests from farmers in Crimea who weren't able to water their crops. So now that canal is back on. That was maybe one of the major goals that the Russians had in Ukraine, as well as, of course, regime change in Kyiv. But we're starting to see some of these elements that the Russians seem to have wanted here falling into place. Among them, creating a land bridge from the east of the country, from the Russian border in the east near Mariupol and near those separatist enclaves of Donetsk and Luhansk, and Crimea, that area that, as I mentioned, had been annexed back in 2014. But this town of Kherson, it's only about 300,000 people, and it says something that 1 week into the fighting, this conflict that a lot of Western analysts, and myself included, had assumed would be over by now, that the Russians, with their overwhelming force, would have taken over this whole country very quickly. They've only made modest gains. Kherson is a major city, but it's pretty modest. It's rather small, and, it fell just today, 1 week into this conflict. It's remarkable, the resistance that the Ukrainians have been putting up to the Russians. Guys?
Matt Bradley in Lviv. Matt, thank you.
Let's now bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez in Moscow. Raf, good morning. So with it looking like Russian forces have taken control of this southern city, there's a lot of focus on what comes next, of course, especially in the capital of Kyiv. Satellite images show this Russian convoy still heading towards Kyiv, 40 miles long. It's encountered some logistical challenges, but it doesn't mean it stops. Now, Russia's military forces have met resistance also from Ukrainians. What do we know at this point about Vladimir Putin's strategy?
Savannah, good morning. Putin was looking for a knockout blow in the early days of this war, and that goal was reflected in his tactics. Lightning advances by light armor, by elite troops, hoping to break the Ukrainian military in the first 48 hours or so of this fighting. Now, that hasn't happened. The Kremlin clearly underestimated the resistance of Ukrainian forces, of the Ukrainian government, and frankly, of the Ukrainian people who are building Molotov cocktails and putting themselves in the path of Russian tanks. The Pentagon says the Russians are now switching tactics. They seem to be regrouping around Kyiv. We see Russian forces encircling the city as that enormous convoy gets closer and closer to the capital. And we are also starting to see them heavily bombard not just Kyiv, but other cities like Kharkiv. And the big question looming is, will the Russian military turn to the kind of scorched earth tactics that we've seen them use in Syria, we've seen them use in Chechnya, where they effectively level the cities they're trying to take? Savannah?
Of course, at the same time as the country is investigated for war crimes. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on. Now, Raf, Russia, that's an important note there. Russia has just now released an official death toll for their troops in Ukraine. Tell us how many they are saying have died. Of course, I'm emphasizing this because it is in contrast to what Ukraine is saying. And then also tell us what the Kremlin is saying about this death toll, about the lost troops.
Yeah, so the Russian Defense Ministry now saying 498 Russian soldiers have been killed in the first week of fighting in Ukraine. And Savannah, that is the first time that the Russian public has got a sense of how many of its young men have been killed in this war launched in its name. Now, as you said, there's reasons to be skeptical about this official Russian toll. Both Western and Ukrainian officials are saying the real toll is probably much higher. But just assuming for a second that that number of 498 is accurate, that is more troops than the U.S. lost in the entire first year of fighting in Iraq in 2003. It's more troops than Britain lost in 20 years of fighting in Afghanistan. So that gives you a sense of the scale of losses. Now, the Kremlin has said this is a great tragedy for the Russian people, but that Russian forces will continue fighting against what they say are the neo-Nazis of the Ukrainian government. That's a claim they've been making over and over again. Savannah, we should point out the president of Ukraine is himself Jewish. Savannah?
Yeah, Raf, now the U.S. State Department says Russia's government has restricted news organizations, throttled internet services as ways to try to control information inside Russia about the situation in Ukraine. What is the Kremlin doing in response to media outlets covering this invasion?
So the Kremlin has banned independent Russian media outlets, the few that are still out there, from referring to what's happening in Ukraine as a war, as an attack, as an invasion. The Kremlin's term is special military operation, and they are censoring any Russian media outlet that deviates from that line. The U.S. State Department has spoken out against this crackdown on Russian media. They put out a statement earlier. I want to read you just a little bit of it. They say, Russia is engaged in an unprovoked war on Ukraine. At home, the Kremlin is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and truth, and Moscow's efforts to mislead and suppress the truth of the brutal invasion are intensifying. Savannah, I'll tell you, there's a popular Russian radio channel here, which splits its time 50-50 between music and news. One of the anchors went on the air yesterday saying, we're going to stop giving the news because we do not want to spread the lies the Kremlin is forcing us to tell. Savannah?
That takes bravery there. All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much for your reporting. Now, the U.S. continues to walk a fine line in Ukraine, providing arms and aid, but not actually joining the fight with boots on the ground. In an exclusive interview with nightly news anchor Lester Holt, the U.S. Secretary of Defense spoke about the stakes and the realities on the ground.
We've been watching this convoy that's got the world's attention. It was reported it was stalled. Should we read too much into that? Is it still a potent fighting machine?
There's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. You know, one of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose is that he can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that.
I think that the world has been stunned. Some part of the world has been inspired by what we've seen by Ukrainian troops and civilians who have answered the call. But is it necessary to do a reality check on what they're facing, the size of the Russian force?
We are all inspired by what we see from the Ukraine, not just the Ukrainian forces, but Ukrainian people. It's hard to predict which way things are going to go. I'm sure that the Russians would have never predicted that they would be in a place that they are in at this point. Our focus is to make sure that we do everything possible to provide as much support to the Ukrainians so that they can defend themselves.
What do you make of these reports of Russian troops simply walking away, surrendering? Can you confirm them? Are you aware of them?
We don't have aircraft in the air over Ukraine. We also don't have any boots on the ground, so it's very difficult to confirm things. But what I will tell you is that a professional military always takes seriously the issue of recovering its fallen. This is a very important thing, not only for morale, but it's just the way that business is conducted.
And we've seen pictures and video of Russian soldiers, the bodies of Russian soldiers that apparently have been left. Is that, as a general, as a soldier, did that shock you?
I think that's beyond disappointing. If that is the case, it's disgusting from my standpoint. You know, I think leaders owe it to their troops to take care of them, and if something happens to them, to recover their remains.
Ukrainians and others have called for this idea of a no-fly zone to be patrolled by the U.S. to keep the Russian airplanes out of the sky. Is that a non-starter for you?
President Biden's been clear, Lester, that you know, U.S. troops won't fight Russia in Ukraine. And if you establish a no-fly zone, certainly in order to enforce that no-fly zone, you'll have to engage Russian aircraft. And again, that would put us at war with Russia.
We heard Vladimir Putin's words about nuclear weapons. Have you seen any actions to back up those words? Anything that suggests a new posture toward the West?
Any rhetoric about the employment of nuclear weapons is dangerous. And I think we should avoid that if at all possible. I think it creates a climate or it creates the conditions for gross miscalculations, and we certainly don't want to see that happen. I am very comfortable with our posture, and I am confident that we can defend not only ourselves, but our allies and our partners.
Mr. Secretary, you and I are both children of the Cold War. Does it feel back to the future for you now to see this conflict?
We certainly didn't envision being here in 2022 in Europe. And we don't have to be here. We didn't have to be here. This is a choice by one man. But again, I think it speaks to the relevance of the NATO alliance. I got to tell you, it's impressive to see the way that countries have come together for a common cause.
It certainly is. Our thanks to Lester Holt for that interview.
Let's bring in national security expert Jason Beardsley. He's the National Executive Director of the Association of the U.S. Navy. Jason, good to have you with us. I want to ask you about something the Secretary of Defense just said in that interview with Lester, that the U.S. hopes Putin will de-escalate and explore a diplomatic solution. There is a second round of talks happening in Belarus today. So what would a diplomatic solution even look like at this point with so many Ukrainians already killed and so much destruction?
Well, thanks for the question and good morning. I think the diplomatic solution for Vladimir Putin is simple. He needs to save face while walking away with as much control, at least nominally, of some of the eastern province in Ukraine. That's the Donbass region. And I think because he's got forces aligned in Kiev and other places, he'd like to kind of walk away with peeling back some of the sanctions that, of course, are hurting the Russian economy. So diplomatic solution for him means his troops are stalled out on the ground. They're losing this war, and he gambled. He lost that gamble, and now he's going to look for a way to kind of save face and remain in power. The only way to do that is if he's very clever, and so far we haven't seen much ovations in that direction, but it's good that they're talking.
It has been only 8 days so far, but Ukrainian officials say around 2,000 civilian lives have been lost so far. Ukraine is putting up an incredible fight, not just the military, but also civilians. How long do you think they can keep that up?
Years. We went to Iraq with overwhelming force, and a lot of people think war is about numbers. It's not about math. It's about spirit. I think Reagan once said there's no weapon or arsenal in the world that can match the free-spirited peoples fighting for their homelands. That's what we're seeing here. And again, I've been in combat and watching it on the ground. Doesn't matter how many tanks you have or how many trucks. If the will of the people has not been broken, they will continue to fight until the last scrap of earth. So Russia is not facing a very easy solution here, and their best move is to take what they've already gotten sort of earned by the diplomatic community in the East and walk away, and I think you're going to see that.
Spirit is a weapon we perhaps don't talk enough about. While we have you, I want to ask you about China. It has not joined in issuing sanctions against Russia. What impact does that decision have on Putin? And do you fear at all China may look at this and perhaps follow Russia's lead in its growing tensions with Taiwan?
Yeah, what a great question. China's a real player in this. Number one, they've eyed the provinces of Ukraine themselves for their Silk Road initiative. They're eyeballing the factory in Zaporizhia down by the Dnieper River, which produces the motor sicked factory, the engines that fill their airplanes and helicopters. China is not looking at the end of this for Russia to actually take all the control here. They kind of want some control themselves. And the better that Putin does, the easier it is for them to look across the straits at Taiwan. Here's the lesson, though. Let's get Taiwan ready and armed up first. We were too late on Ukraine. Stingers, TOWs, Javelin missiles, all that stuff has to be done before the invasion begins. And the United States has a unique opportunity right now to reinforce what the international community is finally saying in Ukraine, which is it's time to make sure that these people can defend themselves.
Jason, good to have you on this morning. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, the United Nations says at least 1 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded last week, creating a refugee crisis in neighboring countries. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Poland along the border with Ukraine and the country that's received the most of these refugees. Jay, good morning. So you were at a train station, I know, yesterday when we spoke with you. More than 2,000 children, including orphans, arrived from Ukraine at the time that you were there. Tell us, what was that like? I mean, we're hearing these accounts of people getting off of these trains exhausted, frightened. How are these children? What did you see and what are you seeing now today?
Well, you just see the stunned faces of so many who are trying to get to safety, but leaving everything they know and oftentimes loved ones behind. You can see we're at the border, the crossing right here, but I want to show you something. We continue to see a flow of people come through, and you talked about the children. They're families like these, and they've walked across, some with suitcases, with plastic bags. You see the kids here with their stuffed animals, and one here with a violin. This is the kind of thing that you just see repeatedly. Everything they have is in these bags. Everything that they are going to use to start over, they are carrying by hand and walking across the border. It's really unfathomable to think what is happening here, and with so many. I mean, this is not an individual event. This is a situation that we're seeing, again, just over and over as they walk across the border here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay, you mentioned that they have these bags. It's all they have. So kind of two questions here. In your experience, does it seem that people's plan is to return home if and when they potentially can? And also, what's happening when they do get there? Are they finding family? Is it volunteers? Where are they going? What's the plan?
Yeah, that's going to be a big issue, Savannah. And I just got word that this family is from the coastal town of Odessa. That is so far away from where we are right now. So to make that journey for them has been very difficult. What's going to happen? We're noticing already today with the influx of people coming over. As the violence gets more extreme, so does the wave of people coming in. And so as they continue to walk across the border here, for the first time today, as we made our way closer to the border, we saw what was a makeshift tent city in a park. People that just set up what they could, where they could. And so finding a place for these families, for these people, is fast becoming a problem here. And everybody talks about the humanitarian crisis. Well, that's where it's going to be so difficult. We're already over 1 million people who've left Ukraine and headed to border countries, most of them coming here to Poland. They're going to have to solve that problem pretty quickly because there are a lot more people on the way.
Yeah, I mean, the UN's actually predicting 5 million people is what it could get up to during this war. What is a place like Poland doing to prepare for an influx of even more than that nearly 500,000 that country alone has seen?
Yeah, what they're doing right now is as soon as people come across the border and get established, they're moving them out. Some going to Warsaw, some going to Krakow, some going to other European countries, but they've got to get a more developed system in place, and you just can't do that because you don't know where these families are going to want to go. You asked me earlier about whether they're going to be able to get back home. So many of them don't know the answer to that question. None of us do in reality, but they want to stay as close as possible in case they have the opportunity to go back. And that's the goal for everybody here. And so keeping them close is what's going to be so difficult. Again, there's just a limited amount of space, and this area is being overrun by people who need to be here for safety reasons.
Absolutely. Jay Gray, thank you so much. Really powerful reporting from the ground. Stay safe.
Our breaking news coverage out of Ukraine will continue, but we're also following some other big stories this morning.
After the break, America's fight against COVID entering a new phase as the CDC rolls back some of its recommendations.
Plus, the latest on the investigation into the insurrection at the Capitol, including new claims of criminal conspiracy against former President Trump. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening
right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You're seeing scenes of devastation in Kyiv this morning as the capital of Ukraine comes under increasing attack from Russian forces. We're monitoring the latest, of course, out of Ukraine this morning, and we'll have more coming up in just a few minutes. But we do want to get some other stories making headlines this morning.
The CDC is no longer recommending universal contact tracing, a measure that many health officials relied on to track COVID outbreaks and try to keep numbers down. The decision was made in part by the overwhelming Omicron surge. Agencies just could not keep up with testing results. The CDC also found COVID testing was no longer an effective tool to track outbreaks. The move comes as the White House COVID task force unveils its plan to turn the corner in the fight against the pandemic. The plan focuses on treating cases and preparing for new variants, while also avoiding shutdowns. Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on this. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. Walk us through this decision to stop contact tracing. What's the CDC going to focus on instead, and what does this mean for everyday testing?
Well, people are testing at home now. Many people have been vaccinated, over 75% of the population. And so we don't know who is positive and whether those positive people will ever be known to anybody, unless you wind up in the hospital or in the intensive care unit, Joe. So the CDC is now concentrating on things like sewage examination to see whether there are any blips or any new variants with genomic testing. There's been new funding for genomic laboratories. And that's the direction that we're going in at the present time.
I want to ask you about the World Health Organization. It says pregnant women in the Americas have been disproportionately affected by COVID. Their mortality rates are significantly higher compared with the rest of the world. So now that the virus is receding in the U.S., how important is it that we focus on family planning services and women's health? How do we get more people to resume some of their routine care?
Well, Joe, women do generally better than men when they get infected with COVID. But in the Americas, and that's the Caribbean and Latin America, the 72% of those patients were women who were pregnant, and there were social factors that prevented them from getting prenatal care, et cetera, because they were infected, and the agencies that did that kind of care weren't interested in treating them. So about 3,000 out of 365 of those women died in the Americas. And actually, that's one of the parts of the world where there's a bump up, like 16% increase in infections in Jamaica, Trinidad, countries like Tobago. So it is a big problem, and that we shouldn't be complacent and think that the rest of the world is going down in infections like we are here in the United States.
Finally, Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about Virginia Senator Tim Kaine. He revealed he's suffering from long COVID symptoms and has been doing it for 2 years since his diagnosis. He's now introduced a bill to fund research into the long-term effects of COVID and expand treatment resources. How important is this to help us better understand this mystery of long COVID?
This is really extraordinarily important, and it's also scientifically and medically fascinating, Joe. First of all, long haul COVID consists mostly of muscle aches, fatigue, shortness of breath, brain fog, a bad rash that goes on and on and on. 35% of those with COVID have not fully recovered after 3 weeks. 10% go way beyond 3 weeks, and less than 10% go on for years. So you lose your taste, you lose your smell. It's a chronic, complex, multi-factor condition. And we in medicine have all asked, what is the reason for this occurring in certain people, but not everybody? And it favors men in particular, because men seem to suffer greater. As I told you in the past note, that men tend to get COVID in worse form than women. So this is a big issue.
Yeah, those are big numbers and something we're going to be wrestling with for quite some time. Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, thank you so much.
Turning now to the latest on the investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And there's a couple pieces of news here. In a new court filing, the House committee investigating the insurrection claims former President Trump and members of his campaign were part of a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Now, this comes as the first trial related to the attack gets underway. Opening statements took place just yesterday in a federal courtroom in the trial of a Texas man, Guy Reffitt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the latest. Ali, good morning. So first, let's start with this court filing and sort of explain what it means here, the significance of the House committee, what they must have in order to go ahead and take this step. And I know it really focuses on this Trump allied lawyer. Tell us what we know here.
Yeah, Savannah, this is major. There's no other way to put it. Technically, it's a court filing trying to get the documents of John Eastman, who was a Trump ally who was advising him on ways that he could help to overturn the election results. Eastman has argued repeatedly with the January 6th committee that he can't turn over documents because of attorney-client privilege or even talk about some of his conversations with Trump. And what we learned in this legal filing is he's one of those allies who said that he would come forward and plead the fifth in the committee. There's a transcript included in this really lengthy trove of filings here, and they include part of Eastman's transcript where he does plead the fifth over 100 times in that briefing. But what's really stunning here is the part of the filing where they say that they believe that former President Donald Trump and others committed conspiracy to defraud the United States. I want to read just a little piece of that filing where they say the Select Committee has a good faith basis for concluding that the president and members of his campaign engaged in a criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States. So again, the filing itself, which will be argued next week in California, that filing is in regards to John Eastman, trying to get him to turn over documents and to continue to cooperate with them. But the headline here is it's sort of a backdoor way into saying that they think that President Donald Trump did something illegal, something criminal, while he was in office in his efforts to overturn the election. It's really important to point out here, a former president has never been charged with a crime, but what this does is eventually it sort of shows us where this has been going and what we've imagined where it was going all along, which is eventually it could fall at the feet of the Department of Justice and Merrick Garland to decide, are they going to bring a case here? And that's a pretty stunning moment in history if and when we get to that point.
And also, as people have heard about so much lack of cooperation here, it shows us a step beyond subpoenaing to try to figure out exactly what's going on here. Ali, let's now turn to that first trial, as I mentioned, related to the attack underway now. What is this person, Guy Reffitt, this Texas man, accused of? What's his connection to the attack, and what happened yesterday as this got underway?
Yeah, this is the first of what will be hundreds, Savannah. There were hundreds of people who were arrested for what they did at the Capitol on January 6th. Guy Reffitt is the first of them, and he didn't get into the building, but the allegations here are that he was, in the words of the prosecutor, the match that lit the spark, or I believe if I'm looking, the match that started the fire, in part because he was alleged to have a pistol on his hip, but also the prosecutors in their opening argument yesterday, they talked a little bit about the messages that Reffitt had sent. What his lawyers, though, are arguing are that he is someone who's prone to hyperbole and that he wasn't actually going to follow through with the things that he said he was going to do. And it really does lay the groundwork here because it's the first, watching the ways in which both the government argues its case, using so much of the evidence that they have from messages from these folks, but also video evidence of what was happening on that day. And then, of course, the way that the defendants end up arguing their cases here as well, really important as we're about to see hundreds of these go forward over the course of the next few months and years.
Hundreds. So much to watch for. We know you'll keep us updated. Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us on this Thursday. Hey, Bill.
Do you know it was 84 degrees in Kansas City yesterday? You know how ridiculous that is for this time of year?
Sounds like barbecue weather. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like, you know, oops, I got a sunburn in the beginning of March. Yeah, so we had record highs yesterday, and also St. Louis was 82 for a record high yesterday. So things are changing, though, because March is just this wild roller coaster where you still have all that cold air up in Canada, and every now and then, you know, the warm air surges from the south, but then the cold air comes rushing back, and that's happening this morning. So we went from yesterday, you know, 84 in Kansas City to right now it feels like 30 degrees when you walk outside because that cold air is moving down from the north. International Falls has a wind chill of -16. So there's some really cold air out there in the northern half of the country. Even northern New England, Syracuse 9, Burlington, Vermont 1. And that cold air is now moving into New York City too. So New York City only had one mild day yesterday and that was it. But the rest of the country, it's going to stay warm today. Oklahoma City stays at 77, Denver 75, and this continues from the southern plains all the way to the south right through the weekend. Tomorrow, 80 in Amarillo, 80s all the way down to Jackson, Mississippi. Temperatures easily 10 to 20 degrees warmer than they should be. And make your weekend plans outside, outdoors, Atlanta. 77 on Saturday, 80 on Sunday. And how about Washington, D.C., a beautiful 64 Saturday. And then you get toasty on Sunday and Monday with temperatures in the mid-70s in the nation's capital. So, yeah, record warmth today. Texas possible to the Carolinas, but Joe, Minneapolis, 25 degrees. This is like, if you live in the northern half of the country at the beginning of March, you're just better off not paying attention to the weather anywhere else because you know you have to wait patiently and hopefully not being frustrated like someone that's sitting right here.
Yeah, you know, well, I mean, in the spring in Minnesota, we would have to shovel the tennis courts to go practice. So, you know, we're used to it.
That seems like maybe it's just not time yet to practice.
It was April.
Time for indoor
it was
sports.
April. It was time. That was the problem.
It was April, yeah.
All right, thank you, Bill.
I'm right with you. I was throwing baseballs in April in the snow, so yeah, I get it.
Gotta practice. All right,
thanks, Bill. And coming up on Morning News Now, understanding the oligarchy. As war rages in Ukraine, we look at the small circle of billionaires who are helping to fund the attacks.
And 1 million refugees and counting. How one American organization is working to help people in Ukraine who are still trying to flee their war-torn country.
Choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. At any moment now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Task Force Klepto Capture is a new initiative set up by the Justice Department to go after Russian oligarchs.
Yeah, we've heard the term a lot lately, but what exactly is an oligarch and how do these people get so rich and so powerful? NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has some answers for us.
The modern Russian oligarch's story starts back in 1989.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The wall fell, and soon after, in 1991, so did the Soviet Union.
Eastern Europe is free. The Soviet Union itself is no more. This is a victory for democracy and freedom.
After almost 70 years of Russian communism, where the state controlled everything, the Russian people saw huge political and economic change practically overnight. For most regular Russians, this seismic shift was chaotic. But for a select few businessmen known as oligarchs, they managed to rise to the top. The word itself is Greek, derived from oligarchy, and means rule of the few. An oligarch is one of those few. With the state no longer controlling major economic sectors, rich men who had been gaining wealth often in Russia's legitimate businesses and allegedly in the black market stood ready to take control if they had political connections. And many of them did. 1996, it looked as if the communists might return to power in the presidential election. Oligarchs stood together to help Boris Yeltsin's re-election. Infighting inside those elite circles helped bring on the Russian financial crisis of 1998, which in turn helped the rise of Vladimir Putin. At the time, the future president was a lieutenant colonel in the KGB, reportedly gathering information on these oligarchs and the illegal ways they got rich. The oligarchs largely stood in line with Putin as he rose in the political ranks to prime minister, then president, and they've stayed in line, but that may be changing. Many of these so-called oligarchs have investments in the West, some calling for negotiations to start as soon as possible, others calling for an end to the war altogether.
All right, our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that explanation.
And we've been reporting about that staggering number of refugees who have fled Ukraine, 1 million so far. It is a rapidly growing humanitarian crisis in Europe.
Well, one extraordinary group of American volunteers is leading its own evacuation operation in Ukraine. It's called Project Dynamo, a privately run organization largely made up of current and former U.S. military, and it's rescued more than 60 people from Ukraine so far. Thousands more, though, are requesting help.
Joining us now is Project Dynamo co-founder Brian Stern. Brian, good morning to have you with us. We're glad to check in again with your organization. You're now in the middle of your 6th rescue mission, which you've named after the Apollo mission. So tell us, what are you seeing there on the ground, and how has it changed over the last week?
Well, first, I'm proud to report that we've concluded our 6th rescue operation since you guys got the data. We're just short, I think, of 100 people that we've gotten out so far. We may actually be over 100. I'm just not tracking it. What we're seeing on the ground is, this is an open war zone. We are in conflict here. Like any other conflict, it's dangerous. It's scary. Innocent people are stuck in the middle of it. The soldiers on each side are fighting and doing what they need to do for their interests, but the civilians are kind of caught in the middle of it, and that's what we're trying to help.
Now, there are a lot of civilians who are requesting help from you. Your organization says around 2,000 people have requested evacuation just through your website. I understand they're American citizens, but also people from the UK, Nigeria, Afghanistan, France, elsewhere. Tell us exactly how this is working. Tell us about the logistical challenges you're facing. I mean, we're just seeing these images of terror, of convoys on roads, of obviously what's happening in these cities. How is this working that you're able to get people out, so many people? And in fact, I understand even some of them with special needs. How are you doing this and keeping people safe?
It's hard. Project Dynamo was formed in the shadows or in the middle of the evacuation of Afghanistan and Kabul. So we have a lot of lessons learned. We've been at this. I didn't think we'd be at it. I never really thought that we'd be at it this long, but we have been, and we have some really good tactics, techniques, and procedures that ensure to the greatest extent possible safety. Just as a point of clarification, again, the data changes constantly. We're driving steadily toward 9,000 requests. So very quickly, we're busy. We're doing operations. We're running a gun, and we're doing what we need to do. So the logistics chain to do these things is fundamentally different than Afghanistan. I can't use aircraft. There's a lot of differences and things that I can't do, but there's other things that I can do. As an example, the neighboring countries of Ukraine have been, those borders are open and they've been overwhelmingly generous. I was in Romania yesterday, and the Ukrainian border folks and the Romanian border folks are doing the best they can with a truly overwhelming situation. And the U.S. State Department is definitely, they're definitely in it to win it. So I'm happy to report that while it is a terrible situation and it is hard and it's long and frustrating and all the things that go into a crisis, I'm very happy to report that everyone is definitely rowing in the same direction. That's for sure.
Clearly a fluid situation, 9,000 requests, around 100 people rescued so far. You're inspiring a lot of people with this message. People who are watching this right now might be wondering, how can they help?
Yeah, the two things that we need is, number one, if you do need help, if you are in need of assistance from us in Ukraine, please go to our website, projectdynamo.org, and there's a form there. There's a button. You click the form. If you don't do that, we can't find you. And if we can't find you, I can't pull you out. So please, 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 the Russian government likes to play cyber games and stuff and turn off email and communication and cell phones. The other thing is please donate. Please donate. We're donor funded. Every dollar helps. Every dollar that you give goes to saving a life. None of us are paid. I'm a volunteer. Please donate.
All right, Brian, thank you for the update. Thank you for everything you're doing. We'll continue to check in with you. Appreciate it.
What you're doing is amazing. Seeing those selfies of people smiling as you're rescuing them from a situation like this is just really so powerful. Brian, thank you so much. Now, we're following new developments this morning concerning the Paralympic Games in Beijing after more fallout from this war in Ukraine.
Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us with more on that and some of the other latest updates from around the world. Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The about face at the Paralympic Games with the International Paralympic Committee now reversing a decision saying that they will ban athletes from Russia and Belarus from competing at the Games, which are set to get underway this weekend. Now, just a day ago, these same officials had said that athletes would be allowed to compete as neutrals, but the backlash over that decision was swift, it was severe, and it was widespread. Athletes have since threatened to pull out. There were worries about the viability of the Games and actual safety concerns with emotions running so high. The Ukraine team has 20 athletes here with 9 guides, and the opening ceremony is set for tomorrow night. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen is donating a month's salary to Ukraine relief efforts for refugees. The vice president of Taiwan is going to donate as well. The war in Ukraine has generated a lot of feeling among Taiwanese who say they understand the threat of a powerful neighbor. Taiwan will also send 27 tons of medical supplies to Ukraine. And if you're curious, because I know you are, the president's salary is said to be about $14,000 a month. And with Russia bearing down on Ukrainian cities, animal sanctuaries are struggling to get animals to safer places. Workers from a zoo in Poland are said to be waiting at the border to take animals from the Save Wild sanctuary near Kyiv. There were some photos on Facebook showing a lion in a cage in the back of a truck. Now, roads, of course, are very unsafe, but the animals are apparently becoming stressed because of the explosions. And as well, Ukraine's only gorilla is feeling lonely because he doesn't have any visitors.
Reminder, so many facets to this crisis. Janice, thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, we're going to take a closer look at the human side of war.
Survive. Mentally, how did you survive?
I don't think I did.
When we return, hear from one Ukrainian woman forced to flee after losing loved ones in the invasion. That's next.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with one refugee's story detailing her escape from Ukraine.
It's been a harrowing week with trauma and loss, but she has a powerful message to the world. Here's Cal Perry with the emotional story.
At a refugee center in Lviv, we meet 24-year-old Katrina Balash. Like so many Ukrainians, she's now hundreds of miles from her home.
I left Kharkiv 2 days ago when things got worse and my house got burned by a bomb and my loved ones died. So
who died?
My friends.
She says her friends were killed as they sheltered together in a basement. Russian bombs destroying everything in sight.
So it's pretty much done. My whole city is just dust.
For her, surviving the assault feels like a fate worse than death.
What's it like to see your friends die?
It's, you know, it would rather be me not seeing it dying for you than me seeing you dying, you know?
You wish it had been you?
In that particular moment, yes.
Katerina's escape from Kharkiv, a harrowing but vital journey. Her train stopping in Kyiv, the violence all around her. The experience leaving her forever changed.
Mentally, how did you survive?
I don't think I did. We all are just super, mentally we are broken, and to be honest, I do have PTSD. I do. Very bad kind of. Every time I hear sound or anything, I start shaking. And my friends, they bring some medical stuff to get me back to normal, condition.
Katerina hasn't eaten or slept properly for 6 days, but somehow her message to anyone who is listening is crystal clear.
Please do cherish a clear sky. Every time you see sky, cherish every moment of your life.
Powerful image right there. Thanks to Cal Perry for that report. The European Union is taking more action to isolate Russia from the international financial system amid this ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs joins us now to tell us more about what these actions, these sanctions mean for Russians and their money. Hi, Bertha. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. The European Union is excluding 7 Russian banks from the SWIFT messaging system. This is a messaging system that helps facilitate payment transactions as the West steps up sanctions on Moscow. The U.S., UK, Europe, and Canada pledging last weekend to remove some Russian banks from SWIFT, potentially damaging Russia's economy as well as its trading partners. The EU list includes Russia's second largest bank, VTB, Gazprombank, and Sberbank, Russia's largest lender. They are not on the list because they are the main lines for payments for Russian oil and gas, which EU countries are still buying because they need to. Russia's big banks are deeply integrated in the global financial system. Sanctions are already being felt beyond Russia's borders. SureBank's European arm has been forced to close after a run on that bank. Meantime, how it's impacting stocks this morning, it looks like Wall Street is going to open kind of flat, slightly lower after stocks recovered yesterday most of Tuesday's losses. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell telling Congress that the Fed remains committed to fighting inflation through raising interest rates despite the uncertainty that we're seeing in Ukraine. Powell signaling that the Fed will likely raise rates by 0.25% later this month. Meantime, oil prices continue to surge today to levels not seen since 2008 on fears of supply disruptions from the war in Ukraine. So it's one thing to watch. The oil prices are really going to make everyone's job much more difficult. Back to you.
And a lot of folks are worried about all across the globe. Bertha, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, responsibility in reporting.
Yeah, up next, we'll look at how media from around the world are covering the war in Ukraine and how it's shaping people's views of what's happening. That's next.
What's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Media organizations from around the world are in Ukraine, covering the attacks all day and all night.
Yeah, we want to bring you a closer look at the process behind the scenes, how stories get covered, what our responsibility as journalists is in a time like this, and also the Russian propaganda machine. Joining us now is Beth Noble. She's an associate professor of communication and media studies at Fordham University. She's also the former Moscow bureau chief for CBS. Hi, Beth. Good morning. This is such an important topic, so thank you so much for joining us. Before we get to the West and journalism and how our processes work, let's start first with this Russian propaganda machine. I mean, we're obviously seeing this being reported on everywhere, but all coverage is not the same, and that's certainly true within the borders of Russia. In fact, the State Department has said that Russia is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and truth. For someone who, is living in the West, has never consumed this information, explain just how big this problem is, the impact that it's having on this war, and the impact it has on Russian citizens.
Yeah, thanks, Savannah. I think one of the biggest differences between the Russian media and our media is that the bulk of Russian media is either owned outright by the state or it's controlled by oligarchs who are friendly to the Kremlin. And what that means is that most Russians are not getting anywhere near an authentic view of this war. The outlets have been told that they can't use words like war or invasion to describe what's going on in Ukraine. And I noticed that they are picking images that fail to show the real situation. Just watching the Russian news this morning, I noticed that they were showing things like minor shots of damage in small towns, like broken windows and bullet holes through fences, rather than what's actually going on in large cities like Kharkiv and Kiev, where there's been massive amounts of destruction of the center of the city. They showed a couple of tanks today on a highway heading towards Kiev, rather than the large convoys and the full-out war that are going on in some parts of Ukraine. They're grasping at anything they can show to demonstrate that the world is actually on the side of Russia here and not Ukraine. Like last night, they were showing reports about Serbia and Montenegro and Venezuela, some of the countries who haven't banned Russian flights. And so the message here from the Russian side is that the bad guys are the U.S. and Ukraine.
Wow.
What they're seeing in Russia is very different from what we're seeing here in the West. Yeah. How do you think Western media is doing covering this crisis, and what is our responsibility right now?
Yeah, thanks. I think that the Russian media, could learn a lot of lessons about how to cover a war from the U.S. media. I really salute my colleagues who are out there in the war zone. I think American press has done a fantastic job of really getting to a lot of parts of Ukraine and to the areas around Ukraine that are being affected and giving us a really good view of what's actually happening on the ground. And of course, they're aided by the fact that we have social media, and so many people who are all over Ukraine are uploading videos to show us what's going on in their area. I mean, Ukraine is a huge country, and it's hard for Western journalists to be everywhere.
Yeah, when you talk about that with social media and the way people get information now, that's so different from World War II, obviously. Very quickly, how do you think that has impacted how countries respond to what's happening in Ukraine?
Yeah, well, obviously, it was a totally different situation in World War II, where people were getting their news from the print media, from newspapers, from magazines, and from the new medium of radio, which really created live news as we know it. And so I think we're incredibly lucky now that we have not only so many news sources of our own, but that we can create news sources for the people in Russia who may not be getting good news from their own sources. I read last night that the readership of the BBC Russian language service is up 3 times from a year ago. And that's something that the West has traditionally done, given sources of information to people who can't get them in their own countries.
Absolutely. Beth Noble, such important information here as we continue to cover this unfolding situation. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get straight to the news out of Eastern Europe. Breaking just this morning, Russian forces have reportedly taken control of the port city of Kherson, with the city's mayor allowing Russian troops to take over the administration building of the city. Locals there are also reporting tanks within the city limits. The wider picture, an all-out assault is being waged on 4 key cities in addition to the besieged capital of Kyiv. And this morning, a second round of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia are underway in Belarus.
The meeting comes on the heels of a new video message from Ukrainian President Zelensky, a rallying cry in the face of Russian aggression, as Ukrainian officials say they are launching counterattacks against the Russians. Meanwhile, the brutality of war is setting in for those looking to flee a battered nation.
I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war and that's it.
The latest estimate now that some 1 million have fled from Ukraine during this week of war, fueling Europe's humanitarian crisis with no end in sight. We begin our coverage this morning with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. He's in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Matt, good morning. Good to see you. So, I mean, it looks like Russia has all but made its first major capture, taking control of this southern port city, Kherson. We have not had that confirmed by the Ukrainian government, but that is what it appears as far as we can see. Now, we know there's been mixed reports from the mayor also said that Russian forces entered the city council building and imposed curfews on the people. Are we now seeing a turning point in this conflict? How significant is this moment, and what's it like right now for people in that city?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the reports are fairly definitive at this point because the mayor has also acknowledged that there are armed Russian soldiers inside the city council building. So, I mean, we can go back and forth on whether or not this was actually taken, but it seems as though, for all practical purposes, that city has fallen to the Russians. And what is significant about this, I wouldn't necessarily call it a turning point, but this is the largest, most considerable urban territory that the Russians have taken so far, because remember, they have been moving very swiftly into, well, I shouldn't say swiftly, but they have been moving into Ukraine in the north and in the northeast. But, you know, this is an actual urban territory they've taken, a city. It is the center of an oblast, one of the provinces here. So it's significant in that regard. It's not such a huge city. It's nearly 300,000 people. But it means that the Russians have actually taken land. Now, we know that they've done that in some other smaller towns to the east. But this is not necessarily a turning point, but it is a major step. It shows that the Russians have actually occupied an area and that they're actually moving into political areas. So, you know, so far they haven't set up a compliant regime. They haven't set up anything that looks like, you know, what we saw in World War II, for example, when the Nazis would take over a place. They would set up, you know, a Vichy regime or something, a place that would cooperate with them, locals who were sort of puppet dictators for them. We haven't really seen that yet. So most of the areas that they've taken, they haven't occupied in the traditional sense that we know it. This could be a turning point in that sense, but we haven't seen them do that. We haven't seen them install their own government in Kherson. We haven't seen them taking over the city council. They've just sort of manned positions throughout the city. So we haven't seen that turning point, but we could in the next couple of days.
In fact, we've continued to see Ukrainian people protest right in the face of Russian troops within their city walls, a testament to them, of course. Now, let's talk about what else is going on across the country. We continue to see assaults on several other Ukrainian cities. That includes Mariupol in the south, Kharkiv in the east, the second largest city in the country, and, of course, the capital, Kyiv. President Zelensky just said this morning that Ukraine's defense is holding up against these attacks. Is that what we're seeing on the ground in these cities?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing what looks like something like the strategy they took in Grozny in Chechnya in the late 1990s. Very threatening bombardments. And this is something that the Russians, well, it's sort of a Russian military tradition, if you will, using artillery in order to soften their targets and then to move in with infantry and taking over. We're seeing the best example of that in Kharkiv, which is the second largest city, as you mentioned, in the northeast of the country, firing artillery into civilian areas in order to soften the resistance, and then they move in. It goes without saying that this is very taxing for the civilian population who remain in these cities. Grozny took months, and it cost tens of thousands of civilian lives. If they take that strategy, they will have to level the city in order to take it. Guys?
Which is just, of course, something we are not hoping to see, or that the tactics change that dramatically. Now, Matt, Russian and Ukrainian negotiators are meeting again in Belarus for ceasefire talks. I mean, what do you think of this? Is there a path toward peace here? Are we getting further away from it? Are these talks, really, is there hope that something substantial could come out of them?
Well, nobody thinks there is, and I think that even the Ukrainian delegation doesn't think there is. The Russian delegation has sent junior people, and it looks as though the Ukrainian delegation is making demands that they know that the Russians won't be able to meet, including things like reparations, full withdrawal of troops. So there's no real reason to believe that diplomacy could still work. Also, remember that in the months and weeks leading up to the actual conflict, there were multiple rounds of diplomacy involving multiple parties, third-party countries. None of that worked. And it was, there was strenuous efforts to reach a diplomatic resolution before the guns started firing off. Now that the guns are blazing, it seems even more unlikely that a diplomatic resolution could be met. And the Ukrainians, remember, feel like they're winning. unlike before when they were intimidated and felt as though they might be run over by the Russian military, and every Western military analyst said that the Russians were going to quickly beat the Ukrainians. Right. That reality has been overturned up on its head. So now, why would the Ukrainians agree to some sort of milksop treaty if they feel as though they're winning, if they feel as though they have the upper hand? At this point, it looks as though this could drag on and on. Guys?
And again, as we said, essentially a rallying cry from the president this morning. Matt, Bradley, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Let's get more on the ground with our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, reporting from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv.
Russia is taking Kharkiv apart, surrounding Ukraine's second largest city and bombing it, killing dozens. A Ukrainian activist was broadcasting to supporters how their donations are helping to keep the city going when but somehow, despite a relentless campaign, the Ukrainian government is still hanging on. Further south, Russian troops claim to have captured their first Ukrainian city, a small one, Kherson. Ukrainian officials say the battles continue there and claim Russian forces are looting the city. Russian troops were told they'd be greeted as liberators. But nationwide, Ukrainians are resisting them with drones, U.S.-supplied anti-tank weapons, and people power. In town after town, Ukrainians are standing up to convoys, unarmed, blocking the roads, daring the Russians to fire on them. Ukrainians blocked the road outside of Zaporizhzhia and pleaded with Russians not to fight near the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe and risk an atomic catastrophe. Others appeared to be having more fun. These Ukrainians joyriding an apparently abandoned Russian tank. Glory to Ukraine, they say. Russian vehicles are getting stuck on the roads or running out of gas. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressed sympathy for the Russian soldiers. They are not warriors, he said. They are confused children and are being used. Zelensky's chief advisor in the New York Times wrote Vladimir Putin will not stop with Ukraine. The Kremlin wants to create a new Russian empire, he wrote. Ukraine is calling for a no-fly zone to stop Russia's air campaign. It would be a major escalation, since it could see the U.S. or NATO shooting down Russian planes. The Biden administration has ruled it out, while that massive Russian convoy heading toward Kiev, for now, remains stalled outside the city, plagued by fuel shortages.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
The desperate rush out of Ukraine is intensifying as Russia's military assault escalates. The United Nations now says more than 1 million people have fled the country, but many more still remain inside, living in increasingly impossible conditions. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas reports from Lviv.
For many families, it's the last stop before getting out. Lviv in western Ukraine. It's here they can find one last hot meal, a place to sleep, and exchange stories of what they witnessed.
Today, they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses. They didn't launch rockets. They dropped bombs, destroyed many houses.
Like many mothers at this shelter, Tanya Totska is from the east, where Russian airstrikes have destroyed school buildings in downtown Kharkiv. Neighborhoods reduced to rubble, and in the capital, Kyiv, the bombing has driven some 15,000 to shelter in metro stations, including children and the elderly.
I'm on the subway now, and it's terrible. How many kids are there? We won't live as independent, normal country.
Every day, more people arrive in Lviv. This Baptist seminary is now housing dozens of families.
I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war and that's it.
The kindness of strangers is keeping these families fed and clothed. At this shelter, most of the donations have poured in from the U.S.
You don't know anybody here?
No. We don't know no one here.
These are strangers to you? Yeah. And they took you in?
Yeah. Yes.
That's pretty amazing.
This family of 4 is heading for Poland, but they can't stop thinking about the relatives they left behind in the rush to get out.
There is no transportation to go, and a lot of heatings. It's dangerous so much. They heat everything.
Before leaving this shelter, we met Tanya Lushakova and her 5-month-old son, Alisi.
the youngest refugee we've encountered so far. When she looks down at her child, she says she's reminded of how far they've come, but also how much further they need to go.
And you think about this war, what goes on in your head?
She says she worries about the psychological effects this war will have on Ukraine's little ones. But she also told me this war has revealed who the strongest creatures are in this battle. It's the mothers fighting to save their children.
All right, our thanks to Tom Yamas there for that report.
Despite that toll on innocent civilians and on Russia's own economy, Vladimir Putin's foreign minister is vowing to carry on the attacks in Ukraine, even as the two sides hold talks. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons spoke to him overnight.
Hey there, I asked the Russian foreign minister whether President Putin is as isolated and erratic as people say, and about those nuclear threats coming from the Kremlin. He said, quote, "We don't have insane people." We're about to play you those comments as the net closes around President Putin's billionaire friends. This morning, reports a super yacht seized in Germany belongs to a Russian billionaire close to President Putin, according to Forbes. The wealthy oligarchs of Russia under pressure. But how influential are they? Even President Putin's ministers, his generals, and other world leaders are made to keep their distance. This morning, NBC News put that question to Putin's foreign minister. Minister, President Putin is described by many in the West as erratic and isolated. Can you reassure people about President Putin's reasoning? Is he taking advice? And when was the last time you were able to advise him?
President Putin, in the past weeks, has provided detailed comments on our position. That is the position of our leadership.
There are multiple indications the president told very few of his plans. Presidential speeches, like his New Year address, are highly produced. But last week's televised declaration of war had unusually low production values. And days earlier, he sat a dictator's distance from his Security Council and humiliated Russia's nervous-looking equivalent of the CIA director, who stumbled when asked about Russia's plans. Closest to the president now, his bodyguards and the FSB, once the KGB. Insiders tell us they would give their life for him. The advice President Putin receives, never more important, after he made multiple nuclear threats. Can you reassure the world that Russia would not fire a nuclear weapon in anger, would not fire a first strike?
We don't have insane people. We have our military doctrine. That describes the parameters and conditions for flying nuclear weapons. It contains no escalation for de-escalation point. Mind your president's statements, Mr. Biden's statements. When responding to a question whether there is any alternative to this sanction from hell, he said the only alternative is a third world war, only be a nuclear war.
And the Kremlin's escalate to de-escalate policy that you heard Sergei Lavrov reference there, that is an apparent doctrine in Russia that they would threaten nuclear war in order to win a conventional war. Western officials will take note that Sergei Lavrov appeared to say that is not Russia's approach.
Thank you, Keir.
Now, retired Colonel Brendan Kearney joins us. He's the former Marine Corps Chief of Staff to Europe. Now, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us, Colonel. Despite Ukraine slowing down Russian forces here, the U.S. does say Russia still has a lot of power it hasn't used. First, let's listen to what Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told Lester Holt last night.
There's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. He can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that. But again, just based upon the combat power that we see that he has left, he can still do a number of things.
So at this point, what more is Russia capable of doing? How severe of an escalation could we see?
Well, I think the Russians are certainly capable of bringing in more of their forces from the Russian mainland at virtually any time. But the problem is, what you want to do if you bring in additional forces you want to reinforce success. Otherwise, they just become clogged on the roads that we're already looking at these satellite photos of for days now that shows these convoys stalled for lack of fuel. They clearly have tremendous logistic problems that they have not solved. So really to have all these forces sitting in Russia does them no good right now until they solve the problems they are having in Ukraine itself.
Colonel, let's talk about U.S. troops. About 3,800 more American troops have been deployed to Eastern Europe. How do you see the U.S. military response to this crisis right now, and what do you think we're going to see in the next few weeks?
Well, I think it's a prudent response, to be honest with you. Those forces can flow over to Europe very, very quickly. We can get them into Poland. We can get them into Romania. They can fall onto equipment storage areas that we've had set up over there for the last 20 plus years. So to increase the U.S. forces, I think it is a prudent move. But most importantly, I think we need to be looking at NATO. They're immediately in Europe right now. They've got a significant numbers of forces that are arrayed. They've got a lot of reserve forces that have not been called up. So I would hope that we would see more action from NATO, and it's been good so far, but that's really where the great flexibility lies for us, rather than simply flying American forces over from across the Atlantic.
Colonel, what do you make of Ukraine's military response to this crisis? I mean, they're up against a military power like Russia, outmanned, outgunned were the words that were used constantly as Russia invaded this country. And also, what kind of resources do they need right now to keep up this fight?
Well, you're absolutely right. They are outmanned, they are outgunned, but they are outperforming the Russians, which I think is critical. The Ukrainians have indicated, and I fully understand why they're doing it, that they don't want U.S. or NATO forces on the ground. And I think the Ukrainians themselves are more than capable of continuing to take on the Russians and defeat them. But they need the resupplies. And everything I'm hearing is that the supplies are coming in across the borders with the NATO countries. And if that can keep going, and they can continue to go ahead and redistribute those supplies within Ukraine to their army that is resisting the Russian advance, I think we're going to see continued success on the part of the Ukrainians and increasing frustration on the part of the Russians. And of course, there is a danger with that.
Colonel, this slow-moving Russian convoy that's been gradually making its way toward Kyiv, if the West, if America gets certain resources to the Ukrainian military, is there anything more that they could potentially do to stop that slow-moving convoy that's sort of just sitting there?
Well, you can stop them. Apparently, they're stopped right now because of their own logistics problems. But that convoy, if I was sitting in Ukraine right now, I'd be looking at that convoy, quite honestly, as a great big fat target. It's confined to the roads. They really can't maneuver off the roads because of the increasing influence that the mud has on those vehicles. You simply can't, there's no cross-country mobility. So that convoy needs to move. It either needs to move back or it needs to move forward. Its stationary position right now is just a wonderful target for the Ukrainian military, and I'm sure they are engaging them. I think they're going to want to go even harder against them here as soon as they can. And additional weapons are certainly going to make that easier for them to do.
Colonel Brendan Kearney, we so appreciate your analysis, your expertise here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks.
Now, Americans are facing higher prices at the gas pump this week as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Experts warn those prices could climb even higher as tensions escalate. U.S. oil companies are now racing to relieve some of the financial stress, but it may not be quick enough for those struggling with inflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello takes a closer look.
Bad news for anyone who uses gasoline. Just take a look at pump prices.
I'm scared. I don't want to pay like $10 a gallon.
The national average has jumped 4 cents in just one day to $3.65 a gallon, up 12 cents in a week, 25 cents in a month. California pays the most, averaging $4.86 a gallon.
Over the course of the weekend, it would not be surprising that motorists could step outside, see the gas station, and prices could go up 20, 30, even 40 cents a gallon in some of these areas.
Here's why. Russia is the world's second largest oil exporter. But today, its exports are under a de facto ban as shippers refuse Russian oil, countries turn away Russian tankers, and banks refuse to extend credit. Today, oil topped $112 a barrel for the first time since 2011. While U.S. oil companies, under pressure to preserve profits, are still pumping 10% less than before the pandemic. Exxon and Chevron say they plan to increase production, but it won't be quick.
This means that oil drillers now have to get the crews, the equipment, and all the support services back into the Permian Basin.
Airline ticket prices also likely to get more expensive, with jet fuel surging 35 cents a gallon in just 2 days. Experts say the longer this war lasts, the longer these prices are likely to stay high, months or even years. And for a typical American family, that will mean this year an extra $600 to $700 in gasoline charges alone, and that will continue to drive inflation even higher. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you so much.
And coming up, continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine. We've got the very latest in a few minutes. Plus, we're watching other major headlines here at home. A new plan of action from the White House's COVID task force as cases and deaths trend downward.
And the nationwide labor shortage is now hitting closer to home than ever before. Why you might need to find yourself reaching a little deeper into your pockets to get a babysitter. Those stories next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're monitoring the latest developments out of Ukraine, where this morning the UN says 1 million refugees have now fled the country as major cities come under increasing attack. We're going to have the latest developments in just a few minutes, but we do want to get to some other news this morning.
Yes, starting with the pandemic, the White House COVID task force is moving ahead with new steps to tackle the next phase of the pandemic as cases keep dropping in the U.S. Part of that plan is to increase testing and faster treatments for all. A move the White House says will help put the virus in an endemic stage. This all comes as the CDC puts a halt to its contact tracing program, focusing instead on high-risk settings. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Saying Americans will need to learn to live with the virus, this morning authorities believe our nation is transitioning from pandemic to endemic. Holding their first briefing together in person in more than a year, the White House COVID task force is outlining a new 96-page plan to move forward.
If you looked at the practicality of where we are clearly going in the right direction.
Hoping Americans feel safe returning to the office and filling downtown streets again, the COVID plan calls for 4 main goals. Still focused on vaccines, there'll be more genomic sequencing for variants. And in an effort to prevent shutdowns, next week, Americans can order additional free at-home testing kits. And if someone tests positive at a pharmacy or clinic, antiviral medications could be available on the spot.
All of these efforts are with a vision for not just COVID, but also to address any future infectious and non-infectious public health threats.
With a plan in place for a new normal, some believe we could, as early as this summer, face a new variant and another surge. But today, the country is on solid footing.
I think it's up to us to really restore our prior lives in its full dimension. And essentially, that means not fearing, for most of us, not fearing infection.
On a better road, the path forward is still divided. Florida's governor admonishing high school students before a press conference.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
This morning, pandemic frustration and exhaustion, the one thing most Americans can agree on.
The COVID White House task force was asked about masking on airplanes and other public transit. They said they are constantly revisiting their mask guidelines, but for now, those measures stay in place. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you so much.
Many parents are already feeling the impacts of inflation at the grocery store and at the gas pump. Now you're also likely seeing skyrocketing babysitting rates. The cost of childcare is on the rise as many struggle to juggle the demands of work life with home life. NBC's Blaine Alexander takes a closer look.
We're talking about rising prices, not just for date night or a parent's night out, but after school care, full-time nanny care, all of them. We're seeing prices rising across the board, and experts say it's likely to stay that way.
Thanks to the pandemic, the cost of childcare is skyrocketing, up by as much as 11% in 2021, well above the rate of inflation. It's happening across the map. In cities like New York and San Francisco, average rates are over $23 an hour for one child. In Los Angeles and Seattle, more than $20 an hour. And just below that for Boston, D.C., Raleigh, Miami, and Phoenix. Why the climbing costs? Daycare closures and parents working from home are sending demand through the roof. And newcomers are flooding into the field, bringing higher credentials at a higher price.
Why are we seeing so many people flood into this childcare profession?
Teachers and nurses didn't feel safe in their working environments. So as they're coming into the childcare field and working for families one-on-one, they're able to charge a much higher rate because they're bringing this set of skills with them.
She says they have seen a spike in demand across the board, babysitters, nannies, and after-school care. And for some families, paying the rising price of childcare is out of the question, driving more parents, especially women, to leave the workforce altogether. Natalie Ormond was almost one of them.
Financially, it has burdened our family
so that we can't have consistent care for our children.
She found a nanny to help with her 6 kids, but can't afford to pay for as many hours as they need.
I've posted on Craigslist, I've posted on Nextdoor, I've gone to Facebook. There's probably 5 times more families asking for childcare than there are providers.
That bidding war is beneficial for nannies like Ashley Harris. She recently raised her prices.
I was getting so many inquiries, and honestly, some of the parents' rates superseded my rates.
Experts say the prices are likely here to stay and long overdue.
We're finally seeing care providers getting the hourly wages that will allow them to feed their own families and make a living wage doing what they do best.
Now, because this is something that's now being discussed so widely, there's so much hope among so many that this will help drum up support for employment subsidies, government subsidies, to help kind of ease the blow of these high prices. But in the meantime, I asked our expert, what can parents do? And she gave a few suggestions. She said, try and find other families that you could partner with and share the cost of childcare. She also suggested reaching out to people who are perhaps retired who can do this and not necessarily need to charge as much. But of course, for so many parents out there, you know, you have to get creative. In Atlanta, I'm Blaine Alexander. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. Speaking of creative, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning once again, guys. So if you want to talk about the West, and we talk about the mega drought for years now, we had a great December. It was fantastic. The beginning of the rainy season, we had storm after storm, and then it's been bone dry. There are some locations in California, like Sacramento, that haven't had a drop of rain in over 60 days. And so the drought is now building back, the localized drought, not the one that goes 10 years, but just the current conditions. So 65% of the West is in a severe drought right now, and about 69% of California is in a severe drought. 37 million people are in these drought areas, and it's still the end of the rainy season, so we're hoping for a little bit of more weather here in March and April before the dry summer arrives. And we have a little storm, not a big one, so some areas are finally going to get their first drops of rain. The mountains of Northern California under winter weather advisories, and even some of the mountains just north of LA could get a little bit of snow. It's not a lot of rain, but San Francisco, you're going to get some drops today in Northern California, and eventually, as we go throughout today and tonight and tomorrow, we're going to get a little bit of rain from the mountains of LA all the way down through Oceanside and San Diego. The coastal area is about ½ inch to an inch. The mountains, though, could get 1 to 2 inches. So it's better than nothing. We'll put it that way. And then this storm over the weekend will move through the Rockies. Areas that are currently in the 50 to 70 degree range, you'll have snow from Durango to Telluride, Aspen to Denver. Much of Wyoming will get snow, and then this will push out into the plains by the time we get through the end of the weekend. So your weekend forecast looks like this. Still incredibly warm Friday through the south, chilly in the northeast. Then by the time we get to Saturday, heavy snow from Wyoming through South Dakota. But look at the south, 80 in Dallas, 80 in Jacksonville, Florida. We're in the 60s in the mid-Atlantic region. And then finally on Sunday, that warmth slides up through the mid-Atlantic. Enjoy it. It'll only be about 1 or 2 days of it, but 64 degrees in New York City on Sunday. There'll be some light rain in the middle of the country, and then there's that snow likely in areas of the Rockies. So a roller coaster ride, but you can already tell that story is going to come all summer long again about the drought in California, the heat, and unfortunately the fire season. We just did not get enough rain once again this rainy season. It's just a broken record.
Yeah, something they're sadly getting used to there.
Oh, yeah, it's tough, though. All right, Bill, thank you so much.
Coming up, much more on the crisis currently unfolding in Ukraine, including a different perspective of the invasion. We're going to talk to a woman here in the U.S. ready to return to the country she once called home to do her part.
Plus, the stories of adoption and starting a family in the middle of a war zone. That's up next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Yesterday, we shared a story about Ukrainians in America who are thinking about leaving the U.S. to join the fight.
Yeah, many across the world are worried about their loved ones still in Ukraine, including one woman in Chicago who plans to return to her native country next week.
We're joined now by Maria. We're not sharing her last name because we do want to protect her safety. Maria, thanks so much for being with us and talking with us. First, just what made you decide to go back, and what is it you're going to be doing when you do get back to Ukraine?
Well, what made me decide, obviously, country is getting blown up. But also, I feel like I can't do any more protests or fundraisings. It's just I've done it for all these years, especially in the beginning of Maidan. I need to be there. And besides that, my family is there. So I want to be at least a little bit closer. My family is in Kyiv and in Odessa. And I want to be closer. And I hope they will take me with my husband to International Legion to fight, but if not, then I will volunteer and do whatever I can.
How is your family doing? Who's there? What's it like to be able to get in touch with them? You mentioned some of the places they are of course, that we have seen some of this military action from Russia. Are they safe? What have you heard?
My parents are in Odessa, and I just talked to them in 2 a.m, and they pretty much slept through the sirens at this point, because every 2 hours they have to go to the parking garage and back. So now they're going to be hiding in the bathroom. And I have cousins in Kyiv. I haven't heard from them for a while. All the friends, everybody, all my people are there, basically. So some cousins made it out already, and they're in Ternopil. But I just wanted to say, if people asking what to do for Ukraine right now, medical supplies, anything, medical supplies, find Ukrainians in Ukrainian neighborhood, and everybody's organizing, sending packages. People from the border that are working right now, volunteers, I'm in touch with Polish friends and Ukrainians on the border. Everything, just medical supplies.
Maria, I'm guessing you know people who are on the front lines. What are you hearing from them, if you are even able to hear from them?
Yes, so that is what needed, not only for the army, the batteries, the chargers, the cigarettes, little things are also needed. Everything is lacking, always in Ukraine. And for refugees, of course, the diapers, female hygienes, just common sense. If you want to donate something, just think about what humans need. And that's what Ukrainians need, we're human.
Maria, right now, as we're having this conversation, I've just seen an amazing stat come through. It's according to the Ukrainian Border Security Agency. 50,000 Ukrainian citizens abroad have returned to Ukraine just through checkpoints in Lviv to join this effort for their country. How proud are you of your people, and what do you want people who have never been there here in America to know about what's happening right now to your people, to these people, thousands, tens of thousands who are returning to their country to fight?
Right. Well, I mean, I feel like for us, it's kind of like cleaning the house. This is something we need to do right now. You know, it's not about being proud, or it just has to be done. And I don't know what to tell you. We just don't want to be Russia. I spent almost 20 years in America, you know, but this is my land, and we have to protect it. We have different values, different ways of living. Even though I'm Russian speaker, lots of us do speak Russian, less and less, thank goodness. But I don't know what to tell Americans. Just this is what we got to do right now, you know.
20 years in America. Maria, who's in Chicago, for people watching, a city many of us have probably been to before, who's returning to a war zone for her country. Thank you so much for your time. Please stay safe. We're thinking of you and your family. We'd love to check in.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck.
Now, we brought you many stories this week about the innocent children caught in the middle of this war and the Ukrainian parents fighting to get those kids to safety. But there are some American families who are caught in the war zone, too. One Florida couple actually had to shelter in Kyiv while waiting for the arrival of their baby girl. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Chicago with more on this family's story of survival. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Thankfully, that family is safe right now, but we know that there are countless other children, including many orphans, who may still be trapped in the war zone at this hour. But thankfully, that one Florida family able to breathe a little easier this morning after a scary journey.
Here I am.
This morning, 5-day-old Charlotte Marina, mom and dad, all safe in Slovakia after a remarkable escape from Ukraine.
I don't think we'll be fully relieved until we're home, to be honest. But we're safe now, and that's the biggest thing.
Amy and Michael Kowalski traveled from Florida to Kyiv for their daughter's birth by surrogate just days before Russia's attack.
Nobody locally was even really very concerned about it.
Then early Thursday in Ukraine's capital, the couple jolted from bed.
The windows were rattling.
All of their plans changed. War had arrived before their baby girl. The Kowalskis say their surrogate went into labor Friday in the bomb shelter.
Was there a point between Thursday and Saturday where you two thought we may need to go without her?
No, never. That was never an option.
Then Saturday, their baby girl arrived at last. About an hour after birth, the family forced to flee.
Every turn of this story is just angels that were there and supported us like I would never have imagined.
One of the heroes along the way, Marina, a Ukrainian woman who's now the namesake for little Charlotte Marina.
She wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her.
But other children are still in peril.
There are tens of thousands of children in orphanages in Ukraine.
Abundance International says this video shows Ukrainian orphans in a bomb shelter.
In an orphanage with infants to 4 years old, and a third of those are disabled, Down syndrome, have special medical needs. It makes it very difficult to try to move them.
But there are glimmers of hope. One Pittsburgh man telling NBC affiliate WPXI he and a priest rescued 22 orphans from Kyiv.
The end game would really be get the kids to America.
Children still a beautiful symbol of love in an uncertain world.
I do have more good news from Charlotte Marina's mom this morning. She texted me saying that the little girl got a clean bill of health from the doctor. The family said they'd also been helping another American family's newborn girl get out of Ukraine. That girl, I'm told, also healthy. There was also a Ukrainian woman, a translator, who came with those people. I'm told she is safe as well. But of course, that is not the situation for many other people in Ukraine, including so many orphans potentially. And that one orphanage group, Joe, telling me that it may make more sense to just bunker down and take the chance against the Russian attacks as opposed to moving everyone because of the Herculean logistical effort that would entail. Joe?
We had them on our show just the other day, and they told us the exact same thing. It's a tough situation for them to be in. Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much for your report. Appreciate it.
Coming up, the legal battle rages on over the controversial new order in Texas aimed at transgender youth.
Now the ACLU is joining the fight. We'll tell you about the lawsuit that could block Governor Greg Abbott's latest directive next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The ACLU is suing Texas to try and stop the state from launching investigations on families of transgender kids who seek gender-affirming medical care.
However, the state argues that medical transition procedures for transgender youth constitute child abuse. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson reports.
From the courthouse to the Capitol. Protesters in Texas rallying against alleged child abuse investigations targeting parents of transgender youth. This one outside a hearing on the issue held Wednesday.
It is absolutely unconscionable and cruel and unjust, and it cannot stand.
A Texas family alongside the ACLU is now suing the state, claiming an investigator from Child Protective Services showed up at their home last week, asking questions and seeking their 16-year-old transgender child's medical records. The Texas Department of Family and Protective Services declined to comment. The plaintiffs, identified as Jane and John Doe, along with their daughter Mary Doe, placing blame for the investigation on Abbott and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
Paxton and Abbott do not scare us and will never separate us.
Last month, Paxton issued an opinion that the process of transitioning that doctors call gender-affirming care could, quote, legally constitute child abuse. Days later, Abbott weighed in, writing, Texas law also imposes a duty on Department of Family and Protective Services to investigate the parents of a child who is subjected to these abusive gender transitioning procedures. Less than a week later, the plaintiffs say investigators came knocking. The child's mother describing the emotional toll, writing, "I have been unable to sleep, worrying about what we can do and how we can keep our family intact and our daughter safe and healthy. We are living in constant fear." According to the court filing, other families are also under investigation. Some parents with trans youth now worry they could be next. What keeps you up at night?
The last week has been terrifying. We are scared in our own home. You start to sort of rehearse in your brain the unthinkable of your child being taken away from you.
Rebecca Bryant and her 8-year-old daughter, Sunny, are among those on the front lines of this fight.
My first visit to the Capitol should have been on a school field trip, not defending my right to exist.
Testifying at the state capitol several times, lobbying against bills they say are anti-trans. The lawsuit, which seeks to block CPS investigations of trans youth, is the first legal challenge to Abbott's directive. Experts have questioned whether it will hold up in court. The governor's office did not respond to NBC's request for comment. If the directive is upheld, what then?
We probably will have to leave the state, which is part of the intention of all this. We don't want you here.
And to be clear, several medical organizations, including the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association, have all spoken out against the governor's directive, saying it interferes with necessary medical care. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us with a look at the latest job numbers here in the States and also how businesses across the globe are continuing to put that financial pressure on Russia. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, let's start with the jobs numbers. We got the weekly unemployment claims. They were down 15,000 to 215,000 for the past week. That's the lowest we've seen all year. We also got some productivity number for the fourth quarter, up 6.6%, more or less in line. But it's the labor costs in the fourth quarter that were up nearly 1%, 3 times more than what a lot of economists were anticipating. Meantime, Spotify has closed its office in Russia indefinitely in response to the country's invasion of Ukraine. Spotify says it's reviewed thousands of pieces of content and is restricting shows owned by and operated by Russian state media, as well as content from RT and Sputnik. Live Nation, the world's largest concert promoter and owner of Ticketmaster, saying earlier this week it will no longer put on shows or do business in Russia. Publix has pulled all Russian vodka from the shelves of its liquor stores. The Florida-based supermarket chain has removed Beluga, Roscova, Russian Standard, and Zir brand vodkas. Reports say it's still selling brands with Russian-sounding names, including Stolichnaya and Smirnoff. They were originally produced in Russia, but are now made in other countries. Publix joining several U.S. and Canadian liquor stores in the anti-Russian vodka campaign, as are a number of bars here in the U.S. and abroad as well.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much for that update. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, it is a scenario straight out of the movies.
A couple tons of space junk on a crash course for the moon. But where'd it come from and what does it mean for us down here on Earth? We'll dig into that next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're back with an in-depth look at a first-of-its-kind space event. Tomorrow, a nearly 4-ton piece of an old rocket will crash into the far side of the moon. It will be the first time a piece of space junk has unintentionally struck the moon's surface.
NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has more on why the space world is watching this event closely.
Good morning, guys. I'm at the Museum of Science and Industry Planetarium, where all eyes indeed are going to be up into the sky. About 24 hours from now, 7:26 Eastern time, we will have that moon crash. It's sort of unplanned, and yes, it will be out of this world.
It's an out-of-this-world phenomenon, straight out of the movies. A large hunk of space junk about 40 feet long and 10 feet wide, headed for a crash landing on the surface of the moon.
This is really about the best place that a piece of junk like this could have gone.
Space expert and amateur asteroid tracker Bill Gray was the first to spot the rogue flying hunk of metal. Initially concluding it was part of a SpaceX Falcon rocket launched in 2015. But now, according to NASA, it's actually part of a Chinese rocket launched a year earlier.
What does it tell us that you're trying to figure out what this space junk is, because essentially nobody's tracking it?
I don't actually expect necessarily that these objects will be tracked, but usually at the beginning, somebody knows that this is where we lost contact with it.
Explorer, this is Kowalski confirming visual contact with debris.
Unlike some of Hollywood's popular depictions of the dangers of space debris, this particular junk does not pose any serious threat to the moon or its orbit. But it will certainly leave a mark. The impact will shoot moon dust for hundreds of miles in every direction and carve out a brand new moon crater expected to be up to 60+ feet across. NASA tells NBC News it could take weeks to months to identify the impact site, calling it an exciting research opportunity. Learning about space and the solar system is 9-year-old Reagan DeAndrea's favorite hobby. His mom, Brianna, says at first Reagan wondered if the crash may affect tides here on Earth.
So his first reaction was, well, wait, what's going to happen to the water? Is that going to affect the water? And I was like, good question, buddy. I don't know.
Luckily, nothing will change here on Earth, and a little space junk will not stop Reagan and his little sister Vera from dreaming of someday going to space themselves.
I know Vera always has a saying that she likes to say, and what's that? I love you to the moon. I love you to the moon.
Unfortunately, we will not be able to see this crash. But if you're curious how much space junk is out there, yes, there's an app for that. It's actually designed to look at the constellations. You just hold it up like that, but then it also identifies the tens of thousands of pieces of space junk that's floating out there in low Earth orbit. But, you know, tomorrow, the big event.
That sounds like too much information, being able to see space junk from my phone. Seems like something I've become kind of obsessed with. Don't want to do that.
If we don't have enough distractions.
Yeah.
First Wordle, now this.
Yeah. All right, Carrie, thank you so much.
Yes.
Very
Carrie,
interesting.
we love you to the moon, Carrie. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin with breaking news out of Ukraine and a possible setback. The key city of Kherson appears to be in the hands of Russian forces as both sides meet today for a second round of talks. It's a strategic provincial capital in Ukraine's south. Overnight, the city's mayor said Russian troops have taken over the city's administration, and people there have reported seeing Russian troops inside the city. However, the Ukrainian government has not confirmed the capture. This comes as Russia intensifies its attack on several of Ukraine's biggest cities. Some people who chose to stay now waiting to face their enemy.
I hear the shots and explosions around me and bombing, and that happens like a lot. We want to be angry when we die, not scared.
And this morning, this stark number from the UN, at least 1 million refugees have now fled Ukraine trying to escape the war, many forced to leave loved ones behind.
What was it like leaving?
It was like pretty much giving your soul to God. We all are just super, mentally we are broken, and to be honest, I do have PTSD. I do. Very bad kind of. Every time I hear sound or anything, I start shaking.
Despite the carnage and possible setbacks, a new and defiant message from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and Ukraine officials say they are not only defending their country, but also launching counterattacks against Russian forces. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley kicks off our coverage this morning from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv.
Yeah, Joe and Savannah, it's a big day. 1 week into that Russian invasion of Ukraine, and, they've only made modest advances. So far, they've only really taken one city of any consequence, and that's just today. We just heard that Kherson, the city in the south that's sitting on the Dnieper River, a strategic city and an important location for the Russian strategy here in Ukraine, has fallen to the Russians. Now, there's been some back and forth about whether or not it's actually fallen, but it seems as though, for all practical purposes, there are tanks in the street. The Russians have taken over some of the important administrative buildings. We've seen video. It seems that, like I said, for all practical purpose, this city is now in Russian hands. Now, importantly, it looks as though the Russians have managed to turn on the canal that runs from mainland Ukraine down into the Crimea Peninsula that had been taken. Remember, the last time the Russians invaded back in 2014, the Ukrainians cut off that canal, and that created a lot of protests from farmers in Crimea who weren't able to water their crops. So now that canal is back on. That was maybe one of the major goals that the Russians had in Ukraine, as well as, of course, regime change in Kyiv. But we're starting to see some of these elements that the Russians seem to have wanted here falling into place. Among them, creating a land bridge from the east of the country, from the Russian border in the east near Mariupol and near those separatist enclaves of Donetsk and Luhansk, and Crimea, that area that, as I mentioned, had been annexed back in 2014. But this town of Kherson, it's only about 300,000 people, and it says something that 1 week into the fighting, this conflict that a lot of Western analysts, and myself included, had assumed would be over by now, that the Russians, with their overwhelming force, would have taken over this whole country very quickly. They've only made modest gains. Kherson is a major city, but it's pretty modest. It's rather small, and, it fell just today, 1 week into this conflict. It's remarkable, the resistance that the Ukrainians have been putting up to the Russians. Guys.
Matt Bradley in Lviv. Matt, thank you.
Let's now bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez in Moscow. Raf, good morning. So with it looking like Russian forces have taken control of this southern city, there's a lot of focus on what comes next, of course, especially in the capital of Kyiv. Satellite images show this Russian convoy still heading towards Kyiv, 40 miles long. It's encountered some logistical challenges, but it doesn't mean it stops. Now, Russia's military forces have met resistance also from Ukrainians. What do we know at this point about Vladimir Putin's strategy?
Savannah, good morning. Putin was looking for a knockout blow in the early days of this war, and that goal was reflected in his tactics. Lightning advances by light armor, by elite troops, hoping to break the Ukrainian military in the first 48 hours or so of this fighting. Now, that hasn't happened. The Kremlin clearly underestimated the resistance of Ukrainian forces, of the Ukrainian government, and frankly, of the Ukrainian people who are building Molotov cocktails and putting themselves
themselves in the path of Russian tanks. The Pentagon says the Russians are now switching tactics. They seem to be regrouping around Kyiv. We see Russian forces encircling the city as that enormous convoy gets closer and closer to the capital. And we are also starting to see them heavily bombard not just Kyiv, but other cities like Kharkiv. And the big question looming is, will the Russian military turn to the kind of scorched earth tactics that we've seen them use in Syria, we've seen them use in Chechnya, where they effectively level the cities they're trying to take? Savannah?
Of course, at the same time as the country is investigated for war crimes. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on. Now, Raf, Russia, that's an important note there, Russia has just now released an official death toll for their troops in Ukraine. Tell us how many they are saying have died. Of course, I'm emphasizing this because it is in contrast to what Ukraine is saying. And then also tell us what the Kremlin is saying about this death toll, about the lost troops.
Yeah, so the Russian Defense Ministry now saying 498 Russian soldiers have been killed in the first week of fighting in Ukraine. And Savannah, that is the first time that the Russian public has got a sense of how many of its young men have been killed in this war launched in its name. Now, as you said, there's reasons to be skeptical about this official Russian toll. Both Western and Ukrainian officials are saying the real toll is probably much higher. But just assuming for a second that that number of 498 is accurate, that is more troops than the U.S. lost in the entire first year of fighting in Iraq in 2003. It's more troops than Britain lost in 20 years of fighting in Afghanistan. So that gives you a sense of the scale of losses. Now, the Kremlin has said this is a great tragedy for the Russian people, but that Russian forces will continue fighting against what they say are the neo-Nazis of the Ukrainian government. That's a claim they've been making over and over again. Savannah, we should point out the president of Ukraine is himself Jewish. Savannah?
Yeah, Raf, now the U.S. State Department says Russia's government has restricted news organizations, throttled internet services as ways to try to control information inside Russia about the situation in Ukraine. What is the Kremlin doing in response to media outlets covering this invasion?
So the Kremlin has banned independent Russian media outlets, the few that are still out there, from referring to what's happening in Ukraine as a war, as an attack, as an invasion. The Kremlin's term is special military operation, and they are censoring any Russian media outlet that deviates from that line. The U.S. State Department has spoken out against this crackdown on Russian media. They put out a statement earlier. I want to read you just a little bit of it. They say, Russia is engaged in an unprovoked war on Ukraine. At home, the Kremlin is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and truth, and Moscow's efforts to mislead and suppress the truth of the brutal invasion are intensifying. Savannah, I'll tell you, there's a popular Russian radio channel here which splits its time 50-50 between music and news. One of the anchors went on the air yesterday saying, we're going to stop giving the news because we do not want to spread the lies the Kremlin is forcing us to tell. Savannah?
That takes bravery there. All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much for your reporting. Now, the U.S. continues to walk a fine line in Ukraine, providing arms and aid, but not actually joining the fight with boots on the ground. In an exclusive interview with nightly news anchor Lester Holt, the U.S. Secretary of Defense spoke about the stakes and the realities on the ground.
We've been watching this convoy that's got the world's attention. It was reported it was stalled. Should we read too much into that? Is it still a potent fighting machine?
There's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. You know, one of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose is that he can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that.
I think that the world has been stunned. Some part of the world has been inspired by what we've seen by Ukrainian troops and civilians who have answered the call. But is it time, is it necessary to do a reality check on what they're facing, the size of the Russian force?
We are all inspired by what we see from the Ukraine, not just the Ukrainian forces, but Ukrainian people. It's hard to predict which way things are going to go. I'm sure that the Russians would have never predicted that they would be in a place that they are in at this point. Our focus is to make sure that we do everything possible to provide as much support to the Ukrainians so that they can defend themselves.
What do you make of these reports of Russian troops simply walking away, surrendering? Can you confirm them? Are you aware of them?
We don't have aircraft in the air over Ukraine. We also don't have any boots on the ground, so it's very difficult to confirm things. But what I will tell you is that a professional military always takes seriously the issue of recovering its fallen. This is a very important thing, not only for morale, but it's just the way that business is conducted.
And we've seen pictures and video of Russian soldiers, the bodies of Russian soldiers that apparently have been left. Is that, as a general, as a soldier, did that shock you?
I think that's beyond disappointing. If that is the case, it's disgusting from my standpoint. You know, I think leaders owe it to their troops to take care of them, and if something happens to them, to recover their remains.
Ukrainians and others have called for this idea of a no-fly zone to be patrolled by the U.S. to keep the Russian airplanes out of the sky. Is that a non-starter for you?
President Biden's been clear, Lester, that you know, U.S. troops won't fight Russia in Ukraine. And if you establish a no-fly zone, certainly in order to enforce that no-fly zone, you'll have to engage Russian aircraft. And again, that would put us at war with Russia.
We heard Vladimir Putin's words about nuclear weapons. Have you seen any actions to back up those words? Anything that suggests a new posture toward the West?
Any rhetoric about the employment of nuclear weapons is dangerous. And I think we should avoid that if at all possible. I think it creates a climate or it creates the conditions for gross miscalculations, and we certainly don't want to see that happen. I am very comfortable with our posture, and I am confident that we can defend not only ourselves, but our allies and our partners.
Mr. Secretary, you and I are both children of the Cold War. Does it feel back to the future for you now to see this conflict?
We certainly didn't envision being here in 2022 in Europe. And we don't have to be here. We didn't have to be here. This is a choice by one man. But again, I think it speaks to the relevance of the NATO alliance. I got to tell you, it's impressive to see the way that that countries have come together for a common cause.
It certainly is. Our thanks to Lester Holt for that interview.
Let's bring in national security expert Jason Beardsley. He's the National Executive Director of the Association of the U.S. Navy. Jason, good to have you with us. I want to ask you about something the Secretary of Defense just said in that interview with Lester, that the U.S. hopes Putin will de-escalate and explore a diplomatic solution. There is a second round of talks happening in Belarus today. So what would a diplomatic solution even look like at this point, with so many Ukrainians already killed and so much destruction?
Well, thanks for the question, and good morning. I think the diplomatic solution for Vladimir Putin is simple. He needs to save face while walking away with as much control, at least nominally, of some of the eastern province in Ukraine. That's the Donbass region. And I think because he's got forces aligned in Kiev and other places, he'd like to kind of walk away with peeling back some of the sanctions that, of course, are hurting the Russian economy. So diplomatic solution for him means his troops are stalled out on the ground. They're losing this war, and he gambled. He lost that gamble, and now he's going to look for a way to kind of save face and remain in power. The only way to do that is if he's very clever, and so far we haven't seen much ovations in that direction, but it's good that they're talking.
It has been only 8 days so far, but Ukrainian officials say around 2,000 civilian lives have been lost so far. Ukraine is putting up an incredible fight, not just the military, but also civilians. How long do you think they can keep that up?
Years. We went to Iraq with overwhelming force, and a lot of people think war is about numbers. It's not about math. It's about spirit. I think Reagan once said there's no weapon or arsenal in the world that can match the free-spirited peoples fighting for their homelands. That's what we're seeing here. And again, I've been in combat And watching it on the ground, doesn't matter how many tanks you have or how many trucks, if the will of the people has not been broken, they will continue to fight until the last scrap of earth. So Russia is not facing a very easy solution here, and their best move is to take what they've already gotten sort of earned by the diplomatic community in the East and walk away, and I think you're going to see that.
Spirit is a weapon we perhaps don't talk enough about. While we have you, I want to ask you about China. It has not joined in issuing sanctions against Russia. What impact does that decision have on Putin? And do you fear at all China may look at this and perhaps follow Russia's lead in its growing tensions with Taiwan?
Yeah, what a great question. China's a real player in this. Number one, they've eyed the provinces of Ukraine themselves for their Silk Road initiative. They're eyeballing the factory in Zaporizhzhia down by the Dnieper River, which produces the Motor Sict factory, the engines that fill their airplanes and helicopters. China is not looking at the end of this for Russia to actually take all the control here. They kind of want some control themselves. And the better that Putin does, the easier it is for them to look across the straits at Taiwan. Here's the lesson, though. Let's get Taiwan ready and armed up first. We were too late on Ukraine. Stingers, TOWs, Javelin missiles, all that stuff has to be done before the invasion begins. And the United States has a unique opportunity right now to reinforce what the international community is finally saying in Ukraine, which is it's time to make sure that these people can defend themselves.
Jason, good to have you on this morning. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, the United Nations says at least 1 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded last week, creating a refugee crisis in neighboring countries. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Poland along the border with Ukraine and the country that's received the most of these refugees. Jay, good morning. So you were at a train station, I know, yesterday when we spoke with you. More than 2,000 children, including orphans, arrived from Ukraine at the time that you were there. Tell us, what was that like? I mean, we're hearing these accounts of people getting off of these trains exhausted, frightened. How are these children? What did you see, and what are you seeing now today?
Well, you just see the stunned faces of so many who are trying to get to safety, but leaving everything they know and oftentimes loved ones behind. You can see we're at the border, the crossing right here, but I want to show you something. We continue to see a flow of people come through, and you talked about the children. They're families like these, and they've walked across, some with suitcases, with plastic bags. You see the kids here with their stuffed animals, and one here with a violin. This is the kind of thing that you just see repeatedly. Everything they have is in these bags. Everything that they are going to use to start over, they are carrying by hand and walking across the border. It's really unfathomable to think what is happening here, and with so many. I mean, this is not an individual event. This is a situation that we're seeing, again, just over and over as they walk across the border here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay, you mentioned that they have these bags. It's all they have. So kind of two questions here. In your experience, does it seem that people's plan is to return home if and when they potentially can? And also, what's happening when they do get there? Are they finding family? Is it volunteers? Where are they going? What's the plan?
Yeah, that's going to be a big issue, Savannah. And I just got word that this family is from the coastal town of Odessa. That is so far away from where we are right now. So to make that journey for them has been very difficult. What's going to happen? We're noticing already today with the influx of people coming over. As the violence gets more extreme, so does the wave of people coming in. And so as they continue to walk across the border here, for the first time today, as we made our way closer to the border, we saw what was a makeshift tent city in a park. People that just set up what they could, where they could. And so finding a place for these families, for these people, is fast becoming a problem here. And everybody talks about the humanitarian crisis. Well, that's where it's going to be so difficult. We're already over 1 million people who've left Ukraine and headed to border countries, most of them coming here to Poland. They're going to have to solve that problem pretty quickly because there are a lot more people on the way.
Yeah, I mean, the UN's actually predicting 5 million people is what it could get up to during this war. What is a place like Poland doing to prepare for an influx of even more than that nearly 500,000 that country alone has seen?
Yeah, what they're doing right now is as soon as people come across the border and get established, they're moving them out. Some going to Warsaw, some going to Krakow. So going to other European countries, but they've got to get a more developed system in place, and you just can't do that because you don't know where these families are going to want to go. You asked me earlier about whether they're going to be able to get back home. So many of them don't know the answer to that question. None of us do in reality, but they want to stay as close as possible in case they have the opportunity to go back. And that's the goal for everybody here. And so keeping them close is what's going to be so difficult. Again, there's just a limited amount of space, and this area is being overrun by people who need to be here for safety reasons.
Absolutely. Jay Gray, thank you so much. Really powerful reporting from the ground. Stay safe.
Our breaking news coverage out of Ukraine will continue, but we're also following some other big stories this morning.
After the break, America's fight against COVID entering a new phase as the CDC rolls back some of its recommendations.
Plus, the latest on the investigation into the insurrection at the Capitol, including new claims of criminal conspiracy against former President Trump. You're watching Morning News Now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You're seeing scenes of devastation in Kyiv this morning as the capital of Ukraine comes under increasing attack from Russian forces. We're monitoring the latest, of course, out of Ukraine this morning, and we'll have more coming up in just a few minutes. But we do want to get some other stories making headlines this morning.
The CDC is no longer recommending universal contact tracing, a measure that many health officials relied on to track COVID outbreaks and try to keep numbers down. The decision was made in part by the overwhelming Omicron surge. Agencies just could not keep up with testing results. The CDC also found COVID testing was no longer an effective tool to track outbreaks. The move comes as the White House COVID task force unveils its plan to turn the corner in the fight against the pandemic. The plan focuses on treating cases and preparing for new variants variants while also avoiding shutdowns. Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on this. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. Walk us through this decision to stop contact tracing. What's the CDC going to focus on instead, and what does this mean for everyday testing?
Well, people are testing at home now. Many people have been vaccinated, over 75% of the population. And so we don't know who is positive and whether those positive people will ever be known to anybody, unless you wind up in the hospital or in the intensive care unit, Joe. So the CDC is now concentrating on things like sewage examination to see whether there are any blips or any new variants with genomic testing. There's been new funding for genomic laboratories. And that's the direction that we're going in at the present time.
I want to ask you about the World Health Organization. It says pregnant women in the Americas have been disproportionately affected by COVID. Their mortality rates are significantly higher compared with the rest of the world. So now that the virus is receding in the U.S., how important is it that we focus on family planning services and women's health? How do we get more people to resume some of their routine care?
Well, Joe, women do generally better than men when they get infected with COVID. But in the Americas, and that's the Caribbean and Latin America, the 72% of those patients were women who were pregnant, and there were social factors that prevented them from getting prenatal care, et cetera, because they were infected, and the agencies that did that kind of care weren't interested in treating them. So about 3,000 out of 365 of those women died in the Americas. And actually, that's one of the parts of the world where there's a bump up, like 16% increase in infections in Jamaica, Trinidad, countries like Tobago. So it is a big problem, and that we shouldn't be complacent and think that the rest of the world is going down in infections like we are here in the United States.
Finally, Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about Virginia Senator Tim Kaine. He revealed he's suffering from long COVID symptoms and has been doing it for 2 years since his diagnosis. He's now introduced a bill to fund research into the long-term effects of COVID and expand treatment resources. How important is this to help us better understand this mystery of long COVID?
This is really extraordinarily important, and it's also scientifically and medically fascinating, Joe. First of all, long haul COVID consists mostly of muscle aches, fatigue, shortness of breath, brain fog, a bad rash that goes on and on and on. 35% of those with COVID have not fully recovered after 3 weeks. 10% go way beyond 3 weeks, and less than 10% go on for years. So you lose your taste, you lose your smell. It's a chronic, complex, multi-factor condition. And we in medicine have all asked, what is the reason for this occurring in certain people, but not everybody? And it favors men in particular, because men seem to suffer greater. As I told you in the past note, that men tend to get COVID in worse form than women. So this is a big issue.
Yeah, those are big numbers and something we're going to be wrestling with for quite some time. Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, thank you so much.
Turning now to the latest on the investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And there's a couple pieces of news here. In a new court filing, the House committee investigating the insurrection claims former President Trump and members of his campaign were part of a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Now, this comes as the first trial related to the attack gets underway. Opening statements took place just yesterday in a federal courtroom in the trial of a Texas man, Guy Reffitt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the latest. Ali, good morning. So first, let's start with this court filing and sort of explain what it means for the significance of the House committee, what they must have in order to go ahead and take this step. And I know it really focuses on this Trump allied lawyer. Tell us what we know here.
Yeah, Savannah, this is major. There's no other way to put it. Technically, it's a court filing trying to get the documents of John Eastman, who was a Trump ally who was advising him on ways that he could help to overturn the election results. Eastman has argued repeatedly with the January 6th committee that he can't turn over documents because of attorney-client privilege or even talk about some of his conversations with Trump. And what we learned in this legal filing is he's one of those allies who said that he would come forward and plead the fifth in the committee. There's a transcript included in this really lengthy trove of filings here. And they include part of Eastman's transcript where he does plead the fifth over 100 times in that briefing. But what's really stunning here is the part of the filing where they say that they believe that former President Donald Trump and others committed conspiracy to defraud the United States. I want to read just a little piece of that filing where they say the Select Committee has a good faith basis for concluding that the president and members of his campaign engaged in a criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States. So again, the filing itself, which will be argued next week in California, that filing is in regards to John Eastman, trying to get him to turn over documents and to continue to cooperate with them. But the headline here is it's sort of a backdoor way into saying that they think that President Donald Trump did something illegal, something criminal, while he was in office in his efforts to overturn the election. It's really important to point out here, a former president has never been charged with a crime, but what this does is eventually it sort of shows us where this has been going and what we've imagined where it was going all along, which is eventually it could fall at the feet of the Department of Justice and Merrick Garland to decide, are they going to bring a case here? And that's a pretty stunning moment in history if and when we get to that point.
And also, as people have heard about so much lack of cooperation here, it shows us a step beyond subpoenaing to try to figure out exactly what's going on here. Allie, let's now turn to that first trial, as I mentioned, related to the attack underway now. What is this person, Guy Reffitt, this Texas man, accused of? What's his connection to the attack, and what happened yesterday as this got underway?
Yeah, this is the first of what will be hundreds, Savannah. There were hundreds of people who were arrested for what they did at the Capitol on January 6th. Guy Reffitt is the first of them, and he didn't get into the building, but the allegations here are that he was, in the words of the prosecutor, the match that lit the spark, or I believe if I'm looking, the match that started the fire, in part because he was alleged to have a pistol on his hip, but also the prosecutors in their opening arguments yesterday, they talked a little bit about the messages that Reffitt had sent. What his lawyers, though, are arguing are that he is someone who's prone to hyperbole and that he wasn't actually going to follow through with the things that he said he was going to do. And it really does lay the groundwork here because it's the first, watching the ways in which both the government argues its case, using so much of the evidence that they have from messages from these folks, but also video evidence of what was happening on that day. And then, of course, the way that the defendants end up arguing their cases here as well, really important as we're about to see hundreds of these go forward over the course of the next few months and years.
Hundreds. So much to watch for. We know you'll keep us updated. Allie Vitale, thank you so much.
Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us on this Thursday. Hey, Bill.
Do you know it was 84 degrees in Kansas City yesterday? You know how ridiculous that is for this time of year?
Sounds like barbecue weather. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like, oops, I got a sunburn in the beginning of March. So we had record highs yesterday, and also St. Louis was 82 for a record high yesterday. So things are changing, though, because March is just this wild roller coaster where you still have all that cold air up in Canada, and every now and then, the warm air surges from the south, but then the cold air comes rushing back, and that's happening this morning. So we went from yesterday, 84 in Kansas City to right now it feels like 30 degrees when you walk outside because that cold air is moving down from the north. International Falls has a wind chill of -16. So there's some really cold air out there in the northern half of the country, even northern New England. Syracuse 9, Burlington, Vermont 1, and that cold air is now moving into New York City too. So New York City only had one mild day yesterday, and that was it. But the rest of the country, it's going to stay warm today. Oklahoma City stays at 77, Denver 75, and this continues from the southern plains all the way to the south right through the weekend. Tomorrow, 80 in Amarillo, 80s all the way down to Jackson, Mississippi. Temperatures easily 10 to 20 degrees warmer than they should be. And make your weekend plans outside, outdoors, Atlanta. 77 on Saturday, 80 on Sunday. And how about Washington, D.C.? A beautiful 64 Saturday. And then you get toasty on Sunday and Monday with temperatures in the mid-70s in the nation's capital. So, record warmth today. Texas possible to the Carolinas. But, Joe, Minneapolis, 25 degrees. This is like If you live in the northern half of the country at the beginning of March, you're just better off not paying attention to the weather anywhere else, because you know you have to wait patiently and hopefully not being frustrated like someone that's sitting right here.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the spring in Minnesota, we would have to shovel the tennis courts to go practice. So, we're used to it.
That seems like maybe it's just not time yet to practice.
It was April.
Time for indoor
It was
sports.
April. It was time. That was the problem.
It was April, yeah.
All right, thank you, Bill.
I'm right with you. I was throwing baseballs in April in the snow, so yeah, I get it.
Got to practice. All right.
Thanks, Bill. And coming up on Morning News Now, understanding the oligarchy. As war rages in Ukraine, we look at the small circle of billionaires who are helping to fund the attacks.
And 1 million refugees and counting. How one American organization is working to help people in Ukraine who are still trying to flee their war-torn country.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Task Force Klepto Capture is a new initiative set up by the Justice Department to go after Russian oligarchs.
Yeah, we've heard the term a lot lately, but what exactly is an oligarch and how do these people get so rich and so powerful? NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has some answers for us.
The modern Russian oligarch's story starts back in 1989.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The wall fell, and soon after, in 1991, so did the Soviet Union.
Eastern Europe is free. The Soviet Union itself is no more. This is a victory for democracy and freedom.
After almost 70 years of Russian communism, where the state controlled everything, the Russian people saw huge political and economic change practically overnight. For most regular Russians, this seismic shift was chaotic. But for a select few businessmen known as oligarchs, they managed to rise to the top. The word itself is Greek, derived from oligarchy, and means rule of the few. An oligarch is one of those few. With the state no longer controlling major economic sectors, rich men who had been gaining wealth often in Russia's legitimate businesses and allegedly in the black market stood ready to take control if they had political connections. And many of them did. 1996, it looked as if the communists might return to power in the presidential election. Oligarchs stood together to help Boris Yeltsin's re-election. Infighting inside those elite circles helped bring on the Russian financial crisis of 1998, which in turn helped the rise of Vladimir Putin. At the time, the future president was a lieutenant colonel in the KGB, reportedly gathering information on these oligarchs and the illegal ways they got rich. The oligarchs largely stood in line with Putin as he rose in the political ranks to prime minister, then president, and they've stayed in line, but that may be changing. Many of these so-called oligarchs have investments in the West, some calling for negotiations to start as soon as possible, others calling for an end to the war altogether.
All right, our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that explanation.
And we've been reporting about that staggering number of refugees who have fled Ukraine, 1 million so far. It is a rapidly growing humanitarian crisis in Europe.
Well, one extraordinary group of American volunteers is leading its own evacuation operation in Ukraine. It's called Project Dynamo, a privately run organization largely made up of current and former U.S. military, and it's rescued more than 60 people from Ukraine so far. Thousands more, though, are requesting help.
Joining us now is Project Dynamo co-founder Brian Stern. Brian, good morning to have you with us. We're glad to check in again with your organization. You're now in the middle of your 6th rescue mission, which you've named after the Apollo mission. So tell us, what are you seeing there on the ground, and how has it changed over the last week?
Well, first, I'm proud to report that we've concluded our 6th rescue operation since you guys got the data. We're just short, I think, of 100 people that we've gotten out so far. We may actually be over 100. I'm just not tracking it. What we're seeing on the ground is, this is an open war zone. We are in conflict here. Like any other conflict, it's dangerous. It's scary. Innocent people are stuck in the middle of it. The soldiers on each side are fighting and doing what they need to do for their interests, but the civilians are kind of caught in the middle of it, and that's what we're trying to help.
Now, there are a lot of civilians who are requesting help from you. Your organization says around 2,000 people have requested evacuation just through your website. I understand they're American citizens, but also people from the UK, Nigeria, Afghanistan, France, elsewhere. Tell us exactly how this is working. Tell us about the logistical challenges you're facing. I mean, we're just seeing these images of terror, of convoys on roads, of obviously what's happening in these cities. How is this working that you're able to get people out, so many people? And in fact, I understand even some of them with special needs. How are you doing this and keeping people safe?
It's hard. Project Dynamo was formed in the shadows or in the middle of the evacuation of Afghanistan and Kabul. So we have a lot of lessons learned. We've been at this. I didn't think we'd be at it. I never really thought that we'd be at it this long, but we have been, and we have some really good tactics, techniques, and procedures that ensure to the greatest extent possible safety. Just as a point of clarification, again, the data changes constantly. We're driving steadily toward 9,000 requests. So very quickly, we're busy. We're doing operations. We're running a gun, and we're doing what we need to do. So the logistics chain to do these things is fundamentally different than Afghanistan. I can't use aircraft. There's a lot of differences and things that I can't do, but there's other things that I can do. As an example, the neighboring countries of Ukraine have been, those borders are open, and they've been overwhelmingly generous. I was in Romania yesterday, and the Ukrainian border folks and the Romanian border folks are doing the best they can with a truly overwhelming situation. And the U.S. State Department is they're definitely in it to win it. So I'm happy to report that while it is a terrible situation, and it is hard, and it's long and frustrating, and all the things that go into a crisis, I'm very happy to report that everyone is definitely rowing in the same direction. That's for sure.
Clearly a fluid situation, 9,000 requests, around 100 people rescued so far. You're inspiring a lot of people with this message. People who are watching this right now might be wondering, how can they help?
Yeah, the two things that we need is, number one, if you do need help, if you are in need of assistance from us in Ukraine, please go to our website, projectdynamo.org, and there's a form there. There's a button. You click the form. If you don't do that, we can't find you. And if we can't find you, I can't pull you out. So please, the Russian government likes to play cyber games and stuff and turn off email and communication and cell phones. The other thing is please donate. Please donate. We're donor funded. Every dollar helps. Every dollar that you give goes to saving a life. None of us are paid. I'm a volunteer. Please donate.
All right, Brian, thank you for the update. Thank you for everything you're doing. We'll continue to check in with you. Appreciate it.
What you're doing is amazing. Seeing those selfies of people smiling as you're rescuing them from a situation like this is just really so powerful. Brian, thank you so much. Now, we're following new developments this morning concerning the Paralympic Games in Beijing after more fallout from this war in Ukraine.
Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us with more on that and some of the other latest updates from around the world. Janice, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The about face at the Paralympic Games with the International Paralympic Committee now reversing a decision saying that they will ban athletes from Russia and Belarus from competing at the Games, which are set to get underway this weekend. Now, just a day ago, these same officials had said that athletes would be allowed to compete as neutrals, but the backlash over that decision was swift, it was severe, and it was widespread. Athletes have since threatened to pull out. There were worries about the viability of the Games and actual safety concerns with emotions running so high. The Ukraine team has 20 athletes here with 9 guides, and the opening ceremony is set for tomorrow night. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen is donating a month's salary to Ukraine relief efforts for refugees. The Vice President of Taiwan is going to donate as well. The war in Ukraine has generated a lot of feeling among Taiwanese who say they understand the threat of a powerful neighbor. Taiwan will also send 27 tons of medical supplies to Ukraine. And if you're curious, because I know you are, the president's salary is said to be about $14,000 a month. And with Russia bearing down on Ukrainian cities, animal sanctuaries are struggling to get animals to safer places. Workers from a zoo in Poland are said to be waiting at the border to take animals from the Save Wild sanctuary near Kyiv. There were some photos on Facebook showing a lion in a cage in the back of a truck. Now, roads, of course, are very unsafe, but the animals are apparently becoming stressed because of the explosions. And as well, Ukraine's only gorilla is feeling lonely because he doesn't have any visitors.
Reminder, so many facets to this crisis. Janice, thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, we're going to take a closer look at the human side of war.
Survive. Mentally, how did you survive?
I don't think I did.
When we return, hear from one Ukrainian woman forced to flee after losing loved ones in the invasion. That's next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment. Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with one refugee's story detailing her escape from Ukraine.
It's been a harrowing week with trauma and loss, but she has a powerful message to the world. Here's Cal Perry with the emotional story.
At a refugee center in Lviv, we meet 24-year-old Katrina Balash. Like so many Ukrainians, she's now hundreds of miles from her home.
I left Kharkiv 2 days ago when things got worse and my house got burned by a bomb and my loved ones died. So
who died?
My friends.
She says her friends were killed as they sheltered together in a basement. Russian bombs destroying everything in sight.
So it's pretty much done. My whole city is just dust.
For her, surviving the assault feels like a fate worse than death.
What's it like to see your friends die?
It's, you know, it would rather be me not seeing it dying for you than me seeing you dying, you know?
You wish it had been you?
In that particular moment, yes.
Katerina's escape from Kharkiv, a harrowing but vital journey. Her train stopping in Kyiv, the violence all around her. The experience leaving her forever changed.
Mentally, how did you survive?
I don't think I did. We all are just super, mentally we are broken, and to be honest, I do have PTSD. I do. Very bad kind of. Every time I hear sound or anything, I start shaking. And my friends, they bring some medical stuff to get me back to normal, condition.
Katerina hasn't eaten or slept properly for 6 days, but somehow her message to anyone who is listening is crystal clear.
Please do cherish a clear sky. Every time you see sky, cherish every moment of your life.
Powerful image right there. Thanks to Cal Perry for that report. The European Union is taking more action to isolate Russia from the international financial system amid this ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs joins us now to tell us more about what these actions, these sanctions mean for Russians and their money. Hi, Bertha. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. The European Union is excluding 7 Russian banks from the SWIFT messaging system. This is a messaging system that helps facilitate payment transactions as the West steps up sanctions on Moscow. The U.S., U.K., Europe, and Canada pledging last weekend to remove some Russian banks from SWIFT, potentially damaging Russia's economy as well as its trading partners. The EU list includes Russia's second largest bank, VTB, Gazprombank, and Sberbank, Russia's largest lender. They are not on the list because they are the main lines for payments for Russian oil and gas, which EU countries are still buying because they need to. Russia's big banks are deeply integrated in the global financial system. Sanctions are already being felt beyond Russia's borders. Sberbank's European arm has been forced to close after a run on that bank. Meantime, how it's impacting stocks this morning, it looks like Wall Street is going to open kind of flat, slightly lower after stocks recovered yesterday most of Tuesday's losses. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell telling Congress that the Fed remains committed to fighting inflation through raising interest rates despite the uncertainty that we're seeing in Ukraine. Powell signaling that the Fed will likely raise rates by 0.25% later this month. Meantime, oil prices continue to surge today to levels not seen since 2008 on fears of supply disruptions from the war in Ukraine. So one thing to watch. The oil prices are really going to make everyone's job much more difficult. Back to you.
A lot of folks are worried about all across the globe. Bertha, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, responsibility in reporting.
Yeah, up next, we'll look at how media from around the world are covering the war in Ukraine and how it's shaping people's views of what's happening. That's next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Media organizations from around the world are in Ukraine, covering the attacks all day and all night.
Yeah, we want to bring you a closer look at the process behind the scenes, how stories get covered, what our responsibility as journalists is in a time like this, and also the Russian propaganda machine. Joining us now is Beth Noble. She's an associate professor of communication and media studies at Fordham University. She's also the former Moscow bureau chief for CBS. Hi, Beth. Good morning. This is such an important topic, so thank you so much for joining us. Before we get to the West and journalism and how our processes work, let's start first with this Russian propaganda machine. I mean, we're obviously seeing this being reported on everywhere, but all coverage is not the same, and that's certainly true within the borders of Russia. In fact, the State Department has said that Russia is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and truth. For someone who, is living in the West, has never consumed this information, explain just how big this problem is, the impact that it's having on this war, and the impact it has on Russian citizens.
Yeah, thanks, Savannah. I think one of the biggest differences between the Russian media and our media is that the bulk of Russian media is either owned outright by the state or it's controlled by oligarchs who are friendly to the Kremlin. And what that means is that most Russians are not getting anywhere near an authentic view of this war. The outlets have been told that they can't use words like war or invasion to describe what's going on in Ukraine. And I noticed that they are picking images that fail to show the real situation. Just watching the Russian news this morning, I noticed that they were showing things like minor shots of damage in small towns, like broken windows and bullet holes through fences, rather than what's actually going on in large cities like Kharkiv and Kiev, where there's been massive amounts of destruction of the center of the city. They showed a couple of tanks today on a highway heading towards Kiev, rather than the large convoys and the full-out war that are going on in some parts of Ukraine. They're grasping at anything they can show to demonstrate that the world is actually on the side of Russia here and not Ukraine. Like last night, they were showing reports about Serbia and Montenegro and Venezuela, some of the countries who haven't banned Russian flights. And so the message here from the Russian side is that the bad guys are the U.S. and Ukraine.
Wow.
What they're seeing in Russia is very different from what we're seing here in the West. Yeah. How do you think Western media is doing covering this crisis, and what is our responsibility right now?
Yeah, thanks. I think that the Russian media, could learn a lot of lessons about how to cover a war from the U.S. media. I really salute my colleagues who are out there in the war zone. I think American press has done a fantastic job of really getting to a lot of parts of Ukraine and to the areas around Ukraine that are being affected and giving us a really good view of what's actually happening on the ground. And of course, they're aided by the fact that we have social media. And so many people who are all over Ukraine are uploading videos to show us what's going on in their area. I mean, Ukraine is a huge country, and it's hard for Western journalists to be everywhere.
Yeah, when you talk about that with social media and the way people get information now, that's so different from World War II, obviously. Very quickly, how do you think that has impacted how countries respond to what's happening in Ukraine?
Yeah, well, obviously, it was a totally different situation in World War II, where people were getting their news from the print media, from newspapers, from magazines, and from the new medium of radio, which really created live news as we know it. And so I think we're incredibly lucky now that we have not only so many news sources of our own, but that we can create news sources for the people in Russia who may not be getting good news from their own sources. I read last night that the readership of the BBC Russian language service is up 3 times from a year ago. And that's something that the West has traditionally done, given sources of information to people who can't get them in their own countries.
Absolutely. Beth Noble, such important information here as we continue to cover this unfolding situation. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get straight to the news out of Eastern Europe. Breaking just this morning, Russian forces have reportedly taken control of the port city of Kherson, with the city's mayor allowing Russian troops to take over the administration building of the city. Locals there are also reporting tanks within the city limits. The wider picture, an all-out assault is being waged on 4 key cities in addition to the besieged capital of Kyiv. And this morning, a second round of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia are underway in Belarus.
The meeting comes on the heels of a new video message from Ukrainian President Zelensky, a rallying cry in the face of Russian aggression, as Ukrainian officials say they are launching counterattacks against the Russians. Meanwhile, the brutality of war is setting in for those looking to flee a battered nation.
Oh, I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war and that's it.
The latest estimate now that some 1 million have fled from Ukraine during this week of war, fueling Europe's humanitarian crisis with no end in sight. We begin our coverage this morning with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. He's in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Matt, good morning. Good to see you. So, I mean, it looks like Russia has all but made its first major capture, taking control of this southern port city, Kherson. We have not had that confirmed by the Ukrainian government, but that is what it appears as far as we can see. Now, we know there's been mixed reports from the mayor, also said that Russian forces entered the city council building and imposed curfews on the people. Are we now seeing a turning point in this conflict? How significant is this moment, and what's it like right now for people in that city?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the reports are fairly definitive at this point, because the mayor has also acknowledged that there are armed Russian soldiers inside the city council building. So, I mean, we can go back and forth on whether or not this was actually taken, but it seems as though, for all practical purposes, that city has fallen to the Russians. And what is significant about this, I wouldn't necessarily call it a turning point, but this is the largest, most considerable urban territory that the Russians have taken so far, because remember, they have been moving very swiftly into, well, I shouldn't say swiftly, but they have been moving into Ukraine in the north and in the northeast. But, you know, this is an actual urban territory they've taken, a city. It is the center of an oblast, one of the provinces here. So it's significant in that regard. It's not such a huge city. It's nearly 300,000 people. But it means that the Russians have actually taken land. Now, we know that they've done that in some other smaller towns to the east. But this is not necessarily a turning point, but it is a major step. It shows that the Russians have actually occupied an area and that they're actually moving into political areas. So, you know, so far they haven't set up a compliant regime. They haven't set up anything that looks like, you know, what we saw in World War II, for example, when the Nazis would take over a place. They would set up, you know, a Vichy regime or something, a place that would cooperate with them, locals who were sort of puppet dictators for them. We haven't really seen that yet. So most of the areas that they've taken, they haven't occupied in the traditional sense that we know it. This could be a turning point in that sense, but we haven't seen them do that. We haven't seen them install their own government in Kherson. We haven't seen them taking over the city council. They've just sort of manned positions throughout the city. So we haven't seen that turning point, but we could in the next couple of days. Guys?
In fact, we've continued to see Ukrainian people protest right in the face of Russian troops within their city walls, a testament to them, of course. Now, let's talk about what else is going on across the country. We continue to see assaults on several other Ukrainian cities. That includes Mariupol in the south, Kharkiv in the east, the second largest city in the country, and of course, the capital, Kyiv. President Zelensky just said this morning that Ukraine's defense is holding up against these attacks. Is that what we're seeing on the ground in these cities?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing what looks like something like the strategy they took in Grozny in Chechnya in the late 1990s. Very threatening bombardments. And this is something that the Russians, it's sort of a Russian military tradition, if you will, using artillery in order to soften their targets and then to move in with infantry and taking over. We're seeing the best example of that in Kharkiv, which is the second largest city, as you mentioned, in the northeast of the country, firing artillery into civilian areas in order to soften the resistance, and then they move in. It goes without saying that this is very taxing for the civilian population who remain in these cities. Grozny took months, and it cost tens of thousands of civilian lives. If they take that strategy, they will have to level the city in order to take it. Guys?
Which is just, of course, something we are not hoping to see, or that the tactics change that dramatically. Now, Matt, Russian and Ukrainian negotiators are meeting again in Belarus for ceasefire talks. I mean, what do you think of this? Is there a path toward peace here? Are we getting further away from it? Are these talks, really, is there hope that something substantial could come out of them?
Well, nobody thinks there is, and I think that even the Ukrainian delegation doesn't think there is. The Russian delegation has sent junior people, and it looks as though the Ukrainian delegation is making demands that they know that the Russians won't be able to meet, including things like reparations, full withdrawal of troops. So there's no real reason to believe that diplomacy could still work. Also, remember that in the months and weeks leading up to the actual conflict, there were multiple rounds of diplomacy involving multiple parties, third-party countries. None of that worked, and it was, there was strenuous efforts to reach a diplomatic resolution before the guns started firing off. Now that the guns are blazing, it seems even more unlikely that a diplomatic resolution could be met, and the Ukrainians, remember, feel like they're winning. Unlike before, when they were intimidated and felt as though they might be run over by the Russian military, and every Western military analyst said that the Russians were going to quickly beat the Ukrainians.
Right.
That reality has been overturned up on its head. So now, why would the Ukrainians agree to some sort of milksop treaty if they feel as though they're winning, if they feel as though they have the upper hand? At this point, it looks as though this could drag on and on. Guys?
And again, as we said, essentially a rallying cry from the president this morning. Matt, Bradley, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Let's get more on the ground with our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, reporting from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv.
Russia is taking Kharkiv apart, surrounding Ukraine's second largest city and bombing it, killing dozens. A Ukrainian activist was broadcasting to supporters how their donations are helping to keep the city going when but somehow, despite a relentless campaign, the Ukrainian government is still hanging on. Further south, Russian troops claim to have captured their first Ukrainian city, a small one, Kherson. Ukrainian officials say the battles continue there and claim Russian forces are looting the city. Russian troops were told they'd be greeted as liberators. But nationwide, Ukrainians are resisting them with drones, U.S.-supplied anti-tank weapons, and people power. In town after town, Ukrainians are standing up to convoys, unarmed, blocking the roads, daring the Russians to fire on them. Ukrainians blocked the road outside of Zaporizhzhia and pleaded with Russians not to fight near the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe and risk an atomic catastrophe. Others appeared to be having more fun. These Ukrainians joyriding an apparently abandoned Russian tank. Glory to Ukraine, they say. Russian vehicles are getting stuck on the roads or running out of gas. Ukraine's President Zelensky expressed sympathy for the Russian soldiers. They are not warriors, he said. They are confused children and are being used. Zelensky's chief advisor in the New York Times wrote Vladimir Putin will not stop with Ukraine. The Kremlin wants to create a new Russian empire, he wrote. Ukraine is calling for a no-fly zone to stop Russia's air campaign. It would be a major escalation since it could see the U.S. or NATO shooting down Russian planes. The Biden administration has ruled it out, while that massive Russian convoy heading toward Kiev for now remains stalled outside the city, plagued by fuel shortages.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
The desperate rush out of Ukraine is intensifying as Russia's military assault escalates. The United Nations now says more than 1 million people have fled the country, but many more still remain inside, living in increasingly impossible conditions. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas reports from Lviv.
For many families, it's the last stop before getting out. Lviv in western Ukraine. It's here they can find one last hot meal, a place to sleep, and exchange stories of what they witnessed.
Today, they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses. They didn't launch rockets. They dropped bombs, destroyed many houses.
Like many mothers at this shelter, Tanya Totska is from the east, where Russian airstrikes have destroyed school buildings in downtown Kharkiv. Neighborhoods reduced to rubble, and in the capital, Kyiv, the bombing has driven some 15,000 to shelter in metro stations, including children and the elderly.
I'm on the subway now, and it's terrible. How many kids are there? We won't live as independent, normal country.
Every day, more people arrive in Lviv. This Baptist seminary is now housing dozens of families.
I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war, and that's it.
The kindness of strangers is keeping these families fed and clothed. At this shelter, most of the donations have poured in from the U.S.
You don't know anybody here?
No. We don't know no one here.
These are strangers to you? Yeah. And they took you in?
Yeah. Yes.
That's pretty amazing.
This family of 4 is heading for Poland, but they can't stop thinking about the relatives they left behind in the rush to get out.
There is no transportation to go, and a lot of heating. It's dangerous so much. They heat everything.
Before leaving this shelter, we met Tanya Lushakova and her 5-month-old son, Alisi, the youngest refugee we've encountered so far. When she looks down at her child, she says she's reminded of how far they've come, but also how much further they need to go.
And you think about this war, what goes on in your head?
She says she worries about the psychological effects this war will have on Ukraine's little ones. But she also told me this war has revealed who the strongest creatures are in this battle. It's the mothers fighting to save their children.
All right, our thanks to Tom Yamas there for that report.
Despite that toll on innocent civilians and on Russia's own economy, Vladimir Putin's foreign minister is vowing to carry on the attacks in Ukraine, even as the two sides hold talks. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons spoke to him overnight.
Hey there, I asked the Russian foreign minister whether President Putin is as isolated and erratic as people say, and about those nuclear threats coming from the Kremlin. He said, quote, "We don't have insane people." We're about to play you those comments as the net closes around President Putin's billionaire friends.
This morning, reports a super yacht seized in Germany belongs to a Russian billionaire close to President Putin, according to Forbes. The wealthy oligarchs of Russia under pressure. But how influential are they? Even President Putin's ministers, his generals and other world leaders are made to keep their distance. This morning, NBC News put that question to Putin's foreign minister.
Minister, President Putin is described by many in the West as erratic and isolated. Can you reassure people about President Putin's reasoning? Is he taking advice? And when was the last time you were able to advise him?
President Putin, in the past weeks, has provided detailed comments on our position. That is the position of our leadership.
There are multiple indications the president told very few of his plans. Presidential speeches, like his New Year address, are highly produced.
But last week's televised declaration of war had unusually low production values. And days earlier, he sat a dictator's distance from his Security Council and humiliated Russia's nervous-looking equivalent of the CIA director, who stumbled when asked about Russia's plans. Closest to the president now, his bodyguards and the FSB, once the KGB. Insiders tell us they would give their life for him. The advice President Putin receives, never more important, after he made multiple nuclear threats. Can you reassure the world that Russia would not fire a nuclear weapon in anger, would not fire a first strike?
We
don't have insane people. We have our military doctrine. That describes the parameters and conditions for flying nuclear weapons. It contains no escalation for de-escalation point. Mind your president's statements, Mr. Biden's statements, when responding to a question whether there is any alternative to this sanction from hell. He said the only alternative is a third world war, only be a nuclear war.
And the Kremlin's escalate to de-escalate policy that you heard Sergei Lavrov reference there, that is an apparent doctrine in Russia that they would threaten nuclear war in order to win a conventional war. Western officials will take note that Sergei Lavrov appeared to say that is not Russia's approach.
Thank you, Keir.
Now, retired Colonel Brendan Kearney joins us. He's the former Marine Corps Chief of Staff to Europe. Now, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us, Colonel. Despite Ukraine slowing down Russian forces here, the U.S. does say Russia still has a lot of power it hasn't used. First, let's listen to what Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told Lester Holt last night.
He can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that. But again, just based upon the combat power that we see that he has left, he can still do a number of things.
So at this point, what more is Russia capable of doing? How severe of an escalation could we see?
Well, I think the Russians are certainly capable of bringing in more of their forces from the Russian mainland at virtually any time. But the problem is, what you want to do if you bring in additional forces, you want to reinforce success. Otherwise, they just become clogged on the roads that we're already looking at these satellite photos of for days now. That shows these convoys stalled for lack of fuel. They clearly have tremendous logistic problems that they have not solved. So really, to have all these forces sitting in Russia does them no good right now until they solve the problems they are having in Ukraine itself.
Colonel, let's talk about U.S. troops. About 3,800 more American troops have been deployed to Eastern Europe. How do you see the U.S. military response to this crisis right now, and what do you think we're going to see in the next few weeks?
Well, I think it's a prudent response, to be honest with you. Those forces can flow over to Europe very, very quickly. We can get them into Poland. We can get them into Romania. They can fall onto equipment storage areas that we've had set up over there for the last 20 plus years. So to increase the U.S. forces, I think it is a prudent move. But most importantly, I think we need to be looking at NATO. They're immediately in Europe right now. They've got a significant numbers of forces that are arrayed. They've got a lot of reserve forces that have not been called up. So I would hope that we would see more action from NATO. And it's been good so far, but that's really where the great flexibility lies for us, rather than simply flying American forces over from across the Atlantic.
Colonel, what do you make of Ukraine's military response to this crisis? I mean, they're up against a military power like Russia, outmanned, outgunned were the words that were used constantly as Russia invaded this country. And also, what kind of resources do they need right now to keep up this fight?
Well, you're absolutely right. They are outmanned, they are outgunned, but they are outperforming the Russians, which I think is critical. The Ukrainians have indicated, and I fully understand why they're doing it, that they don't want U.S. or NATO forces on the ground. And I think the Ukrainians themselves are more than capable of continuing to take on the Russians and defeat them. But they need the resupplies. And everything I'm hearing is that the supplies are coming in across the borders with the NATO countries. And if that can keep going, and they can continue to go ahead and redistribute those supplies within Ukraine to their army that is resisting the Russian advance, I think we're going to see continued success on the part of the Ukrainians and increasing frustration on the part of the Russians. And of course, there is a danger with that.
Colonel, this slow-moving Russian convoy that's been gradually making its way toward Kyiv, if the West, if America gets certain resources to the Ukrainian military, is there anything more that they could potentially do to stop that slow-moving convoy that's sort of just sitting there?
Well, you can stop them. Apparently, they're stopped right now because of their own logistics problems. But you know, that convoy, if I was sitting in Ukraine right now, I'd be looking at that convoy, quite honestly, as a great big fat target. It's confined to the roads. They really can't maneuver off the roads because of the increasing influence that the mud has on those vehicles. You simply can't, there's no cross-country mobility. So that convoy needs to move. It either needs to move back or it needs to move forward. Its stationary position right now is just a wonderful target for the Ukrainian military, and I'm sure they are engaging them. I think they're going to want to go even harder against them here as soon as they can. And additional weapons are certainly going to make that easier for them to do.
Colonel Brendan Kearney, we so appreciate your analysis, your expertise here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks.
Now, Americans are facing higher prices at the gas pump this week as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Experts warn those prices could climb even higher as tensions escalate. U.S. oil companies are now racing to relieve some of the financial stress, but it may not be quick enough for those struggling with inflation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello takes a closer look.
Bad news for anyone who uses gasoline. Just take a look at pump prices.
I'm scared. I don't want to pay like $10 a gallon.
The national average has jumped 4 cents in just one day to $3.65 a gallon, up 12 cents in a week, 25 cents in a month. California pays the most, averaging $4.86 a gallon.
Over the course of the weekend, it would not be surprising that motorists could step outside, see the gas station, and prices could go up 20, 30, even 40 cents a gallon in some of these areas.
Here's why. Russia is the world's second largest oil exporter. But today, its exports are under a de facto ban as shippers refuse Russian oil, countries turn away Russian tankers, and banks refuse to extend credit. Today, oil topped $112 a barrel for the first time since 2011. While U.S. oil companies, under pressure to preserve profits, are still pumping 10% less than before the pandemic. Exxon and Chevron say they plan to increase production, but it won't be quick.
This means that oil drillers now have to get the crews, the equipment, and all the support services back into the Permian Basin.
Airline ticket prices also likely to get more expensive, with jet fuel surging 35 cents a gallon in just 2 days. Experts say the longer this war lasts, the longer these prices are likely to stay high, months or even years. And for a typical American family, that will mean this year an extra $600 to $700 in gasoline charges alone, and that will continue to drive inflation even higher. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you so much.
And coming up, continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine. We've got the very latest in a few minutes. Plus, we're watching other major headlines here at home. A new plan of action from the White House's COVID task force as cases and deaths trend downward.
And the fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. We're monitoring the latest developments out of Ukraine, where this morning the UN says 1 million refugees have now fled the country as major cities come under increasing attack. We're going to have the latest developments in just a few minutes, but we do want to get to some other news this morning.
Yes, starting with the pandemic, the White House COVID task force is moving ahead with new steps to tackle the next phase of the pandemic as cases keep dropping in the U.S. Part of that plan is to increase testing and faster treatments for all. A move the White House says will help put the virus in an endemic stage. This all comes as the CDC puts a halt to its contact tracing program, focusing instead on high-risk settings. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Saying Americans will need to learn to live with the virus, this morning authorities believe our nation is transitioning from pandemic to endemic. Holding their first briefing together in person in more than a year, the White House COVID task force is outlining a new 96-page plan to move forward.
If you looked at the practicality of where we are clearly going in the right direction.
Hoping Americans feel safe returning to the office and filling downtown streets again, the COVID plan calls for 4 main goals. Still focused on vaccines, there'll be more genomic sequencing for variants. And in an effort to prevent shutdowns, next week, Americans can order additional free at-home testing kits. And if someone tests positive at a pharmacy or clinic, antiviral medications could be available on the spot.
All of these efforts are with a vision for not just COVID, but also to address any future infectious and non-infectious public health threats.
With a plan in place for a new normal, some believe we could as early as this summer face a new variant and another surge. But today, the country is on solid footing.
I think it's up to us to really restore our prior lives in its full dimension. And essentially, that means not fearing, for most of us, not fearing infection.
On a better road, the path forward is still divided. Florida's governor admonishing high school students before a press conference.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
This morning, pandemic frustration and exhaustion, the one thing most Americans can agree on.
The COVID White House task force was asked about masking on airplanes and other public transit. They said they are constantly revisiting their mask guidelines, but for now, those measures stay in place. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you so much.
Many parents are already feeling the impacts of inflation at the grocery store and at the gas pump. Now you're also likely seeing skyrocketing babysitting rates. The cost of childcare is on the rise as many struggle to juggle the demands of work life with home life. NBC's Blaine Alexander takes a closer look.
We're talking about rising prices, not just for date night or a parent's night out, but after school care, full-time nanny care, all of them. We're seeing prices rising across the board, and experts say it's likely to stay that way.
Thanks to the pandemic, the cost of childcare is skyrocketing, up by as much as 11% in 2021, well above the rate of inflation. It's happening across the map. In cities like New York and San Francisco, average rates are over $23 an hour for one child. In Los Angeles and Seattle, more than $20 an hour. And just below that for Boston, D.C., Raleigh, Miami, and Phoenix. Why the climbing costs? Daycare closures and parents working from home are sending demand through the roof. And newcomers are flooding into the field, bringing higher credentials at a higher price.
Why are we seeing so many people flood into this childcare profession?
Teachers and nurses didn't feel safe in their working environments. So as they're coming into the childcare field and working for families one-on-one, they're able to charge a much higher rate because they're bringing this set of skills with them.
She says they have seen a spike in demand across the board, babysitters, nannies, and after-school care. And for some families, paying the rising price of childcare is out of the question, driving more parents, especially women, to leave the workforce altogether. Natalie Ormond was almost one of them.
Financially, it has burdened our family so that we can't have consistent care for our children.
She found a nanny to help with her 6 kids, but can't afford to pay for as many hours as they need.
I've posted on Craigslist, I've posted on Nextdoor, I've gone to Facebook. There's probably 5 times more families asking for childcare than there are providers.
That bidding war is beneficial for nannies like Ashley Harris. She recently raised her prices.
I was getting so many inquiries, and honestly, some of the parents' rates superseded my rates.
Experts say the prices are likely here to stay and long overdue.
We're finally seeing care providers getting the hourly wages that will allow them to feed their own families and make a living wage doing what they do best.
Now, because this is something that's now being discussed so widely, there's so much hope among so many that this will help drum up support for employment subsidies, government subsidies, to help kind of ease the blow of these high prices. But in the meantime, I asked our expert, what can parents do? And she gave a few suggestions. She said, try and find other families that you could partner with and share the cost of childcare. She also suggested reaching out to people who are perhaps retired who can do this and not necessarily need to charge as much. But of course, for so many parents out there, you know, you have to get creative. In Atlanta, I'm Blaine Alexander. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. Speaking of creative, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns is back with us. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning once again, guys. So if you want to talk about the West, and we talk about the mega drought for, years now, we had a great December. It was fantastic. The beginning of the rainy season, we had storm after storm, and then it's been bone dry. There are some locations in California, like Sacramento, that haven't had a drop of rain in over 60 days. And so the drought is now building back, the localized drought, not the one that goes 10 years, but just the current conditions. So 65% of the West is in a severe drought right now, and about 69% of California is in a severe drought. 37 million people are in these drought areas, and it's still the end of the rainy season, so we're hoping for a little bit of more weather here in March and April before the dry summer arrives. And we have a little storm, not a big one, so some areas are finally going to get their first drops of rain. The mountains of Northern California under winter weather advisories, and even some of the mountains just north of LA could get a little bit of snow. It's not a lot of rain, but San Francisco, you're going to get some drops today in Northern California, and eventually, as we go throughout today and tonight and tomorrow, we're going to get a little bit of rain from the mountains of LA all the way down through Ocean Oceanside and San Diego. The coastal areas about ½ inch to 1 inch. The mountains, though, could get 1 to 2 inches. So it's better than nothing. We'll put it that way. And then this storm over the weekend will move through the Rockies. Areas that are currently in the 50 to 70 degree range, you'll have snow from Durango to Telluride, Aspen to Denver. Much of Wyoming will get snow, and then this will push out into the plains by the time we get through the end of the weekend. So your weekend forecast looks like this. Still incredibly warm Friday through the south, chilly in the northeast. Then by the time we get to Saturday, heavy snow from Wyoming through South Dakota. But look at the south, 80 in Dallas, 80 in Jacksonville, Florida. We're in the 60s in the mid-Atlantic region. And then finally on Sunday, that warmth slides up through the mid-Atlantic. Enjoy it. It'll only be about 1 or 2 days of it, but 64 degrees in New York City on Sunday. There'll be some light rain in the middle of the country, and then there's that snow likely in areas of the Rockies. So a roller coaster ride, but you could already tell that story is going to come all summer long again about the drought in California, the heat, and unfortunately the fire season. We just did not get enough rain once again this rainy season. It's just a broken record.
Yeah, something they're sadly getting used to there.
Oh, yeah, it's tough, though. All right, Bill, thank you so much.
Coming up, much more on the crisis currently unfolding in Ukraine, including a different perspective of the invasion. We're going to talk to a woman here in the U.S. ready to return to the country she once called home to do her part.
Plus, the stories of adoption and starting a family in the middle of a war zone. That's up next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Yesterday, we shared a story about Ukrainians in America who are thinking about leaving the U.S. to join the fight.
Yeah, many across the world are worried about their loved ones still in Ukraine, including one woman in Chicago who plans to return to her native country next week.
We're joined now by Maria. We're not sharing her last name because we do want to protect her safety. Maria, thanks so much for being with us and talking with us. First, just what made you decide to go back, and what is it you're going to be doing when you do get back to Ukraine?
Well, what made me decide, obviously, country is getting blown up, but also I feel like I can't do any more protests or fundraisings. It's just I've done it for all these years, especially in the beginning of Maidan. I need to be there, and besides that, my family is there, so I want to be at least a little bit closer. My family is in Kyiv and in Odessa, and I want to be closer, and I hope they will take me with my husband to International Legion to fight, but if not, then I will volunteer and do whatever I can.
How is your family doing? Who's there? What's it like to be able to get in touch with them? You mentioned some of the places they are of course, that we have seen some of this military action from Russia. Are they safe? What have you heard?
My parents are in Odessa, and I just talked to them in 2 in the morning, and they pretty much slept through the sirens at this point, because every 2 hours they have to go to the parking garage and back. So now they're going to be hiding in the bathroom. And I have cousins in Kiev. I haven't heard from them for a while. All the friends, everybody, all my people are there, basically. So some cousins made it out already, and they're in Ternopil. But I just wanted to say, if people asking what to do for Ukraine right now, medical supplies, anything, medical supplies, find Ukrainians in Ukrainian neighborhood, and everybody's organizing, sending packages. People from the border that are working right now, volunteers, I'm in touch with Polish friends and Ukrainians on the border. Everything, just medical supplies.
Maria, I'm guessing you know people who are on the front lines. What are you hearing from them, if you are even able to hear from them?
Yes, so that is what needed, not only for the army, the batteries, the chargers, the cigarettes, little things are also needed. Everything is lacking, always in Ukraine. And for refugees, of course, the diapers, female hygienes, just common sense. If you want to donate something, just think about what humans need. And that's what Ukrainians need, we're human.
Maria, right now, as we're having this conversation, I've just seen an amazing stat come through. It's according to the Ukrainian Border Security Agency. 50,000 Ukrainian citizens abroad have returned to Ukraine just through checkpoints in Lviv to join this effort for their country. How proud are you of your people, and what do you want people who have never been there here in America to know about what's happening right now to your people, to these people, thousands, tens of thousands who are returning to their country to fight?
Right. Well, I mean, I feel like for us, it's kind of like cleaning the house. This is something we need to do right now. It's not about being proud, or it just has to be done. And I don't know what to tell you. We just don't want to be Russia. I spent almost 20 years in America, but this is my land, and we have to protect it. We have different values, different ways of living. Even though I'm Russian speaker, lots of us do speak Russian, less and less, thank goodness. But I don't know what to tell Americans. Just this is what we got to do right now.
20 years in America. Maria, who's in Chicago, for people watching, a city many of us have probably been to before, who's returning to a war zone for her country. Thank you so much for your time. Please stay safe. We're thinking of you and your family. We'd love to check in.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck. Now, we brought you many stories this week about the innocent children caught in the middle of this war and the Ukrainian parents fighting to get those kids to safety. But there are some American families who are caught in the war zone, too. One Florida couple actually had to shelter in Kyiv while waiting for the arrival of their baby girl. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Chicago with more on this family's story of survival. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Thankfully, that family is safe right now, but we know that there are countless other children, including many orphans, who may still be trapped in the war zone at this hour. But thankfully, that one Florida family able to breathe a little easier this morning after a scary journey.
Here I am.
This morning, 5-day-old Charlotte Marina, mom and dad, all safe in Slovakia after a remarkable escape from Ukraine.
I don't think we'll be fully relieved until we're home, to be honest. But we're safe now, and that's the biggest thing.
Amy and Michael Kowalski traveled from Florida to Kyiv for their daughter's birth by surrogate just days before Russia's attack.
Nobody locally was even really very concerned about it.
Then early Thursday in Ukraine's capital, the couple jolted from bed.
The windows were rattling.
All of their plans changed. War had arrived before their baby girl. The Kowalskis say their surrogate went into labor Friday in the bomb shelter.
Was there a point between Thursday and Saturday where you two thought we may need to go without her?
No,
never.
That was never an option.
Then Saturday, their baby girl arrived at last. About an hour after birth, the family forced to flee.
Every turn of this story is just angels that were there and supported us like I would never have imagined.
One of the heroes along the way, Marina, a Ukrainian woman who's now the namesake for little Charlotte Marina.
She wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her.
But other children are still in peril.
There are tens of thousands of children in orphanages in Ukraine.
Abundance International says this video shows Ukrainian orphans in a bomb shelter.
In an orphanage with infants to 4 years old, and a third of those are disabled, Down syndrome, have special medical needs. It makes it very difficult to try to move them.
But there are glimmers of hope. One Pittsburgh man telling NBC affiliate WPXI he and a priest rescued 22 orphans from Kyiv.
The end game would really be get the kids to America.
Children still a beautiful symbol of love in an uncertain world. I do have more good news from Charlotte Marina's mom this morning. She texted me saying that the little girl got a clean bill of health from the doctor. The family said they'd also been helping another American family's newborn girl get out of Ukraine. That girl, I'm told, also healthy. There was also a Ukrainian woman, a translator, who came with those people. I'm told she is safe as well, but of course, that is not the situation for many other people in Ukraine, including so many orphans potentially. And that one orphanage group, Joe, telling me that it may make more sense to just bunker down and take the chance against the Russian attacks as opposed to moving everyone because of the Herculean logistical effort that would entail. Joe?
We had them on our show just the other day, and they told us the exact same thing. It's a tough situation for them to be in. Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much for your report. Appreciate it.
Coming up, the legal battle rages on over the controversial new order in Texas aimed at transgender youth.
Now the ACLU is joining the fight. We'll tell you about the lawsuit that could block Governor Greg Abbott's latest directive next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
People say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
The escalating tension between Ukraine and Russia.
They worry that Russia is not negotiating in good faith.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing and for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The ACLU is suing Texas to try and stop the state from launching investigations on families of transgender kids who seek gender-affirming medical care.
However, the state argues that medical transition procedures for transgender youth constitute child abuse. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson reports.
From the courthouse to the Capitol. Protesters in Texas rallying against alleged child abuse investigations targeting parents of transgender youth. This one outside a hearing on the issue held Wednesday.
It is absolutely unconscionable and cruel and unjust, and it cannot stand.
A Texas family alongside the ACLU is now suing the state, claiming an investigator from Child Protective Services showed up at their home last week, asking questions and seeking their 16-year-old transgender child's medical records. The Texas Department of Family and Protective Services declined to comment. The plaintiffs, identified as Jane and John Doe, along with their daughter Mary Doe, placing blame for the investigation on Abbott and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
Paxton and Abbott do not scare us and will never separate us.
Last month, Paxton issued an opinion that the process of transitioning that doctors call gender-affirming care could, quote, legally constitute child abuse. Days later, Abbott weighed in, writing, Texas law also imposes a duty on Department of Family and Protective Services to investigate the parents of a child who is subjected to these abusive gender transitioning procedures. Less than a week later, the plaintiffs say investigators came knocking. The child's mother describing the emotional toll, writing, I have been unable to sleep, worrying about what we can do and how we can keep our family intact and our daughter safe and healthy. We are living in constant fear. According to the court filing, other families are also under investigation. Some parents with trans youth now worry they could be next. What keeps you up at night?
The last week has been terrifying. We are scared in our own home. You start to sort of rehearse in your brain the unthinkable of your child being taken away from you.
Rebecca Bryant and her 8-year-old daughter, Sunny, are among those on the front lines of this fight.
My first visit to the Capitol should have been on a school field trip, not defending my right to exist.
Testifying at the state capitol several times, lobbying against bills they say are anti-trans. The lawsuit, which seeks to block CPS investigations of trans youth, is the first legal challenge to Abbott's directive. Experts have questioned whether it will hold up in court. The governor's office did not respond to NBC's request for comment. If the directive is upheld, what then?
We probably will have to leave the state, which is part of the intention of all of this. We don't want you here.
And to be clear, several medical organizations, including the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association, have all spoken out against the governor's directive, saying it interferes with necessary medical care. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us with a look at the latest job numbers here in the States and also how businesses across the globe are continuing to put that financial pressure on Russia. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joan, Savannah, let's start with the jobs numbers. We got the weekly unemployment claims. They were down 15,000 to 215,000 for the past week. That's the lowest we've seen all year. We also got some productivity number for the fourth quarter, up 6.6%, more or less in line. But it's the labor costs in the fourth quarter that were up nearly 1%, 3 times more than what a lot of economists were anticipating. Meantime, Spotify has closed its office in Russia indefinitely in response to the country's invasion of Ukraine. Spotify says it's reviewed thousands of pieces of content and is restricting shows owned by and operated by Russian state media, as well as content from RT and Sputnik. Live Nation, the world's largest concert promoter and owner of Ticketmaster, saying earlier this week it will no longer put on shows or do business in Russia. Publix has pulled all Russian vodka from the shelves of its liquor stores. The Florida-based supermarket chain has removed Beluga, Roscova, Russian Standard, and Zir brand vodkas. Reports say it's still selling brands with Russian-sounding names, including Stolichnaya and Smirnoff. They were originally produced in Russia, but are now made in other countries. Publix joining several U.S. and Canadian liquor stores in the anti-Russian vodka campaign, as are a number of bars here in the U.S. and abroad as well.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much for that update. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, it is a scenario straight out of the movies.
A couple tons of space junk on a crash course for the moon. But where'd it come from and what does it mean for us down here on Earth? We'll dig into that next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're back with an in-depth look at a first-of-its-kind space event. Tomorrow, a nearly 4-ton piece of an old rocket will crash into the far side of the moon. It will be the first time a piece of space junk has unintentionally struck the moon's surface.
NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has more on why the space world is watching this event closely.
Good morning, guys. I'm at the Museum of Science and Industry Planetarium, where all eyes indeed are going to be up into the sky. About 24 hours from now, 7:26 Eastern time, we will have that moon crash. It's sort of unplanned, and yes, it will be out of this world.
It's an out-of-this-world phenomenon, straight out of the movies. A large hunk of space junk about 40 feet long and 10 feet wide, headed for a crash landing on the surface of the moon.
This is really about the best place that a piece of junk like this could have gone.
Space expert and amateur asteroid tracker Bill Gray was the first to spot the rogue flying hunk of metal. Initially concluding it was part of a SpaceX Falcon rocket launched in 2015. But now, according to NASA, it's actually part of a Chinese rocket launched a year earlier.
What does it tell us that you're trying to figure out what this space junk is, because essentially nobody's tracking it?
I don't actually expect necessarily that these objects will be tracked, but usually at the beginning, somebody knows that this is where we lost contact with it.
Explorer, this is Kowalski confirming visual contact with debris.
Unlike some of Hollywood's popular depictions of the dangers of space debris, this particular junk does not pose any serious threat to the moon or its orbit. but it will certainly leave a mark. The impact will shoot moon dust for hundreds of miles in every direction and carve out a brand new moon crater expected to be up to 60+ feet across. NASA tells NBC News it could take weeks to months to identify the impact site, calling it an exciting research opportunity. Learning about space and the solar system is 9-year-old Reagan DeAndrea's favorite hobby. His mom, Brianna, says at first Reagan wondered if the crash may affect tides here on Earth.
So his first reaction was, well, wait, what's going to happen to the water? Is that going to affect the water? And I was like, good question, buddy. I don't know.
Luckily, nothing will change here on Earth, and a little space junk will not stop Reagan and his little sister Vera from dreaming of someday going to space themselves.
I know Vera always has a saying that she likes to say, and what's that? I love you to the moon. I love you to the moon.
Unfortunately, we will not be able to see this crash. But if you're curious how much space junk is out there, yes, there's an app for that. It's actually designed to look at the constellations. You just hold it up like that, but then it also identifies the tens of thousands of pieces of space junk that's floating out there in low Earth orbit. But, you know, tomorrow, the big event.
That sounds like too much information, being able to see space junk from my phone. Seems like something I've become kind of obsessed with. Don't want to do that.
If we don't have enough distractions.
Yeah.
First Wordle, now this.
Yeah. All right, Carrie, thank you so much.
Yes.
Very
Carrie,
interesting.
we love you to the moon, Carrie. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Relentless attacks. Russia accelerating its strikes on Ukrainian cities. Dozens more are dead, but the Ukrainian government is still holding on. NBC News is on the ground in the places hardest hit.
Blaming Trump for the first time, the January 6th committee says it believes the former president committed crimes. The new legal filing that could signal a pretty dramatic shift in the investigation into the Capitol riot.
New phase. The White House announcing new steps in the fight against COVID. The changes about to be rolled out as America shifts toward a new normal.
And heads up for tons of space junk on a collision course with the moon. NASA says it's expected to hit tomorrow. We'll tell you why experts are paying pretty close attention to this crash landing. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Morgan Radford here on assignment in Miami.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York. We begin with Russia's invasion of Ukraine showing no signs of slowing down. The mayor of the southern city of Kherson says Russian troops have taken control of the city's administration building. This is video of Russian tanks in Kherson earlier today. The Ukrainian government, earlier this week, I should say, the Ukrainian government has not confirmed the capture of any city. Here's what one person in Kherson saw on the ground today.
There was no military outside. The night was surprisingly calm. I hope it stays calm. And yeah, but we are in Russian control. Looks like we cannot enter or leave.
We also want to show you some new video just in of an explosion in the northern city of Chernihiv. It happened in a residential area, and it's still unclear what actually caused that blast, but there are several reports of an oil depot catching fire. Meanwhile, the humanitarian crisis continues to skyrocket. The UN says 1 million people have fled Ukraine since the fighting began.
Our team is once again following this rapidly developing story from every angle. Let's begin with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez. He is in Moscow for us this morning. Raf, we just talked about the fall of Kherson to Russia. Bring us up to speed on what's happening on the ground.
Aaron, folks here in Russia are seeing their economic lives turned upside down by the Western sanctions imposed in response to Vladimir Putin's invasion. As the value of the ruble, the Russian currency, collapses, prices here are just skyrocketing, and that's on everything from fuel, from car parts, to just groceries on the shelves. We're hearing from a lot of young, educated Russians that they're trying to get out of the country, that they don't want to stay in a collapsing economy. But that's a difficult thing to do right now. If you go to one of Moscow's 3 international airports, you're going to look up at a departure board that is just a sea of cancellations because both European and North American airspace are closed to Russian aircraft right now. The real question, though, Aaron, is will this economic damage imposed by the Western powers actually change Vladimir Putin's mind? Will the fact that his people are suffering economically cause him to reverse course and pull his forces out of Ukraine? The president of Russia is meeting with his National Security Council today, a few miles from here behind the walls of the Kremlin. Right now, there's no indication he's prepared to back down. Aaron?
Let's bring in NBC's Matt Bradley for us. Now, he is in Ukraine today. Matt, a second round of ceasefire talks I know is underway. What do we know about that, and what's the situation from your vantage point in Ukraine at this hour?
Yeah, look, Aaron, I don't know about those ceasefire talks, if they're going to go anywhere. It really just seems like that's kind of a non-starter. The fact is that these are the second talks. The first ones went nowhere. The second ones seem to be surrounded or shrouded in pessimism. And we have to remember that all of the diplomatic talks that led up to this conflict, this hot war, were a failure. And those were ones that involved multiple other countries and different tracks. None of those went anywhere. And in fact, we're really hearing the opposite, that Vladimir Putin is digging in his heels. And in that call between Vladimir Putin and Emmanuel Macron, the French president came out and said that the worst is yet to come. All of this seems like Putin is once again using diplomatic talks as a cynical maneuver to continue his aggression against Ukraine. Now, you asked about Kherson, that southern city that was just taken. This is the most considerable urban territory that the Russians have gotten so far. So that's a major achievement for the Russian military. Bookending a week that has seen very little in terms of achievements on the ground, surprisingly so, considering the overwhelming force the Russians have brought to bear in invading Ukraine. So this city now, as you mentioned earlier, you had a quote from somebody who was there. It looks somewhat peaceful, but the mayor said that this city has fallen. He begged for a humanitarian corridor to allow for goods to come in and for people to go out. And he begged for the Russian occupiers to abide by the Geneva Convention. We'll see if they do that. Guys?
I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now in Washington. Dan, the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sat down with NBC News. What is he saying about Russia's potential to go further with this invasion?
That's right. Secretary Austin was saying that even with the fierce resistance we've seen Ukrainian forces put up, the full force of the Russian military has still not been fully brought to bear. We could still see much more firepower engaged. Here's what the Secretary told Lester Holt.
There's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. You know, one of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose, is that he can choose to de-escalate. Does it feel back to the future for you now to see this conflict? Well, we certainly didn't envision being here in 2022 in Europe. And we don't have to be here. We didn't have to be here. This is a choice by one man.
So that's Secretary Austin giving that kind of bleak assessment. And it is interesting to sort of indicate that we are in some sort of new Cold War, a kind of very serious confrontation with Russia that we just have not seen since the 80s. And it's very uncertain, and it's really uncharted territory.
All right, Dan DeLuce in Washington, Matt Bradley in Ukraine for us. Thank you both.
Russia's invasion has forced roughly 1 million people to flee Ukraine. The United Nations now warning we could see the biggest refugee crisis in nearly a century. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is in Lviv.
Points that is spread out through western Ukraine. This is how many cities and towns are operating during this time of war. They're stopping cars and they're looking basically for any type of Russian saboteur, Russian spy, anything that looks suspicious. Guards are armed, so people are taking this very seriously. And they're not just protecting the people in this area, they're also protecting all the refugees who have flooded in trying to reach the border.
For many families, it's the last stop before getting out. Lviv in western Ukraine. It's here they can find one last hot meal, a place to sleep, and exchange stories of what they witnessed.
Today, they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses. They didn't launch rockets. They dropped bombs, destroyed many houses.
Like many mothers at this shelter, Tanya Totska is from the east, where Russian airstrikes have destroyed school buildings in downtown Kharkiv. Neighborhoods reduced to rubble, and in the capital, Kyiv, the bombing has driven some 15,000 to shelter in metro stations, including children and the elderly.
I'm on the subway now, and it's terrible. How many kids are there? We won't live as independent, normal country.
Every day, more people arrive in Lviv. This Baptist seminary is now housing dozens of families.
I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war, and that's it.
The kindness of strangers is keeping these families fed and clothed. At this shelter, most of the donations have poured in from the U.S.
You don't know anybody here?
No. We don't know no one here.
These are strangers to you? Yeah. And they took you in?
Yeah. Yes.
That's pretty amazing.
This family of 4 is heading for Poland, but they can't stop thinking about the relatives they left behind in the rush to get out.
There is no transportation to go, and a lot of heatings. It's dangerous so much. They heat everything.
Before leaving this shelter, we met Tanya Lushakova and her 5-month-old son, Alisi, the youngest refugee we've encountered so far. When she looks down at her child, she says she's reminded of how far they've come, but also how much further they need to go.
And you think about this war, what goes on in your head?
She says she worries about the psychological effects this war will have on Ukraine's little ones. But she also told me this war has revealed who the strongest creatures are in this battle. It's the mothers fighting to save their children.
We have met so many brave mothers across this country. We also want to mention the UN has updated their refugee numbers. Now 1 million Ukrainians have fled this country. We're also learning that the Ukrainian rail company has suspended all commercial traffic. They are only transporting passengers, most of them going from the east all the way to the west. They are, though, asking for the Red Cross to help them establish a green zone in certain areas in the east where the fighting is so intense they cannot get their trains there and evacuate people. Reporting from Western Ukraine, Tom Yamas, NBC News.
Now, as this crisis unfolds, we're hearing stories from people with unique perspectives. Yevgeny Kiselyov is a Russian journalist who's lived in Ukraine since 2008. Before then, he was a prominent TV host in Russia. But his criticism of Vladimir Putin put his life in danger, forcing him to move to Ukraine. Yevgeny joins us now from Ukraine. Yevgeny, I know that you've lived and reported from Ukraine since 2008. What can you tell us about the Ukrainian people and how they're approaching and dealing with this war?
Ukrainian people are very different from Russian people. Russian people are now fearing to go out and protest against the war, unfortunately. Ukrainian people are stubborn and brave. They are fighting the enemy. And I think that even if Russia's army takes over some of the major cities, mind you, Kherson, which we were talking today, is not the major city. It's an important city in the south of the country, but bigger cities are under control of the central government. And I'm quite sure that even if some of the bigger places will be taken over by the Russian invaders, Ukrainian people will turn to insurgency tactics that brought the people of Afghanistan to victory over Russian invaders in 1980s.
Well, you mentioned Afghanistan. I know you served in the Soviet Army in the 70s and 80s during the war with Afghanistan. You followed the Russian military's intervention in other places in Syria in recent years, for example. What similarities do you see between how Russia has conducted operations in the Middle East over the years and what you're seeing now in Ukraine?
Well, there are many similarities. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to draw comparisons between what I have seen in Afghanistan in the late 70s, early 80s. But definitely, there's one general rule that the more support the local population that is fighting the invaders gets from the people, the tougher is the reaction of the invading Russian force. You know, it all ended in the bombardment of Aleppo, and when I am looking at the pictures, videos coming from Kharkiv, the second largest city of Ukraine, or when I see the bombing of some of the central quarters of the capital, I immediately start to think that Putin is thinking of turning Kharkiv and Kiev into a new Aleppo, just to try to break the resistance of Ukrainian people.
Evgeny Keshlyav, we appreciate your time and your analysis of what's happening today. Thank you.
We are also following major developments in the investigation into the Capitol riot. It's day 2 of the first trial for one of the people charged in that insurrection. Prosecutors say Guy Reffitt lit the match that started the fire of the riot. Also today, former Trump administration spokesman Judd Deere is testifying before the January 6th committee. He was deputy press secretary at the time of that insurrection. Now, this, of course, all comes as the January 6th committee is calling former President Trump's actions in the lead up to that riot a criminal conspiracy. Lawmakers have filed a request to release emails from a Trump-allied lawyer, and the committee says these documents show the larger plan to defraud the American people of legitimate election results. So Ken Delanian right now is standing by following this trial, but let's go ahead and start with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, it is great to see you there live from Capitol Hill. I know you've been following the January 6th committee's investigation since the beginning, so talk to us a little bit about the significance of this particular filing, and really, what's the committee hoping to find in John Eastman's emails?
Yeah, a very significant filing, Morgan. Overnight, more than 200 pages that include the overarching theme that you just mentioned, that the committee believes that if they were to be able to look into John Eastman's emails, they would find evidence that the former president, when he was president, committed crimes, specifically conspiracy to defraud the United States. That's a pretty stunning allegation there, and Chairman Benny Thompson was just on the steps outside of the Capitol a few minutes ago, where he was asked if he personally believed that Trump committed a crime, and he said he stands with what the committee wrote in that filing. So very stunning headline there, but it's not the reason the thing was filed in the first place. The filing was made last night to a court in California because the committee is still trying to get a hold of John Eastman's emails. Eastman was a lawyer for the former president who's saying he can't share those emails and documents because of attorney-client privilege. He has to, of course, prove that he was Trump's attorney. But then the committee is even arguing that there is a crime fraud exception or exemption here. Effectively, Trump can't just seek out a lawyer to commit a crime. They try to establish that they knew and he knew that he was likely to lose the 2020 election and made moves to overturn the results anyway. That's what they're going to try to argue as they try to get a hold of the documents that Eastman has and that he's still protecting, again, saying that they're attorney-client privilege.
Ali, I want to go back to something you said just a moment ago and talk about timing, because Committee Chairman Benny Thompson has said that public hearings on the insurrection would be coming. Is there any update whatsoever on what the timing could be in terms of when that could actually happen?
Yeah, they've been sliding a little bit because other members of the committee have said to me that because of some of the stonewalling that they've experienced, be it in the courts or just from other folks who have been subpoenaed and called as witnesses not showing up or trying to delay when they show up, that has made it a little bit harder for them to do it on the timeline that they initially envisioned at the end of last year. The thinking around 2022 was that in the spring or in the early few months, we would see a more public phase of this. Now what we're hearing is that you're likely to see hearings more towards the spring, even the early summer. Thompson, the chairman, again, saying that he wants to wrap up depositions around or by April 1st. That's just a few weeks from now. You mentioned that people like Judd Deere are still coming forward, giving their depositions, responding to the subpoenas that were sent out in January or earlier than that. So the committee definitely still taking on information, even as Thompson says he wants depositions to end in April and they'd like to file some kind of interim report in June. We'd likely see something more public in a hearings posture around then too, Morgan.
Ali Vitale, the best of the best, live from Capitol Hill. Ali, we always appreciate you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian now, also in Washington. He's following the first trial of one of those January 6th rioters. Ken, bring us up to speed here. What's happening in court today?
Yeah, Aaron, his name is Guy Reffitt, and he's accused of lighting the match, as prosecutors put it, being one of the first people to breach the police lines. And today we're expected to hear from his son, Jackson Reffitt, who actually turned him in. And he's accused, among the charges against the defendant, Guy Reffitt, are threatening to kill his children if they turned him in. Now, he's not charged with breaching the Capitol or having a weapon or assaulting police officers that day. But this has just been an important case for symbolic reasons because of some of the things he said and some of the evidence in the case. For example, he's accused of telling other rioters at the Ellipse that he won't be done until he's dragged out kicking and screaming. I don't care if Pelosi's head is hitting every step. We'll grab them out by their ankles. So a lot of colorful testimony from his social media. And again, he's accused of leading a charge to breach police lines there on January 6th, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in our Washington Bureau today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Switching gears to the pandemic right now and promising news and the fight to curb the spread of COVID. Just last week, new cases dropped by 16% worldwide. The number of deaths dropped by 10%. Meanwhile, vaccinations are on the rise. WHO officials now saying 56% of the entire global population is now fully vaccinated. This also means more countries are now open for business. Australia is now fully open to vaccinated travelers after its last state lifted its border restrictions today. Right back here in the U.S., the White House is rolling out a new plan for the next phase of the pandemic. Among those steps, more testing and faster treatments. And today, the Biden administration is asking Congress for an additional $22.5 billion to aid in their COVID response. Here's NBC News Now national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
Saying Americans will need to learn to live with the virus, this morning authorities believe our nation is transitioning from pandemic to endemic. Holding their first briefing together in person in more than a year, the White House COVID Task Force is outlining a new 96-page plan to move forward.
If you looked at the practicality of where we are clearly going in the right direction.
Hoping Americans feel safe returning to the office and filling downtown streets again, the COVID plan calls for 4 main goals. Still focused on vaccines, there'll be more genomic sequencing for variants. And in an effort to prevent shutdowns, next week, Americans can order additional free at-home testing kits. And if someone tests positive at a pharmacy or clinic, antiviral medications could be available on the spot.
All of these efforts are with a vision for not just COVID, but also to address any future infectious and non-infectious public health threats.
With a plan in place for a new normal, some believe we could, as early as this summer, face a new variant and another surge. But today, the country is on solid footing.
I think it's up to us to really restore our prior lives in its full dimension. And essentially, that means not fearing, for most of us, not fearing infection.
On a better road, the path forward is still divided. Florida's governor admonishing high school students before a press conference.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
This morning, pandemic frustration and exhaustion, the one thing most Americans can agree on.
And stay with us because there is a bidding war underway for, wait for it, babysitters.
Coming up, what's fueling the climbing cost of childcare and the 2 things experts say you can do to save some money.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
So we're all feeling the effects of soaring inflation at the pump, at the grocery store. Parents are feeling the added sting of higher costs for babysitters now.
That's right. The cost of childcare rose 11% in 2021, and experts say it's a trend that, unfortunately, is here to stay. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
We're talking about rising prices, not just for date night or a parent's night out, but after school care, full-time nanny care, all of them. We're seeing prices rising across the board, and experts say it's likely to stay that way.
Thanks to the pandemic, the cost of childcare is skyrocketing, up by as much as 11% in 2021, well above the rate of inflation. It's happening across the map. In cities like New York and San Francisco, average rates are over $23 an hour for one child. In Los Angeles and Seattle, more than $20 an hour. And just below that for Boston, D.C., Raleigh, Miami, and Phoenix. Why the climbing costs? Daycare closures and parents working from home are sending demand through the roof. And newcomers are flooding into the field, bringing higher credentials at a higher price.
Why are we seeing so many people flood into this childcare profession?
Teachers and nurses didn't feel safe in their working environments. So as they're coming into the childcare field and working for families one-on-one, they're able to charge a much higher rate because they're bringing this set of skills with them.
She says they have seen a spike in demand across the board, babysitters, nannies, and after-school care. And for some families, paying the rising price of childcare is out of the question, driving more parents, especially women, to leave the workforce altogether. Natalie Ormond was almost one of them.
Financially, it has burdened our family so that we can't have consistent care for our children.
She found a nanny to help with her 6 kids, but can't afford to pay for as many hours as they need.
I've posted on Craigslist, I've posted on Nextdoor, I've gone to Facebook. There's probably 5 times more families asking for childcare than there are providers.
That bidding war is beneficial for nannies like Ashley Harris. She recently raised her prices.
I was getting so many inquiries, and honestly, some of the parents' rates superseded my rates.
Experts say the prices are likely here to stay and long overdue.
We're finally seeing care providers getting the hourly wages that will allow them to feed their own families and make a living wage doing what they do best.
Now, because this is something that's now being discussed so widely, there's so much hope among so many that this will help drum up support for employment subsidies, government subsidies, to help kind of ease the blow of these high prices. But in the meantime, I asked our expert, what can parents do? And she gave a few suggestions. She said, try and find other families that you could partner with and share the cost of childcare. She also suggested reaching out to people who are perhaps retired who can do this and not necessarily need to charge as much. But of course, for so many parents out there, you know, you have to get creative.
1 million people leaving Ukraine to escape the war zone.
Still ahead, the rising humanitarian toll as Russian forces escalate their attacks.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Making news right now, at least 3 people are dead after a massive pileup outside Orlando. At least 15 cars were involved in 5 separate crashes on both sides of I-95 this morning. Traffic cameras caught multiple explosions and flames in the wreckage. One child was airlifted to the hospital in stable condition. New York's Attorney General is calling for severe weather alerts to have more language options. Letitia James says the move is needed after Hurricane Ida disproportionately affected lower-income immigrant communities. Instead of just English and Spanish, James is urging the Weather Service to make those alerts available in Bengali, Korean, and Chinese as well. And one dog in Michigan is back on solid ground. Police and firefighters rescued Lucy after she ran off and ended up on a piece of ice floating in the Detroit River. She was stranded about 20 feet from shore. Video from the scene showing rescuers climbing into that freezing water to get Lucy. She wasn't hurt and was reunited with her owner.
And at the bottom of the hour, let's go ahead and bring you up to date on the breaking developments surrounding the invasion of Ukraine.
Vladimir Putin is intensifying Russia's military assaults in the air and on the ground. Russia trying to overcome Ukraine's strong resistance, which has slowed down that offensive from the north.
But to the south, major cities are struggling to fend off Ukraine. Mariupol is still in Ukraine's hands, but it's unclear whether Russia has taken the city of Kherson. A statement from the city's mayor suggests that Russian troops may now be in control. Now, if these 2 cities fall, they could create a land bridge for Russian forces, really allowing pretty easy access from Russia and then cutting off Ukraine from the sea.
Now, as fighting ramps up, the exodus of Ukrainians into neighboring countries is not slowing down. The United Nations estimates more than 1 million people have fled the country. Half of them have gone to Poland.
Let's go ahead and start our coverage with NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in eastern Poland. Ellison, obviously, we have been watching your reports here on television, but we've also been watching your reporting even on Instagram. I mean, just the stories you're telling. What are people coming in from Ukraine facing right now where you are, and what are they telling you they need?
I mean, it's hard to put into words. You look around, and this is one of the first places many people have come after they've made their way into Poland. You see the fire, you see the ages of people here. There is no limit. It is young, it is old. Many people we have seen come through. They are young children, mothers with their infants, with their toddlers, who have been forced to leave behind everything they know so that their children can be safe. We have spoken to many people who they talk about their decision to leave and how difficult it was. They say that the border, it's just right through there. They say that they had literally no other option. They wanted to stay. They wish they could fight, but they knew that they needed to go elsewhere. We spoke to one young boy here who was 16 years old. He talked to us about how he had to leave behind his father and his brother, who is not in the country right now, but wants to go back and fight, and how challenging that is for him, knowing that. He also talked about how angry he is that this is happening. Listen.
Well, I first heard it when I got out of the house. It actually was really scary. I hear the explosions, the boom, and also some shooting.
What are your friends saying to you? I mean, what is it like right now to be a teenager in Ukraine?
Well, they really, really, really hate Russians a lot. They came, Russians, they came to occupy another country. They are really angry with Russia.
Earlier, when we were here, we spoke to some of the people who were chopping all of this wood yesterday, and they were actually from Georgia, and they said they wanted to come here to help because they said they know what this is like, what it feels like for Ukrainians right now. Russia invaded their country in 2008, so they wanted to be here to do whatever they could to help. You see all of these different little pockets of aid here. It's really very loosely organized, Morgan. Most of this, it is regular people, volunteers from churches who have come here, nearby towns in Poland, to just do what they can to try and help people crossing the border. Morgan.
Ellison, what they are experiencing is so unimaginable, and I'm so glad you are on the ground there to tell their stories. Thank you so much, Ellison.
Now, some Democrats are now joining Republicans in calling on President Biden to ban the import of Russian oil. Russia's economy is centered around the energy industry, which has gone relatively untouched by sanctions so far. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now. Sahil, the price of oil is skyrocketing. We've been watching that happen over the last several days in particular. What are lawmakers on the Hill saying about a possible response?
Right, there's an effort on Capitol Hill to retaliate against Russia and Putin's war in Ukraine by banning the U.S. government and U.S. companies from importing crude oil and petroleum. There's a one-page draft of a potential legislation circulated by the Senate Energy Committee Chairman Joe Manchin and the Republican ranking member Lisa Murkowski that would do just that. Manchin, a man who tends to have quite a bit of influence around here, talked about the need to do that. Let's put up a statement on the screen. He made his case for that the United States should stop buying over 600,000 barrels of Russian oil a day in the United States. He expressed incredulity that is currently happening. Senator John Tester, a Democrat from Montana, backed him up as well, put out a statement. Let's put his up on the screen as well, supporting Joe Manchin and his position, saying it's so obviously apparent that we need to cut it off. That's where things are right now, but I should say there's some dissent as to whether this is a good idea, Aaron.
And a lot of that dissent at this point is sort of coming from the White House, it seems. They've all but poured cold water on this idea of going after oil in Russia. Walk us through the logic that we're hearing from the White House on that.
That's exactly right. They have poured cold water, and the logic is simple. President Biden is trying to balance his desire to punish Russia and Putin for this war in Ukraine, for this aggression, but he's also determined to protect Americans from paying the price of these punishments and these sanctions. Gas prices going up is obviously a big concern to many Americans, and his responsibility as president is in part to contain that. The White House explained its thinking here in a statement. Let's show what exactly they had to say about that idea, about the idea circulating on Capitol Hill. Quote, "We don't have strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy that would raise prices at the gas pump for Americans," unquote. That is White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre explaining why the president is not behind this effort. They don't want to force Americans to pay higher prices at the pump as a price of retaliating to Putin.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us in Washington today. Sahil, thank you.
And as we've been reporting, Russian forces have seized control of Kherson, a city in the southeast of Ukraine. Ukrainians are now desperate to head west. Many are taking 16-hour train rides, and that's just to reach relative safety there in Lviv. Sky News correspondent John Sparks took the journey with them.
No one knows if or when the train will come. But in the city of Dnipro, there are thousands of people keeping watch. Their past and their present has been packed into bags, while their future lies on Platform 1. The trains head west to the city of Lviv, which stands as some sort of beacon. But nobody wants to leave their home. How do you feel?
Very bad, very, very bad.
Why?
I'm very angry.
Why?
Because Putin.
Weighty decisions are made in a moment by those who have no time to think. How do you feel in your heart?
No, so bad. Люди должны бросать свои дома и все, что у них есть, и я не знаю, но это на самом-то деле ужасно, потому что, я хотела жить в мире, и я думала, что у нас все хорошо, а одним днем получается все.
It's beginning to slow down now, and there is going to be one almighty crush as people try to get on. This map's not in a good way, but they're going to get him on. Propelled by fear, they battle to board as the train attendants beg them to step back. Bags are hoisted from passenger to passenger, and within a few minutes, the train is full. Careful, don't fall, don't come in, he begs. The majority on this train are women and children. Men between 18 and 60 are expected to stay and fight. So those on board made their solitary farewells. Natalia Nekrasa is taking her son to safety. Her husband will stay behind in Dnipro.
Потому что я разрываюсь, я должна увезти ребенка в безопасное место, и в то же время половина души остается с теми, кто остался в Днепропетровске.
I asked her where she was planning to go.
Во Львове у нас некуда ехать, у нас там никого нет, не знаю.
Some feel shame for leaving their loved ones. Others struggle to make sense of it as the train speeds them away from the front lines.
So we'll just.
Oleg is from the city of Volnovakha. And his daughter Sonia is terribly confused. The train stops in towns and villages as we travel through the night, and on every platform there are people trying to get in. What are they doing? They can't get on, says one. The conductor refuses to open the doors. Irina and her son have been traveling for days after her hometown was attacked by the Russians. She says she'll never be the same.
Страх и ненависть, и какое-то опустошение внутри. Вообще все переменилось внутри.
They arrived in Lviv to the sound of air raid sirens, a reminder of everything they left behind. So the majority will continue this journey, moving west into the arms of the European Union. A great exodus of reluctant travelers wondering if they'll ever make it home. John Sparks, Sky News in Western Ukraine.
Now, Ukrainian civilians are suffering from Russia's daily assault of their cities, as we've been showing you. Thousands of people have been sheltering for days in Kyiv's underground train stations. That as 40-mile long Russian military convoys creep toward the capital city. Joining us now is Mia Willard. She is a Ukrainian-American living in Kyiv right now. Mia, give us a sense of what you've been experiencing over the past few days there in Kyiv.
We're living from one air raid siren to another, pretty much, awaiting if the situation's going to get worse, as it did in Kharkiv, for example, when so many civilians have died. Russia is attacking far more than just military objects, as it says. It's targeting residential areas, schools, hospitals even. Putin is currently literally committing war crimes, and the entire world is here witnessing pretty much. Over 2,000 civilians have already died in Ukraine.
I know you're hunkered down with some of your family members there. Do you have any intention on leaving Kyiv or a plan to evacuate if you do need to?
I would lie if I said that I don't consider it daily, but I was still pretty much set on staying in Kiev and helping on the ground as much as I can. But it's a daily internal struggle between wanting to help out here and wanting to seek safety.
Can you describe what other Ukrainians are dealing with, how Ukrainians in that city are coping with the situation they're in right now?
Everyone is trying not to panic and cheer everyone on. We're helping each other a lot. We're helping the elderly who cannot stand in 2-hour-long lines to the supermarkets. Everyone's really, really united against this threat.
Mia, what do you want other Americans to know about what's happening in Ukraine right now? We've been watching the reports, obviously, but you're on the ground there and people are listening. What do you want people to know?
I want people to know that Putin is literally committing war crimes. It's not just a threat to Ukraine, but it's a threat to the entire world democracy. So many civilians have died already, and Putin is out there lying to the entire world, saying that he's only targeting military objects when it's not true. I know people personally who have died, children who have died. It concerns every single one of us, and this threat could spread far further than Kiev or Ukraine.
Well, Mia Willard, we appreciate you making some time for us today. We hope you're able to stay safe. Thank you.
And the state of Texas now targeting parents of transgender kids.
Up next, the new legal battle underway and what this means for transgender rights.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
All right, so you may have heard about this. The ACLU is suing Texas after the governor ordered that a state agency investigate parents who provide gender-affirming care for their kids. The state claims the treatments constitute child abuse. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more on this lawsuit. Priscilla, this is something that everyone has been talking about. What exactly is the argument here?
Yeah, Morgan, well, some breaking news last night. The judge actually issued a temporary restraining order stopping an investigation into one family. But advocates say that this fight is far from over.
Kids could be ripped from their homes from parents who love them.
From the courthouse to the Capitol. Protesters in Texas rallying against alleged child abuse investigations targeting parents of transgender youth. This one outside a hearing on the issue held Wednesday.
It is absolutely unconscionable and cruel and unjust, and it cannot stand.
A Texas family alongside the ACLU is now suing the state, claiming an investigator from Child Protective Services showed up at their home last week, asking questions and seeking their 16-year-old transgender child's medical records. The Texas Department of Family and Protective Services declined to comment. The plaintiffs, identified as Jane and John Doe, along with their daughter Mary Doe, placing blame for the investigation on Abbott and Texas Attorney General General Ken Paxton.
Paxton and Abbott do not scare us and will never separate us.
Last month, Paxton issued an opinion that the process of transitioning that doctors call gender-affirming care could, quote, legally constitute child abuse. Days later, Abbott weighed in, writing, Texas law also imposes a duty on Department of Family and Protective Services to investigate the parents of a child who is subjected to these abusive gender transitioning procedures. Less than a week later, the plaintiffs say investigators came knocking. The child's mother describing the emotional toll, writing, I have been unable to sleep, worrying about what we can do and how we can keep our family intact and our daughter safe and healthy. We are living in constant fear. According to the court filing, other families are also under investigation. Some parents with trans youth now worry they could be next.
What keeps you up at night? The last week has been terrifying. We are scared in our own home. You start to sort of rehearse in your brain the unthinkable of your child being taken away from you.
Rebecca Bryant and her 8-year-old daughter, Sunny, are among those on the front lines of this fight.
My first visit to the Capitol should have been on a school field trip, not defending my right to exist.
Testifying at the state capitol several times, lobbying against bills they say are anti-trans. The lawsuit, which seeks to block CPS investigations of trans youth, is the first legal challenge to Abbott's directive. Experts have questioned whether it will hold up in court. The governor's office did not respond to NBC's request for comment. If the directive is upheld,
what then? We probably will have to leave the state, which is part of the intention of all this. We don't want you here.
Priscilla, I was so fascinated when you asked her what keeps her up at night. So the question is, what is the ultimate goal of this lawsuit for this family?
Yeah, well, this family hopes that the investigation into them will be ended, but larger than that, that other parents of trans children will not have to worry or be concerned about this either. Now, that district judge has set a hearing for next Friday where the state will be able to present their case, and the court will ultimately decide whether that directive will be allowed to stand. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Priscilla Thompson for us there. Priscilla, as always, thank you.
A University of Pennsylvania athlete dominating women's swimming is speaking out after her record-setting season was overshadowed by controversy. Leah Thomas is at the center of a debate over whether trans women have an unfair advantage in elite sports. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey there, at the heart of this story are two issues that people feel very passionately about: fairness in sports on one hand and the importance of acceptance and inclusion on the other. Right there in the middle of it, all of it, is transgender swimmer Leah Thomas. It has not been an easy place to be, and now she's sharing her story with Sports Illustrated.
Transgender swimmer Leah Thomas breaking barriers and records.
Leah Thomas to the wall first, and that is a new Ivy League meet record.
But in a new article, Sports Illustrated calls the college senior the most controversial athlete in America.
Her story, to her, is about swimming. It's about swimming as her authentic self.
Thomas telling the magazine, I just want to show trans kids and younger trans athletes that they're not alone. They don't have to choose between who they are and the sport they love. Her presence on UPenn's team has become a lightning rod in a bitter debate over transgender athletes in women's sports. Even her teammates are split, with some publicly coming out in support of her, while others say she has an unfair advantage.
And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas.
The controversy has drawn in some of the biggest names in the sport.
I believe that we all should feel comfortable with who we are in our own skin. But I think sport should all be played at an even playing field.
Thomas is eligible to compete under NCAA rules, which require transgender athletes to complete at least 1 year of testosterone suppression treatments. The article describes her years-long journey, a struggle that began in high school, saying she felt disconnected from her body. That feeling continued in college and led to depression as she swam for the men's team. But Thomas eventually came out to her family, friends, and her teammates. In May of 2019, she began hormone replacement therapy.
I had a lot of uncertainty about my future in swimming and whether or not I'd be able to keep swimming at all.
Thomas says she immediately felt better, even though her race times slowed. UPenn welcomed her on the women's team.
Being in a swimsuit 20 hours a week has sort of helped me with accepting my body.
It has also made her a target for nasty backlash and even threats.
Has this last year been hard on her?
Yeah, extremely. There was, I think, a tabloid newspaper that was kind of following her around.
Those who question the fairness of her competing are afraid of backlash as well. One parent anonymously telling the magazine, "Leah is a human to be treated with respect and dignity, but it's not transphobic to say I disagree with where she is swimming." Thomas's response to that argument? The very simple answer is that I'm not a man, she tells the magazine. I'm a woman, so I belong on the women's team. As for her swimming future, Thomas has her eye on the Olympics.
I think her overriding message here is that she wants to swim as who she is, and she wants to encourage other people to be who they are.
In February, USA Swimming put forward new guidelines for trans female athletes that would have made Thomas ineligible, but the NCAA ultimately decided the new rules would not affect this season. Back to you.
All right, so don't freak out just yet, but do stay with us because a chunk of space junk, roughly the size of an entire school bus, is set to slam into the moon.
Yep, after the break, how you can track this first of its kind out-of-this-world event.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, a 4-ton piece of an old Chinese rocket is going to crash into the moon tomorrow.
So it actually appears to be the first time a piece of space junk will unintentionally strike the lunar surface. But don't worry, scientists they're excited, but they're not exactly scared. Here's NBC's Carrie Sanders with more.
I'm at the Museum of Science and Industry Planetarium here in Tampa. And about 24 hours from now, 7:26 a.m. Eastern Time, there's going to be this unintentional crash of space junk on the moon. And yes, it will be out of this world. It's an out of this world phenomenon, straight out of the movies. A large hunk of space junk about 40 feet long and 10 feet wide, headed for a crash landing on the surface of the moon.
This is really about the best place that a piece of junk like this could have gone.
Space expert and amateur asteroid tracker Bill Gray was the first to spot the rogue flying hunk of metal. Initially concluding it was part of a SpaceX Falcon rocket launched in 2015. But now, according to NASA, it's actually part of a Chinese rocket launched a year earlier.
What does it tell us that you're trying to figure out what this space junk is, because essentially nobody's tracking it?
I don't actually expect necessarily that these objects will be tracked, but usually at the beginning, somebody knows that this is where we lost contact with it.
Explore, this is Kowalski confirming visual contact with debris.
Unlike some of Hollywood's popular depictions of the dangers of space debris, this particular junk does not pose any serious threat to the moon or its orbit. But it will certainly leave a mark. The impact will shoot moon dust for hundreds of miles in every direction and carve out a brand new moon crater expected to be up to 60+ feet across. NASA tells NBC News it could take weeks to months to identify the impact site, calling it an exciting research opportunity. Learning about space and the solar system is 9-year-old Reagan DeAndrea's favorite hobby. His mom, Brianna, says at first Reagan wondered if the crash may affect tides here on Earth.
So his first reaction was, well, wait, what's going to happen to the water? Is that going to affect the water? And I was like, good question, buddy. I don't know.
Luckily, nothing will change here on Earth, and a little space junk will not stop Reagan and his little sister Vera from dreaming of someday going to space themselves.
I know Vera always has a saying that she likes to say, and what's that? I love you to the moon. I love you to the moon.
Well, we won't see the crash landing. Wah, wah, wah. If you're curious how much space junk is up there, yes, there is an app for that, and you can download it and look at the thousands, tens of thousands of pieces of junk. The apps are really designed to look at the constellations, but it's astonishing how much junk is up there.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Fight or flight. Many Ukrainians holding their ground against the Russian onslaught. Others fleeing danger, desperate to get to safety. How both efforts are unfolding right now.
Supremely qualified, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson on Capitol Hill making her case for the Supreme Court. How those discussions could impact the confirmation hearing set for later this month.
Targeted. New York police officers arrest a man accused of attacking 7 Asian women all in one day. We'll tell you what investigators are saying now about his alleged crime spree and the fear there may be other attackers.
And a deadly scent, an aromatherapy spray linked to the deaths of 2 people. The months-long investigation by the CDC into what's actually inside this bottle.
Great to see you this Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford on assignment here in Miami.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York. We are now 8 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine with no end in sight. This explosion happened earlier today in the northern city of Chernihiv. It's unclear exactly what was fired there, but we do know this is a residential area. This comes as U.S. and European officials tell NBC News, quote, the darkest days of this invasion lie ahead. One Western intelligence official expecting violence to increase there, as well as the number of civilian deaths.
We've learned Russian President Putin tried to justify the invasion to French President Macron today. Sources describe their phone call as not so friendly. We're told Macron told Putin that he's committing a very serious mistake. Meanwhile, the White House is now asking Congress to sign off on more humanitarian aid to Ukraine. In fact, it's seeking $10 billion, and that's on top of all of its previous funding.
We begin our coverage this hour with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, I know that night has fallen there, obviously. Walk us through the attacks on Ukraine today.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, I would say that what we're seeing now is that Russia is concentrating all of its forces in the south, which is where it's had the most success. It's been frustrated in the north, especially around Kyiv, which is, of course, the main battle, the most politically significant. It's the prize in Russia's objectives when it comes to the fight here in Ukraine. They've also been battering that northeastern city of Kharkiv, which is where I was just a couple of days ago. But it's the south where we've seen them making the most success, the most inroads. And that's where they managed to get that southern city of Kherson, which is a port city and a very important target and the only considerable urban terrain that they've actually managed to get since this invasion began a week ago. Now it looks as though they're going to be moving their forces up the Dnieper River towards Zaporizhia and Dnieper. And that is sort of, that's a major push up north. There's also some naval assets that have been gathering off the coast of that city of Odessa in the south, the third largest city in Ukraine. So while, of course, they're always pushing towards Kyiv, that's the capital, that's the most important objective, it looks as though the south has been working for the Russians, and they're focusing on that, and maybe will be for the next couple of days. Guys?
Our global correspondent, I should say, Raf Sanchez joins us now from Moscow as well. Raf, the Russian Defense Ministry says that about 500 troops have died in this fight, but Ukraine's president says that number is probably in the thousands more likely. What are you hearing from the Kremlin and from the Russian people, for that matter, about the loss of life there?
Yeah, Aaron, so we just saw President Putin on Russian state television literally just a couple of minutes ago. He hailed the heroism of Russian forces fighting in Ukraine. He said they mourned the dead. But Aaron, I will tell you, the Russian president was presenting a version of reality that just does not match up with what our teams, Matt Bradley and our other reporters on the ground in Ukraine, are seeing. He talked endlessly about Ukrainian civilians being held at gunpoint by the neo-Nazi forces of the Ukrainian government. He said the Ukrainian civilians are desperate to be liberated by Russian forces. That, of course, just doesn't match up with the scenes that we are seeing of Ukrainians rallying against the Russian invasion, in some cases literally throwing their bodies in front of Russian tanks to stop their advance. Now, as you said, the Russian Defense Ministry for the first time is putting out some figures giving Russians a sense of how many of their service members have been killed over there. 498 dead is the official figure. There are reasons to be skeptical about that. A lot of civilians here in Russia are questioning whether that's a number that they can rely on. Aaron?
Let's turn to Josh Letterman now in Brussels again today. Josh, there is dim hope about diplomacy in this situation, but Secretary of State Blinken is set to take part in some new talks with other NATO nations there. What can you tell us about those meetings to come?
Well, Aaron, if you want to understand what Secretary Blinken's mission is, you need to look no further than his itinerary for this trip. Secretary Blinken flying today here to Brussels, home to both NATO and the European Union, two international organizations that have really stepped up to confront Russia in stronger ways than we've seen in a long time over the last week as this war has ramped up. He will be meeting with allies here to try to coordinate that response before Blinken heads on to Poland, which has accepted hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees in the last weeks, and then to Moldova, another country on Ukraine's border that's also been seeing an influx of refugees and that happens to know a thing or two about Russian occupation. There have been Russian troops stationed in Transnistria, a breakaway region of Moldova, for years. That region supported by Russia, but of course not recognized by the international community. And from there, Blinken heading to all three Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, all of them members of NATO who are very worried about the potential that President Putin's ambitions could go beyond Ukraine. And it reminds me of a trip that I did with Joe Biden back in 2014 during the last time that Russia invaded Ukraine, when Biden was vice president and wanted to reassure those NATO allies visiting Poland and also Lithuania, making the same argument that Blinken will be making on this trip, which is that the U.S. and its NATO allies intend to defend every single inch of NATO territory, Aaron.
All right, we'll be watching it all closely. Josh Letterman for us in Belgium, Raf Sanchez in Russia, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Thank you all. Now, all across Ukraine, people are on high alert, as we've been saying. Armed guards are stationed at checkpoints as they search for potential Russian spies. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is at one of those checkpoints in western Ukraine.
Aaron, good to be with you. We are at one of the many checkpoints that is spread across western Ukraine right now, and they are setting this up because it's the first line of defense for a lot of these towns and cities. What they do is they let cars go by, but they're stopping any cars that look suspicious. They're looking for Russian spies, Russian saboteurs. The guards are heavily armed, so people are taking this very seriously. And they're not just protecting the people that live in this area. They're protecting the hundreds of thousands of refugees that have poured into this area of the country, because in a lot of ways, this is the last major stop before people can cross the border. All of this happening as the UN has updated those refugee numbers. 1 million Ukrainians have left this country. They expect that number to keep going higher. The Ukrainian rail company, though, has suspended all commercial traffic, so they're only moving passengers who are trying to get out. They are asking for help from the Red Cross to establish some green zones, because in the east, where the fighting is so intense, they can't evacuate people because they can't get their trains in there because it's just too dangerous. They're trying to find an area where if they establish the green zone, the trains can go in somewhat safely and get those people out. So a lot of things moving here. The Russians are still continuing their assault in the eastern part of the country, but there's been a stop with that convoy that is miles long. Apparently there's a fuel shortage, and the Russians haven't been able to reach the capital city with those big groups just yet. It's the latest from the western part of Ukraine. Tom Yamas. Aaron, back to you.
We're following breaking news right now from the Supreme Court, where justices just handed down 2 major decisions. Let's get right to it with NBC's Ken Delaney. And Ken, look, one of these cases involves abortion in Kentucky. Of course, a hot-button issue a lot of people have been talking about. Explain to us the dynamics of this particular case and really how the justices ruled on this one.
Sure, Morgan. The court's ruling will allow Kentucky's Republican Attorney General to restart a legal fight over a restrictive abortion law that the state's Democratic governor no longer wants to defend. So the question in this case was not really about abortion, but about who can represent a state in court after there's been a shift in the political landscape. But the effect is to resurrect a restrictive abortion law that might have been dead. The law at issue would ban the use of a surgical abortion procedure commonly used in the second trimester of pregnancy. A federal judge found the law unconstitutional, concluding that it restricted a woman's constitutional right to an abortion before the fetus is considered viable, and an appeals court agreed. Then a Democrat, Andy Beshear, took over the governor's office, and the state health official who initially defended the law declined to take further action. But the state's newly elected attorney general asked to step in. The appeals court turned him down, saying he came to the process too late, but by a vote of 8-1, the Supreme Court reversed that ruling Thursday, allowing the AG to step in and defend this law, Morgan.
Ken, we also have a decision involving a prisoner at Guantanamo Bay. Can you walk us through that case?
Yeah, that case involves Abu Zubaydah, who was tortured by the CIA in black sites after the September 11th attacks, based on a misunderstanding about what role he played in Al-Qaeda. He was waterboarded dozens of times and is now a mental and physical wreck, being held in a military prison at Guantanamo Bay. So his lawyers wanted to question under oath the 2 psychologists who had been hired by the CIA to design that torture program. Both the Trump and Biden administrations moved to block Zubaydah's efforts to get that testimony, arguing that some information about his treatment remains a state secret, including the names of the countries where the CIA black sites were located. The Supreme Court agreed by a vote of 7-2, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney, and joining us there from Washington, D.C. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Now, the president's nominee for the Supreme Court is on Capitol Hill today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is meeting with more senators as she prepares for her confirmation hearing. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. She's where the judge will be meeting with senators in the days to come. Ali, do we know who she's speaking to today?
Yeah, more members of the Judiciary Committee. This morning, she met with Senator Leahy as well as Senator Sass, and later this afternoon, she'll meet with Senator Amy Klobuchar. Again, part of this process of meeting and talking with as many of the senators who will ultimately vote on her confirmation as possible. That's how she's going to spend effectively the next 3 weeks between the day she was nominated and March 21st, when her hearing actually begins in the Judiciary Committee. That's roughly 24 days to answer questions about who she is as a person, but also the way that she sees the role of the court and her ideology on how the courts should act. We even heard from Senator Mitch McConnell today reading out his meeting with her. Listen to what he said.
Like I said, I enjoyed meeting the judge. She's clearly a sharp lawyer with an impressive resume. But when it comes to the Supreme Court, a core qualification is judicial philosophy. Our citizens need justices who treat all parties fairly, apply our laws and Constitution as written.
Now, of course, when we talk about Republicans who could cross party lines and vote to confirm Judge Jackson, McConnell is not one of the names that we often talk about. Instead, we talk about people like Senator Susan Collins, Senator Lisa Murkowski, and even potentially Senator Lindsey Graham, just because of the way that he voted on her the last time she came before the committee for her circuit court nomination. Of course, when I talked to Senator Dick Durbin yesterday, he said that there are a handful, in his word, of Republicans who could cross party lines on this, but he wouldn't put a number on it, at least not yet.
You mentioned her previous nominations. Obviously, she's not unfamiliar to many of these senators. Right. They've had to vote on this judge 3 times in the last 10 years. She was nominated to the U.S. Sentencing Commission back in 2010, the District Court in D.C. in 2013, and the Court of Appeals in D.C. For the D.C. Circuit last year. Do we know how much all that information could play into her confirmation hearing this time around?
Well, look, it's all going to play into it because part of the questionnaire that she had to fill out includes all of her past opinions and rulings from those 3 offices that she previously held. So senators are going to have a chance to dig into that. That's what they're going to be doing, their homework, you could say, over the course of the next 3 weeks on who this person is. Of course, we're going to hear them ask questions, perhaps about specific rulings that give a sense of how she could vote on future issues that could come before the court. But the fact that they voted on her 3 times over the last 10 years, that's important, but the fact that they voted on her once in the last year is critically important. Democrats, including Senator Dick Durbin, say that part of the reason why they're able to move so quickly on this is because many senators are familiar with who this person is. It means that they have less questions potentially to ask and much more of an ability to vote on this in the near term as opposed to over a longer period of time.
All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you.
Meanwhile, a man in New York City is accused of a string of attacks against 7 Asian women, all on the same day. 28-year-old Stevens Ajonk was arrested Wednesday, charged with 7 counts, including assault as a hate crime. Police say he attacked 7 women in a span of less than 3 hours, and that was at multiple locations all throughout New York City. Now, this arrest comes as incidents targeting Asian people in the city rose by 361%, and that was just in 2021 compared to the previous year.
Meanwhile, police in 2 states are investigating 2 separate cases of deadly road rage. New video appears to show the moments before a driver in Illinois shot a father of 2. And in California, another father killed on the road in front of his family. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez joins us now with more on these cases. Isa?
Hey, Aaron. 2 families left without their fathers in just the last week. Tragic incidents that are actually part of a rising trend across the country. We do want to warn viewers that the video in this story may be disturbing.
He did not deserve to die.
Video of a traffic dispute turned deadly in a Chicago suburb. The video appears to show a man approaching a car and moments later getting shot through the window. Police say it was a teenager at the wheel, now charged with murder.
He took somebody away from us. Just obviously a senseless act. Hopefully justice will be served.
The alleged victim, 46-year-old Scott Madison, a father of 2 daughters who lived in Streamwood, Illinois. In a statement, police said he died at a nearby hospital after first responders tried to save his life at the scene on Sunday. His ex-girlfriend telling us he was a beloved member of the community.
Well, everybody that knows him knows him, his character, and knows that he was a hardworking man and would do anything and has done anything for anybody.
18-year-old Jonathan Mejia, also from the area, now facing first-degree murder and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon charges. We reached out to Mejia's attorney. He told us his client has no comment at this time. A GoFundMe created by Madison's co-workers has raised thousands of dollars for his family. And in California, another road rage shooting killing a man while his family was in the car. The family of Marco Lara, 24, telling NBC LA he was delivering food with his wife and 2 small children when a car in front of them started brake-checking his SUV. Lara tried to confront the other driver on the side of the freeway.
He thought he could resolve what was going on with the other car.
The family saying the driver then shot him moments later and left the scene. Lara's family saying his 4-year-old daughter witnessed it all.
Last night when she started crying, all I could do was hug her and tell her that that he's taking care of her from heaven.
These incidents as the country sees a spike in auto fatalities overall and more aggressiveness on the road, according to a government data report released by AAA this week, even as there were fewer drivers on the road. As of Monday, police said the gunman in Lara's case is still at large, according to NBC LA.
So stupid. So... I mean, it happens every day. You never expect for someone's life to be taken over road rage.
So, Issa, do we know what is causing the rise in these tragic incidents we're seeing?
Well, Aaron, AAA didn't give a reason, but another report released last year by a nonprofit called Every Town for Gun Safety found road rage incidents had been increasing slightly for a few years before 2020, but they really accelerated in the year after the pandemic started, with an average of 42 people fatally shot or wounded in road rage incidents every month. Of course, no one knows for sure why, but the organization says that rising stress levels during COVID could be a factor. Aaron?
All right, Issa Gutierrez for us today. Issa, thank you.
And stay with us because the world is focused on Russian President Vladimir Putin and the tycoons who support him.
Coming up, we'll hear from a college student who's tracking Putin using technology.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
All right, so 19-year-old Jack Sweeney rose to internet stardom tracking the flights of tech giants like Elon Musk. But now the college freshman has a new target, and that's President Vladimir Putin of Russia and Russian oligarchs. CNBC reporter Yasmin Korum has been tracking the tracker for us, so to speak. Yasmin, first off, I mean, tell us what this is all about. How does it even work?
Morgan, Jack Sweeney is flying high, or more accurately, tracking those who fly high. Sweeney is following where Russia's wealthiest take off and land in their private jets amid the war between Russia and Ukraine. I caught up with the Florida college freshman. As of this morning, he's tracking 36 planes and helicopters belonging to 20 oligarchs. Sweeney developed a bot that allows him to track the public data in real time. On Twitter, Sweeney's account, Russian Oligarch Jets, has over 300,000 followers in just a matter of days. Sweeney said he created the account after receiving numerous requests to track the jets belonging to Russia's billionaires. So what's the end game? Here's what the Russian tycoon tracker told me.
It seems that people want these oligarchs taken down, or like their assets taken from them that were illegally gained. Like Biden said at his recent State of the Union address, that we're going to go after them and take their assets like private jets and yachts and apartments. I feel like I'm bringing at least awareness to people that these people are flying around and that they have all these jets and they're still living life going around as they probably normally would, or fleeing possibly.
And I've got to tell you, it sounds like Russian jets are a bit more extravagant than other private jets he's tracking. Sweeney told me some of Russia's wealthiest are flying on commercial-sized aircraft, such as Boeing 737s.
That's
Morgan, what he
wild.
finds most fascinating is tracking their locations. He told me one took off from St. John Island this week, then suddenly disappeared, which he says means that it landed on a yacht.
Which, I mean, it's just so wild to even think about. But Yasmin, bring it back home for us, because we mentioned earlier that Sweeney has actually spent some time tracking Elon Musk's jet, something the CEO, as you can imagine, wasn't too happy about. So what's the latest there? What did he say?
Yeah, that's totally right. Sweeney has been tracking the Tesla billionaire's Gulfstream. Elon Musk isn't too happy about it. The Twitter page is called Elon Jet. Sweeney says Musk actually offered him $5,000 to take the account down. Sweeney, already honing in on his shrewd negotiating skills, countered Musk, asking for $50,000 and an internship. He said Musk turned him down. No matter what, Sweeney says he's continuing to do this hobby. He also tracks the planes of other moguls, such as Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Donald Trump. Morgan, he just added another jet setter this week, he told me, Kim Kardashian.
Wow, I'm really curious to see what he finds. CNBC's Yasmin Korenforst there. Yasmin, as always, thank you so much.
Now, among many of the munitions in Russia's arsenal are those so-called vacuum bombs, and the potential use of these thermobaric weapons in Ukraine is particularly concerning since they're designed to cause widespread devastation. NBC News reporter Denise Chow has been closely following this, looking into these weapons for us. Denise, let's get right into this. Explain to our viewers how a vacuum bomb works and why it's so concerning.
Sure. So vacuum bombs are a type of two-stage munition. They're usually launched in a rocket or an artillery shell. And basically the first explosive charge goes off and spreads an aerosol, basically like vaporized gasoline over an area. And then the second charge, when it's ignited, basically ignites that cloud of aerosol. And so it creates a huge explosion. It creates flames. There's a vacuum from the air that's sucked out of the surrounding, from the vicinity. And so there's a shock wave, and these are just really devastating weapons because they cause just enormous destruction and loss of life.
Do we know at this point, are there any laws banning the use of these types of weapons in a war setting?
So they aren't banned in a wartime scenario, but like other weapons, like thermobaric weapons, if they're used on civilians, that would violate the Geneva Convention and could constitute war crimes. These weapons are just designed to create huge explosions, and they're typically used to sort of get through barriers and defensive positions. A retired U.S. Army colonel that I spoke to called them a poor man's nuclear weapon because they basically just vaporize everything in the area. And so the concern here is if the Russian army is going to be using them in densely populated urban centers.
So we had heard the accusation that they had been used. Are there any tangible signs that these weapons have in fact been used already?
So the short answer is we don't really know at this point. Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. has said that vacuum bombs were used. Defense officials who spoke to us on the condition of anonymity said that they know that there are these weapons that are on the ground, but they don't know if the warheads have actually been used. So we're not really sure. We're just kind of waiting to confirm independently if they have been. But, this would be just a really, really devastating weapon to be used in cities like Kyiv and cities that are, really densely populated.
All right, NBC's Denise Chow covers science for us. Denise, thank you.
If you've gone to the gas station lately, you may have noticed that oil prices are skyrocketing.
Still ahead, how the Russian invasion is impacting prices at the pump.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a Santa Fe police officer is dead after pursuing a suspected kidnapper. Police say they received reports of a carjacking late Wednesday morning with the female driver still inside. Now, once the police located the car, the suspected kidnapper then drove off, getting on the highway, but actually going in the wrong direction. Police were chasing the car when they crashed into it. The suspected kidnapper is still at large, and the victim was taken to the hospital. Marilyn Manson is suing his ex-girlfriend, actress Evan Rachel Wood, over her upcoming HBO documentary. In it, she claims the musician sexually assaulted her and several other women, but Manson says Wood convinced the other accusers to lie about the allegations to advance her own career. The documentary is set to be released on March 15th. And Mississippi County has given the green light for a statue of Emmett Till. County supervisors approved contracts on Monday for a sculptor to make a bronze statue of the black teen. Now, his 1955 lynching really became a catalyst for the civil rights movement. The statue is expected to be ready by October.
At the bottom of the hour now, we are tracking the latest on the breaking news out of Ukraine. Russia escalating its attacks and increasing its foothold in the south. Key Ukrainian cities are being hit with heavy air and ground assaults. In the north, Russia's massive military convoy outside Kyiv has made little progress so far. Logistical problems, as well as Ukraine's resistance, have kept them at bay.
Despite the tough resistance, U.S. and European officials are warning that the darkest days still lie ahead. Officials say they do not see any possibility for a diplomatic resolution. Vladimir Putin spoke to French President Emmanuel Macron today and said that if Ukraine does not accept all of his conditions, he will use military force.
Russia's attacks are sending shockwaves through the energy markets. The price of oil is skyrocketing. U.S. crude and the European benchmark both hit multi-year highs today. And Democrats are joining Republicans in Congress calling on President Biden to ban Russian oil imports.
And all the while, the invasion is driving more Ukrainians from their homes. The United Nations estimates more than 1 million people so far have fled to neighboring countries. Let's go ahead and begin our coverage with NBC's Jay Gray, who is in one of those neighboring countries in eastern Poland. Jay, look, how are people in Poland reacting to the flood of people who are really seeking refuge right now in their country?
Well, I can give you a first-hand look at how they're reacting. I want you to follow me with the camera here in Morgan. You can see a long line of vehicles, vans, cars, buses. These are people from Poland and really across Europe that are bringing supplies and going into the war zone. They're going across the border and into Ukraine to deliver things like clothes, jackets, blankets, of course, food and water. But also I've seen fuel moving in. I've seen generators. There was a truckload of all-terrain vehicles that were taken over. I've also seen throughout the day here men gathering and walking in with just a backpack and an extra pair of boots. And all they will say is that we're going to join the fight. So while Poland is embracing the refugees that are making their way over, here's one of the issues that they have. There are so many that there's just nowhere for them all to go. In fact, for the first time today, as we made our way toward this border crossing, I saw in a park a makeshift tent city, people just making tents out of whatever they could and finding a place to rest. That's going to be an issue because as this fighting escalates, we're seeing more people crossing the border and into Poland, and so they're going to have to deal with that. I've talked with officials at some of these border crossings who say we're working on plans, we're moving them into other areas, other cities across Poland. But again, we're going to see a huge influx, and that could come within the next few days.
NBC's Jay Gray there. We're so happy you're there reporting in eastern Poland. Jay, thanks for being with us.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is joining us now. Jesse, this crisis is posing a threat to all Ukrainians, but children especially are at risk.
That's right, Aaron, and we know it's not just Ukrainians, but there are also American families being impacted as well. One American family I spoke with says they are now safe, but they had a scary journey getting out of Ukraine.
Here I am.
5-day-old Charlotte Marina, mom and dad, all safe in Slovakia after a remarkable escape from Ukraine.
I don't think we'll be fully relieved until we're home, to be honest. But we're safe now, and that's the biggest thing.
Amy and Michael Kowalski traveled from Florida to Kyiv for their daughter's birth by surrogate just days before Russia's attack.
Nobody locally was even really very concerned about it.
Then early Thursday in Ukraine's capital, the couple jolted from bed.
The windows were rattling.
All of their plans changed. War had arrived before their baby girl. The Kowalskis say their surrogate went into labor Friday in the bomb shelter.
Was there a point between Thursday and Saturday where you two thought we may need to go without her?
No,
never.
That was never an option.
Then Saturday, their baby girl arrived at last. About an hour after birth, the family forced to flee.
Every turn of this story is just angels that were there and supported us like I would never have imagined.
One of the heroes along the way, Marina, a Ukrainian woman who's now the namesake for little Charlotte Marina.
She wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her.
But other children are still in peril.
There are tens of thousands of children in orphanages in Ukraine.
Abundance International says this video shows Ukrainian orphans in a bomb shelter.
In an orphanage with infants to 4 years old, and a third of those are disabled, Down syndrome, have special medical needs. It makes it very difficult to try to move them.
But there are glimmers of hope. One Pittsburgh man telling NBC affiliate WPXI he and a priest rescued 22 orphans from Kyiv.
The end game would really be get the kids to America.
Children still a beautiful symbol of love in an uncertain world.
More good news from Charlotte Marina's mother. She tells me that the little girl got a clean bill of health from the doctors, also getting the thumbs up from a medical team. They tell me is another American family's newborn girl who they also helped evacuate. Along with that group of Americans, the family tells me there's also a Ukrainian woman who was translating for them who is also now safely out of the country. But again, Aaron, we know there are so many more children, including those orphans, potentially tens of thousands still at risk in the war zone. And one orphanage group telling me it may make more sense to just bunker down and take their chances against Russian attack as opposed to trying to move everyone out because of how much logistical effort that would require. So clearly a complicated and still very tumultuous situation on the ground, Aaron.
Such a hard choice to have to make there. We appreciate, though, this little bright spot in this whole mess. Jesse Kirsch for us. Thank you, Jesse.
And as we've been reporting, Russia has seized one of Ukraine's southern port cities. It's the first major city that Russian military has managed to capture in this war. And now a 40-mile Russian military convoy is headed to the capital of Kyiv. Here's Sky News International Affairs editor Dominic Warren.
Теперь пошли танки.
The rumble of Russian heavy armor rolling through residential streets. In first light, a Ukrainian films the Russian army parked up outside. Armed black figures fan out through its streets. The mayor of this strategic Black Sea port says they forced their way into the council building as he begged them not to shoot people. A resident told Sky News he believes Kherson is now fully under Russian control.
Since I saw the tanks outside this morning, the Russian military forces, I haven't seen anything from the Ukrainian organizations after that. I mean, no police, there is no Ukrainian military here. So I believe that the city is in 100% in Russian control, actually.
Russia says it's only striking military targets. Not here in Irpin, on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital. Nearby, people resort to flee on foot, carrying what they can through an apocalyptic landscape. Just a week in, the devastation is already staggering. In the decimated village of Gorenka, Olga somehow managed to survive an airstrike. Overnight, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky again vowed the resistance against Russia's aggression would go on.
Wherever they go, they will be destroyed. They will not have calm here. They will not have food. They will not have one quiet moment. The occupiers will receive only one thing from Ukrainians: resistance, fierce resistance.
In Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, long queues for food and aid. At the city's railway station, desperate scenes as people try to leave. In Berlin, Ukrainians are reunited. The UNHCR says 1 million people have fled Ukraine already in just a week. Here in Russia, fury is growing. Hundreds again held in protest in St. Petersburg. Doing this takes courage and risks arrest and a beating. Many are trying to leave as Russia's economy begins to buckle under Western sanctions and the country's isolation grows. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Moscow.
Now, the Ukrainian government is still working to keep that country running, even during the Russian invasion. Just today, Ukraine's parliament passed a new law seizing Russian-owned assets in that country. Joining us now is MP Lisa Yasko. She's a member of Ukraine's parliament. Ms. Yasko, we appreciate you being with us today. How is the government there and the parliament continuing to operate as this crisis is unfolding?
Well, let me start from that footage that you were just showing. It's very heartbreaking, and I hardly can see it without tears. And it's happening right now every day in everyone's family, and I don't know when it's going to end, but it's very painful. And that leadership that our president has right now, and the government and the parliament, is very inspiring. Yes, we had a parliament gathering today, and we also have online sessions of our committees. Many of us who are in different constituencies or other regions are working with the humanitarian aid. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm trying to also to be in touch with our foreign colleagues, of course, to raise the voice of what we need. But on the human side, Everything just is very painful here right now. I cannot imagine what can be in the mind of a person who created this terrible war. And you see this footage of people in shelters in underground, that the children are born in underground. There is even sometimes no food, no water. And, you know, we are very European country. We have so many infrastructure. So much of it is destroyed. And my apartment is 20 kilometers away from Kiev. The building of that apartment is half destroyed because there was an explosion. It's very hard, but let's hope it will end soon.
Yeah, I know that is the hope of so many people all around the world right now. We've seen the reports from the UN that there are 1 million Ukrainians who've evacuated your country at this point. I know the president, the member of your party, has said that he will stay and fight. He will stay in Ukraine. How safe do you feel right now? Do you have any plans to evacuate the country as this war goes on?
Well, I'm telling honestly that I left Kiev some days ago because it was not possible to work there, because you need to be in shelter or just risk your life. And to be able to help my country, of course, I think at least I need to have a safer space with the internet, with the ability to communicate, with helping others. I don't think there is a safe space and place in Ukraine right now. But yes, many of representatives of our party and government and the parliament and the president remain in Kiev, and they continue their work, risking their lives. But it's important that Kiev remains the capital and that the attack should be all defended. We are not going to give any piece of our territory to aggressor.
Lisa Yasko, a member of the Ukrainian parliament, we appreciate your time today. Stay safe. Thank you.
The U.S. Embassy in Havana, Cuba is restaffing and restarting its visa application process. Now, the embassy there has been largely shut down since 2017. That's when dozens of U.S. diplomats fell ill with the mysterious Havana syndrome. NBC News reporter Ed Agustin joins us now live from Havana. Ed, for a minute here, I just want to pause and give our viewers a little bit of context, because we know that the interest section there, the U.S. Embassy, has sort of been a political football, so to speak, between the two countries and also between various administrations. It used to be staffed back in 2017 when this Havana syndrome popped up. There was then this sort of skeleton staff in the U.S. interest section. And right now you have top Republican leaders here in the United States writing to President Biden, asking him to staff it back up, because they basically argue that it's making harder for everyday Cubans to be able to get consular services to leave the island. So my question to you is, why now? Amidst all this turmoil, what's behind the decision to bring back staff at this particular moment ahí en la isla?
What's behind the decision? Quite simply that President Biden promised that he would do this on the campaign trail. And as you say, it's important to go back to history. This embassy was closed for decades during the Cold War and well after, because of the terrible relations, infamously terrible relations between Cuba and the United States. President Obama decided to open the embassy up. But that plan of normalization was largely scuttled in late 2016, early 2017, when approximately 24 U.S. intelligence officers and diplomats here in the embassy, here in Havana, in the embassy in Havana, reported these mystery illnesses ranging from dizziness, loss of brain power, headaches, migraines, and reported hearing sounds. So this was shrouded in confusion from the beginning. Nobody was doubting that they had these symptoms, but the debate really between the specialists was what were these attacks, possibly by some foreign actor, or were they illnesses that had other explanations? The Trump administration, many analysts say, politicized this by jumping to conclusions and, without providing evidence, labeling them attacks. And in a country like Cuba, as soon as you say they're attacks, it's then very easy to justify pulling down the embassy staff. That was cut by over 60%. So Cuba has been a fairly low priority for the Biden administration. A lot going on in the world, as NBC viewers can see. And so it's taken them a while to get this, but from their point of view, they are just fulfilling a campaign promise.
But of course, there are so many of us who are watching very closely what happens there in Cuba. And my question to you is, what is the U.S. government really doing right now to ensure the safety of the diplomats who are, in fact, there on the ground?
This has been subject to a huge amount of effort and investigation, particularly under the Biden administration, but also before. The FBI have looked into the cause of these health incidents, so the CIA, so have health organizations within the US. And it's important to say that there are these 24 diplomats and intelligence officers that did suffer these illnesses, these unexplained health events. But that's back about 5 years ago now, so late 2016 and early 2017. So many years have now passed, at least here in Cuba, since it's happened. I think the other thing to point out is that from the Cubans' point of view, they really want the Cuban government and also the Cuban people, they really want this embassy to be fully staffed again. And so from the Cuban government's point of view, I think you could bet your bottom dollar that they're going to be extra careful to make sure that no funny business from their point of view happens when this embassy gets staffed to higher levels again. A lot of people really hoping here in Havana that it goes through.
A lot of people hoping, especially given the complicated year the country has had after the July 11th protests. Now we're still trying to figure out what's going on with Havana syndrome. And I know you've been there reporting through it all. NBC's Ed Augustin there in Havana. Ed, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis once again facing scrutiny, this time for comments he made to students at an education event in Tampa. DeSantis is an opponent of COVID-related mandates, and he told the high schoolers to take off their masks and put an end to, quote, COVID theater. Christian Benavides from our Miami station is joining us now. Christian, tell us exactly what happened here.
Aaron, this happened at an education event at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Governor Ron DeSantis said that face coverings were, quote, not doing anything, and asked the students who were standing behind him to take off their masks. He seemed visibly frustrated and said that we had to put an end to what he called COVID theater. Let's first watch that exchange.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous. All right.
As you said, and to be clear, the governor has been a staunch opponent of any sort of mandates, so much so that school districts that implemented mask requirements will likely miss out on about $200 million in funding. We spoke to a political analyst who says, while this is on brand for the governor, it attacks his own argument about freedom of choice. Take a listen.
Well, it's quite surprising that he is being critical of young people who chose to wear a mask. Personal choice is a two-way street. You shouldn't be criticizing young people, some who may have actually been very young or even minors in age, choosing to wear a mask.
So the governor is standing by his comments, but it does seem that some of the parents of the students weren't too pleased with the way the governor spoke to their children. One told reporters that he was being a bully, and the school superintendent in a statement said that the school district was proud and that it's a student's and parents' choice to protect their health in a way they feel most appropriate. But take a listen to how the governor reacted when he was asked about the State of the Union and how that related to the masks.
Saying that school children had to wear masks for 8 hours a day. Now they act like that was something they didn't support, and they're saying that you don't do it. They actually said 2 weeks ago that everyone at the speech had to have a N95 mask. Then they changed it. How did the science change in 2 weeks?
So we should note, while the CDC has eased some mask requirements, it's still recommending masks indoors in areas that it considers high risk, like Hillsborough County, where the governor was holding his presser. As the governor runs for re-election, he's still considered popular by Florida standards. Most recent polling had him with 53% approval statewide versus 43% who disapprove of him. Now, among independents, that's upwards of 60%. Aaron?
All right, Christian Benavides for us from our NBC station in South Florida. Thank you.
In a highly contested district in Texas, the Democratic primary election is officially too close to call. In Texas's 28th district, neither progressive challenger, Jessica Cisneros, or Democratic incumbent Henry Cuellar won 50% of the vote. Now the race heads to a special runoff election on May 24th. NBC News political reporter Alex Seitzwald joins us now. Alex, I have to say I was just in Texas yesterday covering the primary there. Tell our viewers about these two candidates and why this particular race is so close.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of, if not the most consequential battles in the sort of ongoing civil war between the progressives and, moderate establishment Democrats. On one side, you have the incumbent, Congressman Henry Cuellar. He's been in office for 18 years. He's such a moderate that he's considered the last House Democrat to oppose abortion rights. He's broken with his party on a number of issues. On the other side, you have Jessica Cisneros. She's just 28 years old. She's actually a former intern in Cuellar's office, now an immigration attorney. She is backed by progressive groups, progressive lawmakers like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. She ran 2 years ago and she lost, but came within 2,700 votes, running again this time, now separated by just 800 votes heading into that runoff.
So, Alex, I mean, what should Texas voters really expect to see between now and May 24th?
Yeah, I would expect that this race gets further nationalized now that it's gotten more attention. Already, there have been super PACs and outside groups that have come in to support both candidates, as both sides of the Democratic Party are viewing this as sort of a proxy contest in their larger battle. I would expect more, media attention coming in, but also keep an eye on the Republican side. They have a runoff on their race too, and this district is not a super safe Democratic district like the one that, say, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez represents. So Republicans could start putting this on the map, especially if they end up with Democrats end up with a candidate who is not as strong in November.
All right, NBC's Alex Seitzwald for us there. Alex, we know you'll keep an eye on it for us. We appreciate it.
Morgan, let's head east now, where black voters in Georgia say changes to state laws will make it more difficult for them to vote in the upcoming elections. Now, with the midterms fast approaching, some folks are getting organized. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith is looking into that for us. Janelle, which law changes specifically have these voters in Georgia most concerned?
Yes, Aaron. So when I visited Georgia recently, I spoke to a number of black Georgia voters, and they said a lot of the same things. Among the things they're most concerned about that the law changes is that it limits early voting sites, and it also restricts both the number of drop boxes available in each county and the hours that they'll be available. So they feel like this could create long lines on voting day. It could also confuse people and discourage them from voting altogether.
So where's the help for them then, Janelle? I mean, I would imagine there are groups that are trying to do things to help these voters get through this time, right?
Absolutely. One of the groups is Fair Fight Action, which Stacey Abrams started after she lost her bid for governor in an election that was marked by allegations of voter suppression that mainly affected black people. And that group and many others are trying to educate people. They're encouraging them to research ahead of time, to find out where your polling place is, because it's possible it might have changed. And also to vote early. That way, if you're turned away for any reason on an early day, you still have time to cast your ballot before it's too late.
All right, Janelle Griffith with us today. Janelle, thank you.
A bizarre medical mystery right when we come back.
How investigators say a spray designed to freshen homes is connected to 2 deaths.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The CDC getting to the bottom of a deadly medical mystery. Last year, 2 people died of a rare bacterial infection, one that almost never happens in the United States.
Investigators say a contaminated lavender spray sold at Walmart was the source. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, and I have to say the question on everyone's mind, what actually happened here? I mean, how does the CDC even say that the spray was contaminated in the first place? How did the people even get sick?
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. So let me give you a little bit of background. Last year, these 4 people in 4 different states developed this bacterial infection that's extremely rare here in the U.S. Normally, it's only found in parts of South and Southeast Asia. Now, 2 of those patients, including a 5-year-old boy in Georgia, died. The other 2 were left with severe lasting illness and disability. And of course, this prompted a huge investigation within the CDC. How on earth did these 4 people who had not traveled outside of the U.S. get sick? Investigators went to all 4 homes. They took hundreds of samples from the dirt, the water, and dozens of household products. They finally landed on a lavender-scented room spray. It was a Better Homes and Gardens aromatherapy spray, lavender and chamomile scented. It was sold at Walmart, imported from India. This morning, I spoke with one of the investigators who made the discovery.
We really couldn't believe it. I mean, it had been at this point months of investigation, hundreds of products sampled, which is a very time-consuming process for our laboratorians. So we were very relieved, and also we were relieved that we now had a clear answer for the families.
Now, in a statement, Walmart expressed its sympathies to the families affected and also said, we pulled the product from the shelves of about 55 stores where it was part of a pilot program. I can tell you at the end, about 4,000 bottles were recalled.
Well, Erica, how should consumers be concerned about this, or should they be concerned about lavender products or aromatherapy sprays in general?
So far, only this very specific brand, this Better Homes and Gardens lavender and chamomile aromatherapy spray with gemstones, has been linked to these 4 specific cases. No other lavender products, essential oils, aromatherapies have at all been linked to these illnesses. I should also mention that not everyone exposed to this particular type of bacteria gets sick. It usually only affects people with compromised immune systems or who have underlying health conditions. Aaron, Morgan.
All right, Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you.
And thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Relentless attacks. Russia accelerating its strikes on Ukrainian cities. Dozens more are dead, but the Ukrainian government is still holding on. NBC News is on the ground in the places hardest hit.
Blaming Trump for the first time, the January 6th committee says it believes the former president committed crimes. The new legal filing that could signal a pretty dramatic shift in the investigation into the Capitol riot.
New phase. The White House announcing new steps in the fight against COVID. The changes about to be rolled out as America shifts toward a new normal.
And heads up for tons of space junk on a collision course with the moon. NASA says it's expected to hit tomorrow. We'll tell you why experts are paying pretty close attention to this crash landing. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Morgan Radford here on assignment in Miami.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York. We begin with Russia's invasion of Ukraine showing no signs of slowing down. The mayor of the southern city of Kherson says Russian troops have taken control of the city's administration building. This is video of Russian tanks in Kherson earlier today. The Ukrainian government, earlier this week, I should say, the Ukrainian government has not confirmed the capture of any city. Here's what one person in Kherson saw on the ground today.
There was no military outside. The night was surprisingly calm. I hope it stays calm. And Yeah, but we are in Russian control. Looks like we cannot enter or leave.
We also want to show you some new video just in of an explosion in the northern city of Cherniv. It happened in a residential area, and it's still unclear what actually caused that blast, but there are several reports of an oil depot catching fire. Meanwhile, the humanitarian crisis continues to skyrocket. The UN says 1 million people have fled Ukraine since the fighting began.
Our team is once again following this rapidly developing story from every angle. Let's begin with NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez. He is in Moscow for us this morning. Raf, we just talked about the fall of Kherson to Russia. Bring us up to speed on what's happening on the ground.
Aaron, folks here in Russia are seeing their economic lives turned upside down by the Western sanctions imposed in response to Vladimir Putin's invasion. As the value of the ruble, the Russian currency, collapses, prices here are just skyrocketing, and that's on everything from fuel, from car parts, to just groceries on the shelves. We're hearing from a lot of young, educated Russians that they're trying to get out of the country, that they don't want to stay in a collapsing economy. But that's a difficult thing to do right now. If you go to one of Moscow's 3 international airports, you're going to look up at a departure board that is just a sea of cancellations because both European and North American airspace are closed to Russian aircraft right now. The real question, though, Aaron, is will this economic damage imposed by the Western powers actually change Vladimir Putin's mind? Will the fact that his people are suffering economically cause him to reverse course and pull his forces out of Ukraine? The president of Russia is meeting with his National Security Council today, a few miles from here behind the walls of the Kremlin. Right now, there's no indication he's prepared to back down. Aaron?
Let's bring in NBC's Matt Bradley for us now. He is in Ukraine today. Matt, a second round of ceasefire talks I know is underway. What do we know about that, and what's the situation from your vantage point in Ukraine at this hour?
Yeah, look, Aaron, I don't know about those ceasefire talks, if they're going to go anywhere. It really just seems like that's kind of a non-starter. The fact is that these are the second talks. The first ones went nowhere. The second ones seem to be surrounded or shrouded in pessimism. And we have to remember that all of the diplomatic talks that led up to this conflict, this hot war, were a failure. And those were ones that involved multiple other countries and different tracks. None of those went anywhere. And in fact, we're really hearing the opposite, that Vladimir Putin is digging in his heels. And in that call between Vladimir Putin and Emmanuel Macron, the French president came out and said that the worst is yet to come. All of this seems like Putin is once again using diplomatic talks as a cynical maneuver to continue his aggression against Ukraine. Now, you asked about Kherson, that southern city that was just taken. This is the most considerable urban territory that the Russians have gotten so far. So that's a major achievement for the Russian military. Bookending a week that has seen very little in terms of achievements on the ground, surprisingly so, considering the overwhelming force the Russians have brought to bear in invading Ukraine. So this city now, as you mentioned earlier, you had a quote from somebody who was there. It looks somewhat peaceful, but the mayor said that this city has fallen. He begged for a humanitarian corridor to allow for goods to come in and for people to go out. And he begged for the Russian occupiers to abide by the Geneva Convention. We'll see if they do that. Guys?
I want to bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce now in Washington. Dan, the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sat down with NBC News. What is he saying about Russia's potential to go further with this invasion?
That's right. Secretary Austin was saying that even with the fierce resistance we've seen Ukrainian forces put up, the full force of the Russian military has still not been fully brought to bear. We could still see much more firepower engaged. Here's what the Secretary told Lester Holt.
There's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. You know, one of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose, is that he can choose to de-escalate.
Does it feel back to the future for you now to see this conflict?
Well, we certainly didn't envision being here in 2022 in Europe, and we don't have to be here. We didn't have to be here. This is a choice by one man.
So that's Secretary Austin giving that kind of bleak assessment. And it is interesting to sort of indicate that we are in some sort of new Cold War, a kind of very serious confrontation with Russia that we just have not seen since the 80s. And it's very uncertain, and it's really uncharted territory.
All right, Dan DeLuce in Washington, Matt Bradley in Ukraine for us. Thank you both.
Russia's invasion has forced roughly 1 million people to flee Ukraine. The United Nations now warning we could see the biggest refugee crisis in nearly a century. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is in Lviv.
Points that is spread out through western Ukraine. This is how many cities and towns are operating during this time of war. They're stopping cars and they're looking basically for any type of Russian saboteur, Russian spy, anything that looks suspicious. Guards are armed, so people are taking this very seriously. And they're not just protecting the people in this area, they're also protecting all the refugees who have flooded in trying to reach the border. For many families, it's the last stop before getting out. Lviv in western Ukraine. It's here they can find one last hot meal, a place to sleep, and exchange stories of what they witnessed.
Today, they have bombed my city, destroyed many houses. They didn't launch rockets. They dropped bombs, destroyed many houses.
Like many mothers at this shelter, Tanya Totska is from the east, where Russian airstrikes have destroyed school buildings in downtown Kharkiv. Neighborhoods reduced to rubble, and in the capital, Kyiv, the bombing has driven some 15,000 to shelter in metro stations, including children and the elderly.
I'm on the subway now, and it's terrible. How many kids are there? We won't live as independent, normal country.
Every day, more people arrive in Lviv. This Baptist seminary is now housing dozens of families.
I don't understand anything in politics. I just want to stop this war, and that's it.
The kindness of strangers is keeping these families fed and clothed. At this shelter, most of the donations have poured in from the U.S.
You don't know anybody here?
No. We don't know no one here.
These are strangers to you? Yeah. And they took you in? Yeah.
Yes.
That's pretty amazing.
This family of 4 is heading for Poland, but they can't stop thinking about the relatives they left behind in the rush to get out.
There is no transportation to go, and a lot of heatings. It's dangerous so much. They heat everything.
Before leaving this shelter, we met Tanya Lushakova and her 5-month-old son, Alisi, the youngest refugee we've encountered so far. When she looks down at her child, she says she's reminded of how far they've come, but also how much further they need to go.
And you think about this war, what goes on in your head?
She says she worries about the psychological effects this war will have on Ukraine's little ones. But she also told me this war has revealed who the strongest creatures are in this battle. It's the mothers fighting to save their children. We have met so many brave mothers across this country. We also want to mention the UN has updated their refugee numbers. Now 1 million Ukrainians have fled this country. We're also learning that the Ukrainian rail company has suspended all commercial traffic. They are only transporting passengers, most of them going from the east all the way to the west. They are, though, asking for the Red Cross to help them establish a green zone in certain areas in the east where the fighting is so intense they cannot get their trains there and evacuate people. Reporting from Western Ukraine, Tom Yamas, NBC News.
Now, as this crisis unfolds, we're hearing stories from people with unique perspectives. Yevgeny Kiselyov is a Russian journalist who's lived in Ukraine since 2008. Before then, he was a prominent TV host in Russia. But his criticism of Vladimir Putin put his life in danger, forcing him to move to Ukraine. Yevgeny joins us now from Ukraine. Yevgeny, I know that you've lived and reported from Ukraine since 2008. What can you tell us about the Ukrainian people and how they're approaching and dealing with this war?
Ukrainian people are very different from Russian people. Russian people are now fearing to go out and protest against the war, unfortunately. Ukrainian people are stubborn and brave. They are fighting the enemy. And I think that even if Russia's army takes over some of the major cities, mind you, Kherson, which we were talking today, is not the major city. It's an important city in the south of the country, but bigger cities are under control of the central government. And I'm quite sure that even if some of the bigger places will be taken over by the Russian invaders, Ukrainian people will turn to insurgency tactics that brought the people of Afghanistan to victory over Russian invaders in 1980s.
Well, you mentioned Afghanistan. I know you served in the Soviet Army in the 70s and 80s during the war with Afghanistan. You followed the Russian military's intervention in other places in Syria in recent years, for example. What similarities do you see between how Russia has conducted operations in the Middle East over the years and what you're seeing now in Ukraine?
Well, there are many similarities. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to draw comparisons between what I have seen in Afghanistan in the late 70s, early 80s. But definitely, there's one general rule that the more support the local population that is fighting the invaders gets from the people, the tougher is the reaction of the invading Russian force. You know, it all ended in the bombardment of Aleppo. And when I am looking at the pictures, videos coming from Kharkiv, the second largest city of Ukraine, or when I see the bombing of some of the central quarters of the capital, I immediately start to think that Putin is thinking of turning Kharkiv and Kiev into a new Aleppo, just to try to break the resistance of Ukrainian people.
Evgeny Keshelyev, we appreciate your time and your analysis of what's happening today. Thank you.
We are also following major developments in the investigation into the Capitol riot. It's day 2 of the first trial for one of the people charged in that insurrection. Prosecutors say Guy Reffitt lit the match that started the fire of the riot. Also today, former Trump administration spokesman Judd Deere is testifying before the January 6th committee. He was deputy press secretary at the time of that insurrection. Now, this, of course, all comes as the January 6th committee is calling former President Trump's actions in the lead up to that riot a criminal conspiracy. Lawmakers have filed a request to release emails from a Trump-allied lawyer, and the committee says these documents show the larger plan to defraud the American people of legitimate election results. So Ken Delaney right now is standing by following this trial, but let's go ahead and start with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, it is great to see you there live from Capitol Hill. I know you've been following the January 6th committee's investigation since the beginning. So talk to us a little bit about the significance of this particular filing, and really, what's the committee hoping to find in John Eastman's emails?
Yeah, a very significant filing, Morgan. Overnight, more than 200 pages that include the overarching theme that you just mentioned, that the committee believes that if they were to be able to look into John Eastman's emails, they would find evidence that the former president, when he was president, committed crimes, specifically conspiracy to defraud the United States. That's a pretty stunning allegation there, and Chairman Benny Thompson was just on the steps outside of the Capitol a few minutes ago, where he was asked if he personally believed that Trump committed a crime, and he said he stands with what the committee wrote in that filing. So very stunning headline there, but it's not the reason the thing was filed in the first place. The filing was made last night to a court in California because the committee is still trying to get a hold of John Eastman's emails. Eastman was a lawyer for the former president who's saying he can't share those emails and documents because of attorney-client privilege. He has to, of course, prove that he was Trump's attorney. But then the committee is even arguing that there is a crime fraud exception or exemption here. Effectively, Trump can't just seek out a lawyer to commit a crime. They try to establish that they knew, and he knew, that he was likely to lose the 2020 election and made moves to overturn the results anyway. That's what they're going to try to argue as they try to get a hold of the documents that Eastman has and that he's still protecting, again, saying that they're attorney-client privilege.
Ali, I want to go back to something you said just a moment ago and talk about timing, because Committee Chairman Benny Thompson has said that public hearings on the insurrection would be coming. Is there any update whatsoever on what the timing could be in terms of when that could actually happen?
Yeah, they've been sliding a little bit because other members of the committee have said to me that because of some of the stonewalling that they've experienced, be it in the courts or just from other folks who have been subpoenaed and called as witnesses not showing up or trying to delay when they show up, that has made it a little bit harder for them to do it on the timeline that they initially envisioned at the end of last year. The thinking around 2022 was that in the spring or in the early few months, we would see a more public phase of this. Now what we're hearing is that you're likely to see hearings more towards the spring, even the early summer. Thompson, the chairman, again, saying that he wants to wrap up depositions around or by April 1st. That's just a few weeks from now. You mentioned that people like Judd Deere are still coming forward, giving their depositions, responding to the subpoenas that were sent out in January or earlier than that. So the committee definitely still taking on information, even as Thompson says he wants depositions to end in April and they'd like to file some kind of interim report in June. We'd likely see something more public in a hearings posture around then too, Morgan.
Ali Vitale, the best of the best, live from Capitol Hill. Ali, we always appreciate you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dateline now, also in Washington. He's following the first trial of one of those January 6th rioters. Ken, bring us up to speed here. What's happening in court today?
Yeah, Aaron, his name is Guy Reffitt, and he's accused of lighting the match, as prosecutors put it, being one of the first people to breach the police lines. And today we're expected to hear from his son, Jackson Reffitt, who actually turned him in. And he's accused, among the charges against the defendant, Guy Reffitt, are threatening to kill his children if they turned him in. Now, he's not charged with breaching the Capitol or having a weapon or assaulting police officers that day. But this has just been an important case for symbolic reasons because of some of the things he said and some of the evidence in the case. For example, he is accused of telling other rioters at the Ellipse that he won't be done until he's dragged out kicking and screaming. I don't care if Pelosi's head is hitting every step. We'll grab them out by their ankles. So a lot of colorful testimony from his social media. And again, he's accused of leading a charge to breach police lines there on January 6th, Aaron.
All right, Ken Dateline for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Switching gears to the pandemic right now and promising news and the fight to curb the spread of COVID. Just last week, new cases dropped by 16% worldwide. The number of deaths dropped by 10%. Meanwhile, vaccinations are on the rise. WHO officials now saying 56% of the entire global population is now fully vaccinated. This also means more countries are now open for business. Australia is now fully open to vaccinated travelers after its last state lifted its border restrictions today. Right back here in the U.S., the White House is rolling out a new plan for the next phase of the pandemic. Among those steps, more testing and faster treatments. And today, the Biden administration is asking Congress for an additional $22.5 billion to aid in their COVID response. Here's NBC News Now national correspondent Miguel Almaguer.
Saying Americans will need to learn to live with the virus, this morning authorities believe our nation is transitioning from pandemic to endemic. Holding their first briefing together in person in more than a year, the White House COVID Task Force is outlining a new 96-page plan to move.
One thing before we get started, as you all know, later today, the president will sign the Ending Forced Arbitration of
Hi, everyone. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We're coming on now with breaking news. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki speaking, as you see here now, in the White House on the latest U.S. response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's listen.
Forced into arbitration by their employer. This law will affect the more than 60 million workers who are subject to mandatory arbitration clauses in the workplace, often without realizing it until they come forward with a claim against their employer. President Biden has long spoken against forced arbitration clauses in employment contracts, and today marks an important milestone in empowering survivors of sexual assault and sexual harassment and protecting employee rights. The bill would not have been possible without bipartisan work, including from those members of Congress who will be in attendance today, Representatives Bustos and Representative Griffith and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Graham. Also wanted to note, it is Aisha Roscoe's last day in the briefing room seat before, yes. Thank you for all of your work. And she's going on, you've already announced this. I feel like I'm announcing news, but it's been announced, to host Weekend Edition for NPR as an NPR listener. I look forward to being in my sweatpants and coffee and listening to you this weekend. So congratulations and thank you for all of your work on behalf of the American people. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
All right. So I wanted to ask about oil prices.
Sure.
They're already at about $111 or so a barrel. Pelosi has come out also in support of banning Russian oil. So why keep the carve out, especially when oil, with the argument that Putin is going to not benefit from oil? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I think I do know what you're trying to say. Well, our objective and the president's objective has been to maximize impact on President Putin and Russia while minimizing impact to us and our allies and partners. And I know you've heard me say this a few times before, but we don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy. And that would raise prices at the gas pump for the American people around the world because it would reduce the supply available. And it's as simple as less supply raises prices. And that is certainly a big factor for the president in this at this moment. It also has the potential to pad the pockets of President Putin, which is exactly what we are not trying to do. So as the president has said, we carved out payments for energy, trade, and transport from our financial sectors sanctions with that in mind. I would also note that we have been taking steps to degrade Russia's status as a leading energy supplier over time. That includes, of course, shutting down Nord Stream 2 or preventing Nord Stream 2 from operating. That's why we're surging LNG to Europe to help accelerate its diversification from Russian gas. And I think you've also seen European leaders talk about the need to reduce their reliance and to diversify. And we are continuing to look at other options we could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy. I mean, for us, if you look at publicly available data, it's only about 10% of our imports. But again, reducing the supply out there would have an impact on prices and on prices at the gas pump.
I guess the question is, if oil is already so expensive, isn't he already benefiting from an already costly price of oil? How does he stand to benefit if you continue to allow that?
If it reduces further, it makes it more expensive. So I think we look at it through that prism. Go ahead.
On the cost of this, I mean, the president has sort of braced American people for this, right? He's said that defending democracy and liberty is never without a cost. So is it just that banning all Russian oil and gas imports, that's just a cost that he thinks is too much for the American people to bear?
Well, I think there's two different pieces here. Banning banning Russian imports, right? Or what he has done is carved out payments for energy, trade, and transport from our financial sanctions. They're slightly two different things. And the president, the volatility in the oil markets, as the president has been predicting and as you referenced, he talked about in the speech he gave last week, is a direct result of the fact that President Putin invaded Ukraine, and that has created volatility. One of the big reason, of course, that the president announced the release of the 30 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and the coordinated release is to address that and ensure we are doing what we can to put more in the marketplace. But again, his prism he looks at this through is how can we maximize impact on President Putin while minimizing it on the American people.
And President Zelensky has called on Russia to be stripped of its ability to vote in the UN Security Council. Does the U.S. want Russia to be removed as a permanent member?
We don't see that happening. We certainly understand they have a permanent seat on the Security Council. Of course, that is why it's so particularly disturbing that Russia, given its particular responsibility for upholding the UN Charter, is actively subverting the Charter and abusing its position. The fact is they have a permanent, we're really focused on isolating them, on isolating Russia and holding them accountable. And as you know, that's what we and our allies are focused on doing. Go ahead.
President Zelensky is calling again for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Is that something you're giving any thought to at all?
Again, the reason why that has not been a step the president has been willing to take or we have been interested in taking is because a no-fly zone requires implementation. It would require essentially the U.S. military shooting down Russian planes and prompting a potential direct war with Russia, the exact step that we want to avoid.
When the president of Finland visits tomorrow, does the president want to talk to him about joining NATO?
Well, the president is looking forward to welcoming the president of Finland tomorrow to the White House to continue their conversations about enhancing our strong bilateral relations. I would note that they have spoken twice in the last few months, once on December 13th and again on January 18th. I would expect they will discuss the U.S.-Finnish defense relationship, which is very strong and, in fact, complements Finland's close partnership with NATO. Along with Sweden, Finland's status is as an enhanced opportunity partner for the alliance, which helps ensure strong defense and close security ties in the Baltic Sea region. But it remains, for any country, up to that country and up to members of NATO to determine any path forward there.
And lastly, Russia's been cracking down on independent media and dissent at home. What's your reaction to that?
We have seen that and are deeply concerned. Let me give you some specific examples, because as journalists yourself, I think you will hear it as quite jarring. One moment, sorry, I just want to find all the specifics in here. Thank you for your patience. One second. Okay. The Kremlin right now is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and the truth. Let me give you some examples. Today, independent media sites such as Echo Moscow Radio and TV Rain are off the air and threaten to block, or they kicked them off the air, and they threaten to block online platforms such as VOA Russia. We've seen Russia prohibit Russian media from referring to what they are doing in Ukraine as, quote, a war, or, quote, an invasion, or, quote, an attack. They are banning their use of terms even, allowing media to use only government-sourced information to report on the war. They've called a special session of the parliament to consider a bill to make unofficial reporting on Russia's further invasion punishable by up to 15 years in prison. They've arrested more than 7,300 protesters, some immediately after they began to protest Putin's war of choice. They have blocked and shut down social media sites such as Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and they've limited the amount of dollars citizens can take out of the country. What they are trying to do is block any information about what they are doing to invade a sovereign country, and they're taking severe steps to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Just to follow up, is the administration moving closer to banning Russian oil imports?
I don't have any assessment of that for you. I just wanted to note the difference between them, or that there are several different components of options.
I guess the question is, what's the calculus in waiting if it's ultimately the step that the United States is going to take?
Well, there's a policy process that is undergone for any decision that is made. Sometimes those move rapidly, and often there are a range of factors that are discussed as those decisions are made.
The Pentagon noted today that Russian convoy that's about 40 miles at least long is still stalled, largely, they believe.
Yeah.
Does the president still think, though, that ultimately Russia is successfully going to take Kyiv?
That continues to be their aspiration. I think the Pentagon also noted that they now have 90% of their military combat power pre-staged at the Ukrainian border is now in Ukraine. They've launched more than 480 missiles at Ukraine in the invasion. That's about up from 450 since Thursday. So they are continuing to take aggressive steps and move towards their ultimate objective, which is taking over Kyiv and taking over the country.
Any assessment on timing for that?
I don't have an assessment to offer from here. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Is there any situation where President Biden would sit down with President Putin in person again, so long as Russian forces are in Ukraine?
I can't make an assessment of that, Caitlin. Right now, they're invading a sovereign country and continuing to escalate every day. We're never going to take diplomacy ever off the table, but again, now's not the moment for that.
But why not rule out an in-person meeting if his forces are in Ukraine, a sovereign country?
Again, we have discussions internally about what the best steps are to de-escalate what is clearly a horrific conflict on the ground. Now is not the moment. We're not planning a meeting between them or an engagement or a call. The president's been very, very clear about that. But we'll have those discussions internally and weigh the range of factors. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. We understand that new U.S. sanctions against oligarchs are going to be announced this afternoon.
Yeah.
Individual oligarchs might be named.
Yes.
How is the White House choosing which oligarchs to sanction? Do you start with the richest ones or the ones with the closest ties to Vladimir Putin?
We look at one of the big factors is, of course, the proximity to President Putin. We want him to feel the squeeze. We want the people around him to feel the squeeze. focused on.
And I understand that a travel ban is going to be one component of this announcement. What about oligarchs who are already here? Will they have to leave the country immediately?
Let me check on that for you. I think we'll have some sort of backgrounder on this to get you more details, and the president will have more specifics himself in about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how close we are in time.
Okay. The president announced the other night a ban on Russian aircraft traveling over U.S. airspace. As far as you know, have there been any incursions on U.S. airspace by the Russians since then? And what would the U.S. do if a Russian aircraft were to violate that airspace?
I'm not aware of any incursions. I'm certainly happy to check on that, and I can check. I'd really point you to the FAA on that, but and I'll see if there's more we can offer.
Okay, and then finally, we all saw the news about the January 6th committee and their belief that there was criminal activity. I wanted to get your reaction to that, and also, does the president believe that former Vice President Pence should volunteer to testify before the committee?
Well, let me first reiterate something you heard the president say. The former president subverted the Constitution in an attempt to overturn a lawful and fair election. His actions represent a unique and existential threat to our democracy. And the president has been clear that these events warrant a full investigation. Part of this is what we're seeing play out and what you just mentioned and has been reported over the course of the morning. We, of course, respect the independence of the Department of Justice. That gives confidence to the American people. That's how it should always be. And they will make a decision about how to move from here. As it relates to Vice President Pence, I would say the president believes that anyone who is asked should participate in the process of getting to the bottom of what happened on January 6th. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On gas, you just said that less supply raises prices. It's not in our strategic interest to reduce the supply. Yeah. We also know the president as recently as yesterday talked about increasing domestic manufacturing to bring down prices on inflated items like goods. So why not apply the same logic to energy and increase domestic production here?
Well, there are 9,000 approved oil leases that the oil companies are not tapping into currently, so I would ask them that question.
Is there nothing that the administration can do to get those providers back to pre-pandemic levels?
Do you think the oil companies don't have enough money to drill on the places that have been pre-approved?
Just asking.
I would point that question to them, and we can talk about it more tomorrow when you learn more.
Do you think that opening the Keystone pipeline and having more energy-friendly policies might do that?
The Keystone Pipeline has never been operational. It would take years for that to have any impact. I know a number of members of Congress have suggested that, but that is a proposed solution that has no relationship or would have no impact on what the problem is. We here all agree is an issue.
So during those years where it would take to bring down prices, as you're saying, we should just continue to buy Russian oil?
Well, again, Jackie, I think you're familiar with a number of steps we've taken, a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Let me finish. What we can do over time, and what this is all a reminder of in the president's view, is our need to reduce our reliance on oil. The Europeans need to do that. We need to do that. If we do more to invest in clean energy, more to invest in other sources of energy, that's exactly what we can do to prevent this from happening in the future. We welcome any Republicans from joining us in that effort. Go ahead.
As long as we're buying Russian oil, though, aren't we financing the war?
Well, Jackie, again, it's only about 10% of what we're importing. I've not made any announcement about any decision on that front, but our objective here and our focus is making sure that any step we take maximizes the impact on President Putin and minimizes it on the American people. And anyone who's calling for an end to the carve-out should be clear that that would raise prices. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the oligarch sanctions, I know they haven't even been announced yet.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if you could tell us, if there are criteria that you've laid out for them to eventually get unsanctioned. So the idea being that you would incentivize them to pressure Vladimir Putin to end the war by laying out certain criteria that would essentially get them unsanctioned.
That's an interesting question. I mean, right now, obviously, we're in the middle of an invasion, so I don't think now is the moment where we are giving anybody that sort of an off-ramp, but I can certainly check if there's more that we have conveyed to them.
What about the broader universal sanctions? I mean, same answer, that there's no real criteria being laid out of what steps the Kremlin needs to take for them to get unsanctioned.
I mean, I think right in this moment, they're marching toward Kyiv with a convoy and continuing to take reportedly barbaric steps against the people of Ukraine. So no, now is not the moment where we are offering options for reducing sanctions.
And then one more on the domestic front. Senator Manchin had laid out something of a counteroffer to what the president had described during the State of the Union on his domestic agenda. It was involving deficit reduction, tax reform, and drug price cuts and some climate provisions. Have you heard from him about his ideas, or is there communication, and what did the White House think of that proposal from Senator Manchin?
There have been ongoing communications with every member of the Senate, Democratic Senate, and many, many, many Republicans. I'm not going to detail those from here. The president has conveyed that he sees a lot of components where there should be broad agreement on in what he has proposed. And he talked about them the other night. Some of them is the ability to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs. Everybody thinks the cost of prescription drugs should be lower. The president certainly believes in taking steps to reduce the deficit. This government, we reduced the deficit over the course of last year. That's something he already has a record of doing, and obviously taking steps to make the tax system more fair is something he believes in. But there are a lot of components that there's a lot of passion behind on Capitol Hill, and there need to just be continued conversations about that.
Go
ahead.
I want to ask you about the emergency funding request that's sent up to the Hill this morning. About a third of it would go toward medical countermeasures, the antivirals the president talked about, the State of the Union, the antibodies. Do you see us getting to a point where the availability of these treatments might mean that vaccine requirements are neither necessary nor justifiable?
I don't think I can make a prediction of that at this point in time. I mean, the vaccine is still the best and most effective way, and the doctors will say this, right, to protect people from hospitalization and death. The pills are certainly an important development, scientific development, but the best step anyone can take continues to be to get vaccinated.
A quick question, follow-up to Jordan's here about the Manchin's proposal, Build Back Better. The Manchin says is dead. Is the transformation formalized here? Is it no longer Build Back Better, now Building a Better America?
That is formal. But no one cares about the name in the American public. They care about what's in it and what it's going to do. And so that's what we're most focused on. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. I have a couple. I want to try one more on the potential oil ban.
Yep.
It feels like, because you now have Republicans and Democrats calling on the administration to ban oil from Russia, as you've laid out, there are a range of different options under consideration. What would the administration need to see in order to make a final decision?
Need to see how? Tell me more.
Happening on the ground. What would need to happen in order to prompt a final decision on an oil ban?
I don't know that we look at it exactly through that prism. Obviously, we have not held back in taking significant historic steps that are crippling the Russian economy right now. I think there's no question about that, and the president has led the world in doing exactly that. But what factor we're looking at here is the impact on the gas pump for Americans and reduction of supply in the marketplace. A reduction of global supply would have an impact on raising prices. So that's the prism we look at it through.
There are some interim steps that could be taken instead of a full outright ban that would potentially mitigate the costs on gas prices. Is there a sense that this is at a tipping point and that some of those interim options?
We are continuing, Kristen, to look at other options. We could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy, but in the context of maintaining a steady global supply of energy. So that's what we're trying to balance.
Okay, let me ask you, is there any discussion about sharing U.S. intelligence with the Ukrainians about what is happening on the ground in real time?
We have been sharing it real time.
You have. Okay. And is there a sense that the communication has been enough to give them what they need in order to be in a defensive posture, in order to fend off the Russian forces to the best of their abilities, to the extent that they can?
Well, without getting too far into details of what we do, for obvious reasons, we have consistently been sharing intelligence that includes information the Ukrainians can use to inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That has been ongoing, and reports that suggest otherwise are inaccurate.
The world is watching as this convoy is lined up outside of Kyiv. The U.S. has been very clear you're not going to send in military forces. Is there anything the West can do to stop the convoy in its tracks, short of military action? Are there any possibilities that are under discussion?
Well, one of the reasons the president pushed to expedite the delivery or the approval and delivery of a security package over the weekend was to give them, the Ukrainians, more support, more equipment, more defensive weapons to utilize in this moment. But we are not reconsidering or taking steps that would prompt a war between the United States and Russia.
And if I could, there was a little bit of breaking news as we were coming out here. You may or may not be aware of it. Ukraine has said it's agreed with Russia to create safe corridors backed by ceasefires to evacuate civilians, deliver aid. Is the U.S. aware of this? Will the U.S. assist in this? What can you tell us?
We will continue to assist efforts supported by the Ukrainians. I obviously haven't talked to our national security team about this yet. I will venture to do that, and we can get you all any more specifics from here after the briefing, if that's helpful. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. President Putin spoke today with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman about the sanctions Russia is facing and specifically about global energy supply. Given the volatility of oil prices, does President Biden have any plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I would note, Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein made a trip to Saudi Arabia to talk about a range of issues, including global energy markets, as well as Yemen. And we will continue to have a range of ways we engage with the Saudis.
The president has no plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince?
I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And President Zelensky has said Russia's actions clearly constitute a war crime. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson also said that Russia's targeting of civilians fully qualifies as a war crime. The president wouldn't go that far when he was asked yesterday. Why has he been reluctant to label Russia's actions a war crime?
Well, there's a process, and we have stood up a process internally, an internal team to assess and look at and evaluate evidence of what we're seeing happen on the ground. That is a standard part of our process in the U.S. government. I would note that we work very closely with our international partners, and we will provide any information that we surface through that process. I think we've seen on the ground that reports of a range of barbaric tactics, of reports of targeting civilians. That's all factors that we look at. And again, that that process that has been stood up would provide any information to the ICC or any other international body taking a look at this. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Are there any discussions now, or have you guys had in recent days, I guess it feels like weeks, with European allies about preparing staging zones for Ukrainian insurgency, perhaps to provide training, other assistance?
Well, right now our focus is on supporting the current Ukrainian government and leadership, and that includes expediting assistance, expediting military defense assistance, engaging closely with them, and we'll stay focused there.
Representative Adam Smith today on MSNBC said that the United States, is providing some intelligence to the Ukrainians, but not providing the type of real-time and targeting that you see U.S. military getting in war. So why is arming the Ukrainians with Stingers and Javelins appropriate, but not providing them targeting intelligence for those weapons?
Well, I think this is similar to what Kristen just asked. I would just say that there have been a range of reports out there that are false. We can't get into details of all of our intelligence sharing for obvious reasons, but we've continued and consistently shared a significant amount of detailed, timely intelligence on Russia's plans and activities with the Ukrainian government to help Ukrainians defend themselves. We've been doing that for months. This includes information that should help them inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That's what's happening, or has been happening. Go ahead, Aisha.
Thank you. I know people have asked a lot about, the price of oil, but I want to come at it in a little bit of a different way. The fact is that the price of oil is high. It is very unlikely to go down anytime soon, and more than likely will go up. What is the White House looking at? I know that there was the strategic release of oil, but are there other things that the White House is looking at to help consumers at the pump? Maybe to, direct subsidies, maybe more biofuels, maybe easing the Jones Act. Look, what is the plan for Americans who are going to have to be living with these high oil prices?
Well, I would say first on the release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it first goes to an auction, and it's a process that will proceed, and a lot of that will happen over the course of the coming weeks. So we haven't seen, obviously, all of the direct impact of the announcement that was just made 2 days ago. But a range of options remain on the table. I can't get into all the details of those, but the president is quite focused on making sure that we are taking steps to reduce the impact, to ensure there's supply necessary out there. Obviously, tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is part of that, engaging with global partners around the world who may be big global suppliers about putting more oil in the system. That is part of the discussion. And sure, there are a range of domestic options, but there have been ongoing discussions and considerations. Some of that you saw with the announcement of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve released just 2 nights ago.
What does the White House say to American consumers? Like, should American consumers right now be thinking, okay, I'm going to have to pay a lot more at the pump going forward? Should they be taking that into consideration when they're buying cars? Or, should they try to buy more fuel-efficient cars or saving their money? Like, what should they be doing practically at this moment, considering the price of gas is going to affect them?
Of course it is, as I've been saying, and that's why we've been focused on it for weeks, if not months, to ensure we are taking every step. The president is taking every step to reduce that impact. The release of his Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 30 million barrels that he announced just the other night. Again, that process is just starting. It's a bit of a process to get that going, and that will hopefully have an impact on getting more supply out there. But we would say directly to consumers, the president is going to do everything we can to reduce the impact, to make sure that we are working with our partners around the world to address the volatility in the global oil markets, to consider a range of options that he can continue to take to reduce the impact that they're feeling at the pump. And this has been front and center on his mind since the beginning of this conflict.
There was a call with Quad leaders today. Yeah. India has a military relationship with Russia. Was that discussed at all, or is there talk of talking to India about that relationship that it has with Russia? Is there anything that the U.S. plans to do on that?
Well, what I can tell you about the call, and we'll have a more comprehensive readout soon if it's not already out, is that the president felt it was a constructive conversation. He asked members, he suggested, or they all discussed, I should say, having members of their national security team follow up from there. But I'm not going to get into more details about the conversation beyond that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Pivoting to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Can you respond to some of the criticisms that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell laid out about Ketanji Brown Jackson? I think he said that she won't shun court packing and that she's only had 2 opinions on the D.C. Circuit level.
Sure. So as I think you're referencing, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has obviously started to have meetings on Capitol Hill that have been ongoing. I would note that as it relates to the first question, the Constitution is clear that the number of justices is a question for Congress, not the judiciary. And a number of you have actually pointed out this morning that during Justice Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing, she was asked a question about court packing or court enlargement, and she said, quote, that is a question left open to Congress. I'd also note that yesterday, Senator McConnell also said that there was, quote, no question that Judge Jackson was qualified for the Supreme Court. And earlier in the day, he said they'd had a good meeting. I think there's no question that as a judge who has been confirmed 3 times by the Senate, someone who has a long record as both a jurist who has ruled in the direction of Democrats and Republicans, that she is someone who is eminently qualified for this job, which is why the president nominated her.
One more on the State of the Union.
Yeah.
The president repudiated the phrase defund the police, and I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the genesis of that line in the speech. Was it about rising crime in American cities or Republican attacks? And there's also been criticism, that he did not talk about police accountability more in the State of the Union. I wonder if you can respond to that as well.
Sure. Well, on the first part of the question, that's been the president's view for decades. He's never been a supporter of defunding the police. He made that clear on the campaign. There has been attempts to mischaracterize his position and the position of, frankly, a number of his Democratic colleagues. And yes, it is true that in the State of the Union, the president felt it was important to speak to safe communities, the steps that he would continue to support to ensure there was funding for local police departments. But that has been his position for decades. It was simply a restatement of that. On the second part of your question, I would say that the president has been clear many times that he believes that we need to continue to ensure police departments have the funding they need, that there are strong relationships and partnerships built with communities, but that there also needs to be steps that are taken to ensure there are accountability measures put in place. He was a strong supporter of the bipartisan discussion about police reform that unfortunately stalled, but remains, a consideration of an executive order remains under consideration. I would also note that there are a number of steps that the Department of Justice has taken, banning chokeholds, et cetera, at the federal level that the president is proud that has happened in his administration. Go ahead.
Jen, I wanted to return to this question of finding off-ramps for Putin that we discussed. So from your many years in the State Department in a situation like this, that's the first thing that diplomats begin to try to think about. You need something face-saving if you were going to get him to reduce the amount of violence and going into Ukraine. What kind of ideas are you kicking around here that might provide a way for him to find a more graceful way out of this before you've got the kind of large-scale civilian casualties you're clearly worried about?
Yeah, I think, David, we have provided many off-ramps to President Putin through the course of the last several months. I know there have been a range of discussions about transparency measures, about positions of missile defense systems that have been undertaken for the last several weeks. It's going to be very hard to have for diplomacy to succeed without military de-escalation. And whatever we do, we're going to do that in lockstep with our partners and allies. Secretary Blinken is leaving today for Brussels. He's going to meet with NATO, the EU, and the G7 allies and partners to continue our close coordination before heading to Poland, Moldova, and the Baltic countries. But again, our effort and our focus right now is continue to work with our allies and partners to implement these sanctions, put the pressure on, and leave the door open to diplomacy, of course. But it's difficult to do that in the middle of a war.
So if there is de-escalation, if you could get a ceasefire, for example, before Kiev turned into more of a ruin, is the administration willing to then suspend some of the sanctions that they recently announced?
I'm not going to lay out conditions from here. I think those are conversations, the range of conversations, if there are de-escalatory steps that we would have with our European partners. And obviously, Secretary Blinken will be playing a front and center role in doing exactly that.
One last one for you. President Zelensky, in a news conference he gave a few hours ago, said that the West should recognize that where Putin is headed toward, he said, was Berlin. I mean, his point being that he wanted to take this war beyond Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Is that the administration's current assessment based on what Putin has said in public, in his conversations with Macron, with the president, and so forth?
I think we all watched the speech, which now feels like it was a year ago, but was only last week, where he made clear he had broad ambitions of what he wanted to achieve. It is also true, though, that NATO has never been more unified, thanks in part to President Putin's aggression. And there are a range of countries that are exactly in that region who are NATO partners and allies. And President Putin would have to make a decision to go into a country where there is a NATO alliance, where there's Article 5 obligations, should he decide he wants to proceed beyond. So I don't have a new assessment from here other than...
If you go to Moldova or Georgia, they're not NATO members.
Certainly, I understand that. But, again, David, I don't have a new assessment to offer. But we are also closely watching, of course, what President Putin does and is doing since he delivered that speech last week. But I don't have anything new beyond what he has himself said publicly. Go ahead.
Pivoting back to the President's State of the Union speech, on Tuesday he said that he wants to secure our border and fix the immigration system. That's a bit of a shift from last year's speech to Congress, where he spoke more about trying to find the root causes of why people are migrating. Why was there this sort of shift in messaging, kind of focusing on securing the border? And is that a new priority, or have priorities changed on immigration for the administration?
No, I would say first the bill that the president proposed on his first day in office included smarter security and border protections, and also included a more humane path for migrants entering the country. Both of those remain priorities for the president. He believes that the immigration system is broken. It's long overdue to fix it. He also believes, and worked on this very closely as vice president, that addressing the root causes is one of the central steps we need to remain focused on, even as we're trying to address the current circumstances at the border.
Then why was it important for the president to say advocate for securing our border? I know he's been criticized heavily, by Republicans, by certain folks on, how he's handled immigration at the border. So is that important for him to say?
Well, that's part of his bill that he proposed, so it's consistent with his policies.
And one last question: has there been any discussion on ending Title 42? I know we've talked. The president even talked about it on Tuesday about how we're moving past the pandemic. This is obviously a policy that's been kept in place because of the pandemic. Has there been any discussions on ending that?
Well, that is a decision for the CDC to make. I believe Dr. Walensky said yesterday that she's reviewing that decision, so I can't get ahead of any decision she makes, but she is looking at that, and that's an assessment they make from the CDC. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Back to the oligarchs and the sanctions. You had said earlier that you want Putin to feel the squeeze and the people around him to feel the squeeze. How does the administration feel that these sanctions could actually change his behavior and result in de-escalation? What evidence is there that the sanctions like this would work for what you want to achieve right now?
Well, it's a factor. It's not the only factor, right? But what we're talking about here is seizing their assets, seizing their yachts, and making it harder for them to send their children to colleges and universities in the West. These are significant steps that will impact the people who are closely around President Putin. It's not the only step we're taking. Obviously, the financial sanctions and the steps we've taken have crippled the financial sector so much in Russia that they've kept the stock market closed for a couple of days. So it's just an effort to get close to the people around President Putin.
Canada announced a new program to expedite refugee arrivals and says there's no limit on how many can apply. Is there a conversation in the administration about raising the refugee cap to accommodate Ukrainians that would want to come here?
I'll have to check and see if the cap would actually need to be raised. We have said that we continue to be open to receiving refugees, of course, that what our focus is on, given the vast majority of them have expressed an interest in going to European countries and neighboring countries, is being the largest provider of humanitarian assistance in the world, something that we increased over the course of the last several days, and Samantha Power made an announcement about that, and continuing to provide assistance that way. But we remain open as well. I think it's just, again, important to note what the preferences of the vast majority of the refugees who are leaving Ukraine. Go ahead. Oh, we got to wrap up in a second, but go ahead.
Yeah, President Zelensky earlier said, calling for a no-fly zone again, said, if you don't have the strength to close the sky, then give me planes. Is the United States open to sending more air support to Ukraine?
Again, I'm not going to get into more details of what the Department of Defense may or may not consider, but what I will tell you is that we have continued to provide a range of defensive assistance, something we have increased, only increased over the last several days, but we are not considering taking steps that would put us in direct conflict with Russia.
Is there any concern with, you laid out the explanation for why steering clear of sanctioning Russia's energy sector at this point. Is part of the calculation in terms of how much to ratchet up, worrying that Putin will at some point determine that the U.S. has already joined the conflict everywhere but the battlefield and will retaliate. Is that a factor in the administration's decision-making in terms of how far to go, or is that already
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the sense that Putin may retaliate against the United States, whether through cyber attack, some other measure, is trying to avoid that and trying to maybe not go past a certain line potentially. Is that something that
I would say that the sanctions, the financial sanctions that we have issued are on par with what we have done to Iran. They are significant, they are historic, and they are crippling the sector. So I don't think we have held back in any capacity, aside from making sure we're prioritizing the impact on the American people. So no, I would not say that's how we view it. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. We'll do this again tomorrow, and we'll be here. Thanks, everyone. Okay, I forgot I don't have a mask. I looked. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Although I just, we just learned that the final shot.
What saying now about his alleged crime spree and the fear there may be other attackers.
And a deadly scent, an aromatherapy spray linked to the deaths of 2 people. The months-long investigation by the CDC into what's actually inside this bottle.
Great to see you this Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford on assignment here in Miami.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist in New York. We are now 8 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine with no end in sight. This explosion happened earlier today in the northern city of Chernihiv. It's unclear exactly what was fired there, but we do know this is a residential area. This comes as U.S. and European officials tell NBC News, quote, the darkest days of this invasion lie ahead. One Western intelligence official expecting violence to increase there, as well as the number of civilian deaths.
We've learned Russian President Putin tried to justify the invasion to French President Macron today. Sources describe their phone call as not so friendly. We're told Macron told Putin that he's committing a very serious mistake. Meanwhile, the White House is now asking Congress to sign off on more humanitarian aid to Ukraine. In fact, it's seeking $10 billion, and that's on top of all of its previous funding.
We begin our coverage this hour with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, I know that night has fallen there, obviously. Walk us through the attacks on Ukraine today.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, I would say that what we're seeing now is that Russia is concentrating all of its forces in the south, which is where it's had the most success. It's been frustrated in the north, especially around Kyiv, which is, of course, the main battle, the most politically significant. It's the prize in Russia's objectives when it comes to the fight here in Ukraine. They've also been battering that northeastern city of Kharkiv, which is where I was just a couple of days ago. But it's the south where we've seen them make the most success, the most inroads, and that's where they managed to get that southern city of Kherson, which is a port city and a very important target and the only considerable urban terrain that they've actually managed to get since this invasion began a week ago. Now it looks as though they're going to be moving their forces up the Dnieper River towards Zaporizhia and Dnieper, and that is sort of, that's a major push up north. There's also some naval assets that have been gathering off the coast of that city of Odessa in the south, the third largest city in Ukraine. So while, of course, they're always pushing towards Kyiv, that's the capital, that's the most important objective, it looks as though the south has been working for the Russians, and they're focusing on that, and maybe will be for the next couple of days. Guys.
Our global correspondent, I should say, Raf Sanchez joins us now from Moscow as well. Raf, the Russian Defense Ministry says that about 500 troops have died in this fight, but Ukraine's president says that number is probably in the thousands more likely. What are you hearing from the Kremlin and from the Russian people, for that matter, about the loss of life there?
Yeah, Aaron, so we just saw President Putin on Russian state television literally just a couple of minutes ago. He hailed the heroism of Russian forces fighting in Ukraine. He said they mourned the dead. But Aaron, I will tell you, the Russian president was presenting a version of reality that just does not match up with what our teams, Matt Bradley and our other reporters on the ground in Ukraine, are seeing. He talked endlessly about Ukrainian civilians being held at gunpoint by the neo-Nazi forces of the Ukrainian government. He said the Ukrainian civilians are desperate to be liberated by Russian forces. That, of course, just doesn't match up with the scenes that we are seeing of Ukrainians rallying against the Russian invasion, in some cases literally throwing their bodies in front of Russian tanks to stop their advance. Now, as you said, the Russian Defense Ministry for the first time is putting out some figures giving Russians a sense of how many of their service members have been killed over there. 498 dead is the official figure. There are reasons to be skeptical about that. A lot of civilians here in Russia are questioning whether that's a number that they can rely on. Aaron?
Let's turn to Josh Letterman now in Brussels again today. Josh, there is dim hope about diplomacy in this situation, but Secretary of State Blinken is set to take part in some new talks with other NATO nations there. What can you tell us about those meetings to come?
Well, Aaron, if you want to understand what Secretary Blinken's mission is, you need to look no further than his itinerary for this trip. Secretary Blinken flying today here to Brussels, home to both NATO and the European Union, two international organizations that have really stepped up to confront Russia in stronger ways than we've seen in a long time over the last week as this war has ramped up. He will be meeting with allies here to try to coordinate that response before Blinken heads on to Poland, which has accepted hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees in the last weeks, and then to Moldova, another country on Ukraine's border that's also been seeing an influx of refugees and that happens to know a thing or two about Russian occupation. There have been Russian troops stationed in Transnistria, a breakaway region of Moldova, for years. That region supported by Russia, but of course not recognized by the international community. And from there, Blinken heading to all three Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, all of them members of NATO who are very worried about the potential that President Putin's ambitions could go beyond Ukraine. And it reminds me of a trip that I did with Joe Biden back in 2014 during the last time that Russia invaded Ukraine, when Biden was vice president and wanted to reassure those NATO allies visiting Poland and also Lithuania, making the same argument that Blinken will be making on this trip, which is that the U.S. and its NATO allies intend to defend every single inch of NATO territory, Aaron.
All right, we'll be watching it all closely. Josh Letterman for us in Belgium, Raf Sanchez in Russia, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Thank you all. Now, all across Ukraine, people are on high alert, as we've been saying. Armed guards are stationed at checkpoints as they search for potential Russian spies. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is at one of those checkpoints in western Ukraine.
Aaron, good to be with you. We are at one of the many checkpoints that is spread across western Ukraine right now, and they are setting this up because it's the first line of defense for a lot of these towns and cities. What they do is they let cars go by, but they're stopping any cars that look suspicious. They're looking for Russian spies, Russian saboteurs. The guards are heavily armed, so people are taking this very seriously. And they're not just protecting the people that live in this area. They're protecting the hundreds of thousands of refugees that have poured into this area of the country, because in a lot of ways, this is the last major stop before people can cross the border. All of this happening as the UN has updated those refugee numbers. 1 million Ukrainians have left this country. They expect that number to keep going higher. The Ukrainian rail company, though, has suspended all commercial traffic, so they are only moving passengers who are trying to get out. They are asking for help from the Red Cross to establish some green zones, because in the east, where the fighting is so intense, they can't evacuate people because they can't get their trains in there because it's just too dangerous. They're trying to find an area where, if they establish the green zone, the trains can go in somewhat safely and get those people out. So a lot of things moving here. The Russians are still continuing their assault in the eastern part of the country, but there's been a stop with that convoy that is miles long. Apparently there's a fuel shortage, and the Russians haven't been able to reach the capital city in that with those big groups just yet. It's the latest from the western part of Ukraine. Tom Yamas. Aaron, back to you.
We're following breaking news right now from the Supreme Court, where justices just handed down two major decisions. Let's get right to it with NBC's Ken Delaney. And Ken, look, one of these cases involves abortion in Kentucky. Of course, a hot-button issue a lot of people have been talking about. Explain to us the dynamics of this particular case and really how the justices ruled on this one.
Sure, Morgan. The court's ruling will allow Kentucky's Republican Attorney General to restart a legal fight over a restrictive abortion law that the state's Democratic governor no longer wants to defend. So the question in this case was not really about abortion, but about who can represent a state in court after there's been a shift in the political landscape. But the effect is to resurrect a restrictive abortion law that might have been dead. The law at issue would ban the use of a surgical abortion procedure commonly used in the second trimester of pregnancy. A federal judge found the law unconstitutional, concluding that it restricted a woman's constitutional right to an abortion before the fetus is considered viable, and an appeals court agreed. Then a Democrat, Andy Beshear, took over the governor's office, and the state health official who initially defended the law declined to take further action. But the state's newly elected attorney general asked to step in. The appeals court turned him down, saying he came to the process too late, but by a vote of 8-1, The Supreme Court reversed that ruling Thursday, allowing the AG to step in and defend this law, Morgan.
Ken, we also have a decision involving a prisoner at Guantanamo Bay. Can you walk us through that case?
Yeah, that case involves Abu Zubaydah, who was tortured by the CIA in black sites after the September 11th attacks, based on a misunderstanding about what role he played in Al-Qaeda. He was waterboarded dozens of times and is now a mental and physical wreck, being held in a military prison at Guantanamo Bay. So his lawyers wanted to question under oath the two psychologists who had been hired by the CIA to design that torture program. Both the Trump and Biden administrations moved to block Zubaydah's efforts to get that testimony, arguing that some information about his treatment remains a state secret, including the names of the countries where the CIA black sites were located. The Supreme Court agreed by a vote of 7-2, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney and joining us there from Washington, D.C. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Now, the president's nominee for the Supreme Court is on Capitol Hill today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is meeting with more senators as she prepares for her confirmation hearing. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. She's where the judge will be meeting with senators in the days to come. Ali, do we know who she's speaking to today?
Yeah, more members of the Judiciary Committee. This morning, she met with Senator Leahy as well as Senator Sass, and later this afternoon, she'll meet with Senator Amy Klobuchar. Again, part of this process of meeting and talking with as many of the senators who will ultimately vote on her confirmation as possible. That's how she's going to spend effectively the next 3 weeks between the day she was nominated and March 21st, when her hearing actually begins in the Judiciary Committee. That's roughly 24 days to answer questions about who she is as a person, but also the way that she sees the role of the court and her ideology on how the courts should act. We even heard from Senator Mitch McConnell today reading out his meeting with her. Listen to what he said.
Like I said, I enjoyed meeting the judge. She's clearly a sharp lawyer with an impressive resume. But when it comes to the Supreme Court, a core qualification is judicial philosophy. Our citizens need justices who treat all parties fairly, apply our laws and Constitution as written.
Now, of course, when we talk about Republicans who could cross party lines and vote to confirm Judge Jackson, McConnell is not one of the names that we often talk about. Instead, we talk about people like Senator Susan Collins, Senator Lisa Murkowski, and even potentially Senator Lindsey Graham, just because of the way that he voted on her the last time she came before the committee for her circuit court nomination. Of course, when I talked to Senator Dick Durbin yesterday, he said that there are a handful, in his word, of Republicans who could cross party lines on this, but he wouldn't put a number on it, at least not yet.
You mentioned her previous nominations. Obviously, she's not unfamiliar to many of these senators. Right. They've had to vote on this judge 3 times in the last 10 years. She was nominated to the U.S. Sentencing Commission back in 2010, the District Court in D.C. in 2013, and the Court of Appeals in D.C. For the D.C. Circuit last year. Do we know how much all that information could play into her confirmation hearing this time around?
Well, look, it's all going to play into it because part of the questionnaire that she had to fill out includes all of her past opinions and rulings from those 3 offices that she previously held. So senators are going to have a chance to dig into that. That's what they're going to be doing, their homework, you could say, over the course of the next 3 weeks on who this person is. Of course, we're going to hear them ask questions, perhaps about specific rulings that give a sense of how she could vote on future issues that could come before the court. But the fact that they voted on her 3 times over the last 10 years, that's important, but the fact that they voted on her once in the last year is critically important. Democrats, including Senator Dick Durbin, say that part of the reason why they're able to move so quickly on this is because many senators are familiar with who this person is. It means that they have less questions potentially to ask and much more of an ability to vote on this in the near term as opposed to over a longer period of time.
All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you.
Meanwhile, a man in New York City is accused of a string of attacks against 7 Asian women, all on the same day. 28-year-old Stevens Ajonk was arrested Wednesday, charged with 7 counts, including assault as a hate crime. Police say he attacked 7 women in a span of less than 3 hours, and that was at multiple locations all throughout New York City. Now, this arrest comes as incidents targeting Asian people in the city rose by 361%, and that was just in 2021 compared to the previous year.
Meanwhile, police in 2 states are investigating 2 separate cases of deadly road rage. New video appears to show the moments before a driver in Illinois shot a father of 2. And in California, another father killed on the road in front of his family. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez joins us now with more on these cases. Isa?
Hey, Aaron. 2 families left without their fathers in just the last week. Tragic incidents that are actually part of a rising trend across the country. We do want to warn viewers that the video in this story may be disturbing.
He did not deserve to die.
Video of a traffic dispute turned deadly in a Chicago suburb. The video appears to show a man approaching a car and moments later getting shot through the window. Police say it was a teenager at the wheel, now charged with murder.
He took somebody away from us. Obviously a senseless act. Hopefully justice will be served.
The alleged victim, 46-year-old Scott Madison, a father of 2 daughters who lived in Streamwood, Illinois. In a statement, police said he died at a nearby hospital after first responders tried to save his life at the scene on Sunday. His ex-girlfriend telling us he was a beloved member of the community.
Well, everybody that knows him knows him, his character, and knows that he was a hardworking man and would do anything and has done anything for anybody.
18-year-old Jonathan Mejia, also from the area, now facing first-degree murder and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon charges. We reached out to Mejia's attorney. He told us his client has no comment at this time. A GoFundMe created by Madison's co-workers has raised thousands of dollars for his family. And in California, another road rage shooting killing a man while his family was in the car. The family of Marco Lara, 24, telling NBC LA he was delivering food with his wife and 2 small children when a car in front of them started brake-checking his SUV. Lara tried to confront the other driver on the side of the freeway.
He thought he could resolve what was going on with the other car.
The family saying the driver then shot him moments later and left the scene. Lara's family saying his 4-year-old daughter witnessed it all.
Last night when she started crying, all I could do was hug her and tell her that he's taking care of her from heaven.
These incidents as the country sees a spike in auto fatalities overall and more aggressiveness on the road, according to a government data report released by AAA this week, even as there were fewer drivers on the road. As of Monday, police said the gunman in Lara's case is still at large, according to NBC LA.
So stupid. I mean, it happens every day. You never expect for someone's life to be taken over road rage.
So, Isa, do we know what is causing the rise in these tragic incidents we're seeing?
Well, Aaron, AAA didn't give a reason, but another report released last year by a nonprofit called Every Town for Gun Safety found road rage incidents had been increasing slightly for a few years before 2020, but they really accelerated in the year after the pandemic started, with an average of 42 people fatally shot or wounded in road rage incidents every month. Of course, no one knows for sure why, but the organization says that rising stress levels during COVID could be a factor. Aaron?
All right, Isa Gutierrez for us today. Isa, thank you.
And stay with us because the world is focused on Russian President Vladimir Putin and the tycoons who support him.
Coming up, we'll hear from a college student who's tracking Putin using technology.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, so 19-year-old Jack Sweeney rose to internet stardom tracking the flights of tech giants like Elon Musk. But now the college freshman has a new target, and that's President Vladimir Putin of Russia and Russian oligarchs. CNBC reporter Yasmin Korm has been tracking the tracker for, so to speak. Yasmin, first off, tell us what this is all about. How does it even work?
Morgan, Jack Sweeney is flying high, or more accurately, tracking those who fly high. Sweeney is following where Russia's wealthiest take off and land in their private jets amid the war between Russia and Ukraine. I caught up with the Florida college freshman. As of this morning, he's tracking 36 planes and helicopters belonging to 20 oligarchs. Sweeney developed a bot that allows him to track the public data in real time. On Twitter, Sweeney's account, Russian Oligarch Jets, has over 300,000 followers in just a matter of days. Sweeney said he created the account after receiving numerous requests to track the jets belonging to Russia's billionaires. So what's the end game? Here's what the Russian tycoon tracker told me.
It seems that people want these oligarchs taken down, or like their assets taken from them that were illfully gained. Like Biden said at his recent State of the Union address, that we're going to go after them and take their assets like private jets and yachts and apartments. I feel like I'm bringing at least awareness to people that these people are flying around and that they have all these jets and they're still living life going around as they probably normally would, or fleeing possibly.
And I've got to tell you, it sounds like Russian jets are a bit more extravagant than other private jets he's tracking. Sweeney told me some of Russia's wealthiest are flying on commercial-sized aircraft, such as Boeing 737s.
That's
Morgan, what he
wild.
finds most fascinating is tracking their locations. He told me one took off from St. John Island this week, then suddenly disappeared, which he says means that it landed on a yacht.
Which, it's just so wild to even think about. But Yasmin, bring it back home for us, because we mentioned earlier that Sweeney has actually spent some time tracking Elon Musk's jet, something the CEO, as you can imagine, wasn't too happy about. So what's the latest there? What did he say?
Yeah, that's totally right. Sweeney has been tracking the Tesla billionaire's Gulfstream. Elon Musk isn't too happy about it. The Twitter page is called Elon Jet. Sweeney says Musk actually offered him $5,000 to take the account down. Sweeney, already honing in on his shrewd negotiating skills, countered Musk, asking for $50,000 and an internship. He said Musk turned him down. No matter what, Sweeney says he's continuing to do this hobby. He also tracks the planes of other moguls, such as Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Donald Trump. Morgan, he just added another jet setter this week, he told me, Kim Kardashian.
Wow, I'm really.
Well, at least it's in the middle. We'll drop in the middle. Shouldn't be. The severe economic sanctions on Putin and all those folks around him, choking off access to technology as well as cutting off access to the global financial system. It's had a profound impact already. And the goal was to maximize the impact on Putin and Russia and to minimize the harm on us and our allies and friends around the world. Our interest is in maintaining the strongest unified economic impact campaign that on Putin in all history, and I think we're well on the way to doing that. In the State of the Union address, I announced that the Department of Justice is going after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. The Attorney General spoke to that earlier, and who line their pockets with Russian people's money, and while Ukraine and the people are hiding in subways from missiles that are being fired indiscriminately in Russian cities. Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates. And we're going to continue to support Ukrainian people with direct assistance. I had a meeting this morning with the quartet down in Southeast Asia, including India and Japan, and we're going to continue to support the people with direct assistance. And on Tuesday night at the Capitol, we saw America united in support of Ukraine and in our work to hold Putin accountable. And now to today's meeting, we're going to discuss how we're going to keep the economy growing by bringing costs down for the American people, as well as we know that people are feeling the pinch. And we're going to do everything we can to make everyday things more accessible and more affordable for the American people. And we're also going to discuss the unity agenda I announced, and there was broad bipartisan agreement, trying to end the opioid epidemic, ending cancer as we know it, providing support for veterans and mental health, especially for our children. The response, as you all know, because I've read your polls, has been overwhelming on all four of those issues, and because they're of great concern to the American people. And today, I have progress to announce on two of them. Just this morning, the House passed a bill to provide health care to veterans suffering from toxic exposure like burn pits. And 34 Republicans joined with Democrats to make bipartisan progress on this project, keeping our sacred obligation that we have to veterans who, when we send to war and they come home, we care for them. And when it comes to the mental health of our children, today I'm instructing the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services to develop initial guidance to schools that will help them provide mental health support for students in our schools. And this is going to include enabling schools to use Medicaid funds to deliver those important services. And because to me, the State of the Union was more than a speech to me. It was an action plan to lower costs, to address our critical needs, and as for the American people, because they're confused out there, understandably. The world is changing so rapidly. And we have a lot to cover in this meeting today, but I'm going to invite my friends in the press to depart in a minute. But the bottom line is, I meant what I said when I said I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic if we use the kind of ability to unite the country I think it exists, and I think we saw at the State of the Union. I don't think there's anything we can't do. I really don't. We are at one of those inflection points in world history where we have an opportunity. If we act swiftly and we act with courage, we can change the dynamic the world is moving toward. If we don't, we're going to be in real trouble. And but I think it presents an opportunity as well as a problem. Like I said, my mother used to always say, out of everything bad, something good if you look hard enough for it. And we're looking hard, and I think we found some answers. So anyway, thank you all for being here, and we're going to get on with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Mr. President, go. Mr. President, go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on, come on. Let's go. Russian oil should be banned. Hey guys, let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Come on, turn around.
Sanctions be enough.
Thank you. Guys, out the door.
Now, once the police located the car, the suspected kidnapper then drove off, getting on the highway, but actually going in the wrong direction. Police were chasing the car when they crashed into it. The suspected kidnapper is still at large, and the victim was taken to the hospital. Marilyn Manson is suing his ex-girlfriend, actress Evan Rachel Wood, over her upcoming HBO documentary. In it, she claims the musician sexually assaulted her and several other women, but Manson says Wood convinced the other accusers to lie about the allegations to advance her own career. The documentary is set to be released on March 15th. And Mississippi County has given the green light for a statue of Emmett Till. County supervisors approved contracts on Monday for a sculptor to make a bronze statue of the black teen. Now, his 1955 lynching really became a catalyst for the civil rights movement. The statue is expected to be ready by October.
At the bottom of the hour now, we are tracking the latest on the breaking news out of Ukraine. Russia escalating its attacks and increasing its foothold in the south. Key Ukrainian cities are being hit with heavy air and ground assaults. In the north, Russia's massive military convoy outside Kyiv has made little progress so far. Logistical problems, as well as Ukraine's resistance, have kept them at bay.
Despite the tough resistance, U.S. and European officials are warning that the darkest days still lie ahead. Officials say they do not see any possibility for a diplomatic resolution. Vladimir Putin spoke to French President Emmanuel Macron today and said that if Ukraine does not accept all of his conditions, he will use military force.
Russia's attacks are sending shockwaves through the energy markets. The price of oil is skyrocketing. U.S. crude and the European benchmark both hit multi-year highs today. And Democrats are joining Republicans in Congress calling on President Biden to ban Russian oil imports.
And all the while, the invasion is driving more Ukrainians from their homes. The United Nations estimates more than 1 million people so far have fled to neighboring countries. Let's go ahead and begin our coverage with NBC's Jay Gray, who is in one of those neighboring countries in eastern Poland. Jay, look, how are people in Poland reacting to the flood of people who are really seeking refuge right now in their country?
Well, I can give you a first-hand look at how they're reacting. I want you to follow me with the camera here in Morgan. You can see a long line of vehicles, vans, cars, buses. These are people from Poland and really across Europe that are bringing supplies and going into the war zone. They're going across the border and into Ukraine to deliver things like clothes, jackets, blankets, of course, food and water. But also I've seen fuel moving in. I've seen generators. There was a truckload of all-terrain vehicles that were taken over. I've also seen throughout the day here men gathering and walking in with just a backpack and an extra pair of boots. And all they will say is that we're going to join the fight. So while Poland is embracing the refugees that are making their way over, here's one of the issues that they have. There are so many that there's just nowhere for them all to go. In fact, for the first time today, as we made our way toward this border crossing, I saw in a park a makeshift tent city, people just making tents out of whatever they could and finding a place to rest. That's going to be an issue because as this fighting escalates, we're seeing more people crossing the border and into Poland, and so they're going to have to deal with that. I've talked with officials at some of these border crossings who say we're working on plans, we're moving them into other areas, other cities across Poland, but again, we're going to see a huge influx, and that could come within the next few days.
NBC's Jay Gray there. We're so happy you're there reporting in eastern Poland. Jay, thanks for being with us.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is joining us now. Jesse, this crisis is posing a threat to all Ukrainians, but children especially are at risk.
That's right, Aaron, and we know it's not just Ukrainians, but there are also American families being impacted as well. One American family I spoke with says they are now safe, but they had a scary journey getting out of Ukraine.
Here I am.
5-day-old Charlotte Marina, mom and dad, all safe in Slovakia after a remarkable escape from Ukraine.
I don't think we'll be fully relieved until we're home, to be honest. But we're safe now, and that's the biggest thing.
Amy and Michael Kowalski traveled from Florida to Kyiv for their daughter's birth by surrogate just days before Russia's attack.
Nobody locally was even really very concerned about it.
Then early Thursday in Ukraine's capital, the couple jolted from bed.
The windows were rattling.
All of their plans changed. War had arrived before their baby girl. The Kowalskis say their surrogate went into labor Friday in the bomb shelter.
Was there a point between Thursday and Saturday where you two thought we may need to go without her?
No, never. That was never an option.
Then Saturday, their baby girl arrived at last. About an hour after birth, the family forced to flee.
Every turn of this story is just angels that were there and supported us like I would never have imagined.
One of the heroes along the way, Marina, a Ukrainian woman who's now the namesake for little Charlotte Marina.
She wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her.
But other children are still in peril.
There are tens of thousands of children in orphanages in Ukraine.
Abundance International says this video shows Ukrainian orphans in a bomb shelter.
In an orphanage with infants to 4 years old, and a third of those are disabled, Down syndrome, have special medical needs. It makes it very difficult to try to move them.
But there are glimmers of hope. One Pittsburgh man telling NBC affiliate WPXI he and a priest rescued 22 orphans from Kyiv.
The end game would really be get the kids to America.
Children still a beautiful symbol of love in an uncertain world.
More good news from Charlotte Marina's mother. She tells me that the little girl got a clean bill of health from the doctors, also getting the thumbs up from a medical team. They tell me is another American family's newborn girl who they also helped evacuate. Along with that group of Americans, the family tells me there's also a Ukrainian woman who was translating for them, who is also now safely out of the country. But again, Aaron, we know there are so many more children, including those orphans, potentially tens of thousands still at risk in the war zone. And one orphanage group telling me it may make more sense to just bunker down and take their chances against Russian attack as opposed to trying to move everyone out because of how much logistical effort that would require. So clearly a complicated and still very tumultuous situation on the ground, Aaron.
Such a hard choice to have to make there. We appreciate, though, this little bright spot in this whole mess. Jesse Kirsch for us. Thank you, Jesse.
And as we've been reporting, Russia has seized one of Ukraine's southern port cities. It's the first major city that Russian military has managed to capture in this war. And now a 40-mile Russian military convoy is headed to the capital of Kyiv. Here's Sky News International Affairs editor Dominic Wargan.
The rumble of Russian heavy armor rolling through residential streets. In first light, a Ukrainian films the Russian army parked up outside. Armed black figures fan out through its streets. The mayor of this strategic Black Sea port says they forced their way into the council building as he begged them not to shoot people. A resident told Sky News he believes Kherson is now fully under Russian control.
Since I saw the tanks outside this morning, the Russian military forces, I haven't seen anything from the Ukrainian organizations after that. I mean, no police, there is no Ukrainian military here. So I believe that the city is in 100% in Ukrainian-Russian control, actually.
Russia says it's only striking military targets. Not here in Irpin, on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital. Nearby, people resort to flee on foot, carrying what they can through an apocalyptic landscape. Just a week in, the devastation is already staggering. In the decimated village of Gorenka, Olga somehow managed to survive an airstrike. Overnight, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky again vowed the resistance against Russia's aggression would go on.
Wherever they go, they will be destroyed. They will not have calm here. They will not have food. They will not have one quiet moment. The occupiers will receive only one thing from Ukrainians: resistance, fierce resistance.
In Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, long queues for food and aid. At the city's railway station, desperate scenes as people try to leave. In Berlin, Ukrainians are reunited. The UNHCR says 1 million people have fled Ukraine already in just a week. Here in Russia, fury is growing. Hundreds again held in protest in St. Petersburg. Doing this takes courage and risks arrest and a beating. Many are trying to leave as Russia's economy begins to buckle under Western sanctions and the country's isolation grows. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Moscow.
Now, the Ukrainian government is still working to keep that country running even during the Russian invasion. Just today, Ukraine's parliament passed a new law seizing Russian-owned assets in that country. Joining us now is MP Lisa Yasko. She's a member of Ukraine's parliament. Ms. Yasko, we appreciate you being with us today. How is the government there and the parliament continuing to operate as this crisis is unfolding?
Well, let me start from, that footage that you were just showing. It's very heartbreaking, and I hardly can see it without tears. And it's happening right now every day in everyone's family. And I don't know when it's going to end, but it's very painful. And that leadership that our president has right now, and the government and the parliament, is very inspiring. Yes, we had a parliament gathering today, and we also have online sessions of our committees. Many of us who are in different constituencies or other regions are working with the humanitarian aid. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm trying to also to be in touch with our foreign colleagues, of course, to raise the voice of what we need. But on the human side, everything just is very painful here right now. I cannot imagine what can be in the mind of a person who created this terrible war. And you see this footage of people in shelters in underground, that the children are born in underground. There is even sometimes no food, no water. And, we are very European country. We have so many infrastructure, so much of it is destroyed. And my apartment is 20 kilometers away from Kiev. The building of that apartment is half destroyed because there was an explosion. It's very hard, but let's hope it will end soon.
Yeah, I know that is the hope of so many people all around the world right now. We've seen the reports from the UN that there are 1 million Ukrainians who've evacuated your country at this point. I know the president, the member of your party, has said that he will stay and fight. He will stay in Ukraine. How safe do you feel right now? Do you have any plans to evacuate the country as this war goes on?
Well, I'm telling honestly that I left Kiev some days ago because it was not possible to work there, because you need to be in shelter or just risk your life and to be able to help my country. Of course, I think at least I need to have a safer space with the internet, with the ability to communicate, with helping others. I don't think there is a safe space and place in Ukraine right now. But yes, many of representatives, our party and government and the parliament and the president remain in Kiev, and they continue the work, risking their lives. But it's important that Kiev remains the capital and that the attack should be all defended. We are not going to give any piece of our territory to aggressor.
Lisa Yasko, a member of the Ukrainian parliament, we appreciate your time today. Stay safe. Thank you.
The U.S. Embassy in Havana, Cuba is restaffing and restarting its visa application process. Now, the embassy there has been largely shut down since 2017. That's when dozens of U.S. diplomats fell ill with the mysterious Havana syndrome. NBC News reporter Ed Agustin joins us now live from La Habana. Ed, for a minute here, I just want to pause and give our viewers a little bit of context, because we know that the interest section there, the U.S. Embassy, has sort of been a political football, so to speak, between the two countries and also between various administrations. It used to be staffed back in 2017 when this Havana syndrome popped up. There was then this sort of skeleton staff in the U.S. interest section. And right now you have top Republican leaders here in the United States writing to President Biden, asking him to staff it back up because they basically argue that it's making harder for everyday Cubans to be able to get consular services to leave the island. So my question to you is, why now? Amidst all this turmoil, what's behind the decision to bring back staff staff at this particular moment ahí en la isla.
What's behind the decision? Quite simply that President Biden promised that he would do this on the campaign trail. And as you say, it's important to go back to history. This embassy was closed for decades during the Cold War and well after because of the terrible relations, infamously terrible relations between Cuba and the United States. President Obama decided to open the embassy up. But that plan of normalization was largely scuttled in late 2016, early 2017, when approximately 24 U.S. intelligence officers and diplomats here in the embassy, here in Havana, in the embassy in Havana, reported these mystery illnesses ranging from dizziness, loss of brain power, headaches, migraines, and reported hearing sounds. So this was shrouded in confusion from the beginning. Nobody was doubting that they had these symptoms, but the debate really between the specialists was what were these attacks, possibly by some foreign actor, or were they illnesses that had other explanations? The Trump administration, many analysts say, politicized this by jumping to conclusions and without providing evidence, labeling them attacks. And in a country like Cuba, as soon as you say they're attacks, it's then very easy to justify pulling down the embassy staff. That was cut by over 60%. So Cuba has been a fairly low priority for the Biden administration. A lot going on in the world, as NBC viewers can see. And so it's taken them a while to get this, but from their point of view, they are just fulfilling a campaign promise.
But of course, there are so many of us who are watching very closely what happens there in Cuba. And my question to you is, what is the U.S. government really doing right now to ensure the safety of the diplomats who are, in fact, there on the ground?
This has been subject to a huge amount of effort and investigation, particularly under the Biden administration, but also before. The FBI have looked into the cause of these health incidents, so the CIA, so have health organizations within the US. And it's important to say that there are these 24 diplomats and intelligence officers that did suffer these illnesses, these unexplained health events. But that's back about 5 years ago now, so late 2016 and early 2017. So many years have now passed, at least here in Cuba, since it's happened. I think the other thing to point out is that from the Cubans' point of view, they really want the Cuban government and also the Cuban people, they really want this embassy to be fully staffed again. And so from the Cuban government's point of view, I think you could bet your bottom dollar that they're going to be extra careful to make sure that no funny business from their point of view happens when this embassy gets staffed to higher levels again. A lot of people really hoping here in Havana that it goes through.
A lot of people hoping, especially given the complicated year the country has had after the July 11th protests. Now we're still trying to figure out what's going on with Havana syndrome. And I know you've been there reporting through it all. NBC's Ed Augustin there in Havana. Ed, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis once again facing scrutiny, this time for comments he made to students at an education event in Tampa. DeSantis is an opponent of COVID-related mandates, and he told the high schoolers to take off their masks and put an end to, quote, COVID theater. Christian Benavides from our Miami station is joining us now. Christian, tell us exactly what happened here.
Aaron, this happened at an education event at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Governor Ron DeSantis said that face coverings were, quote, not doing anything, and asked the students who were standing behind him to take off their masks. He seemed visibly frustrated and said that we had to put an end to what he called COVID theater. Let's first watch that exchange.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous. All right.
As you said, and to be clear, the governor has been a staunch opponent of any sort of mandates, so much so that school districts that implemented mask requirements will likely miss out on about $200 million in funding. We spoke to a political analyst who says, while this is on brand for the governor, it attacks his own argument about freedom of choice. Take a listen.
Well, it's quite surprising that he is being critical of young people who chose to wear a mask. Personal choice is a two-way street. You shouldn't be criticizing young people, some who may have actually been very young or even minors in age, choosing to wear a mask.
So the governor is standing by his comments, but it does seem that some of the parents of the students weren't too pleased with the way the governor spoke to their children. One told reporters that he was being a bully, and the school superintendent in a statement said that the school district was proud and that it's a students' and parents' choice to protect their health in a way they feel most appropriate. But take a listen to how the governor reacted when he was asked about the State of the Union and how that related to the masks.
Saying that school children had to wear masks for 8 hours a day. Now they act like that was something they didn't support, and they're saying that you don't do it. They actually said 2 weeks ago that everyone at the speech had to have an N95 mask. Then they changed it. How did the science change in 2 weeks?
So we should note, while the CDC has eased some mask requirements, it's still recommending masks indoors in areas that it considers high risk, like Hillsborough County, where the governor was holding his presser. As the governor runs for re-election, he's still considered popular by Florida standards. Most recent polling had him with 53% approval statewide versus 43% who disapprove of him. Now, among independents, that's upwards of 60%. Aaron?
All right, Christian Benavides for us from our NBC station in South Florida. Thank you.
In a highly contested district in Texas, the Democratic primary election is officially too close to call. In Texas's 28th district, neither progressive challenger, Jessica Cisneros, or Democratic incumbent Henry Cuellar won 50% of the vote. Now the race heads to a special runoff election on May 24th. NBC News political reporter Alex Seitzwald joins us now. Alex, I have to say I was just in Texas yesterday covering the primary there. Tell our viewers about these two candidates and why this particular race is so close.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of, if not the most consequential battles in the sort of ongoing civil war between the progressives and, moderate establishment Democrats. On one side, you have the incumbent, Congressman Henry Cuellar. He's been in office for 18 years. He's such a moderate that he's considered the last House Democrat to oppose abortion rights. He's broken with his party on a number of issues. On the other side, you have Jessica Cisneros. She's just 28 years old. She's actually a former intern in Cuellar's office, now an immigration attorney. She is backed by progressive groups, progressive lawmakers like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. She ran 2 years ago and she lost, but came within 2,700 votes, running again this time, now separated by just 800 votes heading into that runoff.
So, Alex, I mean, what should Texas voters really expect to see between now and May 24th?
Yeah, I would expect that this race gets further nationalized now that it's gotten more attention. Already, there have been super PACs and outside groups that have come in to support both candidates, as both sides of the Democratic Party are viewing this as sort of a proxy contest in their larger battle. I would expect more, media attention coming in, but also keep an eye on the Republican side. They have a runoff on their race too, and this district is not a super safe Democratic district like the one that, say, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez represents. So Republicans could start putting this on the map, especially if they end up with Democrats end up with a candidate who is not as strong in November.
All right, NBC's Alex Seitzwald for us there. Alex, we know you'll keep an eye on it for us. We appreciate it.
Morgan, let's head east now, where black voters in Georgia say changes to state laws will make it more difficult for them to vote in the upcoming elections. Now, with the midterms fast approaching, some folks are getting organized. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith is looking into that for us. Janelle, which law changes specifically have these voters in Georgia most concerned?
Yes, Aaron. So when I visited Georgia recently, I spoke to a number of black Georgia voters, and they said a lot of the same things. Among the things they're most concerned about that the law changes is that it limits early voting sites, and it also restricts both the number of drop boxes available in each county and the hours that they'll be available. So they feel like this could create long lines on voting day. It could also confuse people and discourage them from voting altogether.
So where's the help for them then, Janelle? I mean, I would imagine there are groups that are trying to do things to help these voters get through this time, right?
Absolutely. One of the groups is Fair Fight Action, which Stacey Abrams started after she lost her bid for governor in an election that was marked by allegations of voter suppression that mainly affected Black people. And that group and many others are trying to educate people. They're encouraging them to research ahead of time, to find out where your polling place is, because it's possible it might have changed. And also to vote early. That way, if you're turned away for any reason on an early day, you still have time to cast your ballot before it's too late.
All right, Janelle Griffith was with us today. Janelle, thank you.
A bizarre medical mystery right when we come back.
How investigators say a spray designed to freshen homes is connected to 2 deaths.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The CDC getting to the bottom of a deadly medical mystery. Last year, 2 people died of a rare bacterial infection, one that almost never happens in the United States.
Investigators say a contaminated lavender spray sold at Walmart was the source. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, and I have to say the question on everyone's mind, what actually happened here? I mean, how does the CDC even say that the spray was contaminated in the first place? How did the people even get sick?
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. So let me give you a little bit of background. Last year, these 4 people in 4 different states developed this bacterial infection that's extremely rare here in the U.S. Normally, it's only found in parts of South and Southeast Asia. Now, 2 of those patients, including a 5-year-old boy in Georgia, died. The other 2 were left with severe lasting illness and disability. And of course, this prompted a huge investigation within the CDC. How on earth did these 4 people who had not traveled outside of the U.S. get sick? Investigators went to all 4 homes. They took hundreds of samples from the dirt, the water, and dozens of household products. They finally landed on a lavender-scented room spray. It was a Better Homes and Gardens aromatherapy spray, lavender and chamomile scented. It was sold at Walmart, imported from India. This morning, I spoke with one of the investigators who made the discovery.
We really couldn't believe it. I mean, it had been at this point months of investigation, hundreds of products sampled, which is a very time-consuming process for our laboratorians. So we were very relieved, and also we were relieved that we now had a clear answer for the families.
Now, in a statement, Walmart expressed its sympathies to the families affected and also said, we pulled the product from the shelves of about 55 stores where it was part of a pilot program. I can tell you at the end, about 4,000 bottles were recalled.
Well, Erica, how should consumers be concerned about this, or should they be concerned about lavender products or aromatherapy sprays in general?
So far, only this very specific brand, this Better Homes and Gardens lavender and chamomile aromatherapy spray with gemstones, has been linked to these 4 specific cases. No other lavender products, essential oils, aromatherapies have at all been linked to these illnesses. I should also mention that not everyone exposed to this particular type of bacteria gets sick. It usually only affects people with compromised immune systems or who have underlying health conditions. Aaron, Morgan.
All right, Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you.
And thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Wynn in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now, and here's what's happening. More than 1 million people fleeing Ukraine. The UN is calling this the quickest refugee exodus in 100 years. We're live across the region. Plus, a possible criminal conspiracy. Why the January 6th committee says Donald Trump may have committed a crime. And who's responsible for a massive piece of space junk on a collision course with the moon? But we start with a refugee crisis in Ukraine. The United Nations says more than 1 million people have now fled the country since Russia invaded. Today, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees said, quote, "Rarely have I seen an exodus as rapid as this one." NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiela joins me now from near the Poland-Ukraine border. And Kelly, you were at a train station in Poland this morning talking with a woman who had just arrived from Kyiv, one of so many refugees we have seen over these past few days, looking for a safe place to go. What did she tell you about leaving Ukraine, and does she know where she's going to go next?
Well, Vicki, she told me that she was leaving because she was afraid if she didn't get out now that she wouldn't be able to get out. She said she left her entire family behind. Most of her family decided to stay, at least for now. She said that a building close to where she lived, just 2 kilometers away, had been bombed, and she feared for her safety if she stayed. So she got out. But she, like many people now arriving, doesn't have anyone to go to here in this country, doesn't have family, friends, relatives in Poland. Take a listen to just a little bit of what she told me.
Very, very tired, already nervous. You know, it's really hard. Yeah. But people with children, women with children, little children, with many Ukrainians now in tragedy.
What do you do now? What do you do now?
And waiting when Polish say me welcome.
It's just so difficult for these people who are arriving. She traveled for more than 24 hours to get here, and obviously she was exhausted and just really mentally traumatized. But this is the situation along a lot of these border towns. They're now becoming somewhat stretched in terms of resources and trying to find places for people to stay in other parts of the country. Vicki?
Kelly, according to the United Nations, they have data now showing that most Ukrainian refugees are heading to those countries like Poland, Hungary, Moldova. Talk to us about those challenges you just alluded to. These border towns are now facing this massive influx of people. They don't have all the resources that they need. What are they doing?
Well, I mean, there's this massive volunteer army that has sprung up here in Poland, as well as in Hungary, Romania, and Moldova. In a lot of cases, people are staying with just common citizens who are opening up their homes to a lot of these people. But some of these countries are also now appealing to European Union nations for help. Germany and Greece have responded by sending tents, blankets, and other supplies to Slovakia. Poland is going to be receiving some medicine and medical supplies from France. And just in the short term, NGOs are really trying to gear up as well, like World Food Program, like UNICEF. UNICEF saying that half of the 1 million refugees so far are children, so the needs are immense. World Food Program sending 400 tons of food to the border towns in Poland and Romania, and also trying to get some of those supplies across the border to some of these crossings where people are enduring such difficult circumstances as they try to get across. So the need is huge, Vicki. And just a little reminder, you know, it wasn't so long ago, just a month ago, I was in Afghanistan reporting on the humanitarian crisis there. These big United Nations agencies are really strapped for cash. They're dealing with crises, not just in one country or one region, but in several countries. Vicki?
We know there are a lot of ways for people to help, and we want people to make sure they're going to reputable sites if they are considering making a donation. Kelly, what about this? There are reports that Polish volunteers working along the National Railways Department there, they're trying to restore rail links to help transport people who arrive at the border. What more can you tell us about these reports of train cars now being used to help transport refugees?
Yeah, just an incredible story. I mean, at the tiny town where we've been reporting, at the Przemysl train station, when we first arrived there, they could only receive really 2, maybe 3 trains a day because there was only one broad line there. So they were really having difficulty bringing trains in. They've now quickened that up just because of the process at the train station. But imagine all of these bottlenecks are happening just because the infrastructure isn't there along the border. And now we have this just incredible reporting from our friends at Washington Post about volunteers getting together and repairing yet another train line, which would allow, I believe, 6 more trains to come into this country, into border towns in Poland, and relieving at least a little bit of the bottleneck at these other border towns. Just an incredible effort once again. Polish people doing whatever they can, using whatever skill they have to help the flow of Ukrainians out of that country.
Kelly, it really is remarkable to see and hear about the efforts of all of these perfect strangers just volunteering, stepping up to do what they think is right. Kelly Kobiela, thank you so much. The mayor of Kherson says Russian forces have captured the strategic Ukrainian port. The mayor tells NBC News Russian troops have established a military office there, but Ukraine's government has not confirmed the capture of any city. Russian attacks continue across Ukraine. Dashcam video capturing an explosion in a city north of Kyiv. Ukraine's state emergency service says at least 33 civilians have been killed there today. To the capital's west, stunning drone video shows charred and destroyed buildings and rubble filling the streets of a small town. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Lviv, Ukraine, and NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in Moscow. Matt, let's start with you in Kherson. In Lviv, rather, but let's talk about Kherson. It is a small city, but they do have this port. We're not getting clear reports about whether or not it is now under Russian control. So what do you know at this hour?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Vicki, we can say it's pretty much under Russian control. There has been some disputes about whether or not the city has actually fallen. There still might be some fighting there, but let's be honest, they are in the capital. They are in the main administrative buildings of that city. There are tanks trolling through the streets. This city has fallen, even if there are some skirmishes around here and there. The fact of the matter is that the mayor of Kherson has said that the city is in Russian hands, and that's pretty much all we need. And so, you know, this is a strategic victory for the Russians. It says something that after a week of fighting against an overwhelming force, the Ukrainians haven't yielded any major metropolitan areas except for this city, which is barely 300,000 people. It's actually quite a bit less than 300,000 people. It's a modest achievement for a week of fighting for the Russians. So from Kherson, they really are in a very good position to move up sort of to the northeast into Erdgar. And then after that, they're within striking distance of Zaporizhia. And after Zaporizhia, they can move either west up the Dnieper River toward the capital of Kyiv, or they can join their other forces that are now rallying around the second largest city of Kharkiv. So it's a very, very dangerous moment for all of eastern Ukraine because the Russians have managed to bolt northeast from these modest achievements that they've managed to make in the South. But the South really is where they're advancing, and they are advancing at a much, much faster pace than anywhere else in the country.
And this has helped them. Keir, let me ask you about this.
And Vicky, there's the here in Lviv, as you can hear, there's the air raid siren now.
Do you need to go somewhere right now? Please, if you do, Matt, if you need to get to safety, please do.
We can finish up.
Okay.
We can finish up.
All right, let me continue with a question for you then, and we'll get to Keir in just one moment there. But Matt, if you could just talk about this second round of peace talks that we're looking at. That happened today in Belarus. What's the view from the Ukrainian side about these negotiations?
Well, look, Vicky, I mean, when you talk about these diplomatic negotiations, they haven't been going anywhere, not since 5 weeks ago or 2 months ago when this whole drama first started. And that was when there were multiple tracks of negotiations involving other third-party countries, international institutions like the European Union and NATO, and even countries further abroad like the United States. None of it worked. And now, with the guns blazing, it really looks like it's not going to work now. And, you know, that was the pessimistic attitude that both parties went into for the negotiations. The last round of negotiations in Belarus, the same pessimism was greeted in these negotiations. And the Ukrainians went in, admittedly, with demands that they knew that the Russians weren't going to be able to meet or would not agree to meet. Both parties here believe they're winning. The Ukrainians had reason to believe they were winning up until now, and now the Russians are buoyed again by what I just described, those rapid gains that they've made in the south. So this is an impasse that is not going to be met by any optimism, and I don't think the Russians are really negotiating in good faith, and the Ukrainians have never thought that they were negotiating in good faith. So there's nowhere for these negotiations to go, and they were not successful today.
Matt Bradley, as we hear those sirens, we're going to let you go right now. Thank you so much for your reporting, and please be safe there in Lviv. Keir, let me turn it to you. You spoke with Russia's Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, today about the ongoing invasion. It was a captivating conversation. You asked him some really pointed questions about Putin, whether he's actually listening to any of his advisors, as we keep hearing more and more about how isolated he is. What was the answer from Lavrov, and what else struck you from your conversation?
That's right, Vicky, but, you know, if Matt can still hear us there, hearing those air raid sirens go off in Ukraine, just want to send my best to my friend Matt over there in Ukraine and all of his fantastic team. They are our colleagues, and just, Matt, I hope you are keeping safe and looking after yourselves there as you continue to do your great reporting. Vicky, you're right. Here in Moscow, we had a chance to speak to Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, and we wanted to ask him about really, I think, one of the two key questions. One is about this question about whether Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, is isolated, whether he is erratic, as some commentators in the West have said, and also about these nuclear threats that have come out of the Kremlin. Take a listen.
For decades, Russia and America have maintained stability despite fearsome nuclear capability. Can you reassure the world that Russia would not fire a nuclear weapon in anger, would not fire a first strike?
У нас сумасшедших нет.
We don't have insane people. We have our military doctrine that describes the parameters and the conditions for applying nuclear weapons. It contains no escalation for de-escalation point.
And today, we saw Vladimir Putin on Russian television, and just to go to that question about exactly what his state of mind is, once again, it was, to be honest, a fairly rambling series of grievances. Interestingly, he did admit that Russia has had casualties. He admitted it in the sense that he just said that it was the case, and then stood up and said, let's have a minute of silence for what he described as the Russian heroes who are dying in Ukraine. So Vladimir Putin not showing any sign of any concern, not just, frankly, for the many civilians who have died in Ukraine, but also no concern for the pressure that he is under from the West, the pressure that it does appear that this campaign in Ukraine is not going to plan, not going as well as the Russians had hoped it would.
Well, I heard Lavrov continuing to repeat his claims that the Ukrainian president is aligned with neo-Nazis, though he himself is Jewish. There was a lot in that rambling conversation, but that was a very pointed answer you got out of him. Keir, what about Vladimir Putin? He spoke with French President Emmanuel Macron today, and Macron said he thinks, quote, the worst is yet to come. What are you hearing from the Kremlin about that conversation?
You know, it was a 90-minute conversation between the French and the Russian leader. And as you'll remember, prior to this conflict, Macron was very much one of those who was saying that diplomacy could work. He was really pushing for talks. It does look now as if Vladimir Putin always intended to pursue his aims in Ukraine in the way that we are watching him pursue them. And what was striking really was that it sounds from the French readout as if that was a pretty unhappy conversation. And the French came away, and a French official briefed reporters that President Putin's aim is to take, if you like, all of Ukraine. So it looks like the French, and frankly, after the past week we've had, it's not surprising that the French are really now very dismal about where things are going. There were those peace talks, those conflict talks, you have to call them really, because they were really deconfliction talks. There were those today, but once again, nothing emerged beyond some agreements potentially for some kind of humanitarian supplies.
Keir Simmons, we appreciate your reporting there in Moscow, and I want to echo what you said about Matt Bradley and his crew. We hope they're doing fine there in Lviv, and we'll certainly bring you any updates. But as far as we know, they got inside. They're okay. All right, Keir, thank you again. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says Russia never predicted its invasion would face such resistance from the Ukrainians, both soldiers and citizens. But Austin told NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt that it remains difficult to get a clear picture of what's happening on the ground. Here's more from their exclusive conversation.
We've been watching this convoy that's got the world's attention. It was reported it was stalled. Should we read too much into that? Is it still a potent fighting machine?
There's a lot of combat power that the Russians still have available to them. So they have a number of options going forward. You know, one of those options, by the way, Lester, is that Putin can choose is that he can choose to de-escalate, and he can choose to pursue a diplomatic solution, and we hope that he does that.
I think that the world has been stunned. Some part of the world has been inspired by what we've seen by Ukrainian troops and civilians who have answered the call. But is it time, is it necessary to do a reality check on what they're facing, the size of the Russian force?
We are all inspired by what we see from the Ukraine, not just the Ukrainian forces, but Ukrainian people. It's hard to predict which way things are going to go. I'm sure that the Russians would have never predicted that they would be in a place that they are in at this point. Our focus is to make sure that we do everything possible to provide as much support to the Ukrainians so that they can defend themselves.
What do you make of these reports of Russian troops simply walking away, surrendering? Can you confirm them? Are you aware of them?
We don't have aircraft in the air over Ukraine. We also don't have any boots on the ground, so it's very difficult to confirm things. But what I will tell you is that a professional military always takes seriously the issue of recovering its fallen. This is a very important thing, not only for morale, but it's just the way that business is conducted.
And we've seen pictures and video of Russian soldiers, the bodies of Russian soldiers that apparently have been left. Is that, as a general, as a soldier, did that shock you?
I think that's beyond disappointing. If that is the case, it's disgusting from my standpoint. You know, I think leaders owe it to their troops to take care of them, and if something happens to them, to recover their remains.
Ukrainians and others have called for this idea of a no-fly zone to be patrolled by the U.S. to keep the Russian airplanes out of the sky. Is that a non-starter for you?
President Biden's been clear, Lester, that you know, U.S. troops won't fight Russia in Ukraine. And if you establish a no-fly zone, certainly in order to enforce that no-fly zone, you'll have to engage Russian aircraft. And again, that would put us at war with Russia.
We heard Vladimir Putin's words about nuclear weapons. Have you seen any actions to back up those words? Anything that suggests a new posture toward the West?
Any rhetoric about the employment of nuclear weapons is dangerous. And I think we should avoid that if at all possible. I think it creates a climate or it creates the conditions for gross miscalculations, and we certainly don't want to see that happen. I am very comfortable with our posture, and I am confident that we can defend not only ourselves, but our allies and our partners.
Mr. Secretary, you and I are both children of the Cold War. Does it feel back to the future for you now to see this conflict?
We certainly didn't envision being here in 2022 in Europe. And we don't have to be here. We didn't have to be here. This is a choice by one man. But again, I think it speaks to the relevance of the NATO alliance. I got to tell you, it's impressive to see the way that that countries have come together for a common cause here.
Coming up, the January 6th committee says former President Trump was part of a criminal conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. So what does this mean for the former president? We'll get into that right after this short break.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, let's bring in NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's following the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Vicki, we start in Florida, where at least 3 people have died in 5 separate vehicle crashes this morning. The crashes shut down a 20-mile stretch of I-95 as the area was hit with dense fog. Police have arrested a man accused of attacking 7 Asian women in New York City on Sunday. Yesterday, officials found the 28-year-old suspect barricaded in the New York Public Library. He's facing hate crime charges. A substitute teacher in Virginia has been suspended for expressing approval of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The 65-year-old sub also reportedly told students to read Sputnik News, which the FBI has declared as propaganda. Taiwan is gradually restoring power today after an outage hit about 5 million homes. The state-run power operator there blamed the outage on a malfunction at a major power plant. And the International Cat Federation says it has banned Russian cats from its international competitions. The federation saying in a statement that it is shocked and horrified by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Vicki, back to you.
Even the Russian cats are out. All right, Maya, thank you. Well, former President Donald Trump may have committed crimes in his failed effort to overturn the 2020 presidential election. That coming from the House panel investigating the Capitol attack. In a court filing, the committee says it, quote, has a good faith basis for concluding that the president and members of his campaign engaged in a criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States. NBC News senior politics reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now from Capitol Hill. And Sahil, this is the first time the panel has suggested that Mr. Trump could have committed a crime. So what charges could this bring up for the former president? And talk to us about how this is connected to his attorney, John Eastman.
Well, that's right, Vicki. Some explosive allegations in this court brief filed by the January 6th committee last night. And specifically, they're arguing that attorney-client privilege does not apply in shielding the communications that former President Trump had with his lawyer, John Eastman, because of a legal principle known as the crime-fraud exception. In other words, they allege that Trump intended to commit a crime and tap John Eastman to help his efforts to execute that crime. Let's have a look. Let's put on the screen the specific allegations and the specific laws that the committee is suggesting that former President Trump broke here. That includes obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the United States, and common law fraud. Needless to say, these are major charges that the committee tucked into a legal brief, which carries significant weight, given that the members of the panel are willing to say this in a court of law.
But just to be clear, this is the committee. The House committee can't actually bring these criminal charges. It can just send a referral to the Justice Department. So talk about how that may influence the Attorney General's decision and whether or not we could expect actual charges.
That's absolutely correct. Congress cannot bring criminal charges against anybody. That is simply up to the Justice Department to do. But the fact that the committee, based on all of its investigations, it has tens or hundreds of thousands of pages of documents. They've been looking into this for more than a year now, looking into this January 6th attack and what went into it. Let's have a listen to what the committee chairman, Benny Thompson, told NBC earlier about this.
Because this points towards President Trump violating multiple laws, is your goal that this would end in some sort of a criminal charge being brought?
Well, we will present the facts. Obviously, that's a Department of Justice decision. If they ask us for this information, we'll provide it. If the committee feels that it's part of our duty as members of Congress and members of this committee that we share that information, then we'll do it.
In other words, this is not a formal referral. It's not even clear that the committee is going to issue a formal referral to the Justice Department about criminal charges. This is more of a hint, DOJ. You should look into this.
It'll be interesting. Well, we are also learning more about the committee's timeline. So talk to us about what is the latest on what's coming next.
Yes, the committee expects to wrap up its depositions and interviews this month by April 1st. After that, they will do public hearings to start unveiling the findings, although they have been doing that in a setting other than public hearings, and they expect to have an interim report by June. Now, the most important thing to know about this is that while there is no statutory deadline for the committee to complete its work, the effective deadline is the end of 2022, because as things stand, Democrats are more likely than not to lose control of the House of Representatives to Republicans, and come early January of 2023, in that situation, the committee would be out of business. Vicki.
Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thank you. Former Attorney General Bill Barr detailed behind-the-scenes tensions with former President Donald Trump in the wake of the 2020 presidential election. Here's part of his exclusive conversation with Lester Holt describing the moment President Trump accepted his resignation.
And I told him that all this stuff was bull and about election fraud. And, it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was. And he started asking me about different theories, and I had the answers. I was able to tell him this is wrong because of this.
You're trying to set him straight.
Yes, and he listened. He was obviously getting very angry about this. I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom!
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted, accepted. And then, boom, he slapped it again. Accept it. Go home. Don't go back to your office. Go home. You're done.
Wow, you can watch more of Lester's exclusive interview with the former Attorney General tonight at 6:30 Eastern on NBC Nightly News and during a special airing 9 p.m. Eastern Sunday on NBC. Well, the Supreme Court clearing the way for Kentucky's Republican Attorney General to pick up the legal fight over the state's abortion law. This comes after Kentucky's Democratic governor refused to continue defending the case. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is with me now. Pete, this case is not just about abortion. It also is about who can represent a state in court after there's been a shift in the political landscape. So break it down for us. What did the court say in this ruling?
Yeah, it wasn't at all about abortion. It was strictly this procedural question of when does a state attorney general get to defend a law that the governor doesn't want to defend. And the peculiarity of this is that originally it was passed by a Republican legislature, signed by a Republican governor, challenged in court. Lower court said it was unconstitutional. The state continued to try to defend the law. But then there was a change in the election. A Democrat was elected governor, and the state decided it didn't want to defend it anymore. But there was a Republican elected attorney general, and he wanted to come in and try to defend it when it was already in the Court of Appeals. And the appeals court said, no, sorry, you waited too long. But the Supreme Court today said, no, that's not the case. He didn't wait too long. And what the court said is that states have an interest in trying to defend their laws. Attorneys general have an interest that the lower courts didn't give enough deference to. And for that reason, that means that the attorney general now can step in and try to defend this law. It would basically ban the most commonly used form of abortion in the second trimester. Now, the mere fact that the attorney general, whose name is David Cameron, can now defend the law, all it does is give him a chance to try to get the appeals court, the full Court of Appeals, to hear this case. There's no guarantee that it will. And of course, if it does, there's no guarantee that he'll win. Although if the Supreme Court, as everyone expects, does chip away at the Roe v. Wade protection, then maybe he'd have a better chance.
Is there an indication that he wants to do that?
Oh, yes. That's why he filed this case. That's why he brought it to the Supreme Court. He said the Court of Appeals wrongly said, sorry, no, the door is closed. You waited too long. And today he gets a new chance. He said this is a victory for the rule of law.
Well, this ruling was almost unanimous. Justice Sonia Sotomayor was the only justice to dissent. She said that in reaching its decision, the majority, quote, bends over backward to accommodate the Attorney General's re-entry into the case, end quote. So what else did she say that stuck out to you, Pete, in her dissent?
Well, she basically said that, there has to be finality in the law, and it's sort of a legal fiction that there are different attorneys general. As a legal matter, an attorney general is, a state sort of only has one attorney general, and that attorney general that office continues in perpetuity. And what she said is, they had their chance and they waited too long. And to say otherwise, she thought, would upset the ability of courts to finally decide when something is over and have finality in the law.
Pete, the Supreme Court also ruled that the U.S. government can block a Guantanamo Bay detainee from getting his hands on torture testimony from 2 former CIA contractors. Walk us through this. Give us some background and tell us more about this decision and its implications.
Right. This is Abu Zubaydah, who's been at the Guantanamo Bay facility in Cuba now for several years. He was picked up on the battlefield, originally thought to be a top al-Qaeda operative. Now even the CIA says, well, that just wasn't true. But he was subject to harsh interrogation, torture he calls it, at a black site, an undisclosed location overseas. And he, on his behalf, a lawsuit has been filed to try to get more information about what happened to him. And what the lawsuit says is that this black site was obviously in Poland, and so they wanted to pose 2 CIA contractors who were involved in torturing him to find out more about what happened to him there. But the federal government said, sorry, this is covered by the state secrets privilege. We told the country where this was located that we would never reveal where this happened. And to allow Abu Zubaydah to question these people could violate that state secret. And the Supreme Court said today, yes, that's right. The state secrets privilege holds, even though everybody seems to think it was actually Poland. The Court of Human Rights in Europe said it was Poland. There have been lots of news stories that it's Poland. The Supreme Court said that's a different matter than having agents of the federal government disclose it. So he cannot depose these individuals who were involved in his interrogation.
Justice correspondent Pete Williams, we always learn so much from you breaking down these rulings for us. Thank you, Pete.
My pleasure.
President Biden facing new pressure from Democrats to ban imports of Russian oil. This is the latest push from lawmakers to stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine. NBC News has obtained a draft of the bipartisan bill. It, quote, would prohibit the importation of Russian crude oil, petroleum products, and liquefied natural gas. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Washington, D.C. And Mike, Senators Joe Manchin and Lisa Murkowski are proposing this ban on Russian oil. Today, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also said she supports a ban. So let's take a listen to what she said first.
I'm all for that. Ban it.
Ban the oil.
Ban the oil come from Russia.
That was, it doesn't get any clearer than that, Mike. So what is the president now saying about a potential ban on Russian oil?
Well, Vicki, we didn't hear from the president. He didn't take questions from reporters when we saw the spray of the cabinet meeting he held just in the last hour. But we are hearing from the White House on what you say rightly has been a real now pressure point on the administration to take stronger action. For instance, White House press secretary saying, really downplaying what this would mean. She said only 10% of the oil that we import from foreign countries comes from Russia. The concern, as she also said, has been in maximizing pressure on Vladimir Putin and minimizing the sort of downsides for American consumers as well as for our allies. And the concern that she laid out was that if we were to ban Russian oil, it would only further drive up the price of oil globally, and that would actually bring more revenue in for Vladimir Putin. And so the administration stresses that all options remain on the table, but this might be a case in which the U.S. is willing to take this step, but the concern continues to be for our European allies, maintaining unity as we take all these collective actions, because the Europeans consume far more Russian oil than we do here at home. And so the U.S., whenever it's taking and considering any step, tries to do things in unison with our European allies.
Well, let me take it a step further, and we'll talk about the numbers, right? Limiting Russian oil, it could mean more Americans are hit with higher gas prices. We already are seeing rising inflation. The U.S. imports about 670,000 barrels of crude oil and petroleum products each day from Russia. Mike, it's not as much as Europe. And the concern here is, are we hurting Russia by making these bans? Are we also hurting Americans at the same time? So how does the White House plan to deal with those worries about rising gas prices and other U.S. energy concerns?
Well, what the president has done already, and he took another step this when he announced at the State of the Union address that he would be releasing another 30 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the same number coming from some of our allies as well. These are all designed to sort of mitigate these price spikes that we are seeing as a result of the instability caused by Russia's invasion. The White House is also responding to some of the Republican ideas for things that they say he could be doing and really shooting some of them down. For instance, reversing his decision to cancel the Keystone XL oil pipeline. Psaki today saying that really that was only in the early stages of construction, so reversing that now wouldn't really change things at all. It would take years for that to go online. Also, whether or not they should be allowing more oil companies to get more leases to drill on, for instance, federal lands. The president clearly already took action to prevent that from happening. Psaki saying, well, they already have permits, have leases that they're not using at this point. So at this stage, we're really just talking about releasing oil from the petroleum reserve. The White House says they are considering a range of other options, but we just haven't gotten a clear picture of what else he can do at this point.
Mike, the White House just announced new sanctions against an expanded list of Russian oligarchs, those uber-rich business people that benefit from close associations with Putin. What can you tell us about that, and what is the president saying about this?
Yeah, the latest list of sanctions includes not just a range of oligarchs representing some of the big economic sectors in Russia, but also his family members and some of their properties. The word super yacht was used in the Treasury Department's list today as they were unveiling this latest list of sanctions. Some of the individuals targeted today are also interesting. Dmitry Peskov, he is Vladimir Putin's press secretary, the White House saying he's one of the lead purveyors of Russian propaganda, as well as Sergei Prigozhin. He's known as Putin's chef. He was actually already indicted by the Mueller special counsel during the Russia investigation. And all of this is really trying to tighten the noose around Putin, pressure him, as the president really laid out today when he spoke. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates. And we're going to continue to support Ukrainian people with direct assistance.
These sanctions also on 19 oligarchs and 47 family members include visa sanctions that would prevent them from traveling overseas, Vicki.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much. Good to see you. Well, coming up, the sports world taking a stance against Russia's invasion. The actions athletes and organizations are now taking to show their support for Ukraine. That's all happening when we come back.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
U.S. officials slapping sanctions on an expanded list of wealthy Russian elites known as oligarchs. But what exactly is an oligarch, and why are they so powerful? NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson explains.
The modern Russian oligarch's story starts back in 1989.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The wall fell, and soon after, in 1991, so did the Soviet Union.
Eastern Europe is free. The Soviet Union itself is no more. This is a victory for democracy and freedom.
After almost 70 years of Russian communism, where the state controlled everything, the Russian people saw huge political and economic change practically overnight. For most regular Russians, this seismic shift was chaotic. But for a select few businessmen known as oligarchs, they managed to rise to the top. The word itself is Greek, derived from oligarchy, and means rule of the few. An oligarch is one of those few. With the state no longer controlling major economic sectors, rich men who had been gaining wealth often in Russia's legitimate businesses and allegedly in the black market stood ready to take control if they had political connections. And many of them did. 1996, it looked as if the communists might return to power in the presidential election. oligarchs stood together to help Boris Yeltsin's re-election. Infighting inside those elite circles helped bring on the Russian financial crisis of 1998, which in turn helped the rise of Vladimir Putin. At the time, the future president was a lieutenant colonel in the KGB, reportedly gathering information on these oligarchs and the illegal ways they got rich. The oligarchs largely stood in line with Putin as he rose in the political ranks to prime minister, then president, and they've stayed in line, but that may be changing. Many of these so-called oligarchs have investments in the West, some calling for negotiations to start as soon as possible, others calling for an end to the war altogether.
And that was Hallie Jackson. It's not only political and business leaders, the sports world also giving a strong global response to the Russian invasion. The International Paralympic Committee, the latest to take a stance, reversing its initial decision to let Russian and Belarusian athletes compete neutrally. Now they're banned from participating less than 2 days before the opening ceremony. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on these actions.
The international sports arena sounding off, responding firmly to the war in Ukraine.
I believe that sport is a platform where which can help to spread good word, to change the world in some ways.
Athletes and sports organizations taking action.
It was a clear and unequivocal decision from all the players. It was very obvious for us that we have to boycott these games.
FIFA, UEFA, World Rugby, and the International Ice Hockey Federation all banning Russian national teams from participation.
I think that sports has to represent peace, justice. It's not enough to say how sorry you are. We have to react, and we have to show the world that we don't agree with that.
The International Olympic Committee recommending sports governing bodies to ban participation of Russian and Belarusian athletes and officials. Sports like Formula One, rowing, skiing, and volleyball responded swiftly, canceling events and banning hosting opportunities, quote, until further notice. The World Athletics Council, which oversees track and field, cross-country, race walking, and ultra running, also sanctioning Russian and Belarusian athletes.
I understand that Russian athletes aren't directly involved in that war, but it's also important from their side to talk about it and talk that they don't agree with the war, because war is never a solution.
International Swimming Organization FINA didn't ban Russian and Belarusian athletes, but is requiring them to compete neutrally with no national symbols, colors, or flags. The group also stripped Russian President Vladimir Putin of the FINA Order Award, given to him back in 2014. But the backlash doesn't end here. Several members of the British Parliament called on the owner of English football club Chelsea, Roman Abramovich, a Russian billionaire, to hand over control of the team after almost 20 years at the helm. After handing over control to the team's charitable foundation, he confirmed in a statement Wednesday that he is trying to sell the team. Sports marketing campaigns also being affected. German sports company Adidas halted its 14-year partnership with the Russian Football Union.
Sport is very important. It's a country that in an unreasonable way attacks a free other free country in Ukraine shouldn't be allowed to participate in peaceful competitions.
Some Russian athletes think the bans are a, quote, unfair solution. Daniel Kvyat, an Alpine Formula One reserve driver, sharing a post on Twitter that says sports should remain outside politics, and banning athlete participation goes against what sports teaches us in its principle, the unity and peace.
We always say that we shouldn't combine politics with sports. Obviously, I agree up to a point, but tell it to the people who live in Ukraine and their league stopped, their sport. This is not the thing they can think about right now. They fight for their lives.
But some of Russia's most prominent sports stars echo the world's anti-war message.
Please, no more war. It doesn't matter who's in the war, Russia, Ukraine, different countries. I think we live in a world like we have to live in peace.
Alarming attacks, 2 men killed in recent road rage incidents. The story behind the violent trend when we come back.
News is happening now. look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
President Biden is condemning Texas investigations into parents of transgender minors. This coming after the state's governor, Greg Abbott, ordered officials to look into reports of treatment as abuse. Joining me now is NBC Out reporter Joe Yerkeba, who is following this story. And Joe, let's talk with start with the president's message here. This is the first time he has addressed it since Governor Abbott's order was put into place last week. What exactly is President Biden saying, and what is the administration doing on this front?
Yes, well, you can take a look at part of Biden's strongly worded statement from last night. He said, transgender children bring fulfillment to their parents, joy to their friends, and are made in the image of God. Parents who love and affirm their children should be applauded and supported, not threatened, investigated, or stigmatized. And the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services outlined nearly half a dozen actions it will take, and you can see some of those here. HHS directed child welfare agencies to advance safety and support for LGBTQ+ youth, which can include access to gender-affirming care. It also released guidance to healthcare providers that they are not required to disclose private patient information related to gender-affirming care. And then it outlined that denials of healthcare based on gender identity are illegal, and restricting doctors and healthcare providers from providing such care is also illegal.
So, Joe, yesterday a judge in Texas blocked an investigation into the parents of a 16-year-old girl. They're helping her, basically, with her gender confirmation treatments. And so the judge temporarily stopped this investigation, but she didn't block the state from looking into other reports into other parents who may be allowing their children to receive similar treatments. So what did she say about her decision not to make that a blanket ruling?
Yeah, the order is really narrow and only applies to these plaintiffs. And Travis County District Judge Amy Clark Meacham said that the plaintiffs face the imminent and ongoing deprivation of their constitutional rights and the potential loss of necessary medical care, and then the stigma attached to being the subject of an unfounded child abuse investigation. But as you mentioned, it doesn't stop the state from opening new investigations.
Okay, and it sounds like that's what's going to have to happen in these other cases individually with these families. Excuse me, Joe. What is next for Governor Abbott's directive when it comes to investigating parents?
Yeah, it's unclear whether, he would revoke or reverse it. But one Texas parent said that right now they're experiencing some relief, that, they could finally get some sleep last night knowing that HHS is going to step in some of these cases.
I'm kind of dying over here. Carry on for me with what you reported yesterday when it comes to the Texas Department of Health and Human Services.
Yeah, so the Texas Department of HHS has appeared to remove resources for LGBTQ youth from its suicide prevention website, and the agency hasn't commented or said why it removed those resources, but a student advocate in the state said it's a dangerous, scary move given everything that's happening in Texas right now and the impacts that it's likely having on LGBTQ young people. So they're hoping that, the state will come forward and sort of explain why it's done this.
Joe, thank you so much. I don't know what, it really cat got my throat there. Thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate that. All right, road rage shootings in the U.S. on the rise, nearly doubling in the past year. That's according to new data from the Gun Violence Archives. Just this week, police in Illinois arrested an 18-year-old suspected of shooting a father of two. In California, another man shot while his family was in the car. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez has more on these latest attacks, and we do want to warn you, some of this video may be disturbing.
He did not deserve to die. Video of a traffic dispute turned deadly in a Chicago suburb. The video appears to show a man approaching a car and moments later getting shot through the window. Police say it was a teenager at the wheel, now charged with murder. He took somebody away from us. Just obviously a senseless act
hopefully justice will be served.
The alleged victim, 46-year-old Scott Madison, a father of 2 daughters who lived in Streamwood, Illinois. In a statement, police said he died at a nearby hospital after first responders tried to save his life at the scene on Sunday. His ex-girlfriend telling us he was a beloved member of the community.
Well, everybody that knows him knows him, his character, and knows that he was a hardworking man and would do anything and has done anything for anybody.
18-year-old Jonathan Mejia, also from the area, now facing first-degree murder and aggravated unlawful use of a weapon charges. We reached out to Mejia's attorney. He told us his client has no comment at this time. A GoFundMe created by Madison's co-workers has raised thousands of dollars for his family. And in California, another road rage shooting killing a man while his family was in the car. The family of Marco Lara, 24, telling NBC LA he was delivering food with his wife and 2 small children when a car in front of them started brake-checking his SUV. Lara tried to confront the other driver on the side of the freeway.
He thought he could resolve what was going on with the other car.
The family saying the driver then shot him moments later and left the scene. Lara's family saying his 4-year-old daughter witnessed it all.
Last night when she started crying, all I could do was hug her and tell her that he's taking care of her from heaven.
These incidents as the country sees a spike in auto fatalities overall and more aggressiveness on the road, according to a government data report released by AAA this week, even as there were fewer drivers on the road. As of Monday, police said the gunman in Lara's case is still at large, according to NBC LA.
So stupid. So... I mean, it happens every day. You never expect for someone's life to be taken over road rage.
This is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A massive hunk of space junk is on a collision course with the moon. A nearly 4-ton piece of a Chinese rocket will crash into the far side in just about 16 hours. So what does it mean for us here on Earth? Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
It's an out-of-this-world phenomenon straight out of the movies. A large hunk of space junk about 40 feet long and 10 feet wide, headed for a crash landing on the surface of the moon.
This is really about the best place that a piece of junk like this could have gone.
Space expert and amateur asteroid tracker Bill Gray was the first to spot the rogue flying hunk of metal. Initially concluding it was part of a SpaceX Falcon rocket launched in 2015. But now, according to NASA, it's actually part of a Chinese rocket launched a year earlier.
What does it tell us that you're trying to figure out what this space junk is, because essentially nobody's tracking it?
I don't actually expect necessarily that these objects will be tracked, but usually at the beginning, somebody knows that this is where we lost contact with it.
Explorer, this is Kowalski confirming visual contact with debris.
Unlike some of Hollywood's popular depictions of the dangers of space debris, this particular junk does not pose any serious threat to the moon or its orbit. But it will certainly leave a mark. The impact will shoot moon dust for hundreds of miles in every direction and carve out a brand new moon crater expected to be up to 60+ feet across. NASA tells NBC News it could take weeks to months to identify the impact site, calling it an exciting research opportunity. Learning about space and the solar system is 9-year-old Reagan DeAndrea's favorite hobby. His mom, Brianna, says at first Reagan wondered if the crash may affect tides here on Earth.
So his first reaction was, well, wait, what's going to happen to the water? Is that going to affect the water? And I was like, good question, buddy. I don't know.
Luckily, nothing will change here on Earth, and a little space junk will not stop Reagan and his little sister Vera from dreaming of someday going to space themselves.
I know Vera always has a saying that she likes to say, and what's that? I love you to the moon. I love you to the moon.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Wynn in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now, and here's what's happening. The violence level will go up. Senior officials tell NBC News as Russian troops close in on strategic cities or on the ground in Ukraine. And it's known for dance crazes and influencers, but could TikTok be harming kids? By a group of state attorneys generals are investigating the social media app. Plus, UPenn swimmer Leah Thomas speaking out. She's the transgender athlete breaking records and barriers, and now she's responding to those who say she isn't playing fair. We begin this hour with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Lviv for us this afternoon. Cal, U.S. and European officials say the darkest days of the invasion lie ahead. What is the mood like where you are tonight?
Well, I think reality is setting in, while we hear from the U.S. Department of Defense that this convoy has slowed down, that the Russians have been bogged down. That's true, but we have this unfolding situation where we're seeing two fronts by Russian forces. In the north, there's an entire region that the head of the region calls, quote, hell. This is the Sumy region to the north. 5 villages, he says, under bombardment for more than 24 hours. Civilians unable to move around. Just sounds like a deteriorating situation there. And then to the south, you have have Russians moving up from Crimea and basically creating this land bridge. And this was something that people had said would long be a military goal for the Russians. They've taken the city of Kherson, which is just north of Crimea, and the city of Mariupol, which is to the east of that, is a port city. And it is, like I said, that land bridge that would open up things for the Russians. So you have the slow advancement, but it seems unrelenting. And again, we heard from the State Department yesterday that there's this now change of tactics where Russian troops are targeting either civilian areas or they're indiscriminately shelling areas, which has the same effect. Civilians in the crossfire. And that seems to be the way that things have developed, at least sort of in the last 12 to 24 hours.
Continues to be so challenging there on the ground. President Zelensky spoke with reporters in Kyiv. He's calling for a meeting with Vladimir Putin. He has said that, quote, any words are more important than shots. He continues to call on the West for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. What else did he say today, Cal?
Yeah, so he's trying to rally the people here while trying to negotiate with the Russians, but he continues to say it's impossible to negotiate under fire. You know, so everything that I sort of laid out happening in the north was happening while these negotiations were taking place, was happening while Zelensky gave this press conference. So his overall message to Vladimir Putin hasn't really changed, and that is the war needs to stop. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he said.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to.
So on the one hand, you have this need for diplomacy, but in the same press conference, we heard the Ukrainian president say that he believes Vladimir Putin won't stop until he's in Berlin. So you have this two sides of the coin, him trying to walk a fine line, very difficult all the while these cities are coming under this heavy bombardment, Vicky.
Cal, the mayor who had the largest nuclear plant in Europe tells the Associated Press Russian troops are closing in. What can you tell us about the fighting in that city?
So this is the Zaporizhzhia power plant, which is in the south of the country, and our viewers will probably have seen this dramatic video of civilians standing in the road and stopping this advancement. A little bit more details now coming from the National Guard here in Ukraine, who say originally it was 2 Russian tanks, 2 armored personnel carriers, and that the defense forces, along with civilians, were able to stop Russians from entering that city and coming near that power plant. But the situation in the last few hours, they say, has deteriorated. What started as small arms fire seems to have progressed now to a full-fledged firefight in that city again for this power plant. And look, this is a strategic target for the Russians. You don't have to be a war strategist to figure out if they can get control of the largest power plant in Europe, they can start cutting the power here. They can make it very, very hard for civilians to survive these bombardments. If you don't have power and you don't have heat, you can imagine how difficult the situation is, Vicky.
We're hoping they can hold that line strong. Cal Perry, thank you so much for your reporting tonight. Well, the European Union's Commissioner for Home Affairs says the bloc must be ready to host millions of people fleeing the conflict in Ukraine. This as the number of refugees escaping to neighboring countries has grown to more than 1 million. That's according to the UN. MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi joins me now from Budapest, Hungary. And Ali, the UN says more than 133,000 people have fled to that country where you are now from Ukraine just since the war broke out. We've seen so many mothers with their children. What are you seeing there on the ground?
We in fact saw that. We saw mothers with their children. You've actually hit us in a uniquely quiet moment here. About every couple of hours, a train comes in from the east. The eastern border is that way, about 300 kilometers. As you can see, these are trains that have come in now and have not yet gone out, but they're carrying a lot of people in from the border. In fact, Hungary has taken about a tenth, a little more than a tenth of all the refugees, but at the speed at which they are coming in, those numbers that you just cited are going to go up quite dramatically. I actually met a young gentleman, Clinton. He's in one of those interesting situations. He's coming here from Ukraine, eastern Ukraine, Kharkiv, but in fact, he was not, he's not of Ukrainian heritage. So part of the issue is that he had trouble getting out of the country. He's black. He finally made it out of Ukraine and made it to Budapest. Here's what he just told me.
My plan is just to find somewhere safe. Yes, if I'm safe here, I'm okay.
Will you stay in Hungary, or are you planning to go somewhere else?
For now, I don't know. For now, I don't know. I don't know. But for now, I'm here.
You brought everything that you could carry?
No, I can't carry everything. I have my things in the hostel, my computers, my dresses, my books, my shoes. I abandoned them because I can't carry them all alone. They're very heavy.
Like everybody else here, though, Vicky, he's happy and he's got some hope that something will work out for him. He's quite pleased that he finally made it here. He told me, at least I'm not hearing gunshots.
Well, Ali, we did hear some reporting yesterday from Zincle Esimwa talking about how some refugees were being discriminated against. So it is good to see that some of these people of color are able to get where they need to go, even though they are just carrying what they can on their backs, literally. How are the refugees being welcomed and getting services and shelters? Because I know a lot of these towns are starting to deal and get overrun. They're not ready.
Yeah, fortunately, Budapest is a big city, so they've got facilities. You can see here when you come in, there's all sorts of things. There's medication, there's household products, toothpaste, soap, things like that, fruits, vegetables, sandwiches, drinks. Over here, you got a lot of drinks, and they get through here. And then the issue here, of course, the main big issue is accommodation and transportation. I spoke to a young woman named Camilla. She's Hungarian. She's part of a volunteer group here that not only helps coordinate some of this stuff, but fundamentally they keep a data bank of people in Budapest who are prepared to give rooms or apartments to people, and then they match them as soon as they come in. Here's what she told me.
For me, it was really a surprising way, in a positive way, that people are so willing to help, and there are a lot of places, and even there are a lot of people who said that, okay, 2 nights, 1 night we just have a rest, and you can have other people with us next time. So there are a lot of accommodation and even more rides. There are people who just came here, like they just came here and standing by us, like, okay, say if anyone needs a ride, we are here, we are waiting for them.
And so everyone there are actually people here just prepared to give people rides. She did say, by the way, there is discrimination here. There are difficulties when they get families who come in, particularly who are not white. But she said they're finding people who will take them in and will help them. So, you know, she did not deny that it actually exists, but she said they're overcoming it.
It is incredible to see what these civilian networks are doing everywhere across Europe there.
Yeah.
Ali, EU officials say they expect to approve a plan that grants temporary protection to refugees. This is in the coming days here. So talk to us more about that, and what's Hungary's stance on that?
Very good question, Vicky, because, yeah, the EU has apparently come to an agreement to grant temporary residency, temporary status. They had a quote. The EU Commissioner for Home Affairs said, we're in a very dangerous situation with this development in Ukraine. We've got to prepare for millions of refugees to come to the European Union. Now, basically, temporary status, as it works in the United States, means automatic status. You get residency and you get to work for a period of a few years. It was agreed to, but here the chief of staff to the prime minister in Hungary, which has a bit of a problem with this immigration thing, said that they didn't need that. They've got an asylum process in place, and that's what they want to use. The temporary status thing skips the asylum process. You don't go through all that paperwork and documentation. You come in and you get rights to stay here and work for a few years. So there's a little lack of clarity right now, Vicky. The EU has said they will do this, and they're planning to have it go into place within the next few days. I think here in Budapest there's a little confusion around it. We're not quite sure exactly how they're going. But apparently the Hungarian minister to the EU has signed on to this thing. Maybe the president of Hungary hasn't. We're yet to see how that pans out.
Yeah, things are moving so fast. There are a lot of decisions being made, and not everybody is in agreement. Ali Velshi on the ground there in Hungary for us. Good to see you, my friend. Be safe. Russia's foreign minister saying the invasion of Ukraine partly aims to stop Kyiv from entering NATO, adding that the U.S. and its allies will not be able to ignore Moscow's demands indefinitely. This as Secretary of State Antony Blinken travels to Europe and stops in NATO countries bordering Ukraine. Here's NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman with the latest.
If you want to understand what the U.S. message is to Europe and Ukraine right now, look no further than Secretary of State Antony Blinken's itinerary for his whirlwind trip through Europe, starting here in Brussels, home to the European Union and to NATO, two international organizations that have been really stepping up in the last weeks, not only to provide military and humanitarian support to Ukraine, but also to step up pressure on Russia for its invasion invasion, with the EU joining with the U.S. in slapping unprecedented economic sanctions on Russia that are only increasing. After he is here in Brussels, Secretary Blinken plans to go to Poland and to Moldova, two nations that, among the two of them, have been accepting hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees who have been fleeing the violence. Blinken also planning to go to all three Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, all three NATO allies who are very worried that they could be next if President Putin's territorial ambitions extend beyond Ukraine. Blinken intending to send a message on that trip that the U.S. and its NATO allies will defend every inch of NATO territory. But his visit comes as the international community is really stepping up its global condemnation of Russia for its actions in Ukraine, with the International Criminal Court about 80 miles from here in The Hague, Netherlands, saying it will expedite its own investigation into potential war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity potentially committed by the Russians in this war. The prosecutor for the ICC saying he's speeding that up after 39 different countries referred Russia to the court. And we also just saw a vote in the UN General Assembly to condemn Russia for its actions. Only 4 nations joining Russia in voting against that resolution: North Korea, Syria, Eritrea, and Belarus, from which Putin has been using that territory to launch forces into Ukraine. Blinken and the West trying to make it clear that while the door to diplomacy will always remain open, they are going to continue to escalate their pressure and their penalties on Russia for as long as Putin is invading Ukraine.
Well, the White House issuing a new round of sanctions against 19 Russian oligarchs it says are enabling Putin's war of choice.
The severe economic sanctions on Putin and all those folks around him, choking off access to technology as well as cutting off access to the global financial system. It's had a profound impact already. Today I'm announcing that we're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us again this hour on double duty. He's there in Washington. Mike, what can you tell us about these new sanctions? Who are the targets? What is this going to do when we talk about cutting off the supplies and narrowing the focus on these oligarchs? What kind of material impact does that have?
Well, Vicki, what the White House is really trying to do is find every lever of pressure they can on Vladimir Putin to prevent him from escalating further, to really punish him for the actions that he's already taken. We've seen the White House sanction Putin personally. We've seen them sanction Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister. Some of the names added to the list today are really interesting. Dmitry Peskov, he's Putin's press secretary. As the White House is characterizing him today, he's one of the leading purveyors of Russian propaganda. They see this as part of propaganda war. Also on the list is Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is known as Putin's chef. He actually entered Putin's orbit as his caterer, as his personal chef, but over the years, over the decades, has taken an outsized role as sort of a Putin henchman. He was actually indicted by Special Counsel Robert Mueller as one of the leading agents involved with the disinformation campaign in the U.S. in the 2016 election. And so we're seeing the range of sanctions applied to travel, applied to their assets. The word super yacht was included in the release today as something that could potentially be seized as part of these new sanctions. But it's interesting that as the range of sanctions continues on oligarchs, on their family members, preventing them from traveling, we're also seeing the White House on the defense about the step that they're not willing to take. That has to do with banning imports of Russian oil. We'll see if they continue to prevent that from happening in the days ahead as pressure mounts from Capitol Hill.
Well, we see that bipartisan bill, so yeah, that'll be very interesting to watch. The announcement came just before a cabinet meeting, so talk to us about what you know that's on the agenda, what's on the docket for that meeting today.
Well, it's interesting. Obviously, this was tied to the President's State of the Union address that we saw on Tuesday. And just like his speech to Congress a few nights ago, the President began his remarks at the top of this cabinet meeting by talking about the situation in Ukraine, announcing those sanctions. But then he pivoted to his domestic agenda. He talked about his speech the other night, which he said was more than a speech. It was an action plan. It was designed to do everything to try to combat inflation, which, of course, is the biggest domestic challenge politically the President is taking at this point. And now you and I were talking yesterday when I was on the road with the President president. He was with the First Lady in Minnesota and Wisconsin talking about a bridge project that links the two states. We're seeing cabinet officials fanning out across the country. They did yesterday, and they will again tomorrow, to try to show that this president, yes, he's focused on the international crisis abroad. Some of his cabinet members, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Energy, are engaged in that process, Secretary of Defense, but they're also trying to keep the focus as much as they can on what they're doing here at home as well.
Mike, the White House is also asking for $10 billion in Ukraine aid money. This is a plan it's hoping to pass by next week. Do you think this proposal has enough support to actually make it through Congress?
So what's interesting about what will happen now as this goes up to Capitol Hill is there's something of a debate about the balance of that $10 billion. How much of that should include security assistance, more military equipment for Ukraine versus humanitarian assistance? You were just talking with Ali Velshi about the migrant crisis that's now unfolding in the rest of Europe to try to mitigate that. That's really obviously going to be something that the appropriators on Capitol Hill will now take up, fine-tune, based on what the initial request is here from the White House. But we did hear a strong voice of support, not a surprising one, from Chris Coons. He's a senator from Delaware. He holds Joe Biden's former Senate seat, but he's also the chairman of the subcommittee on the Foreign Relations Committee that deals with this appropriations. He said he's willing to support this amount or more, and we might see it increase over time by the time Congress is done with it.
Mike, let me shift gears with you for a bit. Senator Joe Manchin appears to be cracking a door open on the president's Build Back Better agenda. What do you know about this, and could this move things forward a lot faster if they can get Manchin on board?
So what Manchin has laid out are sort of initially his thoughts about what could still be salvaged from the larger requests that started at over $3 trillion and it shrunk over time to about $1.5 trillion, but still was too high of a price tag for Senator Manchin. He says he's willing to support something as long as it starts with tax reform. He wants to use some of the tax increases, especially on wealthy earners, to sort of be split evenly between combating inflation, but also programs like prescription drug benefits, like environmental clean energy programs. The White House, of course, we've talked about this. It's not Build Back Better anymore. It's Building a Better America. They say they're in conversations with Capitol Hill, but it's too early to know where this might lead.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
You got to figure.
International sanctions are crippling Russia's economy, and that is causing some Russians to leave their own country. Sky News International Affairs editor Dominic Waghorn reports on the economic exodus from Moscow.
In a flat in Moscow, Veronica Essen is giving away her belongings.
I've done a lot of photographs of my stuff and I've put them on the Instagram page.
She's had enough of Putin's Russia and can't get out fast enough, whichever way she can.
I'm gonna, I don't know, run somewhere between the borders, or I'm gonna figure out somehow how to go away. I feel that there won't be any happiness in Russian Federation for a long time. And this economical crisis will just be much bigger and bigger and bigger, and people are gonna lose a lot of money.
At the offices of the few airlines still flying to Russia, there are long queues. But leaving isn't as simple as hopping on a plane.
So a lot of people here say they are trying to get out of Russia. The problem for us is they're not prepared to be interviewed about it because they're worried that authorities could watch that and then turn them back at the border. Some of them have got friends who have already got out of Russia, but they say they were closely questioned at the airport and had to prove that they are going to come back.
Russia faces a massive corporate global boycott under severe Western sanctions. In aviation, Boeing has suspended part supplies for Russian airlines. Airbus has followed suit. Car makers Volvo, Ford, Mitsubishi, BMW, Honda and Jaguar are suspending car exports to the country. And in the world of entertainment, Disney, Sony and Warner Brothers won't release new films in Russia. Apple won't be selling new iPhones there and is suspending Apple Pay. Young Russians are suddenly cut off from the Western services and products they've come to take for granted.
Maybe I can without Disney, it's okay, but if without production of Apple, I think it will be hard for me.
You need your iPhone and Apple Pay.
And Apple Pay, yes. And today Apple Pay didn't work.
stores are shutting, the Moscow Stock Exchange suspended trading for another day. An exodus is underway as Russia's economy begins to implode, and Putin's repressive rule only tightens its grip.
Coming up, is TikTok harming kids' mental and physical health? We're talking to California's Attorney General about a new investigation that aims to answer that question next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We go now to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She is following the latest headlines for us from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hey, Vicki. We start in Kentucky, where former Louisville police officer Brett Hankinson was found not guilty on all counts today. He was accused of endangering Breonna Taylor's neighbors during the police raid that led to the 26-year-old's death in March 2020. Actress Farrah Fawcett has died at the age of 54. She was known for her role in the TV sitcom Wings. A family friend confirming to Variety she died at home in Texas from cancer. Australia is now fully open to vaccinated travelers. The city of Perth in Western Australia became the last state to lift its border restrictions. Officials there closed borders in 2020 to slow the spread of COVID. In Sydney, Australia, about 500,000 people are facing flood alerts as torrential rain hits the east. The State of Emergency Service has issued evacuation orders to 200,000 people and warnings to another 300,000. And the American Academy of Arts and Letters announcing 18 new members who will join its star-studded ranks. Some of the newest faces include musician Joni Mitchell and author Amy Tan. Vicki, back to you.
What a great honor. Thank you so much, Maya. Well, the coalition of state attorneys generals are investigating TikTok. The AGs want to know if the social media platform is harming kids' mental health. As NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson reports, it is part of a push for more safety protections.
TikTok under investigation. At least 8 state attorneys general now launching an inquiry into the social media app to look at whether the popular platform is harming its young users.
This investigation of TikTok will focus on what TikTok knows about its platform, its algorithm, and its impact on young people, whether it knows that it causes harm to young people.
The coalition of AGs wants to know if TikTok, which is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, violated state consumer protection laws, and wants to know more about the potential mental and physical risks to children using the platform.
Whether there is a harm to children with respect to anxiety or depression or
suicidal ideation or body image, and what TikTok did to engage young people.
In response to the investigation, TikTok overnight telling NBC News, "We care deeply about building an experience that helps to protect and support the well-being of our community and appreciate that the state attorneys general are focusing on the safety of younger users." This announcement, the latest, focused on protecting children online. In November, a bipartisan group of state AGs investigated Instagram, digging into what they called the resulting harms of extended engagement on the photo-sharing app, and whether its parent company Meta, formerly Facebook, also violated consumer protection laws. At the time, a Meta spokesperson telling NBC News the investigation was based on a deep misunderstanding of the facts, adding the company leads the industry in supporting young users. The Meta investigation coming just weeks after a Facebook whistleblower told Congress the social media giant knew Instagram was toxic, especially for the mental health of teen girls. That whistleblower, Frances Haugen, a guest at Tuesday's State of the Union speech, where President Biden demanded more safety protection for kids.
We must hold social media platforms accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta joins me now. Mr. Bonta, thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me, Vicki.
Well, California is one of the states leading the way in this investigation, and you say, quote, many children feel like they need to measure up to the filtered versions of reality they see on their screens. Talk to us more about your concerns, and what is the evidence you're trying to gather from TikTok?
We're concerned about the impact that the TikTok platform has on our children's mental health and their physical well-being, and that can take a lot of different forms, from eating and body image disorders, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety. And we want to know what TikTok knew about the harms its platform created for children, if any, and when it knew that, and having known that, what it did with respect to its efforts to engage children to use its platform, the duration of that engagement, the frequency of that engagement, the outreach, and then the securing of that engagement. And so as a father of three and as the Attorney General for the incredible state of California, it's important for me to do everything in my power to protect and defend and support our children. And there is a growing body of evidence showing that social media platforms generally have created great harms to children, both mentally and physically. And we want to know if that is true for TikTok. And we have sought information about its practices, its outreach to children, its engagement practices for children, its algorithm. And we will wait for the information and then evaluate it and take the steps from there. So we're not pre-deciding anything, but we are very concerned about the mental and physical well-being of our children based on using the TikTok platform, and we will go wherever the facts and the law take us.
TikTok released a statement saying, we look forward to providing information on the many safety and privacy protections we have for teens. And I want to talk about how when other states' attorneys generals, including the one there in California, launched the investigation into Instagram's effects on teen mental health, they were moved in part by that whistleblower, Frances Haugen, from Facebook, right? She had those internal memos and presentations that showed what Facebook, now Meta, had collected, the data showing 13% of teen girls said Instagram makes thoughts of suicide worse. 17% of teen girls said it makes eating disorders worse. So are you, by launching this investigation with these other states, are you banking on TikTok sharing its internal memos, its presentations, its own data with your investigations? What kind of power do the state's attorneys generals have to compel TikTok to turn over that information?
We have great power. The state of California and the other states involved in this investigation have been given power under our state laws and by the people of our states to do exactly what we're doing, investigate the potential for harm to protect people who may be harmed. And that's what we're doing here. So we expect cooperation from TikTok. We expect disclosure of the documents that we seek. They have indicated that they will cooperate, and I'm pleased to hear that. And that is how these investigations should go. The AGs, attorneys general, make requests, and the documents are provided, and then we evaluate them and go where the facts that we've received in the law that applies takes us. But we do have very strong authority to seek and receive the documents that we seek and that we are identifying as of interest. And should there be a lack of cooperation, and there's no indication at all, in fact, the indication is to the opposite from TikTok, we can compel the production of the documents and get what we need. So one way or another, we're going to get to the bottom of what is happening on the TikTok platform. And if there's practices that have been engaged in that hurt and harm children, we will seek to put an end to those and make sure that TikTok is held accountable. But we are not there yet. We are only at the investigation stage, and it could be that TikTok has done nothing wrong and violated no laws. But we'll have to wait for the facts to come in.
Mr. Bonta, can you give us an update? California was obviously also a part of the coalition investigating Instagram. What's the latest on that?
That was late last year, and we are still in the investigative process. Both of these are in the early stages of their respective investigations. TikTok a little more recent in terms of its commencement than the investigation into Meta with respect to Instagram and how and its impact on kids and how it was engaging kids. So we are still in the fact-gathering phase.
How long do you anticipate it will take before you get results?
Still a number of months out. So these things take time. There are lots of documents, lots of information to review, analyze, and evaluate. So these take months.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta, thank you so much for your time today. Now to an issue that has been dividing the sports world. University of Pennsylvania swimmer Leah Thomas has had a record-setting season, but as a transgender athlete, some say she's swimming with unfair advantages. In a new interview with Sports Illustrated, she is speaking out. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Transgender swimmer Leah Thomas breaking barriers and records.
Leah Thomas to the wall first, and that is a new Ivy League meet record.
But in a new article, Sports Illustrated calls the college senior the most controversial athlete in America.
Her story, to her, is about swimming. It's about swimming as her authentic self.
Thomas telling the magazine, "I just want to show trans kids and younger trans athletes that they're not alone. They don't have to choose between who they are and the sport they love." Her presence on UPenn's team has become a lightning rod in a bitter debate over transgender athletes in women's sports. Even her teammates are split, with some publicly coming out in support of her, while others say she has an unfair advantage.
And over the last half of the pool, nobody will touch Leah Thomas.
The controversy has drawn in some of the biggest names in the sport.
I believe that we all should feel comfortable with who we are in our own skin. But I think sport should all be played at an even playing field.
Thomas is eligible to compete under NCAA rules, which require transgender athletes to complete at least 1 year of testosterone suppression treatments. The article describes her years-long journey, a struggle that began in high school, saying she felt disconnected from her body. That feeling continued in college and led to depression as she swam for the men's team. But Thomas eventually came out to her family, friends, and her teammates. In May of 2019, she began hormone replacement therapy.
I had a lot of uncertainty about my future in swimming and whether or not I'd be able to keep swimming at all.
Thomas says she immediately felt better, even though her race times slowed. UPenn welcomed her on the women's team.
Being in a swimsuit 20 hours a week has sort of helped me with accepting my body.
It has also made her a target for nasty backlash and even threats.
Has this last year been hard on her?
Yeah, extremely. There was, I think, a tabloid newspaper that was kind of following her around.
Those who question the fairness of her competing are afraid of backlash as well. One parent anonymously telling the magazine, "Leah is a human to be treated with respect and dignity, but it's not transphobic to say I disagree with where she is swimming." Thomas's response to that argument, "The very simple answer is that I'm not a man," she tells the magazine. "I'm a woman, so I belong on the women's team." As for her swimming future, Thomas has her eye on the Olympics.
I think her overriding message here is that she wants to swim as who she is, and she wants to encourage other people to be who they are.
Coming up, the climbing cost of childcare is pricing out some parents, even pushing people to leave the workforce altogether. Are these prices here to stay? We'll take a look after the break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Time now for the bottom line. It's our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, we're talking about inflation, specifically how it's impacting the Latino community. Many say disproportionately. A new poll shows 60% of Hispanic voters blame inflation for their financial struggles. Here's NBC News Now co-anchor Morgan Radford.
Hey there. So we have all seen the prices of gas and groceries go up. In fact, now 6 out of 10 Americans say that this inflation, that rise in prices is now a hardship for them. But if you look at Latinos, a major voting bloc across the country, 6 out of 10 Hispanics now place that blame on inflation directly on President Biden's shoulders. So we went down to Texas. They're having the first primary in the country, and we spoke to people about if, in fact, the rise in prices is impacting their vote. Take a listen to what they told us.
Have these high prices sort of affected you personally?
Yes. The economic inflation is impacting people on our budget, our economy. Not only that, but on how we feel. The one thing I can't believe is that on my previous job, I got paid $5 less an hour than I do on this one, and I was better off at that time than I am right now.
You were paid less at your last job.
Yes.
And you felt like you could make ends meet better than you can right now, even though you're paid more.
And my mom too.
Just because the prices are so high.
Yes.
¿También ha notado una diferencia, por ejemplo, con la gasolina, la energía?
Todo. La energía. Yo vivo sola, soy viuda y no vivo con nadie. Y me salió por $302.
¿302?
302 sin...
¿Para la energía?
Para la energía y no pongo televisor, no pongo nada.
So you are a widow, you live alone, you don't live with anyone, and you've seen your energy bill go up $302. So you don't even turn on the TV so that you can save that energy.
Cada bajada con 2 niños, o sea, todo subió de precio.
Everything has gone up in price. Gasoline, food, even what it takes you to get your kids to and from, I get escuela here in McAllen, like to get your kid to and from school.
And if you want to know more about the way that this inflation is really impacting people psychologically, many Latinos say they're actually less optimistic about their financial future than they were even a year ago.
$6.75 for gas. Wow. Another expense that is breaking the bank for so many Americans right now is childcare. Full-time, part-time, coast to coast, it is costing working parents more, and that's if they can even find a caretaker. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
Thanks to the pandemic, the cost of childcare is skyrocketing, up by as much as 11% in 2021, well above the rate of inflation. It's happening across the map. In cities like New York and San Francisco, average rates are over $23 an hour for one child. In Los Angeles and Seattle, more than $20 an hour. And just below that for Boston, D.C., Raleigh, Miami, and Phoenix. Why the climbing costs? Daycare closures and parents working from home are sending demand through the roof. And newcomers are flooding into the field, bringing higher credentials at a higher price.
Why are we seeing so many people flood into this childcare profession?
Teachers and nurses didn't feel safe in their working environments. So as they're coming into the childcare field and working for families one-on-one, they're able to charge a much higher rate because they're bringing this set of skills with them.
She says they have seen a spike in demand across the board: babysitters, nannies, and after-school care. And for some families, paying the rising price of childcare is out of the question, driving more parents, especially women, to leave the workforce altogether. Natalie Ormond was almost one of them.
Financially, it has burdened our family so that we can't have consistent care for our children.
She found a nanny to help with her 6 kids, but can't afford to pay for as many hours as they need.
I've posted on Craigslist, I've posted on Nextdoor, I've gone to Facebook. There's probably 5 times more families asking for childcare than there are providers.
That bidding war is beneficial for nannies like Ashley Harris. She recently raised her prices.
I was getting so many inquiries, and honestly, some of the parents' rates superseded my rates.
Experts say the prices are likely here to stay and long overdue.
We're finally seeing care providers getting the hourly wages that will allow them to feed their own families and make a living wage doing what they do best.
Coming up, the surprising results of a new study about pandemic-era pregnancies and the effects of carrying around all that extra added stress. That's next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
New treatment could protect babies against a dangerous respiratory virus known as RSV. That's according to new research published in the New England Journal of Medicine. RSV sends nearly 60,000 kids to the hospital every year, and it also kills hundreds. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins me now. Hey, Dr. Torres, good to see you. This is very important research given those numbers. AstraZeneca is developing a new drug that may protect against RSV complications. So talk to us about it. How does it work? How effective could it be?
And Vicki, you're right. This is very important because the numbers you said about the children affected and the children, unfortunately, that die from it every year. But the other factor is almost every child by the time they reach the age of 2 has been diagnosed or has had this infection, whether they're diagnosed with it or not. And so this drug, which is something that we've been looking for and hoping for, is the one to come along that I think is going to be a bit of a game changer here. You can see the medication there. It's a one-time injection that they get. Unless they're high risk, then they'll get a second one a year later. And it's proven to be about 97 or 75% effective at keeping these children out of the hospital, which is fantastic. Like I mentioned before, it's not something we've had before. It's not a vaccine. It's a monoclonal antibody. So it actually gives their body antibodies, but it actually, they were able to alter the antibodies so they lasted longer, Vicki, and that's an important thing here.
How interesting. And we know a lot more about monoclonal antibodies thanks to COVID and you. Well, some parents may think their child just has a cold, like you said, and sometimes it actually is RSV. What are the symptoms that we should be watching for, and how do we know when it's time to take our children to the hospital?
And for the majority of children, it is just a cold, and even adults can get it, and it's cold-like symptoms with us too. But the children that get it, particularly under the age of 5, if they start having respiratory problems, if they start having problems where they can't seem to catch their breath, they seem to have what we call retractions, which are their ribs kind of retracting in a little bit because they're trying to breathe, poor feeding, tiredness, this cough that won't go away, and irritability. Sometimes that's the only sign we see in infants. Essentially, what I tell parents is, you know your child. If they're not acting normally, let us know, please.
Good advice. RSV, it typically circulates in the fall, but doctors saw more cases over this past summer when Delta was spiking, and so the CDC actually did issue a health advisory. What are you thinking, Dr. Torres? Are you worried that RSV cases might spike again now that cities and states are lifting their COVID restrictions?
And I think that will happen because that's what we saw last summer, that because of all the restrictions and because of the masking, these children weren't being exposed to RSV. And then when they were exposed, it was an off season. It wasn't winter like it normally is. It was summer. And now that these children have not had that infection, they don't have that buildup of the antibodies that they get from natural infections, then we could have this unfortunate wave of children getting RSV. And it could happen anytime once these restrictions stop. Typically, it happens in the winter, but like we had last time summer, this could happen again. And that's why something like this is extremely important, Vicki.
So keep a close eye on your children, and if they aren't seeming to behave normally, maybe a time to talk to the pediatrician. Let me ask you about this. What are we thinking in timeline? Because we know these drugs don't get approved quickly. AstraZeneca says it's going to submit its trial data to the FDA in the next few months. So realistically, when will we see this injection be available?
So they're going to submit the data in the next few months, and more than likely this will be an approval, not an authorization like we've had with a lot of the COVID different medications and vaccines. And that approval does take longer, typically takes around 4 months. So hopefully by the time RS season hits in the winter time, in the fall time, we'll have this authorized or approved by then, and children can start getting it.
Good to see you, Dr. Torres. Thank you. Well, for many new moms, being pregnant is plenty stressful. Now you add a pandemic to the mix, and it creates all sorts of issues. So what are the effects of that stress on the babies? New research among pregnant women during the pandemic is raising some red flags about baby development, but not for the reason you might think. NBC News correspondent Erica Edwards has the findings.
Eye contact. A clear, giggly bond between mom and baby.
8, 9, 10.
Just some of what is expected for typical development during an infant's first year of life. But what about babies who were in the womb when their mom had COVID? Would their development be impacted?
We looked at that data in every which way.
Dr. Danny Demetriou and her colleagues at Columbia University Irving Medical Center in New York monitored more than 250 babies born in 2020, the first year of the pandemic.
And we found nothing.
That's the good news. There were no differences in the development of babies born to women who were COVID positive while pregnant and those who were virus free. That is, COVID-19 during pregnancy did not appear to harm newborns.
It was great and surprising, and we were very happy to see these results.
But an even bigger surprise was in store. The team decided to compare their data on pandemic baby development to existing pre-pandemic baby data.
These were subtle differences, subtle decrements in neurodevelopment in 3 of 5 neurodevelopment domains that we assessed, and fine motor skills, gross motor skills, and personal social skills. But they were there and they were highly statistically significant.
The comparison showed babies born during the pandemic scored slightly lower on tests of typical childhood development at age 6 months, such as grasping toys, reacting to the baby in the mirror, and laughing at mom. The extreme stress of being pregnant during a pandemic seems to be key.
Through the activation of the stress response, mom is relaying that information to the developing fetus, and that can become embedded in the developmental trajectory. And the earlier and the more sustained the stressor is during the pregnancy, the more likely that it's going to be to have this embedding into the developmental trajectory of the fetus.
Should parents be panicking over these results?
No, this is absolutely not a time to panic.
One of those moms on the lookout is Dr. Lauren Shuffrey. She gave birth to Maisie in 2020 and knows firsthand how stressful being pregnant during the pandemic can be.
Maisie was actually born during the brief period of time when partners were not allowed in the hospital at all. So not during the labor and delivery, not in the postpartum period. So I would say it was definitely a very stressful time.
Do the findings worry you at all?
Yeah, I think definitely there's concern, but at this age, kids' brains are so highly adaptable that anything that we've found at this age, it's not set in stone. There's so much room for development and growth and change for young children at this age.
You want hit? See, she'll go for the right hand.
Shuffrey has the unique perspective of being both a researcher and a participant in the study, being observed with Maisie over Zoom.
Yeah.
And she'll bounce?
Yeah.
Oh, there she goes.
With Maisie still too young to be vaccinated, Shuffrey says managing that stress and isolation is key.
Especially for parents who have kids under 5, we're still living in the first wave of the pandemic in many ways.
And that was Erica Edwards reporting. Up next, protests in Puerto Rico to make sure beaches stay public. How locals are trying to keep coastlines open to everyone as big money buyers move in.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In Puerto Rico, people are protesting the privatization of public beaches, beaches that are being bought up by wealthy developers and as a result forcing locals out. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez has more on the efforts to stop it.
I grew up in the beach. I get up at 4 a.m.
I try to go for a morning surf and then get back to my routine.
The beaches in Puerto Rico hold a special place in the hearts of many of its local residents.
My sister and my brother, we used to go to the beach every weekend. And with my parents, that was like our way of, enjoying our island, and our family time was in the beach.
Puerto Ricans like Wilmar Vázquez understand and appreciate the history and importance of these coastal locations to the island. But developments along the coast from foreign investors have seen a sharp rise between 2007 and 2021, thanks to 3 tax incentive acts.
Due to these incentives that were approved, it has increased the number of people that are coming here to the island. What has happened is that because of allegedly security reasons, they've been blocking large amounts of coastline from access for local residents. In Dorado, we have nearly 4 kilometers of coast that are not accessible.
Pedro Cardona Roy has been working in urban development in Puerto Rico since 1991 and says it's illegal to make any beaches on the island private. The Department of Natural and Environmental Resources never answered our calls seeking comment on the privatization of beaches.
Our local regulation, ever since 1983, requires pedestrian and vehicular access to the coast. And people have gained consciousness about this fact, and they're claiming it back. So there's a lot of tension.
This tension has given rise to beach protests in favor of keeping all coasts on the island public. Vázquez organized one of these protests after seeing a viral video of beach property owners denying a local couple the use of a section of the beach to play beach tennis.
And we just did a beach day, basically, and a beach tournament just to enjoy the beaches and show everybody that we could share.
However, Vázquez says it's not only the use of public beaches that's in jeopardy for native Puerto Ricans, but a wave of gentrification that is displacing many locals. Sincere Lopez and Subi Torro are part of the New Era Young Lords organization, a civil rights group who fights for neighborhood empowerment in Puerto Rico and beyond.
So what they're doing is they're buying the land, but then when that happens, the property value goes up. And what happens is the locals out here can't afford to remain in their homes. Investors, they look for what's best for business, not what's best for the people.
One of the big names from the mainland who bought property in Puerto Rico in 2021 is YouTube personality Logan Paul. Both NBC News requests for an interview and a statement on his coastal purchase in Dorado Beach were denied by Paul and his team. Torro lives on the U.S. mainland, but is a descendant of Puerto Rican natives and says one of the most important things to combat this gentrification is representation for Puerto Rico in Congress.
There's no one in Congress that stands up for Puerto Rico and stands up for what's going on in Puerto Rico. So the one that needs to be responsible is Congress.
Members of Congress, including Darren Soto, Raul Grijalva, and Jennifer Gonzalez Colón, did not respond to requests for comments on the 3 acts in Puerto Rico. But in a February 16th virtual town hall, Senator Chuck Schumer had this to say.
We ought to tell that governor, none of this bullshit where you let millionaires and billionaires escape taxes.
On Puerto Rico's Department of Economic Development and Commerce website, it says the goal of Act 60 is to attract new investment to the island.
They're deciding on what is the investment that is being done and how is that performed.
We're losing the fight by trying to, be us against them when it doesn't need to be like that. I would say it's local lawmakers, but it's something about everybody. And if we don't all pitch in, we're going to keep losing the island.
And that was Isa Gutierrez. That'll do it for us tonight. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with dark days ahead. Not my words, but what we're hearing from top officials in Western countries, with today A big Ukrainian city looking like it's now in Russian hands for the first time. And as we're coming on the air, we've just learned both sides have tentatively agreed to try to keep civilians getting out of the line of fire protected. But we'll tell you how experts are putting that into context. And with the Biden administration trying to tighten the screws on Vladimir Putin, corporations are too, pulling out of Russia left and right to protest the war. We'll show you why they're okay risking billions of dollars in tonight's original. Plus, in Kentucky, in just the last few hours, a jury acquitted the only officer on trial related to the deadly raid that killed Breonna Taylor. So what does it mean that it only took 3 hours for the jury to talk it through? And former Attorney General Bill Barr giving our own Lester Holt an exclusive look at what happened when he told former President Trump that he wouldn't go along with the big lie about the 2020 election. The interview you will not see on any other network next. And in just a few hours, there will be a new crater on the moon more than 60 feet wide, thanks to a giant hunk of space junk hurtling toward it as we speak. We've got more on the thousands of other pieces floating around behind it later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and a week into this war, U.S. and European officials say dark days are ahead. As we're learning now, the mayor of a key Ukrainian city says the Russians have taken over. We're talking about Kherson, a city being bombarded by missile strikes, like the one you're seeing here, right? The one that you're looking at on screen, one that's being overrun by Russian soldiers right now. And control of this city means controlling access to Ukraine's main river and the Black Sea. Take a look at this map. It shows just how intense the attacks are getting in the southern part of Ukraine. The red, that's the part controlled by Russia, right? Those are the Russian-controlled areas. They're making really big progress there. Where Russia's struggling right now is further up north, near Kyiv. Check out these satellite images. They show a huge convoy of Russian troops outside the Ukrainian capital. They are still stalled, according to a senior defense official. But just in case, Ukrainians are putting up tank blockers in Kyiv for when the Russians do eventually arrive, and in all likelihood, that is only a matter of time. And check out what it looks like in the Russians' path. This is new drone video into us, showing the devastation to a suburb in Kyiv. Tanks lining the streets, smoke coming up from the ground, buildings totally leveled. And now, just in, we're learning from the Russian side, they've agreed with Ukraine in new peace talks today to create a humanitarian corridor, basically a safe passageway, right? The ability to get civilians out and humanitarian supplies in. But that's not enough for Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He's telling our Richard Engel he wants to talk with Putin himself. Watch.
It's not about I want to talk with Putin. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because there are no other ways to stop this war.
Speaking of Putin, he did talk with the French President, Emmanuel Macron. Sounds like it got pretty tense. The French say Putin thinks the situation is going to get worse because, in his words, quote, Ukraine chose it. We've got more on that in a minute. But for now, I want to go to Cal Perry, who's in Lviv, Ukraine. And Cal, you know, from Washington, the capture of Kherson, this feels like an inflection point. This feels like a potential turning point. Do you get that sense on the ground?
Yeah, we absolutely do. And for all the reasons that you laid out, strategically, you know, it was always anticipated that Putin might want to draw that land bridge just north of Crimea and connect it to those eastern breakaway provinces. At least that's how he would sort of frame them. But it's also because it's the first city, right? And that matters here because for so long, no cities were falling here in this country. And the Ukrainian army, as well as civilians, were able to kind of hold it back. But now you have this creeping sense that while the Russians may be slow with it, they're being very methodical and they're unrelenting on their march towards these cities. It's for that reason I think it matters a great deal. So
as we were coming on the air, Cal, and I referenced this a moment ago, there's this, it seems like agreement, we need to say tentative agreement, right, to create this basically passageway, safe passage for civilians to get out and humanitarian aid to get in. I had the opportunity to speak with one of the president's advisors on the National Security Council about this, Amanda Sloat. Here's what she said.
That certainly is not the end of the conflict. We're continuing to call for a ceasefire and want to see all of the fighting stop. But certainly steps that can be taken to help address some of the immediate needs of civilians is very welcome.
And this is what I've heard from other experts I've talked to, Cal, a glimmer of hope. Like, obviously, it's better than not to have this passageway, but it is so far from a ceasefire. It's not that.
That's right. And if we can put that map back up, we have a map that sort of helps you figure out where my head is. And it's almost like the Russians have opened up a two-front war, right? In the north, we heard today from the Sumy region head that the entire region, as he put it, is, quote, hell on earth, that there are 5 villages being shelled nearly around the clock there. Civilians cannot move. They are stuck in bunkers. They are stuck in basements. And again, the shelling is happening in residential areas. To the south, we sort of touched on this, from the city of Kherson to Mariupol, you have these Russians basically cutting off the south, choking it off. So when you talk about these humanitarian corridors, it's one thing in theory, right? But as we report this story out, we have to be realistic about it. These humanitarian corridors are incredibly tricky to pull off, not only just logistically on the ground, but politically as well. And you have the Ukrainian president constantly saying, consistently, I should say, saying that it's impossible to negotiate under fire. So you have the Russians saying they're willing to sort of discuss it, but at the same time, they are indiscriminately bombing these cities.
You doing okay, Cal? I know you've been out there for a while. It's, I know, tough to cover this stuff sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing great here because I think we're removed, right? We're removed from the front. We're removed from the violence in your face. And that matters a great deal. Plus, when we talk about these wars, think about the people who right now don't have power and water and heat. People are living in these bunkers and they don't have basic stuff. I'm in a hotel full of journalists and I have power, and we had breakfast this morning, and that makes all the difference in the world. And so when you listen to the officials talk about what these folks in these villages are going through, you get a much better sense of what's happening on the other side of the country. We feel removed from the violence. We're lucky that way.
Cal Perry in Lviv, Ukraine. Cal, thank you. You know, Cal's talking about this, right? There are people who don't have power, who are freezing cold. We've seen the snow there. And look at this. This is the scale of that humanitarian crisis we're talking about. That down at the bottom, right, that was last week. Not many people who were actually trying to leave Ukraine at that point. Followed all the way up to today, you got 1 million in a week. 1 million people trying to get out of the country because of the conditions that Cal was just laying out, right? The UN's top refugee commissioner says he's never seen an exodus happen this fast. And look at where these people are headed. Half are headed to Poland. You've also got tens of thousands of people to other countries, to Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Moldova, even some to Russia. But behind the numbers, there are people. We've been talking about this. There are people trying to stay alive, families trying to stay together as best they can. Look at some of these shots from the Ukraine-Poland border. You have officials, they're handing out stuffed animals to kids. I mean, think about what that says about this crisis, that these officials have stuffed animals on hand because they know that kids are going to be coming through, trying to escape the violence here as they're getting off those trains. Kelly Kobier is in Poland. And Kelly, UNICEF says of the 1 million people who've left Ukraine over the last week, half of them are kids, right? Tell me about the conversations you're having with families.
Yeah, well, over and over again, Hallie, we're talking to mothers who say, you know, every parent who has a child and can get them out is getting them out. That's the primary concern of all of these families, is getting the kids to safety. And we've talked to women who have been traveling for, 20 hours, 30 hours, several days just to get the children to some place where they have a bit of stability and they're not, hearing bombs and explosions. One woman said that she told her daughter one morning while waking up, pack your bag, we have to go. I mean, it was just that quick. And they're arriving with next to nothing. You saw those toys. It's because these kids are just arriving with maybe a backpack. They literally have nothing, Hallie.
Kelly, Ellison Barber was reporting, our colleague who, as you know, is there, in the region. When you look, and we've talked about this, Kelly, the influx of people to Poland. They've got something like 3,500 Ukrainians in the capital where she is, only 600 beds. Poland, it feels like there's going to be a scramble to try to keep up with this demand.
Yeah, it's really interesting the way this is playing out on the ground here. There is this huge volunteer army that we've been talking about over the past couple of days, and it almost seems like they are doing the bulk of the work. There are a lot of connections being made on social media, in person at a lot of these reception centers, and that's how people are ending up getting to places where they can live, not just stay for a night or two at a reception center or in a big gymnasium, but actually stay on a more long-term basis. A lot of the border towns here, the local officials have said, look, we don't want you staying in these shelters more than 2 nights. We really want to get people out into the community, into other parts of the country where they can have a little bit more stability.
The hard part about this, too, of the many hard parts, as you're seeing on the ground, Kelly, is like there's not really a permanent solution. I think there are some folks who are looking back to the occupation of Crimea by Russia in 2014, right? This is not a 3-week-long thing, potentially. We're talking about something that may be longer term as it relates to these refugees being out of Ukraine. Are they planning for that? Are they thinking about that? Or is this right now still just triage at this point?
I think at this point it's triage. I mean, we did have the European Union, all 27 countries agreeing to this 3-year sort of amnesty. You don't have to really go through the asylum application process. You can work in any European country for at least a year, and then it's extendable. But people really aren't thinking that way right now. Listen to what one woman said who came from Kiev. She left her entire family behind, and she's just thinking about the next few hours. Take a listen.
I need to start new life because all my life now was.
Will you go back?
I don't know. I don't know. You know, I don't understand. Even believe,
Yeah.
That I hear.
Hallie, so many people just sort of in shock that this is actually happening, that this is their new reality.
Kelly Kobiela in Poland. Kelly, we're glad to have you there. Thank you. So just this afternoon, we talked about how the Biden administration was hoping to tighten the screws on Putin. They're doing that by basically closing the net around dozens of oligarchs, these really rich Russians and their families. The president announcing it in the cabinet meeting you see there just within the last few hours. And the administration says they're also working with allies. What does this mean? It means that these millionaires and billionaires who are Russian will be cut off from the U.S. financial system. Any assets here will be frozen. They can't use their property, whether that's a yacht or a really nice apartment or whatever it is. It comes after earlier in the day, France seized, speaking of yachts, that one. It's owned by Igor Sechin, the CEO of a huge Russian oil company. Yesterday, you had Germany seizing another yacht belonging to another really rich Russian. It's all part of the West strategy to try to target people who have made money, who have profited off their relationship with Putin. And here he is earlier today talking about the invasion, promising the families of Russian soldiers who have died in this conflict 5 million rubles. That's something like $50,000. Keir Simmons is joining us now from Moscow. And Keir, I want your context here on these sanctions on oligarchs that the U.S. has announced, assets getting seized, et cetera. But then you compare that, right, to reports that President Putin is increasingly isolating himself. You and I have talked repeatedly about the fact that his inner circle is very small, and really the only one making the decisions for Putin is Putin.
Yeah, exactly right. And President Putin has a lot of money. A lot of his assets are here in Russia, although we did see what is allegedly his yacht moved from Germany just before this conflict erupted. And certainly ordinary Russians are seeing the Western stores that they have known in this city, for example, Moscow, closed down. I think many of them will be gone by the end of the weekend, closed down, still there, obviously, but not open for business. So, yeah, there is a lot of pressure. But as we've said again and again, does President Putin feel that pressure? Probably not in the short term anyway.
How significant is it that he is acknowledging, at least in some way, the fact that Russians are losing their lives in this war?
I think that is significant in the sense that you just keep seeing the Russian narrative shift. So we've talked about how their plan has not worked, but they're shifting their plan. Well, the narrative is the same with the narrative. So what we saw today, by the way, once again, another sort of kind of furious speech by President Putin. But what I think we saw there was him say, OK, Russians are dying, but they're heroes. And they even stood up for a minute's silence for them. That, of course, may not placate the mothers and fathers whose children who lose their children here in Russia, and that's an issue, a political issue for President Putin.
There's also this discussion that's bubbling over the past few days, given some of the signals that Putin has sent as it relates to, you know, nuclear weapons. This is a country with the world's biggest nuclear arsenal, right? You've seen the U.S., it seems, try to tamp down talk of concern there, make our own moves, for example, from the Pentagon by postponing the planned launch, right, test launch of an ICBM to try to send this signal that we are de-escalating in America. How do you read that? How should we be thinking about that?
Well, I think it just goes to this question of whether it's true that President Putin is isolated. I mean, he clearly is. Whether it's fair to say that he's erratic, as Western officials have been saying. Actually, Hallie, I had a chance to question Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, about this issue, and I asked him about whether it is fair to say that President Putin is isolated and erratic, which he wouldn't answer, which I guess is an answer in itself. And then for another question with him, I asked him about that question about the nuclear threats. Take a listen. Can you reassure the world that Russia would not fire a nuclear weapon in anger, would not fire a first strike?
We don't have insane people. We have our military doctrine that describes the parameters and conditions for flying nuclear weapons. It contains no escalation for de-escalation.
That no escalation for de-escalation is reference to a apparent Russian policy, Hallie, which is to threaten a nuclear strike in order to win a conventional war. The fact that he said that is not a Russian policy, not a Russian strategy, I think Western officials will pay close attention to that.
Keir Simmons, live for us in Moscow again tonight. Keir, thank you. So let's talk about a little bit of the political piece of this, because there's some new NBC News reporting out today saying the White House is looking at how to sanction Russia's energy sector. But then on Capitol Hill, you have these calls growing to ban Russian oil imports. So let's talk about oil prices, right? They hit levels that energy analysts had warned us about, $120 a barrel internationally, and in the U.S., $116. If you don't know how to put in context barrels of crude oil, like Brent, I get it, you are not alone. Here's what you need to know. This is the highest it's been, that number on the right of your screen, in 14 years, right? And if the price of oil goes up, the price of your gas that you put in your car could go up too. That is a real concern for this White House. I want to bring in Mike Memoli, who is joining us here in Washington. Let me put this in sort of really clear terms, Mike. There is this appetite here. It seems to be growing in some quarters on Capitol Hill, with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi backing this too, saying, hey, maybe we should ban Russian oil imports. The White House doesn't seem to be wanting to go that far. But then I had a conversation with an NSC official who said nothing's off the table. Where are we on this? Isn't going to happen? And if it does, what does it mean?
Yeah, I think the daylight between what we're hearing from the White House podium and what you heard from a White House official today speaks to the fact that there might be more of an appetite for banning Russian oil imports among the Americans than among our allies. And everything that the U.S. has tried to do at this point is work in concert with our allies. We're stronger together, to use a former campaign slogan, but that's the way the White House sees it. And so I think what we're seeing is, and according to some new reporting from my colleagues Carol Lee, Courtney Kuby, Josh Letterman, they're looking at sort of creative ways to not disrupt the current oil supply, but still go after Russia's energy industry, which really, despite all the ways in which the U.S. has tried to strangle the Russian economy, still is generating billions of dollars for them. And that would involve sort of, we've used the term export controls to describe how the White House is trying to prevent sort of advanced technology from going to Russia, to what they would use to diversify their economy. Well, there are ways that the U.S. can do similar tactics to prevent Russia from sort of future energy exploration, future oil drilling. And that's really what the White House seems to be focused on at the moment. But you're right, the pressure on Capitol Hill is growing, and that's something that we need to keep an eye on.
Mike Memoli, live outside the White House for us. Mem, great to see you. Thank you. In an NBC News exclusive tonight, the former Attorney General, Bill Barr, remember him, talks with Lester Holt and takes us inside the room in that moment when former President Trump accepted Barr's resignation after Barr refused to accurately say that the 2020 election was, in fact, not fraudulent. Barr was saying the election was legitimate.
And I told him that all this stuff was bullshit and about election fraud. And, it was wrong to be shoveling it out the way his team was. And he started asking me about different theories, and I had the answers. I was able to tell him, this is wrong because of this.
You're trying to set him straight.
Yes. And he listened. He was obviously getting very angry about this. I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom!
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted, accepted. And then, boom, he slapped it again, accepted. Go home. Don't go back to your office. Go home. You're done.
You're done. In a statement to NBC News, Mr. Trump denies Barr's account. And then breaking right before we came on the air, we have another piece of information as it relates to what happened on January 6th with the House committee there subpoenaing Kimberly Guilfoyle, Donald Trump Jr.'s fiancée, Committee Chairman Benny Thompson saying they want to talk with her because of her involvement in the events that led up to the Capitol riot, saying she was in the Oval Office that morning, and not only did she speak at the rally on the Ellipse, but was also involved in raising money for it. I want to bring in now Leanne Caldwell. And Leanne, this is all one piece of a whole, right? Because it is those lies about the election that Bill Barr was talking about from former President Donald Trump that in many instances entirely drove what happened with the insurrection on January 6th and the impetus for people showing up. Now you have the committee looking at January 6th, subpoenaing Kimberly Guilfoyle, meaning they're not asking nicely now. They're not saying, come on in, pull up a chair. They're saying, we have, the muscle of the law behind us here.
Yeah, they did ask nicely, and Kimberly Guilfoyle actually appeared with the committee last Friday, and then she left that proceeding and saying that they had violated the terms of the agreement by members of Congress actually being in that deposition room and asking her questions. And so she refused to cooperate, even after saying that she would talk to them. And so that's where this subpoena comes in. And this Kimberly Guilfoyle, as you just said, she was around on January 6th. She spoke at the Ellipse. The committee says that she raised funds to help with this entire effort. And so she's someone that they want to talk about. And she kind of made a spectacle of it last week. And so we'll see if she complies with the subpoena, Hallie.
There's this other big story from the January 6th committee now. Overnight, we've learned that they have, in this legal filing, said they have reason to believe that former President Trump, his allies, were part of a conspiracy to try to overturn the election results, basically outlining what they see could be criminal charges basically against him, right? Ways in which they believe that these folks broke the law. Talk me through it.
Yeah, this was quite a blockbuster document. So this is revolving around John Eastman, a former attorney, advisor, and participant leading up to January 6th. And that's what the participant part is what the committee is saying. So John Eastman is trying to withhold thousands of pages of documents from the committee. He filed suit against the committee. And so this is the committee's response to it. So this is a legal document where the committee says that they need those documents from John Eastman because they have reason to believe that those documents show that the former president committed perhaps up to or at least 3 crimes, including obstruction of an official proceeding, which is the vote count, the electoral vote counting up here on Congress on January 6th, fraud, as well as another one. And so this is a back and forth. This hearing is actually going to be held and heard next week in California. But this was a pretty explosive document. And remember, John Eastman is someone who tried to convince the former Vice President Mike Pence to reject the the Electoral College count on that day. So, this really gave some insight into what the January 6th Select Committee has received and what they're thinking moving forward.
At the hearings, Leanne, those, it sounds like, May, right? The summer, as far as public hearings related to what the January 6th committee knows?
Yeah, perhaps even April. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical about April, but then there's going to be an interim report, and then they're supposed to finish up their depositions, they said, in the next few weeks, next month or so. And then there's going to be a final report at some point, which one of the members of the committee, Elaine Luria, told me today could be thousands and thousands of pages. We'll see how this all works out, but they are trying to wrap up this investigative part of their investigation, Hallie.
Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill, thank you. So that is the investigation as it relates to Congress, right? How about as it relates to the Department of Justice? There's some new updates tonight with this dramatic moment, really, cinematic kind of, in a federal courtroom this afternoon, with the son of an accused Capitol rioter taking a stand against his own dad. We're talking about Guy Reffitt. He's the guy who prosecutors say led the mob to the Capitol, was kind of the tip of the spear here. Well, just within the last hour or so, you had prosecutors playing recordings, audio, that Jackson Reffitt recorded of his dad after Guy Reffitt got back from Washington. In one recording, Guy Reffitt was heard saying, quote, "I was willing to die." He was also heard saying, according to our team in the courtroom, quote, "I did bring a weapon. This gun right here was loaded. That was a historic day. I'm not done yet. The beginning, bro." Jackson Reffitt also talked about elements from the group chat he and his dad and his family members had been on in the month prior to the insurrection. Reffitt is accused of charging at police with a gun. The defense says Reffitt never assaulted any officers or helped anyone assault them. Again, this is the first criminal trial stemming from the Capitol attack. Pete Williams is here. For the last couple nights, Pete, you've been on. We've been talking about Guy Reffitt. We've been talking about this trial. And this moment that you previewed has arrived here with Jackson Reffitt taking the stand against his own dad and playing those audio recordings after having what you so memorably described yesterday as dropped a dime on his dad to the FBI.
Right, and I think you're right to say it's cinematic, it's dramatic. I mean, imagine this courtroom. He's sitting there in the defense box with his father just on the other side of it.
And we can't see those pictures, by the way, only the sketches, no cameras.
That's right. It's federal court. So it turns out that his son, Jackson Reffitt, who's now 19, was 18 when all this happened, actually first reached out to the FBI in December before the January 6th riots because he was concerned about what his father was saying. He thought his father was up to something that would be violent, and he wanted the FBI to know about it. So on Christmas Eve, he actually sent a message to the FBI tip line. But he actually didn't hear from the FBI until later. When the FBI contacted him, he reached out to the FBI again after his father came back. And that's when FBI agents came and they searched the house. He was not home at the time. He says it was a surreal experience to go to the house when the FBI was searching, when his family at the time didn't know why they were there. Now, I think a couple of things have to be said about this. Number one, it's highly likely that the FBI would have arrested Guy Reffitt anyway, even if his son hadn't called the FBI, because remember what they've been doing. They've got 750 people so far roughly charged, looking at photos, looking at videos. I mean, they've gotten
ultimately,
most of these.
he would have been identified potentially anyway.
Exactly, right. So that's thing one. But thing two is we have yet to hear the key testimony about the charge that relates to this conversation in the home afterwards. And that's when, according to the prosecutors, Guy Reffitt said to his two children, now don't tell the police or the FBI what I'm telling you now about what I did at the Capitol, which I say, Guy Reffitt said, was a great patriotic exercise because, you know, if you did that, you'd be a traitor, and you know what happens to traitors, they get shot. So presumably that's yet to come from him. And then again, tomorrow, his daughter will also testify about hearing that same thing.
I know it's a limited group in the courtroom, Pete. Do we have any sense of the reaction as Jackson Reffitt was testifying today? I know these things are sometimes hard to, like, objectively quantify, but I'd be curious.
Yeah, you're not going to see much reaction because there are so few people in the courtroom. You know, as I think we talked about yesterday, it's so strange, this first trial after the COVID restrictions, the jury is not in the jury box. They're all scattered throughout the courtroom. As a matter of fact, the judge began the proceedings this morning by saying some of the jurors say they have trouble seeing the defendant.
Because they're so far back in the room.
And they're seating in different places.
Yeah.
If you know, when you're in the jury box, you always can see the defense table. They're right there. But when they're all scattered around, they can't see it as well. And the judge was saying, I'm not sure whether there is a fair trial right for the jurors to always be able to see the defendant. But, you know, that just shows the sort of growing pains of doing this first trial after COVID.
You mentioned the daughter who's going to testify.
Yes.
Do we have any expectation on what that's going to sound like?
Yes, I think she'll be able to corroborate, at least in the government's view, what the son is saying about the threat that the father made not to tell the FBI or the police about what he has said he did when he came to the Capitol.
Pete Williams, I'm glad we are able to share more details about this. I know we've been talking about it, and it sounds like tomorrow we'll hear more from Jackson Reffitt.
Right.
Pete Williams, maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. Coming up here on the show now, speaking of trials, we now have the verdict in from one related to a former Louisville police officer found not guilty on all counts in connection to the raid that killed Breonna Taylor. The jury deliberating for just 3 hours. We'll talk about what may have made that case, that acquittal. And a new settlement between Purdue Pharma and U.S. states hit hard by the opioid crisis. We've got more details on that deal a little later in the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So a jury tonight has found the former Louisville officer involved in the deadly raid that killed Breonna Taylor not guilty on several endangerment charges of wanton endangerment. We're talking about Brett Hankison, who was wiping tears from his eyes as the verdict was read. He was facing up to 5 years in prison if he were convicted. Prosecutors had said he put in danger Breonna Taylor's neighbors, including a small child, when he fired a weapon that went into the wall of their apartment. Hankison was the only officer to face charges in this botched raid that you see part of here on this body cam video. You'll remember that Taylor was shot and killed after officers broke down her apartment door, exchanged gunfire with her boyfriend. Hankison broke down in tears 24 hours ago when he took the stand in his own defense, saying Taylor shouldn't have died. He testified he started shooting to protect himself and his fellow officers. I want to bring in NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who's following this one for us. And Gabe, I got to tell you, we were kind of on verdict watch for this, right? Because we knew this was in the hands of the jury. The deliberations really only lasted a few hours, 3 hours, I think. What was the reaction as this verdict was read? And what is your sense in talking with experts about the, not a ton of time it took for the jury to get to this?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Well, yes, as you mentioned, 3 hours, not a whole lot, and there was no audible response inside the courtroom. What we can tell you is the reaction outside the courtroom. Breonna Taylor's family actually walked out without giving a comment. The defense, not surprisingly, said it was thrilled with the verdict.
Sure.
But we just saw that Breonna Taylor's younger sister posted on Facebook shortly after the verdict came down saying, quote, "It's like they constantly walk over my sister." So certainly Breonna Taylor's family not happy with this verdict. But Hallie, as you know, and as we've been saying on this broadcast, this case, both the prosecution and the defense argued, was not about Breonna Taylor, but in fact, as you said, was about that adjacent apartment that Hankison fired into multiple times.
But so explain the context, Gabe, for why Breonna Taylor's family may feel, as you just described, so, to paraphrase that post, betrayed by the system of justice here. And it dates back to the somewhat controversial decision to not charge anybody in the death of Breonna Taylor and the killing of Breonna Taylor herself.
Yeah, very controversial decision back in 2020 when the Kentucky Attorney General decided not to file any criminal charges against the officers involved in this raid for directly causing Breonna Taylor's death. The only charge that was filed were these charges of wanton endangerment against Brett Hankinson, the former officer, who, by the way, was fired. And Breonna Taylor's family did get a rather substantial civil settlement, $12 million related to this case. But never was this case, was the death of Breonna Taylor adjudicated inside a courtroom. And that is what Breonna Taylor's family has said they wanted all along. Right. That they wanted, justice for Breonna Taylor, and that never happened in this case. Again, the breaking news is that this not guilty verdict now of charges of wanton endangerment, leaves the Breonna Taylor's family still wanting more, and they seem very disappointed with this verdict. But as you mentioned, Hallie, just several days long, this trial. 26 witnesses the prosecution called to the witness stand, but it was only one witness that the defense called, and that was Brett Hankinson. And the jury, they, sided with the defense clearly. By just 3 hours is not a very long period of time at all. They came back with a very resounding not guilty verdict here, Hallie.
And interesting too, Gabe, because as we've talked about in other instances in other trials, not the first time we've seen a high-profile defendant take the stand in their own defense. Typically, considered kind of a risk.
Yeah, he got emotional. He got emotional there, and he said that he thought that there was a rifle inside that apartment. The prosecution came back during closing arguments today and said, well, how could he have noticed there was a rifle? He wasn't actually at the doorway. Hankinson saying he saw this, what's called a muzzle flash, and so he thought that it was a rifle. He insisted that's why he fired these shots. The jury said that it was clearly found that it was not beyond the reasonable doubt that he fired trying to neutralize the threat. So they found him not guilty here, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez live for us on that. Gabe, thank you. Appreciate you staying on top of the story. Still ahead, it's being called the most important climate deal since Paris. We've got details on the first ever plastic pollution treaty. How about that? Coming up in the 5 things. Plus, did you hear about this? The International Paralympic Committee, they are not letting athletes from Russia and Belarus compete at those Winter Games. We're going to take you live to Beijing for a reaction next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
So, you know, sanctions are not the only way to punish Russia for invading Ukraine. We'll talk about how businesses are doing something about it, and you may be surprised to hear which ones. That's in tonight's original. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Surgeon General of this country is asking big tech to hand over data about COVID misinformation. That's according to the New York Times. Dr. Vivek Murthy's office wants to see just how much bad info, how many lies, how much, candidly, crap about the virus there's been on social media platforms. He's called that kind of information an urgent threat to the public. Companies have until May to hand this stuff over. Number 2, Purdue Pharma has gotten to a deal with states over its role in the opioid crisis. If this is approved by a judge, the Sackler family, which owns the company, would pay out as much as $6 billion in cash to end this litigation. The money from the maker of OxyContin would go to addiction treatment programs all across the country. Number 3, check this out. A Florida highway was so foggy this morning, 25 cars crashed, 5 separate crashes. One of them, look at this, caused a truck to explode. So then there was all that smoke, plus the fog. Visibility was totally shot. 3 people were killed in these wrecks, and 1 child was airlifted to a nearby hospital. Number 4, 5.7 magnitude earthquake was reported in southeast Mexico this morning, sending people running for the streets. Sirens rang out in Mexico City out of precaution, but the capital was not affected. So far, no damage or deaths have been reported. Number 5, world leaders from nearly 200 countries met up in Nairobi for the UN Environment Assembly and agreed on this resolution to end plastic pollution. Listen, this is being called the most important climate deal since Paris. It's going to be developed in the next couple years. To some other news tonight, and it's a huge reversal, right? The Paralympic Committee now saying that Russia and Belarus are going to be banned from competing in those games. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, but just 24 hours ago, the committee said, yeah, the athletes from those countries could compete as neutrals in Beijing. That was criticized for being totally inadequate, given the fact that Russia is invading Ukraine. The president of the Paralympic Committee now telling Russian and Belarusian athletes, we are very sorry that you are affected by the decisions your governments took last week. This comes on the heels of a new report from the New York Times from a U.S. and European official. They say China told Russia not to invade Ukraine until after the end of the Winter Olympics there. China responding, calling this speculation without basis. We all remember these photos of Vladimir Putin. We might remember them. Here they are during the opening ceremony. 4 days after the closing ceremony, the invasion began. Janice Mackey-Freyer is joining us now live from China. Janice, it's great to see you. It's a bit of whiplash, right? 24 hours, and the decision is completely different on these athletes being able to compete in the Paralympics. Was there a turning point, or was it just that the pressure built to a degree that they did not expect?
Well, it was a total about-face, because just a couple of days ago, they were saying the athletes can compete, but they'll be neutral. They'll have to cover up their flags. There won't be any national anthem. And then it was completely a different story the next day. What happened was the reaction to that initial decision to allow the athletes to compete. It was swift, it was widespread, and it was scathing. And the officials admitted at a press conference that a number of countries, several athletes were saying that they would pull out of the Olympics. So there were concerns that there would be an impact on the viability of the Paralympic Games. As well, they acknowledged that the situation is so emotional that the situation within the athlete village was escalating to a point where they were concerned about security and the safety of athletes. So they say they were really left with no choice but to make this decision. And what this does, Hallie, this extends, as you say, the extent to which Russia is being shunned on the international stage. Just a few days ago, FIFA as well, kicking out Russian teams from the World Cup qualifiers. So there is the sense that this is having an obvious domino effect in trying to drive home the point that there are many ways in which sanctions can be leveled on Russia. Now, for Ukraine, the athletes finally made it here. There are 20 athletes on the team and 9 guides, and they're all set for the opening ceremony tonight here in Beijing.
Which is a good thing, obviously, Janice. You know, you talk about the shunning from the international community. China has always been a little bit out of that mix, right, because of the relationship between China and Russia here strengthening their ties for a long time. There's that report that we just referenced that China has said to Russia, hey, maybe delay the invasion until after the end of the closing ceremonies. How do you see this in light of the Chinese and Russian relationship right now?
Well, there's no doubt that the relationship between Moscow and Beijing has certainly deepened under these two men, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. What was said between them at this summit that they had around the Winter Olympics in early February isn't exactly clear. This is suggestion from U.S. intelligence reports that Putin acknowledged that there would be something, a special military operation, as he was billing it to much of the world. What isn't clear is the scale that he had implied to Xi Jinping. What we've had since the invasion got underway is China in a very awkward position. They're not allies per se in the formal sense with Russia, but they do have what they see as a strategic alignment. Yeah. Namely, they both have very strong feelings toward NATO expansion and U.S. power. So China is now in the position where it can't openly endorse what Putin is doing, but they're not openly criticizing it either, because that would be an endorsement of the U.S. and the NATO position. So what we've seen day to day are officials acknowledging that there is now an invasion going on. For the first couple of days, they refused to call it an invasion. But now they are regarding it as an unfortunate situation, one that they officially regret. They haven't exactly offered themselves in the role of a mediator, but there is the sense that China does have some leverage now with Russia, that perhaps they can try and wind this down and give Putin the exit ramp that people are now talking about. Xi Jinping has talked to Putin. He has not yet talked to Zelensky. And what's at stake for China here is the economy. China has trade deals with the EU, doesn't want deterioration further in the relationship with the U.S. because the economy is at stake. There are also about 20 European countries that have signed on to Xi's Belt and Road Initiative. So China stepping very carefully these days in trying to maneuver this situation.
Janice Mackey-Fryer, it's so great to have your expertise on what is a complicated geopolitical situation as it relates to China and Russia. Thank you. After the break, you heard Janice reference the ways that there can be pressure put on Russia about this invasion. Businesses are looking to get in on this, too. That's next in The Original. Plus, arrests made now in a series of attacks on Asian women in New York City. We've got those details in The Local.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, New York City police have arrested the man they believe is behind a series of attacks on Asian women. We told you yesterday 7 women were assaulted over 2 hours in Manhattan Sunday. We showed you the security video. Well, the 28-year-old suspect apparently barricaded himself inside a public library before he was taken in. He faces hate crimes and other charges for each attack. From our Southeast Bureau, a Texas judge blocked the state from investigating the parents of a transgender teen over gender-confirming treatments. We reported more on this story after a lawsuit had been filed against the state, but the temporary halt issued by the judge doesn't stop Texas's Department of Family and Protective Services from looking into reports about kids getting similar care. And from our Midwest Bureau, Iowa is banning trans women and girls from female sports teams in schools and colleges. Governor Kim Reynolds signed that GOP-backed bill into law not too long ago today. It's effective in the state immediately, but is expected to be fought against by advocate groups filing lawsuits. Now we want to bring you tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. You know, as we've been saying, international pressure is intensifying against Russia to end this war on Ukraine, with some of the world's biggest corporations now reacting in just the last 24 hours. Most recently, you had IKEA announcing it's closing all 17 of its Russian stores. Netflix is pressing pause on its projects that are Russian. Formula One permanently canceling its Russian Grand Prix contract. And then concert giant Live Nation ending all business in Russia. If you wanted to see the Batman premiere in Russia, that's not happening because Warner Brothers and other big studios are pulling releases. This is kind of a movement at the corporate level, and our Vaughn Hilliard took a look.
Many of the world's major corporations responding to Russia's invasion of Ukraine with swift action.
We wanted to buy an Apple Watch as a present. Suddenly, the store is closed.
Apple this week stopped selling its products in Russia and limited Russians' abilities to use Apple Pay. Also this week, Ford, Toyota, and Volkswagen suspending Russian manufacturing. BMW and General Motors say they'll stop exports to the country. Major clothing suppliers, including H&M and Nike, have ended their online sales into the country. With each passing hour, more companies are cutting their ties to the Russian state, icing out Putin and his country's economy.
Companies have moved relatively aggressively to step up to the plate and either suspend ties with their factories or business partners in Russia, at least temporarily.
Are companies cutting ties to Russia because of potential financial blowback, or more so because of moral obligation?
I think it's a bit of both at this point in time.
The hope that the steep drop in the value of the ruble and an increasingly anxious Russian population leads Putin to relent.
The quadratic formula.
These corporations also affecting the country's entertainment. Disney, Sony, and Warner Brothers all delaying the release of their upcoming movies in the country. FIFA this week disqualifying Russia from competing in international soccer events, including the qualifiers ahead of this summer's World Cup.
FIFA condemns as well the use of force by Russia in Ukraine.
And the International Skating Union now banning all Russian figure skaters. Then on Thursday, Formula One racing making it clear in a statement, Russia will no longer have a race in the future. Even the International Cat Federation announced it will now exclude any cats bred in Russia from its future competitions. And multiple oil and gas companies making massive moves by choosing to disinvest in Russian oil. BP saying it will end its financial backing of Rosneft, Russia's state-backed oil producer. Shell is also leaving the country. The business moves come as the Russian economy plummets, struggling to withstand the onslaught of sanctions by the U.S., the European Union, and others. Do sanctions make it easier for these companies to cut ties?
If you have a company that's sitting there saying, you know, under these sanctions, is there a material risk I could face if I continue to do business in Russia? The answer is pretty clearly yes.
Other American brands, however, are continuing to operate, including hundreds of fast food restaurants, including McDonald's and Burger King's. But the pressure on those that remain increasing as Russia's invasion advances.
Vaughn is with us now. And Vaughn, you know, some of these companies are poised to take a pretty big financial hit here, like Shell could lose something like $25 billion. It's a lot of money, but these businesses are making these moves anyway, right?
Right. Despite, we're talking about literally decades of investments into the market in Russia. The CEO of Shell saying, quote, "We cannot and we will not stand by." These companies, they have to take into account their relationships with the United States, with EU nations, with their shareholders, and they believe that they cannot be seen or at least perceived as undermining the sanctions and the efforts of the U.S. and the EU here. And the public is on their side. Take a look at Morning Consult, which is the decision intelligence company who you heard from in this piece. They surveyed about 2,000 Americans and asked that question, and you can see it right there. 75% called on U.S. companies to cut off and sever their relationships inside of Russia. 75% said that no longer should U.S. companies export into Russia. And the other interesting number, 38% believe that U.S. companies should make those steps permanent. Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you for bringing us that reporting. Great to see you. Appreciate it. Up next, one small step for man, one giant leap for space junk. It's on a direct collision course with the moon. We got more on the crash landing that's supposed to happen tomorrow. Straight ahead.